The Cabinet of Curiosities, by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. 12. Patrick O'Shaughnessy stood on the corner of 72nd and Central Park West, staring at the facade of the Dakota apartment building. There was a vast arched entrance to an inner courtyard, and beyond the entrance the building ran at least a third of the way down the block. It was there in the darkness that Pendergast had been attacked. In fact, it probably looked a UET about like this when Pendergast was stabbed, except for the old man, of course, the one Pendergast had seen wearing a derby hat. Astonishing that the guy had almost managed to overpower the FBI agent, even factoring in the element of surprise. Shaughnessy wondered again just what the hell he was doing here. He was off duty. He should be in JWS, hoisting a few with friends, or messing about his apartment, listening to that new recording of The Bartered Bride. They weren't paying him, so why should he care? But he found, strangely enough, that he did care. Custer, naturally, had dismissed it as a simple mugging, friggin' rube out of Toner. No surprise he got his ass mugged. Well, O'Shaughnessy knew Pendergast was no rube. The man probably played up his New Orleans roots just to keep people like Custer off guard. And he didn't think Pendergast had gotten mugged either. But now it was time to decide just what was he going to do about it. Slowly he began to walk toward the site of the attack. Earlier in the day he'd visited Pendergast in the hospital. Pendergast had hinted to him that it would be useful, more than useful, to have the coroner's report on the bones found at the construction site. To get it, O'Shaughnessy realized, he would have to go around Custer. Pendergast also wanted more information on the developer, Fairhaven, who Custer had made it clear was off limits. It was then O'Shaughnessy realized he had crossed some invisible line from working for Custer to working for Pendergast. It was a new, almost heady feeling. For the first time in his life, he was working with someone he respected, someone who wasn't going to prejudice him on old history, or treat him as a disposable fifth-generation Irish cop. That was the reason he was here at the Dakota on his night off. That's what a partner did when the other one got into trouble. Pendergast, as usual, was silent on the attack. But to O'Shaughnessy, it had none of the earmarks of a mugging. He remembered dimly his days at the academy, all the statistics on various types of crimes and how they were committed. Back then he had big ideas about where he was going in the force. That was before he took $200 from a prostitute because he felt sorry for her. And, he had to admit to himself, because he needed the money. O'Shaughnessy stopped, coughed, spat on the sidewalk. Back at the academy it had been motive means opportunity. Take motive for starters. Why kill Pendergast? Put the facts in order. 1, the guy is investigating a Bochum-Bama-year-old serial killer. No motive there. Killer's dead. 2, a copycat killer springs up. Pendergast is at the autopsy before there's even an autopsy. Christ, thought O'Shaughnessy, he must have known what was going on even before the doctor did. Pendergast had already made the connection between the murder of the tourist and the 19th century killings. How? 3, Pendergast gets attacked. Those were the facts as O'Shaughnessy saw them. So what could he conclude? That Pendergast already knew something important. And the copycat serial killer knew it too. Whatever it was important enough that this killer took a big risk in targeting him on 72nd Street. Not exactly deserted, even at 9 o'clock in the evening, and had almost succeeded in killing him, which was the most astonishing thing of all. O'Shaughnessy swore. The big mystery here was Pendergast himself. He wished Pendergast would level vacapte at him, share more information. The man was keeping him in the dark. Why now, that was a question worth asking. He swore again. Pendergast was asking a hell of a lot, but he wasn't giving anything in return. Why was he wasting a fine fall evening tramping around the Dakota, looking for clues that weren't there, for a guy who didn't want help? Cool it, O'Shaughnessy told himself. Pendergast was the most logical, methodical guy he'd ever met. He'd have his reasons all in good time. Meanwhile, this was a waste. Time for dinner, and the latest issue of Opera News. O'Shaughnessy turned to head home, and that's when he saw the tall, shadowy figure come into view at the corner. Instinctively, O'Shaughnessy shrank into the nearest doorway. He waited. The figure stood on the corner, precisely where he himself had stood only a few minutes before, glancing around. Then it started down the street toward him, slowly and furtively. O'Shaughnessy stiffened, receding deeper into the shadows. The figure crept down to the angle of the building, pausing right at the spot where Pendergast had been assaulted. The beam of a flashlight went on. He seemed to be inspecting the pavement, looking around. He was dressed in a long dark coat, which could easily be concealing a weapon. He was certainly no cop, and the attack had not been in the papers. O'Shaughnessy made a quick decision. He grasped his service revolver in his right hand and pulled out his shield with his left. Then he stepped out of the shadows. "Police officer," he said quietly, but firmly. "Don't move. Keep your hands where Mort can see them." The figure jumped sideways with a yelp, holding up a pair of gangly arms. "Wait! Don't to shoot! Mort met a reporter." O'Shaughnessy relaxed as he recognized the man. "So it's you," he said, holstering his gun, feeling disappointed. "Yeah, and it's you." Smithback lowered his trembling arms, the cop, from the opening. "Sergeant O'Shaughnessy." "Right. What are you doing here?" "Same as you, probably," said O'Shaughnessy. Then he stopped abruptly, remembering he was speaking to a reporter. It wouldn't be good for this to get back to Custer. Smithback mopped his brow with a soiled handkerchief. "You scared the piss out of me." "Sorry. You look suspicious." Smithback shook his head. "Mote, imagine I did." He glanced around. "Find anything?" "No." There was a brief silence. "Who do you think did it? Think it was just some mugger?" Although Smithback was echoing the same question he'd asked himself moments before, O'Shaughnessy merely shrugged. The best thing to do was to keep his mouth shut. Surely the police have some kind of theory. O'Shaughnessy shrugged again. Smithback stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Look, Mote, understand if it's confidential. Mote can quote you not for attribution." O'Shaughnessy wasn't going to fall into that trap. Smithback sighed, looking up at the buildings with an air of finality. "Well, there's nothing much else to be seen around here, and if you're going to clam up, Mort might as well go get a drink. Try to recover from that fright you gave me." He snugged the handkerchief back into his pocket. "Night, officer." He began to walk away. Then he stopped as if struck by an idea. "Want to come along?" "No, thanks." "Come on," the reporter said. "You don't look like you're on duty." Mott said no. Smithback took a step closer. "You know, now that Mot think about it, maybe we could help each other out here. Know what Mot mean, Mot need to keep in touch, Vakep. Say hot this investigation into the surgeon." "The surgeon?" "Haven't you heard? That's what the Post is calling this serial killer." "Cheesy, huh? Anyway, Mot need information, and Mot Luglunk bet you need information. Am Mot right?" O'Shaughnessy said nothing. He did need information. But he wondered if Smithback really had something, or was just bullshitting. "Mot Luglunk level with you, Sergeant. Mot got scooped on that tourist killing in Central Park, and now Mot have to scramble to get new developments, or my editor will have my ass for brunch. A little advance notice here and there, nothing too specific, just a nod from a friend, for instance. That's all." "What kind of information do you have?" O'Shaughnessy asked guardedly. He thought back a minute to what Pendergast had said. "Do you have anything on, say, Fairhaven?" Smithback rolled his eyes. "Are you kidding? Mort got a sackful on him. Not that'll do you much good, but Mort met willing to share. Let's talk about it over a drink." O'Shaughnessy glanced up and down the street. Despite his better judgment, he found himself tempted Smithback might be a hustler, but he seemed a decent sort of hustler, and he'd even worked with Pendergast in the past, though the reporter didn't seem too eager to reminisce about it. And finally, Pendergast had asked him to put together a file on Fairhaven. "Where?" Smithback smiled. "Are you kidding? The best bars in New York City are just one block west on Columbus. Know a great place where all the museum types go. It's called the Bones. Come on, the first round's on me." 13. The fog grew thicker for a moment. Pendergast waited, maintaining his concentration. Then through the fog came flickerings of orange and yellow. Pendergast felt heat upon his face. The fog began to clear. He was standing outside J.C. Shotoma's cabinet of natural productions and curiosities. It was night. The cabinet was burning. Angry flames leapt from the first and second-story windows, punching through billowing clouds of black acrid smoke. Several firemen and a bevy of police were frantically roping off the street around the building and pushing curious onlookers back from the conflagration. Inside the rope, several knots of firefighters arched hopeless streams of water into the blaze, while others scurried to douse the gaslights along the sidewalk. The heat was a physical force, a wall. Standing on the street corner, Pendergast's gaze lingered appreciatively on the fire engine. A big black boiler on carriage wheels belching steam, Amaskig Manufacturing Company in gold letters on its sweating sides. Then he turned toward the onlookers. Would Lung be among them, admiring his handiwork? No, he would have been long gone. Lung was no pyromaniac. He would be safely ensconced in his uptown house, location unknown. The location of the house was a great question. But another, perhaps more pressing, question remained: where had Leng moved his laboratory? There was a tremendous, searing crack. Roof timbers collapsed inward with a roiling shower of sparks. An appreciative murmur rose from the crowd. With a final look at the doomed structure, Pendergast began threading his way through the crowd. A little girl rushed up, no older than 6, threadbare and frighteningly gaunt. She had a battered straw broom in her hand, and she swept the street corner ahead of him industriously, clearing away the dung and pestilential garbage, hoping pathetically for a coin. "Thank you," Pendergast said, tossing her several broad copper pennies. She looked at the coins, eyes wide at her good fortune, then curtsied awkwardly. "What's your name, child?" Pendergast asked gently. The girl looked up at him as if surprised to hear an adult speak to her in a solicitous tone. "Constance Green, sir," she said. "Green?" Pendergast frowned. "Of Water Street?" "No, sir. Not anymore." Something seemed to have frightened the girl, and with another curtsy, she turned and melted away down a crowded side street. Pendergast stared down the foul street and its seething crowds for some time. Then, with a troubled expression on his face, he turned and slowly retraced his steps. A barker stood in the doorway of Brown's restaurant, delivering the bill of fare in a loud, breathless, ceaseless litany. Beledlam and capersers. Roast beef rosarosi mutton and taters. Billedum and gabbage veado et tei be loyet. Or kinser takasitzer. Pendergast moved on thoughtfully, listening to the City Hall bell toll the urgent fire alarm. Making his way to Park Street, he passed a chemist shop closed and shuttered, an array of bottles in diverse sizes and colors decorating the window. Payne's celery compound, swamp root, D&A Yunts, Indian cure oil good for man and beast. 2 blocks down Park, he stopped abruptly. He was fully attentive now, eyes open to every detail. He had painstakingly researched this region of old New York, and the fog of his memory construct retreated well into the distance. Here, Baxter and Worth Streets angled in sharply, creating a crazy quilt of intersections known as the 5 Points. In the bleak landscape of urban decay that stretched before him, there was none of the carefree revelry Pendergast had found earlier, along Bowery. 30 years before, in the Moten Tam Namize, the Points had been the worst slum in all New York, in all America, worse even than London S7 Dials. It remained a miserable, squalid, dangerous place, home to 50,000 criminals, drug addicts, prostitutes, orphans, confidence men, villains of all shape and description. The uneven streets were broken and scored into dangerous ruts, brimming with garbage and offal. Hogs wandered about, rooting and wallowing in the fouled gutters. The houses seemed prematurely aged, their windows broken tarpaper roofs hanging free, timbers sagging. A single gas lamp threw light into the intersection. On all sides, narrow streets marched off into endless darkness. The doors of the first-floor taverns were flung wide against the summer heat. The smells of liquor and cigar smoke issued forth. Women, bare-breasted, lolled in the doorways, exchanging obscene jeers with whores in the neighboring saloons or soliciting passers-by in lurid tones. Across the way, nickel-a-night flophouses, riddled with vermin and pestilence, sat between the shabby cowsheds of fencers of stolen goods. Pendergast gazed carefully around at the scene, scrutinizing the topography, the architecture, for any clue, any hidden link that a mere study of historical records could not provide. At last he turned eastward, where a vast 5-story structure sat, decayed and listing, dark even in the light of the gas lamp. This was the former old brewery, at one time the worst of all the 5 Points tenements. Children who had the misfortune to be born within were known to pass months or even years without tasting the outside air. Now, thanks to the efforts of a charitable group, it had been rebuilt as the 5 Points mission, an early urban renewal project for which, in Motam Tam, the good Dr. Enoch Leng had volunteered his medical services, pro bono. He had continued to work there into the early Chinmagay. when the historical record on Leng vanished abruptly. Pendergast walked slowly toward the building. An ancient sign for the old brewery remained painted along its upper story, dominating the far newer and cleaner 5 Points mission sign beneath. He considered entering the building, then decided against it. There was another visit he had to make first. Behind the 5 Points mission, a tiny alley ran north into a dark cul-de-sac. Moist, fetid air seeped out from the darkness. Many years before, when the Points region had been a marshy pond known as the Collect, Aaron Burr had installed a large subterranean pump for the natural springs at this spot, founding the New Amsterdam Water Company. The pond grew increasingly foul, however, and eventually had been filled in to make way for tenements. Pendergast paused thoughtfully. Later, this alleyway had been known as Cow Bay, the most dangerous street in the 5 Points. It had been crowded with tall wooden tenements vakep, to hat names like Brickbat Mansion and the Gates of Hell, tenanted by violent alcoholics who would stab a man for the clothes on his back. Like many structures in the 5 Points, these were warrens of vile-smelling chambers, honeycombed with secret panels and doors that connected to other houses on adjoining streets by networks of underground passageways, allowing criminals easy escape from pursuing law enforcement. In the mid-19th century, the street had averaged a murder a night. Now it was home to an ice delivery company, a slaughterhouse, and an abandoned substation of the city's waterworks, shut down in Motnin Tam Bien, when the uptown reservoir rendered it obsolete. Pendergast moved on another block, then turned left onto Little Water Street. At the far corner was the 5 Points House of Industry, the other orphanage graced with the medical attention of Enoch Leng. It was a tall Beaux-Arts building, punctuated along its north end by a tower. A small rectangular widow's walk, buttressed by iron fencing, sat atop its mansard roof. The building looked woefully out of place among the shabby wooden houses and ramshackle squatteries. He stared up at the heavy-browed windows. Why had Leng chosen to lend his services to these 2 missions, one after the other, in Motam Tam, the year before Shatamas' cabinet burned? If he was looking for an endless source of impoverished victims whose absence would cause no alarm, the cabinet was a better choice than a workhouse. After all, one could have only so many mysterious disappearances before someone grew suspicious. And why had Leng chosen these missions in particular? There were countless others in Lower Manhattan. Why had Leng decided to work, and presumably draw his pool of victims, from this spot? Pendergast stepped back onto the cobbles, glancing up and down the lane, thinking. Of all the streets he had traveled, Little Water Street was the only one no longer extant in the 20th century. It had been paved over, built upon, forgotten. He had seen old maps that showed it, naturally, but no map ever drawn had superimposed its course onto present-day Manhattan. An incredibly shabby man with a horse and cart came down the street, ringing a bell, collecting garbage for tips, a brace of tame hogs following behind. Pendergast did not heed him. Instead, he glided back down the narrow road, pausing at the entrance to Cow Bay. Although, with the disappearance of Little Water Street, it was difficult to tell on modern maps, Pendergast now saw that the 2 missions would both have backed onto these terrible old tenements. Those dwellings were gone, but the warren of tunnels that once served their criminal residents would have remained. He glanced down both sides of the alley. Slaughterhouse, ice factory, abandoned waterworks, it suddenly made perfect sense. More slowly now, Pendergast walked away, headed for Baxter Street and points north. He could, of course, have ended his journey at this point, have opened his eyes to the present-day books and tubes and monitor screens, but he preferred to continue the discipline of this mental exercise, to take the long way back to Lenox Hill Hospital. He was curious to see if the fire at Shatamas' cabinet had been brought under control. Perhaps he would hire a carriage uptown, or better yet, walk up past the Madison Square Garden Circus, past Delmonico's, past the palaces of Fifth Avenue. There was much to think about, much more than he had previously imagined, and Mot Tam a Moat was as good a place as any to do it in. 14. Nora stopped at the nurse's station to ask directions to Pendergast's new room. A sea of hostile faces greeted the question. Clearly, Nora thought, Pendergast was as popular at Lenox as he had been at St. Luke's Roosevelt. She found him lying up in bed, the blinds shut tight against the sun. He looked very tired, his face gray. His blonde-white hair hung limply over his high forehead, and his eyes were closed. As she entered, they slowly opened. "What met, sorry," Nora said. "This is a bad time." "Not at all. Mort did ask you to see me. Please clear off that chair and sit down." Nora moved the stack of books and papers from the chair to the floor, wondering again what this was about. She'd already given him her report about her visit with the old lady, and told him it would be her last assignment for him. He had to understand that it was time for her to get back to her own career. As intriguing as it was, she was not about to commit professional harakiri over this business. Pendergast's eyes had drooped until they were almost closed, but she could still see the pale irises behind the slitted lids. "How are you courtesy required?" She asked that question, but there wouldn't be any others. She'd listen to what he had to say, then leave. "Leng acquired his victims from the cabinet itself," Pendergast said. "How do you know?" "He captured them at the back of one of the halls, most likely a small cul-de-sac housing a particularly gruesome exhibit. He would lie in wait until a visitor was alone. Then he'd snatch his victim. Take the unfortunate through a door at the rear of the exhibit, which led down the back stairs to the coal cellar. It was a perfect setup. Street people vanished all the time in that neighborhood. Undoubtedly, Leng selected victims that would not be missed. Street urchins, workhouse boys and girls. He spoke in a monotone, as if reviewing his findings within his own mind instead of explaining them to her. From Motam Bay High to Motam Tami Mot, he used the cabinet for this purpose. 9 years. 36 victims that we know of, perhaps many more Leng disposed of in some other way. As you know, there had in fact been rumors of people vanishing in the cabinet. These no doubt served to increase its popularity. Nora shuddered. Then, in Motam Tami Mot, he killed Shotham and burned the cabinet. We of course know why. Shotham found out what he was up to. He said as much in his letter to McFadden. But that letter has, in its own way, been misleading me all this time. Leng would have killed Shotham anyway. Pendergast paused to take a few breaths. The confrontation with Shotham merely gave him the excuse he needed to burn the cabinet. You see, Phase 1 of his work was complete. Phase 1? He had achieved what he set out to do. He perfected his formula. You didn't seriously mean Leng was able to prolong his own life? He clearly believed he could. In his mind, the experimentation phase could cease. Production could begin. Victims would still be required, but many fewer than before. The cabinet, with its hat-gahat volume of foot traffic, was no longer necessary. In fact, it had become a liability. It was imperative for Leng to cover his tracks and start afresh. There was a silence. Then Pendergast resumed. A year before the cabinet burned, Leng offered his services to 2 workhouses in the vicinity, the 5 Points House of Industry and the 5 Points Mission. The 2 were connected by the warren of old underground tunnels that riddled the entire 5 Points area in the 19th century. In Leng's day, a foul alley known as Cow Bay lay between the workhouses. Along with the sordid tenements you'd expect, Cow Bay was home to an ancient subterranean pumping station dating back to the days of the Collect Pond. The waterworks were shut down and sealed for good about a month before Leng allied himself with the workhouses. That is no mere coincidence of dates. What are you saying? The abandoned waterworks was the site of Leng's production laboratory, the place he went after burning Shotham's cabinet. It was secure, and better still, it provided easy underground access to both workhouses, an ideal place to begin production of the substance he believed would prolong his life. Mort have the old plans for the waterworks here. Pendergast waved his hand weakly. Nora glanced over at the complex set of diagrams. She wondered what had so exhausted the agent. He had seemed much better the day before. She hoped he hadn't taken a turn for the worse. Today, of course, the workhouses, the tenements, even many of the streets are gone. A 3-story brownstone was built directly above the site of Leng's production laboratory. Number Chimachin Doyer Street, erected in the Mochin Haimajay off Chatham Square, broken into 1-bedroom flats with a separate 2-bedroom apartment in the basement. Any traces of Leng's laboratory would lie under that building. Nora thought for a moment. Excavating Leng's production laboratory would no doubt be a fascinating archaeological project. There would be evidence there, and as an archaeologist she could find it. She wondered once again why Pendergast was so interested in these 19th century murders. It would be of some historical solace to know that Mary Green's killer had been brought to light. She abruptly terminated the line of thought. She had her own work to do, her own career to salvage. She had to remind herself once again that this was history. Pendergast's side turned slightly in the bed. "Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Now you'd better go. Moat met badly in need of sleep." Nora glanced at him in surprise. She had been expecting another plea for her help. "Why did you ask to see me exactly?" "You've been a great help to me in this investigation. More than once, you've asked for more information than Moat could give you. Assumed you wished to know what Mer discovered. You've earned that at the very least." There's a detestable term one hears bandied about these days. Closure. Detestable, but in this case appropriate. Moat hope this knowledge will bring you some degree of closure and allow you to continue your work at the museum without a sense of unfinished business. Moat offer my sincerest thanks for your help. It has been invaluable." Nora felt a twinge of offense at this abrupt dismissal. She reminded herself that this was what she had wanted. Wasn't it? After a moment she spoke. "Thanks for saying so, but if you ask me, this business sounds totally unfinished. If you write about this, Chinmachin-Doyer Street seems like the next logical stop." "That is correct. The basement apartment is currently unoccupied, and an excavation below the living room floor would be most instructive. Moat planned to rent the apartment myself and undertake that excavation. And that is why Moat must recover as quickly as possible. Take care, Dr. Kelly." He shifted with an air of finality. "Who's going to do the excavation?" she asked. "Moat will find another archaeologist." Nora looked at him sharply. "Where?" "Through the New Orleans field office. They are most flexible when it comes to my projects." "Right," said Nora briskly. "But this isn't a job for just any archaeologist. This requires someone with special skills in—" "Are you offering?" Nora was silent. "Of course you're not that. More did ask you've more than once expressed your desire to return to a more normal course of work. More imposed upon you too much as it is. Besides, this investigation has taken a dangerous turn, far more so than Mort initially assumed. Assumption Mort have paid for. As you can see, Moat would not wish you exposed to any more danger than you have been already." Nora stood up. "Well," she said, "Moat guessed that's settled. Mauve enjoyed working with you, Mr. Pendergast. If enjoy is the right word, it's certainly been interesting." She felt vaguely dissatisfied with this outcome, even though it was what she had come down here to achieve. "Indeed," said Pendergast. "Most interesting." She began to walk toward the door, then stopped, remembering something. "But Moat may be in touch with you again. Moat got a note from Reinhard Puck in the archives. Says he has found some new information. Asked me to stop by later this afternoon. If it seems useful, Moat Luklunk pass it on." Pendergast, his pale eyes were still regarding her attentively. "Do that, and again, Dr. Kelly. You have my thanks. Be very careful." She nodded, then turned to leave, smiling at the baleful stares that greeted her as she passed the nurse's station. 15. The door to the archives gave out a sharp crick as Nora eased it open. There had been no response to her knocking, and the door was unlocked, in clear violation of regulations. Very strange. The smell of old books, papers, and the odor of corruption that seemed to suffuse the entire museum hung in her nostrils. Puck's desk lay in the center of a pool of light, a wall of darkness beyond. Puck himself was nowhere to be seen. Nora checked her watch. 4 p.m. She was right on time. She released the door and its side back into place. She turned the lock, then approached the desk, heels clicking on the marble floor. She signed in automatically, scrawling her name at the top of a fresh page in the logbook. Puck's desk was neater than usual, and a single typewritten note sat in the middle of the green felt pad. She glanced at it. Moat met on the Triceratops in the back. The Triceratops, Nora thought, looking into the gloom. Leave it to Puck to be off dusting old relics. But where the hell was the Triceratops? She didn't recall having seen one, and there were no lights on in the back that she could see. The damn Triceratops could be anywhere. She looked around, no diagram of the archives either. Typical. Feeling an undercurrent of irritation, she moved to the banks of ivory light switches. She snapped a few on at random. Lights sprang up here and there, deep within the archives, casting long shadows down the rows of metal shelving. Might as well turn them all on, she thought, flipping whole rows of switches with the edge of her hand. But even with all the lights, the archives remained curiously shadowy in dim large pools of darkness and long dim aisles predominating. She waited, half expecting Puck to call out to her. There was no sound except the distant ticking of steam pipes and the hiss of the forced air ducts. "Mr. Puck?" she called tentatively. Her voice reverberated and died, no answer. She called again, louder this time. The archives were so vast, she wondered if her voice could penetrate to the rear. For a minute she considered coming back another time, but Puck's message had been most insistent. Vaguely she recalled seeing some mounted fossil skeletons on her last visit. Maybe she would find the Triceratops among them. With a sigh, she began walking down one of the aisles, listening to the clatter of her shoes against the marble. Although the entrance to the aisle had been brightly lit, it soon grew shadowy and dim. It was amazing how poorly illuminated the place was. In the middle sections of the aisles, far from the lights, one almost needed a flashlight to make out the objects stacked on the shelves. At the next pool of light, Nora found herself at a junction from which several aisles wandered away at a variety of angles. She paused, considering which to take. It's like Hansel and Gretel in here, she thought, and Moat met fresh out of breadcrumbs. The aisle closest to her left went in a direction that she remembered led to a grouping of stuffed animals. But its few lights were burned out, and it vanished into darkness. Nora shrugged and took the next aisle over. It felt so different walking these passages alone. The last time she'd been with Pendergast and Puck, she had been thinking about Shottam and hadn't paid much attention to her surroundings. With Puck guiding their steps, she hadn't even bothered to notice the strange jogs these aisles took, the odd angles at which they met. It was the most eccentric layout imaginable, made even more eccentric by its vast size. Her thoughts were interrupted as the aisle took a sharp turn to the left. Around the corner, she unexpectedly came upon a number of freestanding African mammals: giraffes, a hippo, a pair of lions, wildebeests, kudu water buffalo. Each was wrapped in plastic, bestowing a muffled, ghostly appearance. Nora stopped. No sign of a Triceratops, and once again the aisles led away in half a dozen directions. She chose one at random, followed it through one jog, then another, coming abruptly to another intersection. "This was getting ridiculous, Mr. Puck," she called out loudly. The echoes of her voice gradually faded away. The hiss of forced air filled the ensuing silence. She didn't have time for this. She would come back later, and she'd call first to make sure Puck was waiting at his desk. Better still, she'd just tell him to take whatever it was. He wanted to show her directly to Pendergast. She was off the case anyway. She turned to walk out of the archives, taking what she thought would be the shortest path. After a few minutes, she came to a stop beside a rhino and several zebras. They looked like lumpy sentinels beneath the omnipresent plastic, giving off a strong smell of parate-chlorobenzene. These aisles didn't look familiar, and she didn't seem to be any closer to the exit. For a moment, she felt a small current of anxiety. Then she shook it away with a forced laugh. She'd just make her way back to the giraffes, then retrace her steps from there. As she turned, her foot landed in a small puddle of water. She looked up just as a drop of water splattered on her forehead. Condensation from the pipes far overhead. She shook it away and moved on. But she couldn't seem to find her way back to the giraffes. This was crazy. She'd navigated through trackless deserts and dense rainforests. How could she be lost in a museum in the middle of New York City? She looked around, realizing it was her sense of direction she had lost. With all these angled aisles, these dimly lit intersections, it had become impossible to tell where the front desk was. She'd have to. She abruptly froze, listening intently. A soft pattering sound. It was hard to tell where it had come from, but it was close. "Mr. Puck, is that you?" Nothing. She listened, and the pattering sound came again. Just more water dripping somewhere, she thought. Even so, she was more eager than ever to find the door. She chose an aisle at random and moved down it at a brisk walk, heels clicking rapidly against the marble. On both sides of the aisle, the shelves were covered with bones stacked like cordwood, each with a yellowing tag tied to its end. The tags flapped and fluttered in the dead air stirred by her passage. The place was like a crypt. Amid the silence, the darkness, and the ghoulish specimens, it was hard not to think about the set of grisly murders that had occurred just a few years before, within this very sub-basement. It was still the subject of rumor and speculation in the staff lounge. The aisle ended in another jog. Damn it, thought Nora, looking up and down the long rows of shelving that vanished into the gloom. Another welling of anxiety, harder to fight down this time. And then once again she heard, or thought she heard, a noise from behind. This time it wasn't a pattering so much as the scrape of a foot on stone. "Who's there?" she demanded, spinning around. "Mr. Puck?" Nothing save the hiss of steam and the drip of water. She began walking again, a little faster now, telling herself not to be afraid, that the noises were merely the incessant shiftings and settlings of an old, decrepit building. The very corridors seemed watchful. The click of her heels was unbearably loud. She turned a corner and stepped in another puddle of water. She pulled back in disgust. Why didn't they do something about these old pipes? She looked at the puddle again. The water was black, greasy, not in fact water at all. Oil had leaked on the floor, or maybe some chemical preservative. It had a strange, sour smell, but it didn't look like it had leaked from anywhere. She was surrounded by shelves covered with mounted birds, beaks open, eyes wide, wings upraised. What a mess, she thought, turning her expensive bally shoe sideways to find that the oily liquid had soiled the sole and part of the stitching. This place was a disgrace. She pulled an oversized handkerchief from her pocket, a necessary accoutrement to working in a dusty museum, and wiped it along the edge of the shoe, and then abruptly she froze. Against the white background of the handkerchief, the liquid was not black. It was a deep, glistening red. She dropped the handkerchief and took an involuntary step back, heart hammering. She looked at the pool, stared at it with sudden horror. It was blood. A whole lot of blood. She looked around wildly. Where had it come from? Had it leaked out of a specimen? But it seemed to be just sitting there, all alone. A large pool of blood in the middle of the aisle. She glanced up, but there was nothing. Just the dim ceiling 30 feet above, crisscrossed with pipes. Then she heard what sounded like another footfall, and through a shelf of specimens she glimpsed movement. Then silence returned. But she had definitely heard something. "Move, move," all her instincts cried out. Nora turned and walked quickly down the long aisle. Another sound came. Fast footsteps? The rustle of fabric? And she paused again to listen. Nothing but the faint drips from the pipes. She tried to stare through the isolated gaps in the shelves. There was a wall of specimen jars, snakes coiled in formaldehyde, and she strained to see through. There seemed to be a shape on the other side, large and black, rippled and distorted by the stacks of glass jars. She moved, and it moved in turn. She was sure of it. She backtracked quickly, breath coming faster, and the dark shape moved as well. It seemed to be pacing her in the next aisle, perhaps waiting for her to reach either one end or the other. She slowed and, struggling to master her fear, tried walking as calmly as she could toward the end of the aisle. She could see, hear, the shapes so near now, moving as well, keeping pace. "Mr. Puck?" she ventured, voice quavering. There was no answer. Suddenly, Nora found herself running. She arrowed down the aisle, sprinting as fast as she could. Swift footfalls sounded in the adjoining aisle. Ahead was a gap where her aisle joined the next. She had to get past, outrun the person in the adjoining aisle. She dashed through the gap, glimpsing for a split second a huge black figure, metal flashing in its gloved hand. She sprinted down the next aisle, through another gap, and on down the aisle again. At the next gap, she veered sharply right, heading down a new corridor. Selecting another aisle at random, she turned into it and ran on through the dimness ahead. Halfway to the next intersection, she stopped again, heart pounding. There was silence, and for a moment relief surged through her. She had managed to lose her pursuer. And then she caught the sound of faint breathing from the adjoining aisle. Relief disappeared as quickly as it had come. She had not outrun him. No matter what she did, no matter where she ran, he had continued to pace her one aisle over. "Who are you?" she asked. There was a faint rustle, then an almost silent laugh. Nora looked to the left and right, fighting back panic, desperately trying to determine the best way out. These shelves were covered with stacks of folded skins, parchment dry, smelling fearfully of decay. Nothing looked familiar. 20 feet farther down the aisle, she spied a gap in the shelving, on the side away from the unknown presence. She sprinted ahead and turned into the gap, then doubled back into yet another adjoining aisle. She stopped, crouched, waited. Footfalls sounded several aisles over, coming closer, then receding again. He had lost her. Nora turned and began moving as stealthily as possible through the aisles, trying to put as much distance as possible between herself and the pursuer. But no matter which way she turned or how fast she ran, whenever she stopped she could hear the footfalls, rapid and purposeful, seeming to keep pace. She had to figure out where she was. If she kept running around aimlessly, eventually he would catch her. She looked around. This aisle ended in a wall. She was at the edge of the archives. Now at least she could follow the wall, make her way to the front. Crouching, she moved along as quickly as she could, listening intently for the sound of footsteps, her eyes scanning the dimness ahead. Suddenly something yawned out from the gloom. It was a triceratops skull, mounted on the wall, its outlines shadowy and vague in the poor light. Relief flooded through her. Puck must be around here somewhere. The intruder would dare approach them simultaneously. She opened her mouth to call out softly, but then she paused, looking more closely at the dim outline of the dinosaur. Something was odd. The silhouette was all wrong. She began to move cautiously toward it, and then abruptly she stopped once again. There, impaled on the horns of the triceratops, hung a body, naked from the waist up, arms and legs hanging loose. 3 bloody horns stuck right through the man's back. It looked as if the triceratops had gored the person, hoisting him into the air. Nora took a step back. Her mind took in the details, as if from a long distance away. The balding head with a fringe of gray hair, the flabby skin, the withered arms, where the horns had speared through the lower back, the flesh was one long open wound. Blood had collected around the base of the horns, running in dark rivulets around the torso and dripping onto the marble. Moat met on the triceratops in the back. In the back. She heard a scream, realized that it had come from her own throat. Blindly, she wheeled away and ran, veering once and then again, racing down the aisles as quickly as she could move her legs, and then, abruptly, she found herself in a cul-de-sac. She spun to retrace her steps, and there, blocking the end of the row, stood an antique black-hatted figure. Something gleamed in his gloved hands. There was nowhere to go but up. Without an instant's thought, she turned, grabbed the edge of a shelf, and began climbing. The figure came flying down the aisle, black cloak billowing behind. Nora was an experienced rock climber. Her years as an archaeologist in Utah, climbing to caves and Anasazi cliff dwellings, were not forgotten. In a minute she had reached the top shelf, which swayed and groaned under the unexpected weight. She turned frantically, grabbed the first thing that came to hand, a stuffed falcon, and looked down once again. The black-hatted man was already below, climbing, face obscured in deep shadow. Nora aimed, then threw. The falcon bounced harmlessly off one shoulder. She looked around desperately for something else. A box of papers, another stuffed animal, more boxes. She threw one, then another. But they were too light, useless. Still the man climbed. With a sob of terror, she swung over the top shelf and started descending the other side. Abruptly, a gloved hand darted between the shelving, caught hold of her shirt. Nora screamed, ripping herself free. A dim flash of steel and a tiny blade swept past her, missing her eye by inches. She swung away as the blade made another glittering arc toward her. Pain abruptly blossomed in her right shoulder. She cried out, lost her grip. Landing on her feet, she broke her fall by rolling to one side. On the far side of the shelving, the man had quickly climbed back down to the ground. Now he began climbing directly through the shelf, kicking and knocking specimen jars and boxes aside. Again she ran, running wildly, blindly from aisle to aisle. Suddenly a vast shape rose out of the dimness before her. It was a woolly mammoth. Nora recognized it immediately. She'd been here once before with Puck. But which direction was out? As she looked around, Nora realized she would never make it. The pursuer would be upon her in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, she knew there was only one thing to do. Reaching for the light switches at the end of the aisle, she brushed them off with a single movement, plunging the surrounding corridors once again into darkness. Quickly, she felt beneath the mammoth's scratchy belly. There it was, a wooden lever. She tugged, and the trapdoor fell open. Trying to make as little noise as possible, she climbed into the hot, stuffy belly, pulling the trapdoor up behind her. Then she waited inside the mammoth. The air stank of rot dust, jerked meat, mushrooms. She heard a rapid series of clicks. The lights came back on, a stray beam worked through a small hole in the animal's chest, an eye hole for the circus worker. Nora looked out, trying to control her rapid breathing, to push away the panic that threatened to overwhelm her. The man in the derby hat stood not 5 feet away, back turned. Slowly, he rotated himself through Bachem Salmi degrees, looking, listening intently. He was holding a strange instrument in his hands, 2 polished ivory handles joined by a thin, flexible steel saw with tiny serrations. It looked like some kind of dreadful antique surgical instrument. He flexed it, causing the steel wire to bend and shimmy. His gaze came to rest on the mammoth. He took a step toward it, his face in shadow. It was as if he knew this was where she was hiding. Nora tensed, readying herself to fight to the end. And then, just as suddenly as he'd approached, he was gone. A voice was calling, "Mr. Puck, Mort met here, Mr. Puck?" It was Oscar Gibbs. Nora waited, too terrified to move. The voice came closer, and finally Oscar Gibbs appeared around the corner of the aisle. "Mr. Puck, where are you?" With a trembling hand, Nora reached down, unlatched the trapdoor, and lowered herself out of the belly of the mammoth. Gibbs turned, jumped back, and stood there, staring at her open mouth. "Did you see him?" Nora gasped. "Did you see him?" "Who? What were you doing in there? Hey, you re-bleeding." Nora looked at her shoulder. There was a spreading stain of blood where the scalpel had nicked her. Gibbs came closer. "Look. Didn't know what you're doing here, or what's going on, but let's get you to the nurse office, okay?" Nora shook her head. "No, Oscar, you have to call the police right away, Mr. Puck." Her voice broke for a moment. "Mr. Puck's been murdered, and the murderer is right here, in the museum." Many worm. 1. Beale Smithback had managed, with a little name dropping here and a little intimidation there, to get the best seat in the house. The house was the press room of one police plaza, a cavernous space painted the institutional color, known universally as vomit green. It was now filled to overflowing with scurrying television news crews and frantic journalists. Smithback loved the electric atmosphere of a big press conference, called hastily after some dreadful event, packed with city officials and police brass laboring under the misapprehension that they could spin the unruly Fourth Estate of New York. He remained in his seat, calm, legs folded, tape recorder loaded, and shotgun mic poised, while pandemonium raged around him. To his professional nose, it smelled different today. There was an undertone of fear. More than fear, actually, closer to ill-suppressed hysteria. He'd seen it as he'd ridden the subway downtown that morning, walked the streets around City Hall. These 3 copycat killings, one on top of another, were just too strange. People were talking of nothing else. The whole city was on the verge of panic. Off to one side, he caught sight of Bryce Harriman, expostulating with a policeman who refused to let him move closer to the front. All that fine vocational training at Columbia Journalism School, wasted on the New York Post. He should have taken a nice, quiet professorship at his old alma mater, teaching callow youth how to write a flawless inverted pyramid. True, the bastard had scooped him on the second murder on the copycat angle, but surely that was just luck. Wasn't it? There was a stir in the crowd. The wing doors of the press room belched out a group of blue suits, followed by the mayor of New York City, Edward Montefiore. The man was tall and solid, very much aware that all eyes were upon him. He paused, nodding to acquaintances here and there, his face reflecting the gravity of the moment. The New York City mayoral race was in full swing, being conducted as usual at the level of 2-year-olds. It was imperative that he catch this killer, bring the copycat murders to an end. The last thing the mayor wanted was to give his rival yet more fodder for his nasty television advertisements, which had been decrying the city's recent upsurge in crime. More people were coming onto the stage. The mayoress spokesperson, Mary Hill, a tall, extremely poised African-American woman, the fat police captain Sherwood Custer, in whose precinct this whole mess had started, the police commissioner, Rocker, a tall, weary-looking man, and finally, Dr. Frederick Colopy, director of the museum, followed by Roger Brisbane. Smithback felt a surge of anger when he saw Brisbane, looking urbane in a neatly tailored gray suit. Brisbane was the one who had screwed up everything between him and Nora. Even after Nora's horrible discovery of Puck's murdered corpse, after being chased and nearly caught herself by the surgeon, she had refused to see him, to let him comfort her. It was almost as if she blamed him for what happened to Puck and Pendergast. The noise level in the room was becoming deafening. The mayor mounted the podium and raised his hand. At the gesture, the room quickly fell silent. The mayor read from a prepared statement, his Brooklyn accent filling the room. "Ladies and gentlemen of the press," he began. "From time to time, our great city, because of its size and diversity, has been stalked by serial killers. Thankfully, it has been many years since the last such plague. Now, however, it appears we are faced with a new serial killer, a true psychopath. 3 people have been murdered in the space of a week, and in a particularly violent way. While the city is now enjoying the lowest murder rate of any major metropolitan area in the country, thanks to our vigorous enforcement efforts and zero tolerance for lawbreaking. This is clearly 3 murders too many." Mort called this press conference to share with the public the strong and effective steps we are taking to find this killer, and to answer as best we can questions you might have about this case and its somewhat sensational aspects. As you know, openness has always been a top priority of my administration. But therefore have brought with me Carl Rocker, the police commissioner, Sherwood Custer, precinct captain, Director Frederick Colopy, and Vice President Roger Brisbane of the New York Museum of Natural History, where the latest homicide was discovered. My spokesperson, Mary Hill, will field the questions. But first, Mort will ask Commissioner Rocker to give you a briefing on the case. He stepped back, and Rocker took the microphone. "Thank you, Mr. Mayor." His low, intelligent voice, dry as parchment, filled the room. "Last Thursday, the body of a young woman, Doreen Hollander, was discovered in Central Park. She had been murdered, and a peculiar kind of dissection or surgical operation performed on her lower back. While the official autopsy was in progress and the results were being evaluated, a second killing took place. Another young woman, Mandy Eklund, was found in Tompkins Square Park. Forensic analysis indicated that her manner of death and the violence done to her person matched the killing of Doreen Hollander. And yesterday, the body of a 54-year-old man, Reinhard Puck, was discovered in the archives of the New York Museum. He was the museum's head archivist. The body showed mutilations identical to Miss Eklund S. and Ms. Hollander S. There was a flurry of raised hands, shouts, gestures. The commissioner quelled them by holding up Beotehat hands. As you know, a letter was discovered in these same archives, referring to a 19th century serial killer. This letter described similar mutilations conducted as a scientific experiment by a doctor named Leng in Lower Manhattan 120 years ago. The remains of 36 individuals were discovered at a building site on Catherine Street, presumably the spot where Dr. Leng did his depraved work. There was another flurry of shouts. Now the mayor broke in again. An article about the letter appeared in last week's New York Times. It described in detail the kind of mutilations Leng had performed on his victims more than a century ago, as well as the reason why he had carried them out. The mayor's eyes roved the crowd and paused momentarily on Smithback. The journalist felt a shiver of pride at the implied recognition. His article. That article appears to have had an unfortunate effect. It appears to have stimulated a copycat killer, a modern psychopath. What was this? Smithback's smugness vanished before a quickly rising sense of outrage. Modem told by police psychiatrists this killer believes in some twisted way that by killing these people he will accomplish what Leng tried to accomplish a century ago, that is, extend his lifespan. The sensationalistic approach of the Times article, we believe, inflamed the killer and stimulated him to act. This was outrageous. The mayor was blaming him. Smithback looked around and saw that many eyes in the room were on him. He stifled his first impulse to stand up and protest. He had been doing his job as a reporter. It was just a story. How dare the mayor make him the scapegoat? Mort not blaming anyone in particular, Montefiore droned on, but Mort would ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the press, to please show restraint in your coverage. We already have 3 brutal killings on our hands. We are determined not to allow any more. All leads are being followed up vigorously. Let us not inflame the situation further. Thank you. Mary Hill stepped forward to take questions. There was a roar, an instant outcry as everyone stood up, gesturing madly. Smithback remained seated, flushing deeply. He felt violated. He tried to collect his thoughts, but his shock and outrage made him unable to think. Mary Hill was taking the first question. "You said the murderer performed an operation on his victims," somebody asked. "Can you elaborate?" Basically, the lower portion of the spinal cord had been removed in all 3 victims. The commissioner himself answered. "It's being said that the latest operation was actually performed in the museum," shouted another reporter. "Is that so?" "It is true that a large pool of blood was discovered in the archives, not far from the victim. It appears the blood was, in fact, from the victim, but more forensic tests are underway. Whether the operation was actually performed, there must await further lab work." "Understand that the FBI have been on the scene," a young woman shouted. "Could you tell us the nature of their involvement?" "That is not entirely correct," Rocker answered. "An FBI agent has taken an unofficial interest in the 19th century serial killings, but he has no connection to this case. Is it true that the 3rd body was impaled on the horns of a dinosaur?" The commissioner winced slightly. "Yes, the body was found affixed to a triceratops skull. Clearly, we are dealing with a seriously deranged individual." "About the mutilation of the bodies. Is it true that only a surgeon could have done it?" "It is one lead we are following up." "More just want to clarify one point," another reporter said. "Are you saying that the Smithback piece in the Times caused these murders?" Smithback turned. "It was Bryce Harriman, the shit." Commissioner Rocker frowned. "What Mayor Montefiore said was—" Once again the mayor intervened. "Moat was merely calling for restraint. To be sure, we wish that article had never appeared. 3 people might be alive today, and the methods the reporter used to acquire his information bear some ethical scrutiny, to my mind. But no, Moat not said the article caused the killings." Another reporter. "Isn't it a bit of a diversion, Your Honor, to blame a reporter who was only doing his job?" Smithback craned his neck. "Who said that? He was going to buy that man a drink?" "That is not what Mott said. I merely said." "But you clearly implied that the article triggered the killings." "He was going to buy that man drinks and dinner." As Smithback looked around, he could see many of the returning glances were sympathetic. The mayor, in attacking him, had indirectly attacked the entire press corps. Harriman had shot himself in the foot by bringing up the subject. He felt emboldened. Now they would have to call on him. They would have to. "May Mort have the next question, please?" Mary Hill asked. "Do you have any suspects?" "We've been given a very clear description of the suspect's attire," Commissioner Rocker said. "A tall, slender Caucasian male between 6 foot and 6'2", wearing an old-fashioned black coat and a derby hat, was seen in the archives around the time Mr. Puck's body was found. A similarly dressed man with a rolled umbrella or cane was also seen in the vicinity of the second crime scene. Moat met not at liberty to give any details beyond that." Smithback stood up, waved. Mary Hill ignored him. "Ms. Perez of New York Magazine, your question, please." "Moat have a question for Dr. Colopy of the museum. Sir, do you think the killer known as the surgeon is a museum employee, given that the most recent victim seems to have been killed and dissected in the museum? Moat mean." Colopy cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Moat believe the police are looking into that?" he said in a well-modulated voice. "It seems highly unlikely. All our employees now go through criminal background checks, are psychologically profiled, and are thoroughly drug-tested. And it hasn't been proven that the killing actually took place in the museum," Moat might add. There was another roar as Hill looked for more questions. Smithback shouted and waved his hands along with the rest. Christ, they weren't really going to ignore him? "Mr. Diller of Newsday, your question, please." She was avoiding him, the witch. "Mort liked to address my question to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, how is it that the site on Catherine Street was inadvertently destroyed? Wasn't this a site of major historical importance?" The mayor stepped forward. "No, it was not of historical significance." "No historical significance? The largest serial killing in the nation's history?" "Mr. Diller, this press conference is about the present-day homicides. Please, let us not conflate the two. We had no legal reason to stop construction of a $100 million building. The bones and effects were photographed, studied by the medical examiner, and removed for further analysis. Nothing more could be done. Is it perhaps because Mogan Fairhaven is a major donor to your campaign?" Next question rapped out Hill. Smithback stood up and shouted, "Mr. Mayor, since aspersions have been cast—" "Ms. Epstein of WNBC," cried Mary Hill, her powerful voice drowning him out. A slender newswoman stood up, holding a mic, a camera turned on her. "Excuse me, Smithback quickly took advantage of the temporary lull. Miss Epstein, since Mort have been personally attacked, may Mort respond? The famous anchorwoman didn't pause for a second. Of course, she said graciously, and turned to her cameraman to make sure he got it on tape. Mort'd like to address my question to Mr. Brisbane? Smithback continued, not pausing for a second. Mr. Brisbane, why has the letter that started all this been put off limits, along with all the items from the Shotham collection? The museum isn't trying to hide something, is it? Brisbane rose with an easy smile. Not at all. Those materials have merely been temporarily removed for conservation. It has standard museum procedure. In any case, the letter has already inflamed one copycat murderer into action. To release it now would be irresponsible. The materials are still available to qualified researchers. Is it not true that you tried to prevent employees from working on the case? Not at all. We've cooperated all along. The record speaks for itself. Shit, Smithback thought fast, Mr. Brisbane. Mr. Smithback, care to give someone else a turn? Mary Hill's voice once again sliced through the air. No! Smithback cried to scattered laughter. Mr. Brisbane, isn't it true that Mogan Fairhaven, which gave the museum $2 million last year, not to mention the fact that Fairhaven himself sits on your board, has put pressure on the museum to stop this investigation? Brisbane colored, and Smithback knew his question had hit home. That is an irresponsible allegation. As I said, we've cooperated all along. So you deny threatening your employee, Dr. Nora Kelly, forbidding her to work on the case? Keep in mind, Mr. Brisbane, that we have yet to hear from Nora Kelly herself. The one who found the third victim's body, might add, and who was chased by the surgeon and almost killed in turn. The clear implication was that Nora Kelly might have something to say that would not agree with Brisbane's account. Brisbane's face darkened as he realized he'd been backed into a corner. Moat will not answer these hectoring questions. Beside him, Colopy looked grim. Smithback felt a swell of triumph. Mr. Smithback, said Mary Hill acidly, are you quite done monopolizing this press conference? Clearly, the 19th century homicides have nothing to do with the current serial killings, except as inspiration. And how do you know that? Smithback cried out, his triumph now secure. The mayor now turned to him. Are you suggesting, sir, he said facetiously, that Dr. Leng is still alive and continuing his business? There was a solid round of laughter in the hall. Not at all. Then Mort suggest you sit down, my friend. Smithback sat down, amid more laughter, his feelings of triumph squashed. He had scored a hit, but they knew how to hit back. As the questions droned on, it slowly dawned on him just what he had done. Dragging Nora's name into the press conference, it didn't take him nearly as long to figure out how she would feel about it. 2. Street was a fort. Narrow dogleg of a lane at the southeastern edge of Chinatown. A cluster of tea shops and grocery stores stood at the far end, festooned with bright neon signs in Chinese. Dark clouds scudded across the sky, whipping scraps of paper and leaves off the sidewalk. There was a distant roll of thunder. A storm was coming. O'Shaughnessy paused at the entrance of the deserted lane, and Nora stopped beside him. She shivered, with both fear and cold. She could see him peering up and down the sidewalk, eyes alert for any sign of danger, any possibility that they had been followed. Number 99 is in the middle of the block, he said in a low voice. That brownstone there. Nora followed the indicated direction with her eyes. It was a narrow building like all the others, a 3-story structure of dirty green brick. Sure you don't want me to go in with you? O'Shaughnessy asked. Nora swallowed. I think it'd be better if you stayed here and watched the street. O'Shaughnessy nodded, then slipped into the shadow of a doorway. Taking a deep breath, Nora started forward. The sealed envelope containing Pendergast's banknotes felt like a lead weight within her purse. She shivered again, glancing up and down the dark street, fighting her feeling of agitation. The attack on her and Pucka's brutal murder had changed everything. It had proven these were no mere psychotic copycat killings. It had been carefully planned. The murderer had access to the museum's private spaces. He had used Puck's old royal typewriter to type that note luring her to the archives. He had pursued her with terrifying coolness. She'd felt the man's presence mere inches away from her, there in the archives. She'd even felt the sting of his scalpel. This was no lunatic. This was someone who Kanoe kept exactly what he was doing and why. Whatever the connection between the old killings and the new, this had to be stopped if there was anything she could do to get the killer. She was willing to do it. There were answers beneath the floor of number Chin Machin Doyers Street. She was going to find those answers. Her mind returned to the terrifying chase, in particular to the flash of the surgeon's scalpel as it flicked toward her, faster than a striking snake. It was an image that she found herself unable to shake, then the endless police questioning, and afterward her trip to Pendergast's bedside to tell him she had changed her mind about Doyers Street. Pendergast had been alarmed to hear of the attack, reluctant at first, but Nora refused to be swayed. With or without him, she was going down to Doyers. Ultimately, Pendergast had relented, on the condition that Nora keep O'Shaughnessy by her side at all times, and he had arranged for her to receive the fat packet of cash. She mounted the steps to the front door, steeling herself for the task at hand. She noticed that the apartment names beside the buzzers were written in Chinese. She pressed the buzzer for apartment Mort. A voice rasped out in Chinese. Mort met the one interested in renting the basement apartment. She called out. The lock snapped free with a buzz. She pushed on the door and found herself in a hallway lit by fluorescent lights. A narrow staircase ascended to her right. At the end of the hallway, she could hear a door being endlessly unbolted. It opened at the last, and a stooped, depressed-looking man appeared in shirt sleeves and baggy slacks, peering down the hall at her. Nora walked up. "Mr. Lingley?" He nodded and held the door open for her. Beyond was a living room with a green sofa, a formica table, several easy chairs, and an elaborate red and gold carved bas-relief on the wall, showing a pagoda and trees. A chandelier, grossly oversized for the space, dominated the room. The wallpaper was lilac, the rug red and black. "Sit down," the man said. His voice was faint, tired. She sat down, sinking alarmingly into the sofa. "How you hear about this apartment?" Lee asked. Nora could see from his expression he was not pleased to see her. Nora launched into her story. "A lady who works in the Citibank down the block from here told me about it." "What lady?" Lee asked more sharply. In Chinatown, Pendergast had explained, most landlords preferred to rent to their own. "I know her name. My uncle told me to talk to her, said that she knew where to find an apartment in this area. She told me to call you." "Your uncle?" "Yes, Uncle Huang, he's with the DHCR. This bit of information was greeted with a dismayed silence. Pendergast figured that having a Chinese relative would make it easier for her to get the apartment. That he worked for the Department of Housing and Community Renewal, the city division that enforced the rent laws, made it all the better. "Your name?" "Betsy Winchell." Nora noticed a large, dark presence move from the kitchen into the doorway of the living room. It was apparently Leah's wife, arms folded, 3 times his size, looking very stern. "Over the phone, you said the apartment was available. Mott met prepared to take it right away. Please show it to me." Lee rose from the table and glanced at his wife. Her arms tightened. "Follow me," he said. They went back into the hall, out the front door, and down the steps. Nora glanced around quickly, but O'Shaughnessy was nowhere to be seen. Lee removed a key, opened the basement apartment door, and snapped on the lights. She followed him in. He closed the door and made a show of relocking no fewer than 4 locks. It was a dismal apartment, long and dark. The only window was a small barred square beside the front door. The walls were of painted brick, once white but now gray, and the floor was covered with old brick pavers, cracked and chipped. Nora looked at them with professional interest. They were laid but not cemented. What was beneath dirt? Sand concrete? The floor looked duete uneven and damp enough to have been laid on dirt. "Kitchen and bedroom and back," said Lee, not bothering to point. Nora walked to the rear of the apartment. Here was a cramped kitchen, leading into 2 dark bedrooms and a bath. There were no closets. A window in the rear wall, below grade, allowed feeble brown light from an air shaft to enter between thick steel bars. Nora emerged. Lee was examining the lock on the front door. "Have to fix lock," he said in a portentous tone. "Many robber try to get in." "You have a lot of break-ins?" Lee nodded enthusiastically. "Oh yes, many robber. Very dangerous." "Really?" "Many robber, many mugger." He shook his head sadly. The apartment looked safe, at least. Nora listened. The ceiling seemed fairly soundproof. At least, she could hear nothing from above. Neighborhood not safe for girl. Every day, murder, mugging, robber, rape. Nora knew that despite its shabby appearance, Chinatown was one of the safest neighborhoods in the city. Mot Met not worried, she said. Many rule for apartment, said Lee, trying another tack. Is that right? No music, no noise, no man at night. Lee seemed to be searching his mind for other strictures a young woman would find objectionable. No smoke, no drink, keep clean every day. Nora listened, nodding her agreement. Good. That sounds perfect. Moat like a neat, quiet place, and Moat have no boyfriend. With a renewed flash of anger, she thought of Smithback and how he had dragged her into this mess by publishing that article. To a certain extent, Smithback had been responsible for these copycat killings. Just yesterday, he'd had the nerve to bring up her name at the mayoress news conference for the whole city to hear. She felt certain that, after what happened in the archives, her long-term prospects at the museum were even more questionable than before. Utility not include. Of course. No air condition. Nora nodded. Lee seemed at a loss, then his face brightened with a fresh idea. After suicide, no allow gun in apartment. Suicide? Young woman hang herself, same age as you. A hanging? Moat thought you mentioned a gun. The man looked confused for a moment. Then his face brightened again. She hang, but at no work, then shoot herself. I see. She favored the comprehensive approach. Like you, she no have boyfriend. Very sad. How terrible. It happened right in there, said Lee, pointing into the kitchen. Not find body for 3 days. Bad smell. He rolled his eyes and added in a dramatic undertone, many worm. How dreadful, Nora said, and she smiled. But the apartment is just perfect. Mot luglung take it. Lee's look of depression deepened, but he said nothing. She followed him back up to his apartment. Nora sat back down at the sofa, uninvited. The wife was still there, a formidable presence in the kitchen doorway. Her face was screwed into an expression of suspicion and displeasure. Her crossed arms looked like balsa-colored hams. The man sat down unhappily. So, said Nora, let's get this over with. Mot ve kepanate to rent the apartment Mot needed immediately today. Right now. Have to check reference, Lee replied feebly. There's no time and Mot Met prepared to pay cash. Mot need the apartment tonight or I want to have a place to sleep. As she spoke, she removed Pendergasta's envelope. She reached in and took out a brick of $100 bills. The appearance of the money brought a loud expostulation from the wife. Lee did not respond. His eyes were on the cash. Mot have here first month's rent, last month's rent, and a month's deposit. Nora thumped the roll on the tabletop, $6,600. Cash, bring out the lease. The apartment was dismal, and the rent bordered on outrageous, which was probably why it wasn't gone already. She hoped that hard cash was something Lee could not afford to ignore. There was another sharp comment from the wife. Lee ignored her. He went into the back and returned a few minutes later, laying 2 leases in front of her. They were in Chinese. There was a silence. Need reference, said the wife stolidly, switching to English for Nora's benefit. Need credit check. Nora ignored her. Where'd him sign? There, the man pointed. Nora signed Betsy Winchell with a flourish on both leases, and then handwrote on each lease a crude receipt. Sao Sao. Kong Dola received by Mr. Ling Li. My Uncle Huang will translate it for me. Mote hope for your sake there's nothing illegal in it. Now you sign. Initial the receipt. There was a sharp noise from the wife. Lee signed his name in Chinese, emboldened, it seemed, by the opposition of his wife. Now give me the keys and we redone. Have to make copy of keys. You give me those keys. It's my apartment now. Mut luglung make the copies for you at my own expense. Mut need to start moving in right away. Lee reluctantly handed her the keys. Nora took them, folded one of the leases into her pocket, and stood up. Thank you very much, she said cheerfully, holding out her hand. Lee shook it limply. As the door closed, Nora heard another sharp eruption of displeasure from the wife. This one sounded as if it might go on for a long time. 3. Nora immediately returned to the apartment below. O'Shaughnessy appeared by her side as she unlocked the door. Together they slipped into the living room, and Nora secured the door with deadbolts and chains. Then she moved to the barred window. 2 nails stuck out from either side of the lintel, on which someone had once hung a makeshift curtain. She removed her coat and hung it across the nails, blocking the view from outside. Cozy place, O'Shaughnessy said, sniffing. Smells like a crime scene. Nora didn't answer. She was staring at the floor, already working out the dig in her mind. While O'Shaughnessy cased the apartment, Nora made a circuit of the living room, examining the floor, gritting it off, plotting her lines of attack. Then she knelt and, taking a penknife from her pocket, a knife her brother Skip had given her for her 16th birthday and which she never traveled without, eased it between the edges of 2 bricks. Slowly, deliberately, she cut her way through the crust of grime and old floor wax. She rocked the knife back and forth between the bricks, gently loosening the stonework. Then, bit by bit, she began to work the closest brick from its socket. In a moment it was free. She pulled it out. Earth. The damp smell rose toward her nostrils. She poked her finger into it. Cool, moist, a little slimy. She probed with the penknife, found it compact but yielding, with little gravel or rocks. Perfect. She straightened up, looked around. O'Shaughnessy was standing behind her, looking down curiously. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Checking the subflooring." "And it's old fill, not cement. Is that good?" "It's outstanding. If you say so." She tapped the brick back into place, then stood. She checked her watch. 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. The museum would close in 2 hours. She turned to O'Shaughnessy. "Look, Patrick, Moat need you to get up to my office at the museum, plunder my field locker for some tools and equipment Moat Luglunk need." O'Shaughnessy shook his head. "Nothing doing," Pendergast said. "Moat was to stay with you." "Moat remember, but Moat met here now, safe. There must be 5 locks on that door. I want to be going anywhere. Moat Luglung be a lot safer here than walking the streets. Besides, the killer knows where I work. Would you rather Moat went uptown and you waited here? Why go anywhere? What's the hurry? Can we wait until Pendergast is out of the hospital?" She stared at him. "The clock's ticking, Patrick. There's a killer out there." O'Shaughnessy looked at her, hesitated. "We can afford to just sit around. Moat hope you were not going to give me a hard time. Moat need those tools, and Moat need them now." Still, hesitation. Nora felt her anger rise. "Just do it, okay?" O'Shaughnessy sighed. "Double-lock the door behind me and don't open it for anybody. Not the landlord, not the fire department, not Santa Claus, only me, promise?" Nora nodded. "What promise?" "Good, Moat Luglunk be back asap." She drew up a quick list of items, gave O'Shaughnessy directions, and locked the door carefully behind him, shutting out the sound of the growing storm. Slowly, she stepped away from the door, her eyes swiveling around the room, coming to rest at last on the brickwork beneath her feet. 100 years before, Lang, for all his genius, could not have anticipated the reach of modern archaeology. She would excavate this site with the greatest care, sifting through his old laboratory layer by layer, bringing all her skills to bear in order to capture even the smallest piece of evidence. And there would be evidence, she knew that. There was no such thing as a barren archaeological site. People, wherever they went, whatever they did, always left a record. Taking out her penknife, she knelt and once again began easing the blade between the old bricks. There was a sudden peal of thunder, louder than any that had come before. She paused, heart beating wildly with terror. She forced her feelings back under control, shaking her head ruefully. No killer was going to stop her from finding out what was beneath this floor. She wondered briefly what Brisbane would say to this work. "The helve kepate hatim," she thought. She turned the penknife over in her hands, closed it with a sigh. All her professional life, she had unearthed and catalogued human bones without emotion, with no connection to the ancient skeletons beyond a shared humanity. But Mary Green had proven utterly different. There, outside the girl's house, Pendergast had thrown Mary Green's short life and awful death into sharp relief. For the first time, Nora realized she had excavated, handled the bones of someone that she could understand, grieve for. More and more, Pendergast's tale of Mary Green was sinking in, despite her attempts to keep a professional distance, and now she had almost become another Mary Green. That made it personal, very personal. Her thoughts were interrupted by the rattle of wind at the door and another, fainter, rumble of thunder. Nora rose to her knees, opened the penknife again, and began scraping vigorously at the brickwork beneath her feet. It was going to be a long night. 4. The wind shook the barred door, and occasional flickers of lightning and grumblings of thunder penetrated the room. Now that O'Shaughnessy had returned, the two worked together, the policeman moving the dirt, Nora focusing on uncovering the details. They labored by the light of a single yellow bulb. The room smelled strongly of decaying earth. The air was close, humid, and stifling. She had opened a 4-square-meter dig in the living room floor. It had been carefully gridded off, and she had stepped down the excavation, each meter grid to a different level, allowing her to climb in and out of the deepening hole. The floor bricks were neatly piled against the far wall. The door leading to the kitchen was open, and through it a large pile of brown dirt was visible, piled in the center of the room atop a sheet of heavy plastic. Beside it was a smaller sheet of plastic, containing bagged items recovered from the dig site. At last Nora paused, putting her trowel aside to take stock. She removed her safety helmet, drew the back of her hand across her brow, replaced the helmet on her head. It was well past midnight, and she felt exhausted. The excavation at its deepest point had gone down more than 4 feet below grade, a lot of work. It was difficult, also, to work this rapidly while maintaining a professional excavation. She turned to O'Shaughnessy. "Take 5 more like to examine this soil profile." "About time." He straightened up, resting on his shovel. His brow was streaming with sweat. Nora shone her flashlight along the carefully exposed wall of dirt, reading it as one might read a book. Occasionally she would shave off a little with a trowel to get a clearer view. There was a layer of clean fill on the top going down 6 inches, laid, no doubt, as a base for the more recent brick floor. Below was about 3 feet of coarser fill, laced with bits of Peo-Ete Motin-Mur crockery and china. But she could see nothing from Lingas' laboratory, at least, nothing obvious. Still, she had flagged and bagged everything by the book. Beneath the coarse fell, they had struck a layer containing bits of trash, rotting weeds, pieces of mold-blown bottles, soup bones, and the skeleton of a dog, ground debris from the days when the site had been a vacant lot. Under that was a layer of bricks. O'Shaughnessy stretched, rubbed his back. "Why do we have to dig so far down?" "In most old cities, the ground level rises at a fixed rate over time. In New York, about 3/4 of a meter every 100 years. She pointed toward the bottom of the hole. "Back then, that was ground level." "So these old bricks below are the original basement flooring?" "Would think so, the floor of the laboratory, Ling's laboratory." And yet it had yielded few clues. There was a remarkable lack of debris, as if the floor had been swept clean. She had found some broken glassware wedged into the cracks of the brick, an old fire grate with some coal, a button, a rotten trolley ticket, a few other odds and ends. It seemed that Leng had wanted to leave nothing behind. Outside, a fresh flash of lightning penetrated the coat Nora had hung over the window. A second later, thunder rumbled. The single bulb flickered, browned, then brightened once again. She continued, staring thoughtfully at the floor. At last she spoke. "First, we need to widen the excavation, and then might think we look have to go deeper." "Deeper," said O'Shaughnessy, a note of incredulity in his voice. Nora nodded. Leng left nothing on the floor, but that doesn't mean he left nothing beneath it. There was a short, chilly silence. Outside, Doyer Street lay prostrate under a heavy rain. Water ran down the gutters and disappeared into the storm drains, carrying with it trash, dog turds, drowned rats, rotting vegetables, the guts of fish from the market down the street. The occasional flash of lightning illuminated the darkened facades, shooting darts of light into the curling fogs that licked and eddied about the pavement. A stooped figure in a derby hat, almost obscured beneath a black umbrella, made its way down the narrow street. The figure moved slowly, painfully, leaning on a cane as it approached. It paused, ever so briefly, before number Chinmachin Doyers Street. Then it drifted on into the miasma of fog, a shadow merging with shadows until one could hardly say that it had been there at all. 5. Custer leaned back. In his oversized Mediterranean office, chair with a sigh. It was 11:45 on Saturday morning, and by rights he should have been out with the bowling club, drinking beer with his buddies. He was a precinct commander, for sakes, not a homicide detective. Why did they want him in on a frigging Saturday? Goddamn pointless public relations bullshit. He'd done nothing but sit on his ass all morning, listening to the asbestos rattle in the heating ducts, a waste of a perfectly good weekend. At least Pendergast was out of action for the time being. But what exactly had he been up to? When he'd asked O'Shaughnessy about it, The man was damned evasive. You'd think a cop with a record like his would do himself a favor, learn what to kiss and when. Well, Custer had had enough. Come Monday, he was going to tighten the leash on that puppy, but good. The buzzer on his desk rang, and Custer poked at it angrily. What the hell is it now? Moat was not to be disturbed. Commissioner Rocker is on line 1, Captain, came Noy's voice, carefully neutral. Oh my God, holy shit, son of a bitch, thought Custer. His shaking hand hovered over the blinking light on his telephone. What the hell did the commissioner want with him? Hadn't he done everything that asked him to do, the mayor, the chief, everybody? Whatever it wasn't his fault. A fat, trembling finger depressed the button. Custer? The commissioner's desiccated voice filled his ear. What is it, sir? Custer squeaked, making a belated effort to lower the pitch of his voice. Your man, O'Shaughnessy. Yes, sir. What about O'Shaughnessy? Moat met a little curious here. Why exactly did he request a copy of the forensic report from the ME's office on the remains found down on Catherine Street? Did you authorize this? The voice was slow, weary. What the hell was O'Shaughnessy up to? Custer's mind raced. He could tell the truth, say that O'Shaughnessy must have been disobeying his orders, but that would make him look like a fool, a man who couldn't control his own. On the other hand, he could lie. He chose the latter, more habitual course. Commissioner, he managed to bring his voice down to a relatively masculine pitch. Mert authorized it. You see, we didn't have a copy down here. For our files, it is just a formality, you know, dotting every T and crossing every I. We do things by the book, sir. There was a silence. Custer, since you are so nimble with aphorisms, you surely know the expression, let sleeping dogs lie? Yes, sir. Mort thought the mayor made it clear. We were going to let that particular sleeping dog lie. Rocker didn't sound like he had the greatest faith in the mayor's judgment. Yes, sir. O'Shaughnessy isn't freelancing, is he, Custer? He's not by any chance helping that FBI agent while he's laid up, is he? He's a solid officer, loyal and obedient. Mort asked him to get the report. In that case, Mort met surprised at you, Custer. Surely you know that once the report is down at the precinct, every cop there will have access to it, which is one step from laying it on the doorstep of the New York Times. Womet, sorry, sir. What day Dana think of that? Want that report, every copy of that report, sent back up to me, personally, by courier, you understand? No copy is to remain at precinct. Yes, sir. Christ, how was he going to do that? He would have to get it from O'Shaughnessy, the son of a bitch. Mort, get the funny feeling, Custer, that you don't quite appreciate the full situation here. This Catherine Street business has nothing to do with any criminal investigation. It is a historical matter. That forensic report belongs to Mogan Fairhaven, it private property. They paid for it, and the remains were found on their land. Those remains have been given a respectful but anonymous burial in a private cemetery, with the appropriate religious ceremonies, all arranged by Mogan Fairhaven. The matter is closed. Follow me so far? Yes, sir. Now, Mogan Fairhaven is a good friend of the mayor, as the mayor has taken pains to point out to me, and Mr. Fairhaven himself is working very hard to see that he is re-elected. But if this situation gets any more botched up, Fairhaven might not be so enthusiastic in his support. He might decide to sit this one out. He might even decide to throw his weight behind the other fellow who is running. Mort understands, sir. Good. Now we've got a psychopath out there, this so-called surgeon, carving people up. If you focus your talents on that, Custer, Mort appreciate it. Good day. There was a click as the line went abruptly dead. Custer sat up in his chair, gripping the phone, his porcine frame trembling. He swallowed, brought his shaking voice under control, and pressed the buzzer on his desk. Get O'Shaughnessy on the line. Try whatever you need, radio, emergency frequency, cell, home number, whatever. He's off duty, Captain, Noyes said. Don to give a radish what he is. Get him. Yes, sir. And the speaker crackled back into silence. 6. Nora took her trowel, knelt, and began prying up one of the old bricks that made up the ancient floor. It was rotten and waterlogged, and it crumbled under the trowel. She quickly plucked out the pieces, then began prying up its neighbors, one after the other. O'Shaughnessy stood above her, watching. They had worked through the night and past noon of the following day, widening the excavation to 8 square meters. She felt weary beyond description, but this was still one task she wanted to do herself. Once he gotten wind of their progress, Pendergast had forced himself out of his hospital bed, despite the fearful protests of the doctors and nurses, and made the journey down to Doyer Street himself. Now he lay near the dig site on an orthopedic mattress, newly delivered from Duxiana. He remained there, arms across his chest, eyes closed, moving infrequently. With his black suit and pallid face, he looked alarmingly like a corpse. At Pendergast's request, Proctor, his chauffeur, had delivered a variety of items from the Dakota apartment. A small table, a Tiffany lamp, and an array of medicines, unguents, and French chocolates, along with a stack of obscure books and maps. The soil beneath the floor of Leng's old laboratory was waterlogged and foul-smelling. Nora cleared a 1-meter square of the floor bricks, then began digging a diagonal test trench with her trowel. Anything under the floor would not be deep. There wasn't much farther to go. She was almost in the water table. She struck something. A deft bit of brushwork revealed a rusted, rotten 19th century umbrella, only its whalebone skeleton intact. She carefully cleared around it, photographed it in situ, then removed it and laid its rotting pieces on a sheet of acid-free specimen paper. "You found something?" Pendergast asked. Eyes still closed, a long white hand removed a chocolate from a box and placed it in his mouth. The remains of an umbrella. She worked more quickly. The dirt was looser, muddier. 14 inches down in the left-hand corner of the grid, her trowel struck heavily against something. She began clearing away the sodden dirt around it. Then her brush hand jerked aside reflexively. It was a circlet of hair about a smooth dome of brown bone. A distant rumble of thunder pierced the silence. The storm was still upon them. She heard a faint intake of breath from O'Shaughnessy. "Yes?" Pendergast's voice came instantly. "We've got a skull here." "Keep digging, if you please." Pendergast didn't sound surprised. Working carefully with the brush, heart pounding uncomfortably in her chest, Nora cleared away more dirt. The frontal bone came slowly into view, then 2 eye sockets, slimy, sticky matter, still clinging inside. A foul smell rose, and she gagged involuntarily. This was no clean Anasazi skeleton that had been buried 1,000 years in dry sand. Plucking her t-shirt up over her nose and mouth, she continued. A bit of nasal bone became exposed, the opening cradling a twisted piece of cartilage. Then, as the maxilla was exposed, came a flash of metal. "Please describe again." Pendergast's weak voice broke the silence of the room. "Give me another minute." Nora brushed, working down the craniofacial bones. When the face was exposed, she sat back on her heels. "All right, we have a skull of an older adult male, with some hair and soft matter remaining, probably due to the anaerobic environment of the site. Just below the maxilla there are 2 silver teeth, partly fallen from the upper jaw, attached to some old bridgework. Below that, just inside the jaws, see a pair of gold spectacles, one lens of which has black opaque glass." "Ah, you have found Tinberry McFadden." There was a pause, and Pendergast added, "We must keep going. Still to be found are James Henry Percival and Dumont Burley, members of the Lyceum and colleagues of our Dr. Leng, 2 people unlucky enough to have also received J.C. Shottam as confidences. The little circle is complete." "That reminds me," Nora said. "Moat remembered something while Moat was digging last night. The first time Moat asked Puck to show me the Shottam material, he said in passing that Shottam was quite popular these days. Moat day note to pay much attention to it then. But after what happened, Moat began to wonder who had." She stopped. Who had made that particular journey ahead of us? Pendergast finished the thought for her. Suddenly there was the rattle of the doorknob. All eyes turned. The knob rattled, turned again. There was a series of concussive raps on the door, which reverberated through the small apartment. A pause followed, then a second volley of frantic pounding. O'Shaughnessy looked up, hand dropping to his automatic. "Who's that?" A shrill female voice sounded outside the door. "What go on here? What that smell? What you do in there? Open up!" "It's Mrs. Lee," Nora said as she rose to her feet. "The landlady." Pendergast lay still. His pale cat's eyes flitted open for a moment, then closed again. He looked as if he was settling in for a nap. "Open up. What go on in there?" Nora climbed out of the trench, moved to the door. "What's the problem?" she said, keeping her voice steady. O'Shaughnessy joined her. "Problem with smell. Open up." "There's no smell in here," said Nora. "It must be coming from somewhere else." "It come from here, up through floor. Moat smell all night. It much worse now when Mort come out of apartment." Open up! Mort met just cooking, that's all. Mort have been taking a cooking class. But Mort guess, Mort not very good yet, and that no cooking smell. Smell like shit. This nice apartment building. Mort call police. Another furious volley of pounding. Nora looked at Pendergast, who lay still, wraith-like eyes closed. She turned to O'Shaughnessy. She wants the police, he said with a shrug. But you not in uniform. Mo've got my shield. What are you going to say? The pounding continued. The truth, of course. O'Shaughnessy slid toward the door, undid the locks, and let the door fall open. The squat, heavy-set landlady stood in the door. Her eyes darted past O'Shaughnessy, saw the gigantic hole in the living room floor, the piles of dirt and bricks beyond, the exposed upper half of a skeleton. A look of profound horror blossomed across her face. O'Shaughnessy opened his wallet to display his shield, but the woman seemed not to notice. She was transfixed by the hole in the floor, the skeleton grinning up at Moat of her from the bottom. Mrs. Lee, was it? Moat met Sergeant O'Shaughnessy of the New York Police Department. Still the lady stared, slack-jawed. There's been a murder in this apartment, O'Shaughnessy said matter-of-factly. The body was buried under the floor. We re-investigating what Kano Wove Cape. It's a shock. Moat, sorry, Mrs. Lee. Finally, the woman seemed to take notice of him. She turned slowly, looking first at his face, then at his badge, then at his gun. What? A murder, Mrs. Lee, in your apartment. She looked back at the huge hole. Within it, the skeleton lay peacefully, wrapped in its mantle of earth. Above, in the bed, Pendergast lay still, arms crossed over his chest, in a similar attitude of repose. Now, Mrs. Lee, Moat met going to ask you to go back quietly to your apartment. Tell no one about this. Call no one. Lock and bolt your door. Do not let anyone in unless they show you one of these. O'Shaughnessy shoved the badge closer to her face. Do you understand, Mrs. Lee? She nodded dumbly, eyes wide. Now go on upstairs. We need 24 hours of absolute quiet. Then, of course, there will be a large group of police arriving. Medical examiners, forensic experts. It will be a mess. Then you can talk, but for now. He lifted a finger to his lips and pantomimed an exaggerated shh. Mrs. Lee turned and shuffled up the stairs. Her movements were slow, like a sleepwalker's. Nora heard the upstairs door open, then close, and then all was quiet once again. In the silence, Pendergast opened one eye. It swiveled around to O'Shaughnessy, then to Nora. Well done, you two, he said in a weak voice, and the faintest of smiles played about his lips. 7. That's the squad car carrying Captain Sherwood. Custer turned the corner onto Doyers Street. The captain stared through the windshield, tensing at the noisy group of reporters. It was a smallish group, but he could see they were the worst of the lot. Noise angled the car into the curb, and Custer opened his door, heaving his frame out onto the street. As he approached the brownstone, the reporters began calling to him, and there was the worst of all, that man, Smithbutt, or whatever, arguing with the uniformed officer standing on the front steps. It isn't fair, he was crying in an outraged tone, oversized cowlick jiggling atop his head. You let him in, so you got to let me in. The officer ignored this, stepping aside to let Custer pass the yellow crime scene tape. Captain Custer, the reporter cried, turning to him, Commissioner Rocker has refused to speak with the press. Will you comment on the case, please? Custer did not respond. The commissioner, he thought, the commissioner himself was here. He was going to be chewed out, but good. Let this particular sleeping dog lie, the man had said. Custer had not only wakened the dog, but it had bitten him in the ass. Thanks to O'Shaughnessy. They signed him in at the door, and Custer stepped through, Noise following at his heels. They made their way quickly down to the basement apartment. Outside, the reporter could still be heard, voice raised in protest. The first thing Custer noticed when he stepped into the apartment was a big hole, lots of dirt. There were the usual photographers, lights, forensics, an ME, the CAC people, and there was the commissioner. The commissioner glanced up and spotted him. A spasm of displeasure went across his face. Custer, he called, nodding him over. Yes, sir, Custer swallowed, gritted his teeth. This was it. Congratulations. Custer froze. Rocker's sarcasm was a bad sign, and right in front of everybody, too. He stiffened. Moat met, sorry, sir. This was completely unauthorized from beginning to end, and Moat met personally going to... He felt the commissioner's arm snake around his shoulder, pull him closer. Custer could smell stale coffee on his breath. Custer? Yes, sir? Please, just listen, the commissioner muttered. Don't speak. Moat Met not here to attend to excuses. Moat Met here to put you in charge of this investigation. This was a really bad sign. He'd been victimized by the commissioner's sarcasm before, but not like this. Never like this. Custer blinked. Moat Met truly sorry, You not listening to me, Captain? Arms still around his shoulder, the commissioner steered Custer away from the press of officials back into the rear of the narrow apartment. Moat understand your man. O'Shaughnessy had something to do with uncovering this site. Yes, and Mortem going to severely reprimand. Captain, will you let me finish? Yes, sir. The mayor has called me twice this morning. He's delighted. Delighted Custer wasn't sure if this was more sarcasm or something even worse. Delighted. The more attention that gets deflected from the new copycat murders, the happier he is. New murders are very bad for approval ratings. Thanks to this discovery, you re the cop of the hour. For the mayor, at least. Silence. It was clear to Custer that Rocker didn't fully share the mayor as good opinion. So are we crystal clear, Captain? This is now officially your case. What case? Custer was momentarily confused. Were they opening an official investigation into these old killings too? The surgeon case. Rocker waved his hand dismissively at the huge hole with their skeletons. This is nothing. This is archaeology. This is not a case. Right, thank you, sir, Custer said. Donda, thank me. Thank the mayor. It was his suggestion that you handle it. Rocker let his arm slip from Custer's shoulder. Then he stood back and looked at the captain. A long, appraising glance. Feel you can do this, Captain? Custer nodded. The numbness was beginning to fade. The first order of business is damage control. These old murders will give you a day, maybe two, before the public's attention returns to the surgeon. The mayor may like seeing these old murders getting the attention, but frankly, Mort Donnet Luglung give the copycat killer ideas egg him on. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Mort brought in Bryce Harriman. You know him? No. He the one who first put a finger on the copycat angle. We need to keep him where we can see him. We'll give him an exclusive, but we Luglung control the information he gets. Understand? Yes, sir. Good. He's a nice sort, eager to please. He is waiting out front. Remember to keep the conversation on the old bones and on this site. Not on the surgeon or the new killings. The public may be confounding the two, but we sure as hell not. Custer turned back toward the living room. But Rocker put out a hand to stop him. And, Captain? Once you're done with Harriman, Moat suggest you get to work on this new case of yours. Get right to work, catch that killer. You don't want another fresher stiff turning up on your watch, do you? Like I said, you got a little breathing space here, make use of it. Yes, sir. Rocker continued to peer at him from beneath lowered brows. Then he grunted, nodded, and gestured Custer on ahead of him. The living room was, if possible, even more crowded than it had been moments before. At the commissioner's signal, a tall, slender man stepped out of the shadows. Horn-rimmed glasses, slicked-back hair, tweed jacket, blue Oxford shirt, tasseled loafers. Mr. Harriman, Rocker said, this is Captain Custer. Harriman gave Custer's hand a manly shake. Nice to meet you in person, sir. Custer returned the handshake. Despite his instinctive distrust of the press, he found himself approving of the man's deferential attitude. Sir. When was the last time a reporter had called him, sir? The commissioner glanced gravely from one man to the other. Now, if you Luglung, excuse me, Captain? Mort have to get back to one police plaza. Custer nodded. Of course, sir. He watched the man's broad back as it disappeared through the door. Noyes was suddenly there in front of Custer, hand extended. Allow me to be the first to congratulate you, sir. Custer shook the limp hand. Then he turned back to Harriman, who was smiling beneath the horn rims, impeccably knotted rep tie snugged against a button-down collar. A dweeb, without doubt. But a very useful dweeb. It occurred to Custer that giving Harriman an exclusive would take that other pesky reporter, the one whose voice was still clamoring out in the street, down a few notches. Slow him down, get him off their asses for a while. It was bracing how quickly he was adjusting to his new responsibility. Captain Custer, the man said, notebook poised. Yeah? May Moat ask you a few questions? Custer gestured magnanimously. Shoot. 8. O'Shaughnessy stepped into the captain's outer office, automatically looking around for Noyes. He had a pretty good idea why Custer wanted to see him. He wondered if the subject of the prostitute asked $200 would come up, as it sometimes did when he got a little too independent for some ass-kisser's taste. Normally, he wouldn't have cared. He'd had years to practice, letting it all roll off his back. Ironic, he thought, that the shit was about to come down now. Now, just when he'd gotten on an investigation he found himself caring about. Noise came around the corner, chewing gum, his arms full of papers, his perpetually wet lower lip hanging loose from a row of brown teeth. "Oh," he said, "it's you." He dropped the pile on his desk, took his sweet time sitting down, then leaned toward a speaker. "He's here," he called into it. O'Shaughnessy sat down, watching Noise. The man always chewed that nasty, old-fashioned, violet-scented gum favored by dowagers and alcoholics. The outer office reeked of it. 10 minutes later, the captain appeared in the door, hiking up his pants and tucking in his shirt. He jerked his chin at O'Shaughnessy to indicate he was ready for him. O'Shaughnessy followed him back into the office. The captain sank heavily into his chair. He rolled his eyes toward O'Shaughnessy with a stare that was meant to be tough, but only looked baleful. "Jesus Christ, O'Shaughnessy." He wagged his head from side to side, jowls flapping like a beagle. "Jesus H. Christ." There was a silence. "Gimme the report." O'Shaughnessy took a long breath. "No." "What do you mean, no?" "Mut don't have it anymore. Mut gave it to Special Agent Pendergast." The captain stared at O'Shaughnessy for at least a minute. "You gave it to that prick?" "Yes, sir." "May Mort ask why?" O'Shaughnessy did not answer immediately. Fact was, he didn't want to get put off this case. He liked working with Pendergast. He liked it a lot. For the first time in years, he found himself lying awake at night, thinking about the case, trying to fit the pieces together, dreaming up new lines of investigation. Still, he was going to kiss ass. Let the showdown come. He requested it, for his investigation. "You asked me to assist him, and that's what I did." The jowls began to quiver. "O'Shaughnessy, I thought Mort made it clear that you were to seem to be helpful, not to be helpful." O'Shaughnessy tried to look puzzled. "Don't think. Mort quite understand you, sir." The captain rose from his chair with a roar. "You can't kept damn well what Mort met talking about." O'Shaughnessy stood his ground, feigning surprise now as well as puzzlement. "No, sir." Mort. The jowls began to shake with rage. "O'Shaughnessy, you impudent little..." Custer broke off, swallowed, tried to get himself under control. Sweat had broken out above his thick, rubbery upper lip. He took a deep breath. "Moat met putting you down for administrative leave." "God damn it. On what grounds?" "Donna, give me that. You know why. Disobeying my direct orders, freelancing for that FBI agent, undermining the department, not to mention getting involved in that excavation down on Doyers Street." O'Shaughnessy knew well that the discovery had been a boon to Custer. It had temporarily taken the heat off the mayor, and the mayor had thanked Custer by putting him in charge of the investigation. "Moat followed procedure, sir, in my liaison work with Special Agent Pendergast." "The hell you did. You've kept me in the dark every step of the way, despite these endless goddamn reports you keep filing, which you know damn well Moat don't have time to read. You went way around me to get that report. Christ, O'Shaughnessy, Moat given you every opportunity here, and all you do is piss on me. Moat look lunk file a grievance with the union, sir, and Moat would like to state for the record that as a Catholic, Moat am deeply offended by your profanity involving the name of our Savior." There was an astonished silence, and O'Shaughnessy saw that Custer was about to lose it completely. The captain spluttered, swallowed, clenched, and unclenched his fists. "As for the police union," said Custer in a strained, high voice, "bring 'em on. As for the other, don't think you can out-Jesus me. You sanctimonious prick. Moat met a church-going man myself. Now lay your shield and peace down here." He thumped his desk. "And get your Irish ass out. Go home and boil some potatoes and cabbage. You on administrative leave pending the result of an internal affairs investigation. Another internal affairs investigation. Moat might add, and at the union hearing, Moat met going to ask for your dismissal from the force. With your record, that wanna be too hard to justify." O'Shaughnessy knew this was an empty threat. He removed his gun and badge and dropped them one at a time on the table. "Is that all, sir?" he asked as coolly as possible. With satisfaction, he saw Custer's face blacken with rage yet again. "Is that all? Isn't that enough?" You better start pulling your resume together, O'Shaughnessy. Moat know a McDonald's up in the South Bronx that needs a rent-a-cop for the graveyard shift. As O'Shaughnessy left, he noticed that Noya's eyes, brimming with wet sycophantic satisfaction, followed him out the door. He paused on the steps of the station house, momentarily blinded by the sunlight. He thought of the many times he'd had trudged up and down these stairs, on yet another aimless patrol or pointless piece of bureaucratic busywork. It seemed a little odd that, despite his carefully groomed attitude of nonchalance, he felt more than a twinge of regret. Pendergast and the case would have to make do without him. Then he sighed, shrugged, and descended the steps. His career was over, and that was that. To his surprise, a familiar car, a Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith, was idling silently at the curb. The door was opened by the invisible figure in the rear. O'Shaughnessy approached, leaned his head inside. "Mo've been put on administrative leave," he said to the occupant of the rear seat. Pendergast, leaning back against the leather, nodded. "Over the report?" "Yup, and that mistake Moat made 5 years ago didn't help any." "How unfortunate. Moat apologize for my role in your misfortune. But get in, if you please, we don't have much time." "Did you hear what Mott said?" "Mort did. You reworking for me now." O'Shaughnessy paused. "It's all arranged. The paperwork is going through as we speak. From time to time would have need of consulting specialists." Pendergast patted a sheaf of papers lying on the seat beside him. "It's all spelled out in here. You can sign them in the car. We'll stop by the FBI office downtown and get you a photo ID. It's not a shield, unfortunately, but it should serve almost as well." "Mot sorry, Mr. Pendergast, but you should know they reopening and Mot Canove kept all about it. Get in, please." O'Shaughnessy climbed in and closed the door behind him, feeling slightly dazed. Pendergast gestured toward the papers. "Read them. You want to find any nasty surprises. $50 an hour, guaranteed minimum 30 hours a week, benefits, and the rest." "Why are you doing this?" Pendergast gazed at him mildly. "Because Moat's seen you rise to the challenge. Moat need a man with the courage of his convictions. Moat's seen how you work. You know the streets. You can talk to the people in a way Moat can't. You re one of them. Moat not. Besides, Moat can push this case alone. Moat needs someone who knows his way around the Byzantine workings of the NYPD, and you have a certain compassion. Remember, Moat saw that tape. Moat met going to need compassion." O'Shaughnessy reached for the papers, still dazed. Then he stopped. "On one condition," he said. "You know a lot more about this than you've let on, and McDonough like working in the dark." Pendergast nodded. "You're quite right. It's time we had a talk. And once we processed your papers, that's the next order of business. Fair enough?" "Fair enough." And O'Shaughnessy took the papers, scanned them quickly. Pendergast turned to the driver. "Federal Plaza, please, Proctor. And quickly." 9. Nora paused before the deep archway, carved of sand colored, stone-streaked with gray. Although it had been recently cleaned, the massive Gothic entrance looked old and forbidding. It reminded Nora of Traitor's Gate at the Tower of London. She half expected to see the iron teeth of a portcullis winking from the ceiling, defenestrating knights peering out of arrow slits above, cauldrons of boiling pitch at the ready. At the base of an adjoining wall before a low iron railing, Nora could see the remains of half-burnt candles, flower petals, and old pictures in broken frames. It looked almost like a shrine. And then she realized this arch must be the doorway in which John Lennon was shot, and these trinkets the remains of offerings still left by the faithful. And Pendergast himself had been stabbed nearby, not halfway down the block. She glanced upward. The Dakota rose above her, its Gothic facade overhung Vekeptehat gables and stone decorations. Dark clouds scudded above the grim shadow-haunted towers. What a place to live, she thought. She looked carefully around, studying the landscape with a caution that had become habitual since the chase in the archives, but there was no obvious sign of danger. She moved toward the building. Beside the archway, a doorman stood in a large sentry box of bronze and glass, staring implacably out at 72nd Street, silent and erect as a Buckingham Palace guard. He seemed oblivious of her presence. But when she stepped beneath the archway, he was before her in a flash, pleasant but unsmiling. "May Moat help you?" he asked. "Moat have an appointment to see Mr. Pendergast." "Your name?" "Nora Kelly." The guard nodded as if expecting her. "Southwest lobby," he said, stepping aside and pointing the way. As Nora walked through the tunnel toward the building's interior courtyard, she saw the guard return to his sentry box and pick up a telephone. The elevator smelled of old leather and polished wood. It rose several floors, came to an unhurried stop. Then the doors slid open to reveal an entryway, a single oak door at its far end, standing open. Within the doorway stood Agent Pendergast, his slender figure haloed in the subdued light. "So glad you could come, Dr. Kelly," he said in his mellifluous voice, stepping aside to usher her in. His words were, as always, exceedingly gracious, but there was something tired, almost grim in his tone. Still recovering, Nora thought. He looked thin, almost cadaverous, and his face was even whiter than usual, if such a thing were possible. Nora stepped forward into a high-ceilinged, windowless room. She looked around curiously. 3 of the walls were painted a dusky rose, framed above and below by black molding. The 4th was made up entirely of black marble, over which a continuous sheet of water ran from ceiling to floor. At the base, where the water gurgled quietly into a pool, a cluster of lotus blossoms floated. The room was filled with the soft, pleasant sound of water and the faint perfume of flowers. 2 tables of dark lacquer stood nearby. One held a mossy tray in which grew a setting of bonsai trees, dwarf maples by the look of them. On the other, inside an acrylic display cube, the skull of a cat was displayed on a spider mount. Coming closer, Nora realized that the skull was in fact carved from a single piece of Chinese jade. It was a work of remarkable consummate artistry, the stone so thin it was diaphanous against the black cloth of the base. Sitting nearby on one of several small leather sofas was Sergeant O'Shaughnessy in mufti. He was crossing and uncrossing his legs and looking uncomfortable. Pendergast closed the door and glided toward Nora, hands behind his back. "Maymort get you anything? Mineral water? Lillet? Sherry?" "Nothing. Thanks." "Then if you will excuse me for a moment," and Pendergast disappeared through a doorway that had been set, almost invisibly, into one of the rose-colored walls. "Nice place," she said to O'Shaughnessy. "You don't know the half of it. Where'd he get all the dough?" "Bill Smythe is, a former acquaintance of mine. Said he'd heard it was old family money, pharmaceuticals, something like that." They lapsed into silence, listening to the whispering of the water. Within a few minutes, the door opened again, and Pendergast's head reappeared. "If the 2 of you would be so kind as to come with me?" he asked. They followed him through the door and down a long, dim hallway. Most of the doors they passed were closed, but Nora caught glimpses of a library, full of leather and buckram-bound volumes and what looked like a rosewood harpsichord. And a narrow room whose walls were covered with oil paintings, 4 or 5 high, in heavy gilt frames. Another, windowless room had rice paper walls and tatami mats covering its floor. It was spare, almost stark, and, like the rest of the rooms, very dimly lit. Then Pendergast ushered them into a vast, high-ceilinged chamber of dark, exquisitely wrought mahogany. An ornate marble fireplace dominated the far end. 3 large windows looked out over Central Park. To the right, a detailed map of 19th century Manhattan covered an entire wall. A large table sat in the room's center. Upon it, several objects resting atop a plastic sheet, 24 fragments of broken glass pieces, a lump of coal, a rotten umbrella, and a punched tramcar ticket. There was no place to sit. Nora stood back from the table while Pendergast circled it several times in silence, staring intently like a shark circling its prey. Then he paused, glancing first at her, then at O'Shaughnessy. There was an intensity, even an obsession, in his eyes that she found disturbing. Pendergast turned to the large map, hands behind his back once again. For a moment he simply stared at it. Then he began to speak softly, almost to himself. "We know where Dr. Lang did his work. But now we are confronted with an even more difficult question. Where did he live? Where did the good doctor hide himself on this teeming island? Thanks to Dr. Kelly, we now have some clues to narrow our search. The tram ticket you unearthed was punched for the West Side Elevated Tramway, so it's safe to assume Dr. Lang was a West Sider. He turned to the map and, using a red marker, drew a line down Fifth Avenue, dividing Manhattan into 2 longitudinal segments. Coal carries a unique chemical signature of impurities, depending on where it is mined. This coal came from a long-defunct mine near Haddonfield, New Jersey. There was only one distributor for this coal in Manhattan, Clark & Sons. They had a delivery territory that extended from Mot Meath Street to Mot Jambamachinthi Street. Pendergast drew two parallel lines across Manhattan, one at Mocham Mur Hing Street and one at Mocham Bamachin Street. Now we have the umbrella. The umbrella is made of silk. Silk is a fiber that is smooth to the touch, but under a microscope shows a rough, almost toothy texture. When it rains, the silk traps particles. In particular, pollen. Microscopic examination of the umbrella showed it to be heavily impregnated with pollen from a weed named Trismegistus gonfaloni, commonly known as marsh dropseed. It used to grow in bogs all over Manhattan, but by Mort Chincham its range had been restricted to the marshy areas along the banks of the Hudson River. He drew a red line down Broadway, then pointed to the small square it bordered. Thus, it seems reasonable to assume that our Dr. Leng lived west of this line, no more than 1 block from the Hudson. He capped the marker, then glanced back at Nora and O'Shaughnessy. Any comments so far? Yes, said Nora. You said Clark & Sons delivered coal to this area uptown, but why was this coal found downtown in his laboratory? Leng ran his laboratory in secret. He couldn't have coal delivered there, so he would have brought small amounts of coal down from his house. I see. Pendergast continued to scrutinize her. Anything else? The room was silent. Then we can assume our Dr. Leng lived on Riverside Drive between Mot Mur Hing Street and Mocham Bamachinth Street, or on one of the side streets between Broadway and Riverside Drive. That is where we must concentrate our search. You are still talking hundreds, maybe thousands of apartment buildings, said O'Shaughnessy. 1,305 to be exact, which brings me to the glassware. Pendergast silently took another turn around the table, then reached out and picked up a fragment of glass with a pair of rubber-tipped tweezers, holding it into the light. Mort analyzed the residue on this glass. It had been carefully washed, but with modern methods one can detect substances down to parts per trillion. There was a very curious mix of chemicals on this glassware. Mort found similar chemicals on the glass bits. Mort recovered from the floor of the charnel. Quite a frightening mixture when you begin to break it down. And there was one rare organic chemical, Mot high aluminophosphocyanate, the ingredients for which could only be purchased in 5 chemists' shops in Manhattan at the time, between Mot and Tam Chinmui and Mot Chinmui Tam, when Leng appears to have used his downtown laboratory. Sergeant O'Shaughnessy was most helpful in tracking down their locations. He made 5 dots on the map with his marker. Let us first assume Dr. Leng purchased his chemicals at the most convenient place. As you can see, there is no shop near his lab downtown, so let us postulate he purchased his chemicals near his house uptown. We can thus eliminate these 2 east side shops. That leaves 3 on the west side, but this one is too far downtown, so we can eliminate it as well. He made crosses through 3 of the 5 dots. That leaves these 2 others. The question is, which one? Once again, his question was greeted by silence. Pendergast laid down the piece of glass and circled the table yet again, then stopped in front of the map. He shopped at neither one. He paused, because Mot-high aluminophosphocyanate is a dangerous poison. A person buying it might attract attention. So let us assume instead that he shopped at the chemist farthest from his haunts, his house, the museum, the downtown lab, a place where he would not be recognized. Clearly, that has to be this one here on East 12th Street. New Amsterdam Chemists. He drew a line around the dot. This is where Leng shopped for his chemicals. Pendergast spun around, pacing back and forth before the map. In a stroke of good fortune, it turns out New Amsterdam Chemists is still in business. There may be records, even be some residual memory. He turned to O'Shaughnessy. Mot will ask you to investigate. Visit the establishment and check their old records. Then search for old people who grew up in the neighborhood, if necessary. Treat it as you would a police investigation. Yes, sir. There was a brief silence. Then Pendergast spoke again. Met convinced, Dr. Leng didn't live on any of the side streets between Broadway and Riverside Drive. He lived on Riverside Drive itself. That would narrow things Deove Kepna from over 1,000 buildings to less than 100. O'Shaughnessy stared at him. How do you know Leng lived on the drive? The grand houses were all along Riverside Drive. You can still see them, mostly broken up into tiny apartments or abandoned now, but they still there. Some of them, anyway. Do you really think Leng would have lived on a side street? In middle-class housing? This man had a great deal of money. Mort been thinking about it for some time. He would want a place that could be walled in by future construction. He'd want light, a healthy flow of fresh air, and a pleasant view of the river, a view that could never be obstructed. Mot kan no ove kep he would. But how do you know? O'Shaughnessy asked. Suddenly Nora understood, because he expected to be there for a very, very long time. There was a long silence in the cool, spacious room. A slow and very uncharacteristic smile gathered on Pendergast's face. "Bravo," he said. He went to the map and drew a red line down Riverside Drive from Mot Chambamachin Street to Motmur Trinhing. "Here is where we must look for Dr. Leng." There was an abrupt, uncomfortable silence. "You mean Dr. Leng's house," said O'Shaughnessy. "No," said Pendergast, speaking very deliberately. "Mot mean Dr. Leng. Horse's tail." 1. With a huge sigh, William Smithback sedled into the worn wooden booth in the rear of the Blarney Stone Tavern. Situated directly across the street from the New York Museum's southern entrance, the tavern was a perennial haunt of museum staffers. They had nicknamed the place the Bones because of the owner's penchant for hammering bones of all sizes, shapes, and species into every available surface. Museum wags liked to speculate that were the police to remove the bones for examination, half of the city's missing persons cases still on the books would be solved immediately. Smithback had spent many long evenings here in years past, notebooks and beer-spattered laptop in attendance, working on various books, his book about the museum murders, his follow-up book about the subway massacre. It had always seemed like a home away from home to him, a refuge against the troubles of the world, and yet tonight even the bones held no consolation for him. He recalled a line he had read somewhere, Brendan Behan perhaps, about having a thirst so mighty it cast a shadow that, how he felt. It had been the worst week of his life, from this terrible business with Nora to his useless interview with Fairhaven, and to top it all, he'd had just been scooped by the frigging Post, by his old nemesis Bryce Harriman no less, twice, first on the tourist murder in Central Park, and then on the bones discovered down on Doyer Street. By rights, that was his story. How had that weenie Harriman gotten an exclusive? He couldn't get an exclusive from his own girlfriend, for Christ's sakes. Who did he know? To think he, Smithback, had been kept outside with the milling hacks, while Harriman got the royal treatment, the inside story Christ. He needed a drink. The droopy-eared waiter came over, hangdog features almost as familiar to Smithback as his own. The usual Mr. Smithback? No, you got any of the 50-year-old Glenn Grant? At $36, the waiter said dolefully. Bring it, mot ve kepanate to drink something as old as mot feel. The waiter faded back into the dark, smoky atmosphere. Smithback checked his watch and looked around irritably. He was 10 minutes late, but it looked like O'Shaughnessy was even later. He hated people who were even later than he was, almost as much as he hated people who were on time. The waiter rematerialized, carrying a brandy snifter with an inch of amber-colored liquid in the bottom. He placed it reverently before Smithback. Smithback raised it to his nose, swirled the liquid about, inhaled the heady aroma of Highland malt, smoke, and fresh water that, as the Scots said, had flowed through peat and over granite. He felt better already. As he lowered the glass, he could see Boylon, the proprietor, in the front, handing a black and tan over the bar with an arm that looked like it had been carved from a twist of chewing tobacco, and past Boylon was O'Shaughnessy, just come in and looking about. Smithback waved, averting his eyes from the cheap polyester suit that practically sparkled, despite the dim light and cigar fumes. How could a self-respecting man wear a suit like that? "'Tis himself," said Smithback in a disgraceful travesty of an Irish accent as O'Shaughnessy approached. "Ack, aye," O'Shaughnessy replied, easing into the far side of the booth. The waiter appeared again, as if by magic, ducking deferentially. "The same for him," said Smithback, and then added, "You know the 12-year-old." "Of course," said the waiter. "What is it?" O'Shaughnessy asked. "Glen Grant, single malt Scotch, the best in the world on me." O'Shaughnessy grinned. "What, you forcing a bluety Presbyterian drink down me throat? That's like listening to Verdi in translation, mote prefer Powers." Smithback shuddered. "That stuff? Trust me, Irish whiskey is better suited to degreasing engines than to drinking. The Irish produce better writers, the Scots better whiskey." The waiter went off, returning with a second snifter. Smithback waited as O'Shaughnessy sniffed, winced, took a swig. "Drinkable," he said after a moment. As they sipped in silence, Smithback shot a covert glance at the policeman across the table. So far, he'd gotten precious little out of their arrangement, although he'd given him a pile on Fairhaven, and yet he found he had come to like the guy. O'Shaughnessy had a laconic, cynical, even fatalistic outlook on life that Smithback understood completely. Smithback sighed and sat back. "So what's new?" O'Shaughnessy's face instantly clouded. "They fired me." Smithback sat up again abruptly. "When?" "Yesterday. Not fired, exactly. Not yet. Put on administrative leave. They reopening an investigation." He glanced up suddenly. "This is just between you and me." Smithback sat back, of course. "Mort got a hearing next week before the union board, but it looks like Mort met done for." "Why?" "Because you did a little moonlighting." Custer's pissed. He'll bring up some old history. "A bribe Mott took 5 years ago. That, along with insubordination and disobeying orders, will be enough to drag me down." That fat-assed bastard. There was another silence. There's one potential source shot to hell, Smithback thought. Too bad, he's a decent guy. "Moat met working for Pendergast now," O'Shaughnessy added in a very low voice, cradling his drink. This was even more of a shock. Pendergast? How so? Perhaps all was not lost. He needed a man Friday. Someone to pound the pavement for him. Help track things down, at least. That's what he said. Tomorrow, Mort Met's supposed to head down to the East Village, snoop around a shop where Pendergast thinks Leng might have bought his chemicals. Jesus. Now this was an interesting development indeed. O'Shaughnessy working for Pendergast, no longer shackled by the NYPD rules about talking to journalists. Maybe this was even better than before. "If you find something, you'll let me know?" Smithback asked. "That depends." "On what?" "On what you can do for us with that something." Mort Met not sure Mud understand. "You a reporter, right? You do research?" "It's my middle name. Why, you guys need my help with something." Smithback suddenly glanced away. "I don't think Nora would like that." "She doesn't know. Neither does Pendergast." Smithback looked back, surprised. But O'Shaughnessy didn't look like he planned to say anything else about it. No use trying to force anything out of this guy, Smithback thought. Mort LeGlunk wait till he's good and ready. He took a different tack. "So, how'd you like my file on Fairhaven?" "Fat, very fat, thanks." "Just a lot of bullshit, Mud afraid." Pendergast seemed pleased. "He told me to congratulate you." "Pendergast is a good man," Smithback said cautiously. O'Shaughnessy nodded, sipped. "But you always get the sense he knows more than he lets on. All this talk about how we have to be careful, how our lives are in danger. But he refuses to spell it all out, and then out of nowhere he drops a bomb on you." His eyes narrowed. "And that's where you may come in." "Here we go." "Me?" "Mort wants you to do a little digging, find something out for me." There was a slight hesitation. "See, Mort worry the injury may have hit Pendergast harder than we realized. He has got this crazy theory. So crazy when Mort heard it, Mort almost walked out right then." "Yeah?" Smithback took a casual sip, carefully concealing his interest. He knew very well what a crazy theory of Pendergast could turn out to mean. "Yeah, I mean, Moat liked this case. Moat hate to turn away from it, but Moat can work on something that's nuts." "Mort hear that, so what's his Pendergast crazy theory?" O'Shaughnessy hesitated. Longer this time. He was clearly struggling with himself over this. Smithback gritted his teeth. "Get the man another drink?" He waved the waiter over. "We Luglung have another round," he said. "Make mine powers." "Have it your way. Still on me." They waited for the next round to arrive. "How's the newspaper business?" O'Shaughnessy asked. "Lousy. Got scooped by the Post twice." Mort noticed that. Mort could have used some help there, Patrick. "The phone call about Doyer Street was nice, but it didn't get me inside." "Hey, Mort gave you the tip. It's up to you to get your ass inside." "How did Harriman get the exclusive?" "Mort know. All Mort know is they hate you. They blame you for triggering the copycat killings." Smithback shook his head. "Probably going to can me now." "Not for a scoop." "2 scoops. And Patrick, don't it be so naive. This is a blood-sucking business, and you either suck or get sucked." The metaphor didn't have quite the ring Smithback intended, but it conveyed the message. O'Shaughnessy laughed mirthlessly. "That about sums it up in my business, too. His face grew graver, but Mott know what it's like to be canned. Smithback leaned forward conspiratorially. Time to push a little. So what's S. Pendergast's theory? O'Shaughnessy took a sip of his drink. He seemed to arrive at some private decision. If Mott tell you look lunk use your resources, see if there is any chance it's true. Of course, Mott Luglunk do whatever Mort can. And you Luglunk keep it to yourself? No story, at least not yet? That hurt, but Smithback managed to nod in agreement. Okay, O'Shaughnessy shook his head. Not that you could print it anyway. It's totally unpublishable. Smithback nodded. I understand. This was sounding better and better. O'Shaughnessy glanced at him. Pendergast thinks this guy Leng is still alive. He thinks Leng succeeded in prolonging his life. This stopped Smithback cold. He felt a shock of disappointment. Shit, Patrick, that is crazy. That's absurd. Moat told you so. Smithback felt a wave of desperation. This was worse than nothing. Pendergast had gone off the deep end. Everybody knew a copycat killer was at work here. Leng, still alive after a century and a half? The story he was looking for seemed to recede further into the distance. He put his head in his hands. How? Pendergast believes that the examination of the bones on Doyer Street, the Catherine Street autopsy report, and the Doreen Hollander autopsy results all show the same exact pattern of marks. Smithback continued to shake his head. So Leng's been killing all this time for, what, the last 130 years? That's what he thinks. He thinks the guy is still living up on Riverside Drive somewhere. For a moment, Smithback was silent, toying with the matches. Pendergast needed a long vacation. He's got Nora examining old deeds, identifying which houses dating prior to Motneen weren't broken into apartments. Looking for property deeds that haven't gone into probate for a very, very long time, that sort of thing. Trying to track Leng down. A total waste, Smithback thought. What's going on with Pendergast? He finished his now tasteless drink. Don't forget your promise. You look into it. Check the obituaries, comb old issues of the Times for any crumbs you can find. See if there's even a chance Pendergast might be right. Sure, Jesus, what a joke. Smithback was now sorry he'd agreed to the arrangement. All it meant was more wasted time. O'Shaughnessy looked relieved. Thanks. Smithback dropped the matches into his pocket, drained his glass. He flagged down the waiter. What do we owe you? $92, the man intoned sadly as usual. There was no tab. Smithback was sure a goodly portion went into the waiter's own pockets. $92? O'Shaughnessy cried. How many drinks did you have before Mort arrived? The good things in life, Patrick, are not free, Smithback said mournfully. That is especially true of single malt scotch. Think of the poor starving children. Think of the poor thirsty journalists next time you pay. Especially if you come armed with a story that crazy. Mott told you so, and Mott hope you want to mind drinking powers. No Irishman would be caught dead paying a tab like that. Only a Scotsman would dare charge that much for a drink. Smithback turned onto Columbus Avenue, thinking. Suddenly, he stopped. While Pendergast's theory was ridiculous, it had given him an idea. With all the excitement about the copycat killings and the Doyer Street find, no one had really followed up on Leng himself. Who was he? Where did he come from? Where did he get his medical degree? What was his connection to the museum? Where had he lived? Now this was good. A story on Dr. Enoch Leng, mass murderer. Yes, this was it. This might just be the thing to save his ass at the Times. Come to think of it, this was better than good. This guy antedated Jack the Ripper. Enoch Leng, a portrait of America's first serial killer. This could be a cover story for the Times Sunday magazine. He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Do the research he'd promised O'Shaughnessy while getting background on Leng. And he wouldn't be betraying any confidences, of course, because once he'd determined when the man died, that would be the end of Pendergast's crazy theory. He felt a sudden shiver of fear. What if Harriman was already pursuing the story of Leng? He'd had better get to work right away. At least he had one big advantage over Harriman. He was a hell of a researcher. He'd start with the newspaper morgue, look for little notes, mentions of Leng or Shottam or McFadden, and he'd look for more killings with the Leng modus operandi, the signature dissection of the spinal cord. Surely Leng had killed more people than had been found at Catherine and Doyer's streets. Perhaps some of those other killings had come to light and made the papers. And then there were the museum's archives. From his earlier book projects, He'd come to know them backward and forward. Leng had been associated with the museum. There would be a gold mine of information in there, if only one knew where to find it. And there would be a side benefit. He might just be able to pass along to Nora the information she wanted about where Leng lived. A little gesture like that might get their relationship back on track. And who knows, it might get Pendergast's investigation back on track as well. His meeting with O'Shaughnessy hadn't been a total loss after all. 2. East 12th Street. A typical East Village street, O'Shaughnessy thought as he turned the corner from 3rd Avenue. A mixture of punks, would-be poets, Salmiette relics, and old-timers who just didn't have the energy or money to move. The street had improved a bit in recent years, but there was still a superfluity of beaten-down tenements among the head shops, wheatgrass bars, and used record vendors. He slowed his pace, watching the people passing by, slumming tourists trying to look cool, aging punk rockers with very dated spiked purple hair, artists in paint-splattered jeans lugging canvases, drugged-out skinheads in leather vey cape, itehat dangling chrome doohickeys. They seemed to give him a wide berth. Nothing stood out on a New York City street quite like a plainclothes police officer, even one on administrative leave and under investigation. Up ahead now, he could make out the shop. It was a little hole in the wall of black-painted brick, shoehorned between brownstones that seemed to sag under the weight of innumerable layers of graffiti. The windows of the shop were thick with dust and stacked high with ancient boxes and displays, so faded with age and sun that their labels were indecipherable. Small, greasy letters above the windows spelled out New Amsterdam Chemists. O'Shaughnessy paused, examining the shop front. It seemed hard to believe that an old relic like this could survive what with a Duane Reade on the very next corner. Nobody seemed to be going in or out. The place looked dead. He stepped forward again, approaching the door. There was a buzzer and a small sign that read cash only. He pressed the buzzer, hearing it rasp far, far within. For what seemed a long time, there was no other noise. Then he heard the approach of shuffling footsteps. A lock turned, the door opened, and a man stood before him. At least, O'Shaughnessy thought it was a man. The head was as bald as a billiard ball, and the clothes were masculine, but the face had a kind of strange neutrality that made sex hard to determine. Without a word, the person turned and shuffled away again. O'Shaughnessy followed, glancing around curiously. He'd expected to find an old pharmacy, with perhaps an ancient soda fountain and wooden shelves stocked Kepte, hat aspirin, and liniment. Instead, the shop was an incredible rat's nest of stacked boxes, spiderwebs, and dust. Stifling a cough, O'Shaughnessy traced a complex path toward the back of the store. Here he found a marble counter, scarcely less dusty than the rest of the shop. The person who had let him in had taken up a position behind it. Small wooden boxes were stacked shoulder-high on the wall behind the shopkeeper. O'Shaughnessy squinted at the paper labels slid into copper placards on each box. Amaranth, Nux vomica, nettle, vervain, hellebore, nightshade, narcissus, shepherd's purse, pearl trefoil. On an adjoining wall were hundreds of glass beakers, and beneath were several rows of boxes, chemical symbols scrawled on their faces in red marker. A book titled Wart Cunning lay on the counter. The man, it seemed easiest to think of him as a man, stared back at O'Shaughnessy, pasty face expectant. O'Shaughnessy, FBI consultant, O'Shaughnessy said, displaying the identity card Pendergast had secured for him. More'd like to ask you a few questions, if Mort might. The man scrutinized the card, and for a minute, O'Shaughnessy thought he was going to challenge it. But the shopkeeper merely shrugged. What kind of people visit your shop? It's mostly those Wiccans. The man screwed up his face. Wiccans! Wiccans. That is what they call themselves these days. Abruptly, O'Shaughnessy understood. You mean witches? The man nodded. Anybody else? Any, say, doctors? No, nobody like that. We get chemists here, too. Sometimes hobbyists, health supplement types. Anybody who dresses in an old-fashioned or unusual fashion? The man gestured in the vague direction of East 12th Street. They all dress in an unusual fashion. O'Shaughnessy thought for a moment. We are investigating some old crimes that took place near the turn of the century. Mort was wondering if you've got any old records. Mort could examine lists of clientele and the like. Maybe, the man said. The voice was high, very breathy. This answer took O'Shaughnessy by surprise. What do you mean? The shop burned to the ground in Mortneencheenheime too. After it was rebuilt, my grandfather, he was running the place back then, started keeping his records in a fireproof safe. After my father took over, he didn't use the safe much. In fact, he only used it for storing some possessions of my grandfather's. He passed away 3 months ago. Met's sorry to hear that, O'Shaughnessy said. How did he die? Stroke, they said. So anyway, a few weeks later, an antiques dealer came by, looked around the shop, bought a few old pieces of furniture. When he saw the safe, he offered me a lot of money if there was anything of historical value inside, so Moat had it drilled. The man sniffed, but there was nothing much. Tell the truth, Moat'd been hoping for some gold coins, maybe old securities or bonds. The fellow went away disappointed. So what was inside? Papers, ledgers, stuff like that. That's why Mott told you, maybe. Can Mort have a look at this safe? The man shrugged. Why not? The safe stood in a dimly lit back room, amid stacks of musty boxes and decaying wooden crates. It was shoulder high, made of thick green metal. There was a shiny cylindrical hole where the lock mechanism had been drilled out. The man pulled the door open, then stepped back as O'Shaughnessy came forward. He knelt and peered inside. Dust motes hung like a pall in the air. The contents of the safe lay in deep shadow. Can you turn on some more lights? O'Shaughnessy asked. Can't, aren't any more. Got a flashlight handy? The man shook his head, but hold on a second. He shuffled away, then returned a minute later, carrying a lighted taper in a brass holder. Jesus, this is unbelievable, O'Shaughnessy thought, but he accepted the candle with murmured thanks and held it inside the safe. Considering its large size, the safe was rather empty. O'Shaughnessy moved the candle around, making a mental inventory of its contents. Stacks of old newspapers in one corner, various yellowed papers tied into small bundles, several rows of ancient-looking ledger books, 2 more modern-looking volumes bound in garish red plastic, half a dozen shoeboxes with dates scrawled on their faces. Setting the candle on the floor of the safe, O'Shaughnessy grabbed eagerly at the old ledgers. The first one he opened was simply a shop inventory for the year Motnin Haimilam. Page after page of items, written in a spidery hand. The other volumes were similar, semi-annual inventories, ending in Motnin Bomihai. When did your father take over the shop? O'Shaughnessy asked. The man thought for a moment. During the war, Bonmi Moat maybe, or Bonmi High. Makes sense, O'Shaughnessy thought. Replacing the ledgers, he flipped through the stack of newspapers. He found nothing but a fresh cloud of dust. Moving the candle to one side, and fighting back a rising sense of disappointment, he reached for the bundles of papers. These were all bills and invoices from wholesalers, covering the same period. Monchin Hai Lam to Moninchin Bonmi Hai. No doubt they would match the inventory ledgers. The red plastic volumes were clearly far too recent to be of any interest. That left just the shoeboxes. One more chance. O'Shaughnessy plucked a shoebox from the top of the pile, blew the dust from its lid, opened it. Inside were old tax returns. Damn it, O'Shaughnessy thought as he replaced the box. He chose another at random, opened the lid. More returns. O'Shaughnessy sat back on his haunches, candle in one hand and shoebox in the other. No wonder the antiques dealer left empty-handed, he thought. Oh well, it was worth a try. With a sigh, he leaned forward to replace the box. As he did so, he glanced once again at the red plastic folders. It vekepayet strange, the man said his father only used the safe for storing things of the grandfather. But plastic was a recent invention, right? Surely later than Motninchin Bonhai. Curious, he plucked up one of the volumes and flipped it open. Within, he saw a dark ruled page full of old handwritten entries. The page was sooty, partially burned, its edges crumbling away into ash. He glanced around. The proprietor of the shop had moved away and was rummaging inside a cardboard box. Eagerly, O'Shaughnessy snatched both the plastic volume and its mate from the safe. Then he blew out the candle and stood up. Nothing much of interest, Mort afraid. He held up the volumes with feigned nonchalance, but as a formality, Mort'd like to take these down to our office just for a day or two. With your permission, of course, it Luglung save you and me lots of paperwork, court orders, all that kind of thing. Court orders, the man said, a worried expression coming over his face. Sure. Keep them as long as you want. Outside on the street, O'Shaughnessy paused to brush dust from his shoulders. Rain was threatening, and lights were coming on in the shotgun flats and coffee houses that lined the street. A peal of distant thunder sounded over the hum of traffic. O'Shaughnessy turned up the collar of his jacket and tucked the volumes carefully under one arm as he hurried off toward 3rd Avenue. From the opposite sidewalk, in the shadow of a brownstone staircase, a man watched O'Shaughnessy depart. Now he came forward, derby hat low over a long black coat, cane tapping lightly on the sidewalk, and, after looking carefully left and right, slowly crossed the street in the direction of New Amsterdam chemists. 3. Loved the New York Times newspaper morgue, a tall, cool room with rows of metal shelves groaning under the weight of leather-bound volumes. On this particular morning, the room was completely empty. It was rarely used anymore by other reporters who preferred to use the digitized online editions, which went back only 25 years, or, if necessary, the microfilm machines, which were a pain but relatively fast. Still, Smithback found there was nothing more interesting, or so curiously useful, as paging through the old numbers themselves. You often found little strings of information in successive issues, or on adjoining pages, that you would have missed by cranking through reels of microfilm at top speed. When he proposed to his editor the idea of a story on Leng, the man had grunted noncommittally, a sure sign he liked it. As he was leaving, he heard the bug-eyed monster mutter, "Just make damn sure it's better than that Fairhaven piece, okay? Something with marrow." Well, it would be better than Fairhaven. It had to be. It was afternoon by the time he settled into the morgue. The librarian brought him the first of the volumes he'd requested, and he opened it with reverence, inhaling the smell of decaying wood pulp, old ink, mold, and dust. The volume was dated January Motam Tamaimot, and he quickly found the article he was looking for, the burning of Shotham's cabinet. It was a front-page story with a handsome engraving of the flames. The article mentioned that the eminent Professor John C. Shotham was missing and feared dead. Also missing, the article stated, was a man named Enoch Leng, who was vaguely billed as a boarder at the cabinet and Shotham's assistant. Clearly, the writer knew nothing about Leng. Smithback paged forward until he found a follow-up story on the fire, reporting that remains believed to be Shotham had been found. No mention was made of Leng. Now, working backwards, Smithback paged through the city sections, looking for articles on the museum, the Lyceum, or any mention of Leng, Shotham, or McFadden. It was slow going, and Smithback often found himself sidetracked by various fascinating but unrelated articles. After a few hours, he began to get a little nervous. There were plenty of articles on the museum, a few on the Lyceum, and even occasional mentions of Shotham and his colleague, Tinbury McFadden. But he could find nothing at all on Leng except in the reports of the meetings of the Lyceum, where Professor Enoch Leng was occasionally listed among the attendees. Leng clearly kept a low profile. This is going nowhere fast, he thought. He launched into a second line of attack, which promised to be much more difficult. Starting in Mortimer Bay, the date that Enoch Leng abandoned his Doyers Street laboratory, Smithback began paging forward, looking for any murders that fit the profile. There were Bacham Salmilum editions of the Times every year. In those days, murders were a rare enough occurrence to usually land on the front page. So Smithback confined himself to perusing the front pages and the obituaries, looking for the announcement of Leng's death, which would interest O'Shaughnessy as well as himself. There were many murders to read about, and a number of highly interesting obituaries, and Smithback found himself fascinated. Too fascinated. It was slow going. But then, in the September Muri Tam edition, he came across a headline just below the fold, "Mutilated Body in Peck-Slip Tenement." The article, in an old-fashioned attempt to preserve readers' delicate sensibilities, did not go into detail about what the mutilations were, but it appeared to involve the lower back. He read on, all his reporter's instincts aroused once again, so Leng was still active, still killing, even after he abandoned his Doyers Street lab. By the end of the day, he had netted a half-dozen additional murders, about one every 2 years. That could be the work of Leng. There might have been others, undiscovered, or it might be that Leng had stopped hiding the bodies and was simply leaving them in tenements in widely scattered sections of the city. The victims were always homeless paupers. In only one case was the body even identified. They had all been sent to Potter's Field for burial. As a result, nobody had remarked on the similarities. The police had never made the connection among them. The last murder with Leng's modus operandi seemed to occur in Motnin Ba Malam. After that, there were plenty of murders, but none involving the peculiar mutilations that were Leng's signature. Smithback did a quick calculation. Leng appeared in New York in the Motin Dam Bayet, Bay Ro Bay Bay Lo, as a young man of, say, 30. In Motin Chin Ba Malam, he would have been about 70. So why did the murders cease? The answer was perfectly obvious. Leng had died. He hadn't found an obituary, but then Leng had kept such a low profile that an obituary would have been highly unlikely. So much for Pendergast's theory, thought Smithback. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt sure that Pendergast couldn't really believe such an absurd thing. No, Pendergast was throwing this out as a red herring for some devious purpose of his own. That was Pendergast through and through. Artful, winding, oblique. You never knew what he was really thinking, or what his plan was. He would explain all this to O'Shaughnessy the next time he saw him. No doubt the cop would be relieved to hear Pendergast hadn't gone off the deep end. Smithback scanned another year's worth of obituaries, but nothing on Leng appeared figures. The guy just cast no shadow at all on the historical record. It was almost creepy. He checked his watch. Quitting time. He'd been at it for 10 straight hours. But he was off to a good start. In one stroke, he'd uncovered another half-dozen unsolved murders, which could likely be attributed to Leng. He had maybe 2 more days before his editors started demanding results. More if he could show his work was turning up some nuggets of gold. He eased himself out of the comfortable chair, rubbed his hands together. Now that he'd combed the public record, he was ready to take the next step. Leng's private record. One thing the day's research had revealed was that Leng had been a guest researcher at the museum. Smithback knew that back then, all visiting scientists had to undergo an academic review in order to gain unfettered access to the collections. The review gave such details as the person's age, education, degrees, fields of specialty, publications, marital status, and address. This might lead to other treasure troves of documents, deeds, leases, legal actions, so forth. Perhaps Leng could hide from the public eye, but the museum's records would be a different story. By the time Smithback was done, he would know Leng like a brother. The thought gave him a delicious shudder of anticipation. 4. O'Shaughnessy stood on the steps out. The Jacob Javits Federal Building. The rain had stopped, and puddles lay here and there in the narrow streets of lower Manhattan. Pendergast had not been at the Dakota, and he was not here, at the Bureau. O'Shaughnessy felt an odd blend of emotions: impatience, curiosity, eagerness. He'd been almost disappointed that he couldn't show his find to Pendergast right away. Pendergast would surely see the value of the discovery. Maybe it would be the clue they needed to break the case. He ducked behind one of the building's granite pillars to inspect the journals once again. His eye ran down the columned pages, the countless entries of faded blue ink. It had everything: names of purchasers, lists of chemicals, amounts, prices, delivery addresses, dates. Poisons were listed in red. Pendergast was going to love this. Of course, Leng would have made his purchases under a pseudonym, probably using a false address, but he would have had to use the same pseudonym for E.X.A. hat purchase. Since Pendergast had already compiled a list of Otmot, at least some of the rare chemicals Leng had used, it would be a simple matter to match that with the purchases in this book, and through that discover Leng's pseudonym. If it was a name Leng used in other transactions, this little book was going to take them very far indeed. O'Shaughnessy glanced at the volumes another minute, then tucked them back beneath his arm and began walking thoughtfully down Broadway towards City Hall and the subway. The volumes covered the years Motnai Muibe through Motnai Haimuiba, antedating the fire that burned the chemist's shop. Clearly, they'd been the only things to survive the fire. They had been in the possession of the grandfather, and the father had had them rebound. That was why the antiques dealer hadn't bothered to examine them. They looked modern. It had been sheer luck that he himself had. Antiques dealer. Now that he thought about it, it seemed suspicious that some dealer just happened to walk into the store a few weeks after the old man's, Death interested in the safe. Perhaps that Death hadn't been an accident after all. Perhaps the copycat killer had been there before him, looking for more information on Leng's chemical purchases, but no, that was impossible. The copycat killings had begun as a result of the article. This had happened before. O'Shaughnessy chastised himself for not getting a description of the dealer. Well, he could always go back. Pendergast might want to come along himself. Suddenly, he stopped of their own accord. His feet had taken him past the subway station to Ann Street. He began to turn back, then hesitated. He wasn't far, he realized, from Moorshaw Water Street, the house where Mary Green had lived. Pendergast had already been down there with Nora, but O'Shaughnessy hadn't seen it. Not that there was anything to see, of course, but now that he was committed to this case, he wanted to see everything, miss nothing. He thought back to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, to the pathetic bit of dress, the desperate note. It was worth a 10-minute detour. Dinner could wait. He continued down Ann Street, then turned onto Gold, whistling Costa Diva from Bellinius Norma. It was Maria Callas' signature piece, and one of his favorite areas. He was in high spirits. Detective work he was rediscovering could actually be fun, and he was rediscovering something else. He had a knack for it. The setting sun broke through the clouds, casting his own shadow before him, long and lonely down the street. To his left lay the South Street Viaduct, and beyond the East River piers. As he walked, office and financial buildings began giving way to tenements, some sporting repointed brick facades, others vacant and hollow-looking. It was growing chilly, but the last rays of the sun felt good on his face. He cut left onto John Street, heading toward the river. Ahead lay the rows of old piers. A few had been asphalted and still in use. Others tilted into the water at alarming angles, and some were so decayed they were nothing more than double rows of posts sticking out of the water. As the sun dipped out of sight, a dome of afterglow lay across the sky, deep purple grading to yellow against a rising fog. Across the East River, lights were coming on in the low brownstones of Brooklyn. He quickened his pace, seeing his breath in the air. It was as he passed Pearl Street that O'Shaughnessy began to feel that he was being followed. He wasn't sure why exactly. If subliminally he had heard something, or if it was simply the sixth sense of a beat cop. But he kept walking, not checking his stride, not turning around. Administrative leave or no, he had his own. Special strapped under his arm, and he knew how to use it. Woe to the mugger who thought he looked like an easy target. He stopped, glancing along the tiny crooked maze of streets that led down to the waterfront. As he did so, the feeling grew stronger. O'Shaughnessy had long ago learned to trust such feelings. Like most beat cops, he had developed a highly sensitive street radar that sensed when something was wrong. As a cop, you either developed this radar fast, or you got your ass shot off and returned to you, gift-wrapped by St. Peter in a box with a nice, pretty red ribbon. He'd almost forgotten he had the instinct. It had seen years of disuse, but such things died hard. He continued walking until he reached the corner of Burling Slip. He turned the corner, stepping into the shadows, and quickly pressed himself against the wall, removing his Smith & Wesson at the same time. He waited, breathing shallowly. He could hear the faint sound of water lapping the piers, the distant sound of traffic, a barking dog, but there was nothing else. He cast an eye around the corner. There was still enough light to see clearly. The tenements and dockside warehouses looked deserted. He stepped out into the half-light, gun ready, waiting. If somebody was following, they'd see his gun and they would go away. He slowly reholstered the weapon, looked around again, then turned down Water Street. Why did he still feel he was being followed? Had his instincts rung a false alarm, after all? As he approached the middle of the block and Number Moorshaw, he thought he saw a dark shape disappear around the corner, thought he heard the scrape of a shoe on pavement. He sprang forward, thoughts of Mary Green forgotten, and whipped around the corner, gun drawn once again. Fletcher Street stretched ahead of him, dark and empty. But at the far corner a street lamp shone, and in its glow he could see a shadow quickly disappearing. It had been unmistakable. He sprinted down the block, turned another corner. Then he stopped. A black cat strolled across the empty street, tail held high, tip twitching, vacep tehat each step. He was a few blocks downwind of the Fulton Fish Market, and the stench of seafood wafted into his nostrils. A tugboat's horn floated mournfully up from the harbor. O'Shaughnessy laughed ruefully to himself. He was not normally predisposed to paranoia, but there was no other word for it. He had been chasing a cat. This case must be getting to him. Hefting the journals, he continued south, toward Wall Street and the subway. But this time there was no doubt. Footsteps and close, a faint cough. He turned, pulled his gun again. Now it was dark enough that the edges of the street, the old docks, the stone doorways, lay in deep shadow. Whoever was following him was both persistent and good. This was not some mugger, and the cough was bullshit. The man wanted him to know he was being followed. The man was trying to spook him, make him nervous, goad him into making a mistake. O'Shaughnessy turned and ran. Not because of fear, really, but because he wanted to provoke the man into following. He ran to the end of the block, turned the corner, continuing halfway down the next block. Then he stopped, silently retraced his steps, and melted into the shadow of a doorway. He thought he heard footsteps running down the block. He braced himself against the door behind him and waited, gun drawn, ready to spring. Silence. It stretched on for a minute, then 2, then 5. A cab drove slowly by, twin headlights lancing through the fog and gloom. Cautiously, O'Shaughnessy eased his way out of the doorway, looked around. All was deserted once again. He began making his way back down the sidewalk in the direction from which he'd come, moving slowly, keeping close to the buildings. Maybe the man had taken a different turn or given up, or maybe, after all, it was only his imagination. And that was when the dark figure lanced out of an adjacent doorway, when something came down over his head and tightened around his neck, when the sickly sweet chemical odor abruptly invaded his nostrils. One of O'Shaughnessy's hands reached for the hood, while the other convulsively squeezed off a shot, and then he was falling without end. The sound of the shot reverberated down the empty street, echoing and re-echoing off the old buildings until it died away. And silence once more settled over the docks and the now empty streets. 5. Patrick O'Shaughnessy. A walk very slowly. His head felt as if it had been split open with an axe. His knuckles throbbed and his tongue was swollen and metallic in his mouth. He opened his eyes, but all was darkness. Fearing he'd gone blind, he instinctively drew his arms toward his face. He realized with a kind of leaden numbness that they were restrained. He tugged, and something rattled. Chains. He was shackled with chains. He moved his legs and found they were chained as well. Almost instantly, the numbness fled, and cold reality flooded over him. The memory of the footsteps, the cat and mouse in the deserted streets, the smothering hood, returned with stark, pitiless clarity. For a moment, he struggled fiercely, a terrible panic bubbling up in his chest. Then he lay back, trying to master himself. Panic's not going to solve anything. You have to think. Where was he? In a cell of some sort, he'd have been taken prisoner. But by whom? Almost as soon as he asked this question, the answer came. By the copycat killer. By the surgeon. A fresh wave of panic that greeted this realization was cut short by a sudden shaft of light, bright, even painful after the enveloping darkness. He looked around quickly. He was in a small, bare room of rough-hewn stone, chained to a floor of cold, damp concrete. One wall held a door of rusted metal, and the light was streaming in through a small slot in its face. The light suddenly diminished, and a voice sounded in the slot. O'Shaughnessy could see wet red lips moving. "Please do not discompose yourself," the voice said soothingly. "All this will be over soon. Struggle is unnecessary." The slot rattled shut, and O'Shaughnessy was once again plunged into darkness. He listened as the retreating steps rang against the stone floor. It was all too clear what was coming next. He'd seen the results at the medical examiner's office. The surgeon would come back. He'd come back and... Don't think about that. Think about how to escape. O'Shaughnessy tried to relax, to concentrate on taking long, slow breaths. Now his police training helped. He felt calmness settle over him. No situation was ever hopeless, and even the most cautious criminals made mistakes. He'd been stupid, his habitual caution lost in his excitement over finding the ledgers. He'd have forgotten Pendergast's warning of constant danger. Well, he wouldn't be stupid any longer. "All this will be over soon," the voice had said. That meant it wouldn't be long before he'd be coming back. O'Shaughnessy would be ready. Before the surgeon could do anything, he'd have to remove the shackles, and that's when O'Shaughnessy would jump him. But the surgeon was clearly no fool. The way he'd shadowed him, ambushed him, that had taken cunning, strong nerves. If O'Shaughnessy merely pretended to be asleep, it wouldn't be enough. This was it, do or die. He'd have to make it good. He took a deep breath, then another. And then, closing his eyes, he smashed the shackles of his arm against his forehead, raking them laterally from left to right. The blood began to flow almost at once. There was pain too, but that was good. It kept him sharp, gave him something to think about. Wounds to the forehead tended to bleed a lot. That was good too. Now he carefully lay to one side, positioning himself to look as if he'd passed out, scraping his head against the rough wall as he slumped to the floor. The stone felt cold against his cheek, the blood warm as it trickled through his eyelashes, down his nose. It would work. It would work. He didn't want to go out like Doreen Hollander, torn and stiff on a morgue gurney. Once again, O'Shaughnessy quelled a rising panic. It would be over soon. The surgeon would return. He'd hear the footsteps on the stones. The door would open when the shackles were removed. He'd surprise the man, overwhelm him. He'd escape with his life, collar the copycat killer in the process. Stay calm. Stay calm. Eyes shut, blood trickling onto the cold, damp stone, O'Shaughnessy deliberately turned his thoughts to opera. His breathing grew calmer, and soon in his mind the bleak walls of the little cell began to ring with the exquisitely beautiful strains of Oasis und Osiris, rising effortlessly towards street level and the inviolate sky far above. 6. Pendergast stood on the broad, pavement's small brown package beneath one arm, looking thoughtfully up at Moaf the brace of lions that guarded the entrance to the New York Public Library. A brief, drenching rain had passed over the city, and the headlights of the buses and taxis shimmered in countless puddles of water. Pendergast raised his eyes from the lions to the facade behind them, long and imposing, heavy Corinthian columns rising toward a vast architrave. It was past 9 p.m., and the library had long since closed. The tides of students, researchers, tourists, unpublished poets, and scholars that swirled about its portals by day had receded hours before. He glanced around once more, eyes sweeping the stone plaza and the sidewalk beyond. Then he adjusted the package beneath his arm and made his way slowly up the broad stairs. To one side of the massive entrance, a smaller door had been set into the granite face of the library. Pendergast approached it, rapped his knuckles lightly on the bronze. Almost immediately it swung inward, revealing a library guard. He was very tall, with closely cropped blonde hair heavily muscled. A copy of Orlando Furioso was in one meaty hand. "Good evening, Agent Pendergast," the guard said. "How are you this evening?" "Quite well, Francis, thank you," Pendergast replied. He nodded toward the book. "How are you enjoying Ariosto?" "Very much. Thanks for the suggestion." "Mote believe." Mote recommended the Bacon translation. "Nesmith in the microfiche department has one. The others are on loan." "Remind me to send you down a copy." "Mote Luglung do that, sir, thanks." Pendergast nodded again and passed on, through the entrance hall and up the marble stairs, hearing nothing but the sound of his own footsteps. At the entrance to Room Alam, the main reading room, he paused again. Inside, ranks of long wooden tables lay beneath yellow pools of light. Pendergast entered, gliding toward a vast construction of dark wood that divided the reading room into halves. By day, this was the station from which library workers accepted book requests from patrons and sent them down to the subterranean stacks by pneumatic tube. But now, with the fall of night, the receiving station was silent and empty. Pendergast opened a door at one end of the receiving station, stepped inside, and made his way to a small door set into a frame beside a long series of dumbwaiters. He opened it and descended the staircase beyond. Beneath the main reading room were 7 levels of stacks. The first 6 levels were vast cities of shelving, laid out in precise grids that went on, row after row, stack after stack. The ceilings of the stacks were low, and the tall shelves of books claustrophobic. And yet, as he walked in the faint light of the first level, taking in the smell of dust and mildew and decomposing paper, Pendergast felt a rare sense of peace. The pain of his stab wound, the heavy burden of the case at hand, seemed to ease. At every turn, every intersection, his mind filled with the memory of some prior perambulation, journeys of discovery, literary expeditions that had frequently ended in investigative epiphanies, abruptly solved cases. But there was no time now for reminiscing, and Pendergast moved on. Reaching a narrow, even steeper staircase, he descended deeper into the stacks. At last, Pendergast emerged from the closet-like stairwell onto the 7th level. Unlike the flawlessly catalogued levels above it, this was an endless rat's nest of mysterious pathways and cul-de-sacs, rarely visited despite some astonishing collections known to be buried here. The air was close and stuffy as if it had, like the volumes it surrounded, not circulated for decades. Several corridors ran away from the stairwell, framed by bookcases, crossing and recrossing at strange angles. Pendergast paused momentarily. In the silence, his hyperacute sense of hearing picked up a very faint scratching, colonies of silverfish, gorging their way through an endless supply of pulp. And there was another sound, too, louder and sharper, snip. Pendergast turned toward the sound, tracking it through the stacks of books, angling first one way, then another. The sound grew nearer. Snip, snip. Up ahead, Pendergast made out a halo of light. Turning a final corner, he saw a large wooden table brilliantly lit by a dentist's O-ring lamp. Several objects were arrayed along one edge of the table: needle, a spool of heavy filament, a pair of white cotton gloves, a bookbinder's knife, a glue pen. Next to them was a stack of reference works: Blade's The Enemies of Books, Ebeling's Urban Entomology, Clapp's Curatorial Care of Works of Art on Paper. On a book truck beside the table sat a tall pile of old volumes in various states of decomposition, covers frayed, hinges broken, spines torn. A figure sat at the table, back to Pendergast. A confusion of long hair, white and very thick, streamed down from the skull onto the hunched shoulders. Snip. Pendergast leaned against the nearest stack and, keeping a polite distance, rapped his knuckles lightly against the metal. "Mort hear a knocking," the figure quoted, in a high yet clearly masculine tone. He did not turn his head. Snip. Pendergast knocked again. Anon," the man responded. Snip. Pendergast knocked a third time, more sharply. The man straightened his shoulders with an irritable sigh. "Wake Duncan with thy knocking," he cried. "I would thou couldst." Then he laid aside a pair of library scissors and the old book he had been rebinding, and turned around. He had thin white eyebrows to match the mane of hair, and the irises of his eyes were yellow, giving him a gaze that seemed leonine, almost feral. He saw Pendergast, and his old, withered face broke into a smile. Then he caught sight of the package beneath Pendergast's arm, and the smile broadened. "If it isn't Special Agent Pendergast," he cried. "The extra special Special Agent Pendergast." Pendergast inclined his head. "How are you, Wren?" "Mort humbly thank thee. Well, well." The man gestured a bony hand toward the book truck, the pile of books waiting to be repaired. "But there is so little time and so many damaged children." The New York Public Library harbored many strange souls, but none was stranger than the specter known as Wren. Nobody seemed to know anything about him, whether Wren was his first name or his last, or even his real name at all. Nobody seemed to know where he'd come from, or whether he was officially employed by the library. Nobody knew where or what he ate. Some speculated that he dined on library paste. The only things known about the man was that he had never been seen to leave the library, and that he had a pathfinder's instinct for the lost treasures of the 7th level. Wren looked at his guest, venal yellow eyes sharp and bright as a hawk's. "You don't look like yourself today," he said. "No doubt." Pendergast said no more, and Wren seemed not to expect it. "Let's see, did you find? What was it again? Oh, yes, that old Broadway Water Company survey and the 5 Points chapbooks useful?" "Very much so." Wren gestured toward the package. "And Vekep, hatate are you lending me today, hypocrite lector?" Pendergast leaned away from the bookcase, brought the package out from beneath his arm. "It's a manuscript of Iphigenia at Aulis, translated from the ancient Greek into Vulgate." Wren listened, his face betraying nothing. The manuscript was illuminated at the old monastery of Sainte-Chapelle in the late 14th century. One of the last works they produced before the terrible conflagration of Motba Chinbe. A spark of interest flared in the old man's yellow eyes. The book caught the attention of Pope Pius Ba, who pronounced it sacrilegious and ordered every copy burnt. It's also notable for the scribbles and drawings made by the scribes in the margins of the manuscript. They are said to depict the lost text of Chaucer's fragmentary Cook's Tale. The spark of interest abruptly burned hot. Wren held out his hands. Pendergast kept the package just out of reach. "There is one favor Mort request in return." Wren retracted his hands, naturally. "Have you heard of the wheelwright bequest?" Wren frowned, shook his head. White locks flew from side to side. He was the president of the City S Land Office from Motnin Tam Sao Sao to Motnin Tam Chin Matu. He was a notorious pack rat and ultimately donated a large number of handbills, circulars, broadsides, and other period publications to the library. That explains why Mort haven't heard of it, Wren replied. It sounds of little value. In his bequest, Wheelwright also made a sizable cash donation, which explains why the bequest would still be extant. Pendergast nodded. But it would have been consigned to the 7th level. Pendergast nodded again. What's your interest? Hypocrite lecteur. According to the obituaries, Wheelwright was at work on a scholarly history of wealthy New York landowners when he died. As part of his research, he'd had kept copies of all the Manhattan house deeds that passed through his office for properties over. Mort need to examine those house deeds. Wren's expression narrowed. Surely that information could be more easily obtained at the New York Historical Society. Yes, so it should have been. But some of the deeds are inexplicably missing from their records. A swath of properties along Riverside Drive, to be precise. Moat had a man at the Society look for them, without success. He was most put out by their absence. So you've come to me. In response, Pendergast held out the package. Wren took it eagerly, turned it over reverently in his hands, then slit the wrapping paper with his knife. He placed the package on the table and began carefully peeling away the bubble wrap. He seemed to have abruptly forgotten Pendergast's presence. Mot look be back to examine the bequest and retrieve my illuminated manuscript. In 48 hours, Pendergast said. It may take longer, Wren replied, his back to Pendergast. For all Mot know, the bequest no longer exists. Mort have great faith in your abilities. Wren murmured something inaudible. He donned the gloves, gently unbuckled the cloisonné enamel fastenings, stared hungrily at the hand-lettered pages. And Wren? Something in Pendergast's tone made the old man look over his shoulder. May Mort suggest you find the bequest first and contemplate the manuscript later? Remember what happened 2 years ago. Wren's face took on a look of shock. Agent Pendergast, you know Mot always put your interests first. Pendergast looked into the crafty old face, now full of hurt and indignation. Of course you do. And then he abruptly vanished into the shadowy stacks. Wren blinked his yellow eyes, then turned his attention back to the illuminated manuscript. He knew exactly where the bequest was. It would be a work of 15 minutes to locate. That left 47 3/4 hours to examine the manuscript. Silence quickly returned. It was almost as if Pendergast's presence had been merely a dream. 7. The man walked up Riverside Drive, his steps, the metal ferrule of his cane making a rhythmic click on the asphalt. The sun was rising over the Hudson River, turning the water an oily pink, and the trees in Riverside Park stood silently, motionless in the chill autumn air. He inhaled deeply, his olfactory sense working through the trackless forest of city smells, the tar and diesel coming off the water, dampness from the park, the sour reek of the streets. He turned the corner, then paused. In the rising light, the short street was deserted. 1 block over, he could hear the sounds of traffic on Broadway, see the faint light from the shops. But here it was very quiet. Most of the buildings on the street were abandoned. His own building, in fact, stood beside a site where, many years before, a small riding ring for Manhattan's wealthiest young ladies had been. The ring was long gone, of course, but in its place stood a small, unnamed service drive off the main trunk of Riverside, which served to insulate his building from traffic. The island formed by the service drive sported grass and trees, and a statue of Joan of Arc. It was one of the quieter, more forgotten places on the island of Manhattan. Forgotten by all, perhaps, save him. It had the additional advantage of being roamed by nocturnal gangs and having a reputation for being dangerous. It was all very convenient. He slipped down a carriageway, through a side door, and into a close, musty space. By feel, it was dark, with the windows securely boarded over. He made his way down a dim corridor, then another, to a closet door. He opened it. The closet was empty. He stepped inside, turned a knob in the rear wall. It opened noiselessly, revealing stone steps leading down. At the bottom of the steps, the man stopped, feeling along the wall until his fingers found the ancient light switch. He twisted it, and a series of bare bulbs came on, illuminating an old stone passageway, dank and dripping with moisture. He hung his black coat on a brass hook, placed his bowler hat on an adjoining hat rack, and dropped his cane into an umbrella stand. Then he moved down the passageway, feet ringing against the stonework, until he reached a heavy iron door. A rectangular slot set hot into its face. The slot was closed. The man paused a moment outside the room. Then he reached into his pocket for a key, unlocked the iron door, and pushed it open. Light flooded into the cell, revealing a blood-stained floor and wall, chains and cuffs lying in disorganized bands of metal. The room was empty. Of course. He swept it with his eyes, smiled. Everything was ready for the next occupant. He closed the door and locked it again, then proceeded down the hall to a large subterranean room. Switching on the bright electric lights, he approached a stainless steel gurney. Atop the gurney lay an old-fashioned Gladstone bag and 2 journals, bound in cheap red plastic. The man picked up the top journal, turning its pages with great interest. It was all so wonderfully ironic. By rights, these journals should have perished in flames long ago. In the wrong hands, they could have done a great deal of damage. Would have done a great deal of damage had he not come along at the right time. But now they were back where they belonged. He replaced the journal and more slowly opened the medical valise. Inside, a cylindrical container of hard gray hospital plastic lay on a smoking bed of dry ice chips. The man pulled on a pair of latex gloves. Then he removed the container from the briefcase, placed it on the gurney, and unlatched it. He reached in and, with infinite caution, withdrew a long gray ropey mass. Had it not been for the blood and matter that still adhered to the tissue, it would have resembled the kind of heavy cable that supports a bridge, the red-streaked outer lining filled with thousands of tiny, fibrous strings. A small smile curled the man's lips, and his pale eyes glittered as he stared. He held the mass up to the light, which shone through it with a glow. Then he brought it to a nearby sink, where he carefully irrigated it with a bottle of distilled water, washing off the bone chips and other offal. Next, he placed the cleaned organ in a large machine, closed its top, and turned it on. A high whine filled the stone room as the tissue was blended into a paste. At timed intervals, the man consulted the pages of a notebook, then added some chemicals through a rubber bladder in the machine's slid with deft, precise movements. The paste lightened, clarified. And then, his movements ever so careful, the man detached the ultrablender and poured the paste into a long stainless tube, placed it in a nearby centrifuge, closed the cover, and turned a switch. There was a humming noise that grew rapidly in pitch, then stabilized. Centrifuging out the serum would take numb minutes. It was only the first stage in a long process. One had to be absolutely precise. The slightest error at any step only magnified itself until the final product was useless. But now that he'd decided to do all further harvesting here in the laboratory, rather than in the field, no doubt things would proceed to even greater consistency. He turned to the sink in which sat a large, carefully rolled towel. Taking it by one edge, he raised it, letting it unroll. 6 blood-stained scalpels slid into the basin. He began to clean them, slowly, lovingly. They were the old-fashioned kind, heavy, nicely balanced. Of course, they weren't as handy as the modern Japanese models with the snap-in blades, but they felt good in the hand, and they kept an edge. Even in this age of ultrablenders and DNA sequencing machines, old tools still had their place. Placing the scalpels in an autoclave to dry and sterilize, the man removed the gloves, washed his hands very carefully, then dried them on a linen towel. He glanced over, checking the progress of the centrifuge, and then he moved to a small cabinet, opened it, and withdrew a piece of paper. He placed it on the gurney, beside the briefcase. On the paper, in an elegant copperplate script, were 5 names: Pendergast, Kelly, Smithback, O'Shaughnessy, Puck. The last name had already been crossed out. Now the man plucked a fountain pen of inlaid lacquer from his pocket, and then, neatly, formally, with long, slender fingers, he drew a beautifully precise line through the 4th name, ending with a little curlicue flourish. 8. At his favorite neighborhood coffee shop, Smithback lingered over his breakfast, knowing the museum did not open its doors until 10. Once more, he glanced over the photocopies of articles he'd culled from back issues of the Times. The more he read them, the more he was sure the old murders were the work of Leng. Even the geography seemed consistent. Most of the murders had taken place on the Lower East Side, and along the waterfront, about as far away from Riverside Drive as you could get. At 9:30, he called for the bill and set off down Broadway for a bracing fall walk to the museum. He began to whistle. While he still had the relationship with Nora to repair, he was an eternal optimist. If he could bring her the information she wanted on a silver platter, that would be a start. She could stay mad at him forever. They had so much in common, shared both good and bad times together. If only she didn't have such a temper! He had other reasons to be happy, although every now and then his instincts failed him. The thing with Fairhaven was a good example. Most of the time his journalist's nose was infallible, and his article on Leng had gotten off to a good start. Now all he needed was to dig up a few personal nuggets to bring the madman to life, maybe even a photograph, and he had an idea of where to get all of it. He blinked in the bright fall light, inhaled the crisp air. Years before, during the time he'd spent writing what had started out as a history of the museum's superstition exhibition, Smithback had grown to know the museum very well. He knew its eccentric ways, the ins and outs, the shortcuts, the curiosa, the hidden corners, and miscellaneous archives. If there was any information about Leng hidden within those walls, Smithback would find it. When the great bronze doors opened, Smithback made sure he buried himself within the throngs, staying as anonymous as possible. He paid the suggested admission and pinned on his button, strolling through the great rotunda, gaping like all the others at the soaring skeletons. Soon he broke away from the tourists and worked his way down to the first floor. One of the least known, but most useful, archives in the museum was here. Colloquially known as Old Records, it housed cabinet upon filing cabinet of personnel records, running from the museum's founding to about Mochin Tam Sao, when the system was computerized and moved to a gleaming new space on the fourth floor, and given the shiny new name of Human Resources. How well he remembered Old Records. The smell of mothballs and foxed paper, the endless files on long-dead museum employees, associates, and researchers. Old Records still contained some sensitive material, and Smithback remembered that it was kept locked and guarded. The last time he was in here, it was on official business, and he had a signed permission. This time, he was going to have to use a different approach. The guards might recognize him. Then again, after several years, they might not. He walked through the vast hall of birds, echoing and empty, considering how best to proceed. Soon he found himself before the twin-riveted copper doors, labeled Personnel Records, Old. Peering through the crack between them, he could see two guards sitting at a table, drinking coffee. Two guards, twice the chance of being recognized, half the chance of pulling a fast one on them. He had to get rid of one. He took a turn around the hall, still thinking, as a plan began to take shape. Abruptly, he turned on his heel and walked out into the corridor, up the stairs, and into the huge Celis Memorial Hall. There, the usual cadre of cheerful old ladies had taken their places at the information desk. Smithback plucked the visitor's button from his lapel and tossed it in a trash bin. Then he strode up to the nearest lady. "Mote met Professor Smithback," he said with a smile. "Yes, Professor. What can Mort do for you?" The lady had curly white hair and violet eyes. Smithback gave her his most charming smile. "May Mort use your phone?" "Of course." The woman handed him the phone from under the desk. Smithback looked through the nearby museum phone book, found the number, and dialed. "Old Records," a gruff voice answered. "Is Rook on duty there?" Smithback barked. "Rook?" "There's no Rook here. You got the wrong number, pal." Smithback expelled an irritated stream of air into the phone. "Who's on in Records, then?" "It's me and O'Neill. Who's this?" The voice was truculent, stupid. "Me? Who's me?" "What's your problem, friend?" came the reply. Smithback put on his coldest, most officious voice. "Allow me to repeat myself. May Mote be so presumptuous to ask who you are, sir, and whether you want to be written up for insubordination?" "Matt Bulger, sir." The guard's gruff manner wilted instantly. "Bulger, I see you're the man but need to talk to. This is Mr. Hummerman in Human Resources." He spoke rapidly and angrily, deliberately garbling the name. "Yes, but sorry, but did he not realize? How can it help you, mister?" "You certainly can help me, Bulger. There's a problem here with certain asseverations in your personnel file, Bulger." "What kind of problem?" The man sounded suitably alarmed. "It's confidential. We Luglung discuss it when you get here." "When?" "Now, of course." "Yes, sir, but Mort did it catch your name. And tell O'Neill Mort met, sending someone down to review your procedures in the meantime. We've had some disturbing reports about laxity." "Yes, sir, of course, but—" Smithback replaced the phone. He looked up to find the elderly volunteer eyeing him curiously, even suspiciously. What was that all about, Professor? Smithback grinned and drew a hand over his cowlick. Just a little trick on a coworker. We got this running joke. See, gotta do something to lighten up this old pile. She smiled. The dear, innocent Smithback thought a little guiltily as he made a beeline back down the stairs to old records. On the way, he passed one of the guards he'd seen through the crack, huffing down the hall, belly jiggling as he walked, panic writ large on his face. The Human Resources office at the museum was a notoriously feared place, overstaffed like the rest of the administration. It would take the guard 10 minutes to get there, 10 minutes to wander around looking for the non-existent Mr. Humraman, and 10 minutes to get back. That would give Smithback 30 minutes to talk his way inside and find what he was looking for. It wasn't a lot of time, but Smithback knew the museum's archival systems inside and out. He had infinite confidence in his ability to find what he needed in short order. Once again, he strode down the hall to the copper doors of old records. He straightened his shoulders, took a deep breath. Raising one hand, he knocked imperiously. The door was opened by the remaining security officer. He looked young, barely old enough to be out of high school. He was already spooked. Yes, how can Mot help you? Smithback grasped the man's surprised limp hand while stepping inside at the same time. O'Neill, Moat met Maurice Fannin from Human Resources. They sent me down here to straighten things out. Straighten things out? Smithback slid his way inside, looking at the rows of old metal filing cabinets, the scarred table covered with foam coffee cups and cigarette butts, the piss-yellow walls. This is a disgrace, he said. There was an uncomfortable silence. Smithback drilled his eyes into O'Neill. We've been doing a little looking into your area here, and let me tell you, O'Neill, we are not pleased. Not pleased at all. O'Neill was immediately and utterly cowed. Motmet, sorry, sir. Maybe you should talk to my supervisor, Mr. Bulger. Oh, we are. We were having a long discussion with him. Smithback looked around again. When was the last time you had a file check, for example? A what? A file check. When was the last time, O'Neill? More to know what that is. My supervisor didn't tell me anything about a file check. Strange, he thought you knew all about the procedure. Now that's what Mot mean here, O'Neill. Sloppy, very sloppy. Well, from now on, we will be requiring a monthly file check. Smithback narrowed his eyes, strode over to a filing cabinet, pulled on a drawer. It was, as he expected, locked. It's locked, said the guard. Mort can see that. Any idiot can see that. He rattled the handle. Where's the key? Over there, the poor guard nodded toward a wall box. It, too, was locked. It occurred to Smithback that the climate of fear and intimidation the new museum administration had fostered was proving most helpful. The man was so terrified, the last thing he would think of doing was challenging Smithback or asking for his ID. And the key to that? On my chain. Smithback looked around again, his quick eyes taking in every detail under the pretense of looking for further violations. The filing cabinets had labels on them, each with a date. The dates seemed to run back to Motam Saublam, the founding year of the museum. Smithback knew that any outside researchers who were issued a pass to the collections would have to have been approved by a committee of curators. Their deliberations, and the files the applicant had to furnish, should still be in here. Lang almost certainly had such a collections pass. If his file were still here, it would contain a wealth of personal information. Full name, address, education, degrees, research specialization, list of publications, perhaps even copies of some of those publications. It might even contain a photograph. He rapped with a knuckle on the cabinet, marked Montine. Like this file. When was the last time you file-checked this drawer? Ah, as far as Moat know, never. Never. Smithback sounded incredulous. Well, what are you waiting for? The guard hustled over, unlocked the wall cabinet, fumbled for the right key, and unlocked the drawer. Now let me show you how to do a file check. Smithback opened the drawer and plunged his hands into the files, rifling them, stirring up a cloud of dust, thinking fast. A yellowed index card was poking from the first file, and he whipped it out. It listed every file in the drawer by name, alphabetized, dated, cross-referenced. This was beautiful. Thank God for the early museum bureaucrats. See, you start with this index card. He waved it in the guard's face. The guard nodded. It lists every file in the cabinet. Then you check to see if all the files are there. Simple, that's a file check. Yes, sir. Smithback quickly scanned the list of names on the card. No Lang. He shoved the card back and slammed the drawer. Now we look lung check, Motambe Chin. Open the drawer, please. Yes, sir. Smithback drew out the Motambe Machine index card. Again, no Lang was listed. You look lunk need to institute much more careful procedures down here, O'Neill. These are extremely valuable historical files. Open the next one. Baymatam. Yes, sir. Damn, still no Lang. Let's take a quick look at some of the others. Smithback had him open up more cabinets and check the yellow index cards on each, all the while giving O'Neill a steady stream of advice about the importance of file checking. The years crept inexorably backward, and Smithback began to despair. And then, in Mortheen Tom Bay, he found the name, Lang. His heart quickened. Forgetting all about the guard, Smithback flipped quickly through the files themselves, pausing at the L's. Here he slowed, carefully looked at each one, then looked again. He went through the L's 3 times, but the corresponding Lang file was missing. Smithback felt crushed. It had been such a good idea. He straightened up, looked at the guard's frightened, eager face. The whole idea was a failure. What a waste of energy and brilliance frightening this poor guy for nothing. It meant starting over again from scratch. But first he better get his ass out of there, before Bulger returned, disgruntled, spoiling for an argument. Sir? The guard prompted. Smithback wearily closed the drawer. He glanced at his watch. Mort have to be getting back. Carry on, you were doing a good job here, O'Neill. Keep it up. He turned to go. Mr. Fannin? For a moment, Smithback wondered who the man was talking to. Then he remembered. Yes? Do the carbons need a file check also? Carbons? Smithback paused. The ones in the vault. Vault? The vault. Back there. Yes, of course. Thank you, O'Neill. My oversight. Show me the vault. The young guard led the way through a rear door to a large old safe with a nickel wheel and a heavy steel door. In here. Smithback's heart sank. It looked like Fort Knox. Can you open this? It's not locked anymore. Not since the high security area was opened. I see. What are these carbons? Duplicates of the files back there. Let's take a look. Open it up. Neil wrestled the door open. It revealed a small room crammed with cabinets. Let's take a look at, say, Motambe. The guard glanced around. There it is. Smithback made a beeline for the drawer, yanking it open. The files were on some early form of photocopy paper, like glossy sepia-toned photographs, faded and blurred. He quickly pawed through to the L's. There it was. A security clearance for Enoch Leng, dated Motambe. A few sheets tissue-thin faded to light brown, covered in long spidery script. With one swift stroke, Smithback slipped them out of the file and into his jacket pocket, covering the motion with a loud cough. He turned around. Very good. All this will need to be file-checked too, of course. He stepped out of the vault. Listen, O'Neill, other than the file check, you redoing a fine job down here. Mot Luklung put in a good word for you. Thank you, Mr. Fannin. Mot try, Mot really do. Wish Moat could say the same for Bulger. Now there is someone with an attitude. You're right, sir. Good day, O'Neill, and Smithback beat a hasty retreat. He was just in time. In the hall, he again passed Bulger, striding back, his face red and splotchy, thumbs hooked in his belt loops, lips and belly thrust forward aggressively, keys swaying and jingling. He looked pissed. As Smithback made for the nearest exit, it almost felt as if the pilfered papers were burning a hole in the lining of his jacket. The old dark house? 1. Safely on the street, Smithback ducked through the 77th Street gate into Central Park and settled on a bench by the lake. The brilliant fall morning was already warming into a lovely Indian summer day. He breathed in the air and thought once again of what a dazzling reporter he was. Bryce Harriman could have gotten his hands on these papers if he had a year to do it, and all the makeup people of industrial light and magic behind him. With a sense of delicious anticipation, he removed the 3 sheets from his pocket. The faint scent of dust reached his nose as sunlight hit the top page. It was an old brown carbon, faint and difficult to read. At the top of the first sheet was printed, "Application for access to the collections, the New York Museum of Natural History." Applicant, Phoenix Lang, MD, Dioxon, OBE, FRS. Recommender, Professor Tinbury McFadden, Department of Mammalogy. Seconder, Professor Augustus Spragg, Department of Ornithology. The applicant will please describe to the committee, in brief, the purposes of his application. The applicant, Dr. Enoch Leng, wishes access to the collections of anthropology and mammalogy to conduct research on taxonomy and classification and to prepare comparative essays in physical anthropology, human osteology, and phrenology. The applicant will please state his academic qualifications, giving degrees and honors with appropriate dates. The applicant, Professor Enoch Leng, graduated Artium Baccalaureate with first honors from Oriel College, Oxford. Doctor of Natural Philosophy, New College, Oxford, with first honors. Elected Fellow of the Royal Society Motam Saulam. Elected to White S, Motam Sautam. Awarded Order of the Garter, Motam Sauchin. The applicant will please state his permanent domicile and his current lodgings in New York, if different. Professor Enoch Leng. Tam Chinmamot Riverside Drive, New York. New York. Research Laboratory at Moat. Shadames Cabinet of Natural Productions and Curiosities, Catherine Street, New York. New York. The applicant will please attach a list of publications and will supply off-prints of a multiple least two for the review of the committee. Smithback looked through the papers, but realized he had missed this crucial piece. The disposition of the committee is presented below. Professor is hereby given permission to the free and open use of the collections and library of the New York Museum of Natural History. This Jaime Bath day of March. Morton. Authorized signatory, Tinbury McFadden. Signed, E. Leng. Smithback swore under his breath. He felt abruptly deflated. This was thin, indeed. It was too bad that Leng hadn't gotten his degree in America. That would have been much easier to follow up. But maybe he could pry the information out of Oxford over the te le epehato ne e a te hato ugathahat. It was possible the academic honors were false. The list of publications would have been much easier to check, and far most interesting, but there was no way he could go back and get it now. It had been such a good idea, and he'd had pulled it off so well. Damn. Smithback searched through the papers again. No photograph, no curriculum vitae, no biography giving place and date of birth. The only thing here at all was an address. Damn. But then a new thought came to him. He recalled the address was what Nora had been trying to find. Here, at least, was a peace offering. Smithback did a quick calculation. Tom Chinmamot Riverside lay uptown, in Harlem somewhere. There were a lot of old mansions still standing along that stretch of Riverside Drive. Those that remained were mostly abandoned or broken up into apartments. Chances were, of course, that Leng's house had been torn down a long time ago, but there was a chance it might still stand. That might make a good picture, even if it was an old wreck. Especially if it was an old wreck. Come to think of it, there might even be bodies buried about the premises, or walled up in the basement. Perhaps Leng's own body might be there, moldering in a corner. That would please O'Shaughnessy help Nora. And what a great capstone for his own article. The investigative journalist finding the corpse of America's first serial killer. Of course, it was very unlikely, but even so. Smithback checked his watch. Almost 1 o'clock. Oh, God, such a brilliant bit of detective work, and all he'd really got was the damn address. Well, it was a matter of an hour or two to simply go check and see if the house was still standing. Smithback stuffed the papers back into his pocket and strolled to Central Park West. There wasn't much point in flagging down a cab. They refused to take him that far uptown, and once there he'd never find a cab to take him home again. Even though it was broad daylight, he had no intention of doing any wandering around in that dangerous neighborhood. The best thing to do might be to rent a car. The Times had a special arrangement with Hertz, and there was a branch not far away on Columbus. Now that he thought about it, if the house did still exist, he'd probably want to check inside, talk to current tenants, find out if anything unusual had come to light during renovations, that sort of thing. It might be dark before he was through. That did it. He was renting a car. 45 minutes later, he was heading up Central Park West in a silver Taurus. His spirits had risen once again. This still could be a big story. After he checked on the house, he could do a search of the New York Public Library, see if he could turn up any published articles of Leng. Maybe he could even search the police files to see if anything unusual had happened in the vicinity of Leng's house during the time he was alive. There were still a lot of strong leads to follow up here. Leng could be as big as Jack the Ripper. The similarities were there. All it took was a journalist to make it come alive. With enough information, this could be his next book. He, Smithback, would be a shoo-in for that Pulitzer which always seemed to elude him, and even more important, well, just as important at least, he to have a chance to square himself with Nora. This would save her and Pendergast a lot of time wading through city deeds, and it would please Pendergast, who he sensed was a silent ally. Yes, all in all, this was going to work out well. Reaching the end of the park, he headed west on Cathedral Parkway, then turned north onto Riverside Drive. As he passed Mothaimeluntha Street, he slowed, scanning the addresses of the broken buildings. 670, 701. Another 10 blocks went by. As he continued north, he slowed still further, holding his breath in anticipation. And then his eye alighted on Tamcham Chinmamot Riverside Drive. The house was still standing. He couldn't believe his luck. Leng's own house. He gave it a long, searching look as he passed by, then turned right at the next street, Mochambamatam Trinhin, and circled the block, heart beating fast. 891 was an old Beaux-Arts mansion that took up the entire block, sporting a pillared entryway, festooned with Baroque Revival decorations. There was even a damn coat of arms carved above the door. It was set back from the street by a small service road, forming a triangle-shaped island that adjoined Riverside Drive. There were no rows of buzzers beside the door, and the first-floor windows had been securely boarded up and covered with tin. The place, it seemed, had never been broken into apartments. Like so many old mansions along the drive, it had simply been abandoned years before. Too expensive to maintain, too expensive to tear down, too expensive to revamp. Almost all Etugzehat buildings had reverted to the city for unpaid taxes. The city simply boarded them up and warehoused them. He leaned over the passenger seat, squinting for a better look. The upper-story windows were not boarded up, and none of the panes appeared to be broken. It was perfect. It looked just like the house of a mass murderer. Front page photo, here we come. Smithback could just see his story generating a police search of the place, the discovery of more bodies. This was getting better and better. So how best to proceed? A little peek through a window might be in order, provided he could find a place to park. Pulling away from the curb, he circled the block again, then drove down Riverside, looking for a parking spot. Considering how poor the neighborhood was, there were a remarkable number of cars. Junkers, aging Eldorado pimpmobiles, fancy SUVs with huge speakers tilting up from their rear beds. It was 6 or 7 blocks before he finally found a semi-legal parking spot on a side street off Riverside. He should have hired a livery driver, damn it, and had him wait while he inspected the house. Now he had to walk 9 blocks through Harlem. Just what he had tried to avoid. Nudging the rental car into the space, he glanced carefully around. Then he got out of the car, locked it, and, quickly, but not so quickly as to attract attention, walked back up to Mord Babath Street. When he reached the corner, he slowed, sauntering down the block until he came to the porte cochere entrance. Here he paused to look at the house more carefully, trying to look as casual as possible. It had once been very grand, a 4-story structure of marble and brick with a slate mansard roof, oval windows, towers, and a widow's walk. The facade was encrusted with carved limestone details set into brick. The street front was surrounded by a tall spiked iron fence, broken and rusty. The yard was filled vacepte weeds and trash, along with a riot of sumac and ailanthus bushes and a pair of dead oaks. Its dark-browed upper-story windows looked out over the Hudson and the North River Water Pollution Control Plant. Smithback shivered, glanced around one more time, then crossed the service road and started down the carriageway. Gang graffiti was sprayed all over the once elegant marble and brick. Wind-blown trash had accumulated several feet deep in the recesses. But in the rear of the carriage drive, he could see a stout door made of oak. It, too, had been sprayed with graffiti, but still looked operable. It had neither window nor peephole. Smithback slipped farther down the carriageway, keeping close to the outside wall. The place stank of urine and feces. Someone had dropped a load of used diapers beside the door, and a pile of garbage bags lay in a corner, torn apart by dogs and rats. As if on cue, an enormously fat rat waddled out of the trash, dragging its belly, looked insolently at him, then disappeared back into the garbage. He noticed two small oval windows set on each side of the door. Both were covered hatin, but there might be a way to pry one loose. Advancing, Smithback carefully pressed his hand against the closest, testing it. It was solid as a rock, no cracks, no way to see in. The other was just as carefully covered. He inspected the seams, looking for holes, but there were none. He laid a hand on the oaken door. Again, it felt totally solid. This house was locked up tight, nigh impregnable. Perhaps it had been locked up since the time of Lenga's death. There might well be personal items inside. Once again, Smithback wondered if the remains of victims might also be there. Once the police got their hands on the place, he'd lose his chance to learn anything more. It would be very interesting to see inside. He looked up, his eye following the lines of the house. He'd had some rock climbing experience, gained from a trip to the canyon country of Utah, the trip where he'd met Nora. He stepped away, studying the facade. There were lots of cornices and carvings that would make good handholds. Here, away from the street, he wasn't as likely to be noticed. With a little luck, he might be able to climb to one of the second-story windows, just for a look. He glanced back down the carriageway. The street was deserted, the house deathly silent. Smithback rubbed his hands together, smoothed his cowlick, and then he set his left wing tip into a gap in the lower course of masonry and began to climb. 2. Captain Custer checked the clock on the wall of his office. It was nearly noon. He felt a growl in his capacious stomach and wished for at least the 20th time that noon would hurry up and come so he could head out to Dilius Deli, purchase a double corned beef and Swiss on rye with extra mayo, and place the monstrous sandwich in his mouth. He always got hungry when he was nervous, and today he was very, very nervous. It had been barely 48 hours since he'd been put in charge of the surgeon case, but already he was getting impatient calls. The mayor had called. The commissioner had called. The 3 murders had the entire city close to panicking, and yet he had nothing to report. The breathing space he'd bought himself with that article on the old bones was just about used up. The 50 detectives working the case were desperately following up leads, for all the good it did them. But to where nowhere? He snorted, shook his head. Incompetent asswipes. His stomach growled again, louder this time. Pressure and agitation encircled him like a damp bathhouse towel. If this was Vekep Harate it felt like to be in charge of a big case, he was sure he liked it. He glanced at the clock again. 5 more minutes. Not going to lunch before noon was a matter of discipline with him. As a police officer, he knew discipline was key. That was what it was all about. He could have let the pressure get to him. He remembered how the commissioner had stared sidelong at him back in that little hovel on Doyers Street when he'd assigned him the investigation. Rocker hadn't seemed exactly confident in his abilities. Custer remembered all too clearly his words of advice. "Let's suggest you get to work on this new case of yours. Get right to work. Catch that killer. You don't want another? Fresh or stiff turning up on your watch? Do you?" The minute hand moved another notch. Maybe more manpower is the answer, he thought. He should put another dozen detectives on that murder in the museum archives. That was the most recent murder, that S, where the freshest clues would be. That curator who'd have found the corpse, the frosty bitch, what's her name, had been pretty close-mouthed. If Iseo Ula de. And then, just as the second hand swept toward noon, he had the revelation. The museum archives, the museum curator. It was so overwhelming, so blinding, that it temporarily drove all thoughts of corned beef from his head. The museum was the center around which everything revolved. The third murder, the brutal operation, it took place in the museum. That archaeologist, Nora Kelly, worked for the museum. The incriminating letter that reporter, Smithbank or whatever, had leaked, the letter that started the whole thing, found in the museum's archives. That creepy old guy, Colopy, who'd authorized the removal of the letter, director of the museum. Fairhaven on the museum's board. The 19th century killer, connected to the museum. And the archivist himself, Puck, had been murdered. Why? Because he had discovered something in the archives. Custer's mind, unusually clear, began racing over the possibilities, the myriad combinations and permutations. What was needed was strong, decisive action. Whatever it was Puck had found, he would find too. and that would be key to the murderer. There was no time to lose, not 1 minute. He stood up and punched the intercom. "Noise, get in here right away." The man was in the doorway even before Custer's finger was off the button. "Might want the top 10 detectives assigned to the surgeon case over here for a confidential briefing in my office. Half an hour." "Yes, Captain." Noise raised a quizzical but appropriately obsequious eyebrow. Movie got it, Noise. Movie figured it out. Noise ceased his gum chewing. "Sir?" "The key to the surgeon killings is in the museum. It's there in the archives. God knows, maybe even the murderer himself is in there on the museum staff." Custer grabbed his jacket. "We were going in there, hard and fast, Noise. They won't even know what hit them." 3. Using cornices and Escuthens's hand. And Futhold's, Smithback slowly pulled his way up the wall toward the stone embrasure of a second-story window. It had been harder than he expected, and he'd managed to scrape a cheek and mash a finger in the process. And of course, he was ruining a $250 pair of handmade Italian shoes. Maybe the Times would pay. Spread-eagled against the side of the house, he felt ridiculously exposed. There must be an easier way to win a Pulitzer, he thought. He grabbed for the window ledge, pulled himself upward with a grunt of effort. Gaining the wide ledge, he remained there a moment, catching his breath, looking around. The street was still quiet. Nobody seemed to have noticed anything. He turned his attention back to the rippled glass of the window. The room beyond seemed utterly empty and dark. Dust motes hung in the anemic shafts of light that slanted inward. He thought he could make out a closed door in the far wall, but there was nothing to give him any indication of what lay beyond in the rest of the house. If he wanted to learn anything more, he'd have to get inside. What could the harm be? The house had clearly been deserted for decades. It was probably city property now, public property. He'd come this far, done this much. If he left now, he'd have to start all over again. The image of his editor's face, shaking a fistful of copy, eyes popping. Fete. Had anger filled his mind. If he was going to charge them for the shoes, he better have something to show for it. He tried the window and, as expected, found it locked, or perhaps frozen shut with age. He experienced a moment of indecision, looked around again. The thought of clambering back down the wall was even less pleasant than climbing up had been. What he could see from the window told him nothing. He had to find a way in just for the briefest look. He sure as hell couldn't stay on the ledge forever if anyone happened by and saw him. And then he spotted the cop car a few blocks south on Riverside Drive, cruising slowly north. It would not be good at all if they caught sight of him up here. And he had no way to get down in time. Quickly, he pulled off his jacket, stuffed it into a ball, and placed it against one of the lowest of the large panes. Using his shoulder, he pressed until it gave with a sharp crack. He pried out the pieces of glass, laid them on the ledge, and crawled through. Inside the room, he stood up and peered through the window. All was calm. His entry hadn't been noticed. Then he turned around, listening intently. Silence. He sniffed the air. It smelled not unpleasantly of old wallpaper and dust. It was not the stale air he'd been expecting. He took a few deep breaths. Think of the story. Think of the Pulitzer. Think of Nora. He would do a quick reconnaissance and then get out. He waited, allowing his eyes to adjust to the dimness. There was a shelf in the back, and a single book lay on it. Smithback walked over and picked it up. It was an old 19th century treatise titled Mollusca, with a gold engraving of a conch on the cover. Smithback felt a slight quickening of his heart, a natural history book. He opened it, hoping to find a bookplate reading Ex Libris Enoch Leng, but there was nothing. He flipped the pages, looking for notes, then put the book back. Nothing else for it. Time to explore the house. He carefully removed his shoes, placed them by the window, and proceeded in stockinged feet. With careful steps, he made his way to the closed door. The floor creaked, and he stopped, but the profound silence remained. It was unlikely that anyone would be in the house. It looked like even the junkies and bums had been successfully kept out. But caution would be wise nonetheless. He placed his hand on the doorknob, turned it ever so slowly, eased the door open and in. He peered through the crack, blackness. He pushed it wider, allowing the dim morning light from the window behind him to spill into the hallway. He saw that it was very long, quite grand, with flocked wallpaper in a heavy green design. On the walls, in gilded alcoves, were paintings draped with white sheets. The sheets clung to the heavy frames. At the far end of the hall, a broad set of marble stairs swept downward, disappearing into a pool of deeper darkness. At the top of the stairs stood something. A statue, perhaps, draped in yet another white sheet. Smithback held his breath. It really did look as if the house had been shut up and deserted since Leng's death. It was fantastic. Could all this stuff be Leng's? He ventured a few steps down the hall. As he did so, the smell of mold and dust became suffused with something less pleasant, something organic, sweet, decayed. It was as if the rotten old heart of the house had finally died. Perhaps his suspicions were right, and Leng had entombed the bodies of his victims behind the heavy Victorian wallpaper. He paused, an arm's length from one of the paintings. Curious, he reached out, took the corner of the white sheet and lifted. The rotting sheet fell away in a cloud of dust and tatters, and he stepped back, momentarily startled. A dark painting stood revealed. Smithback peered closer. It depicted a pack of wolves ripping apart a deer in a deep wood. It was ghoulish in its anatomical detail, but beautifully executed nevertheless, and no doubt worth a fortune. Curiosity aroused, Smithback stepped to the next alcove and plucked at the sheet, which also turned to powder at his touch. This painting showed a whale hunt, a great sperm whale, draped with harpoon lines, thrashing about in its death throes, a huge jet of bright arterial blood rising from its spouter, while its flukes dashed a boatful of harpooners into the sea. Smithback could hardly believe his luck. He had struck pay dirt, but then it wasn't luck. It was the result of hard work and careful research. Even Pendergast hadn't yet figured out where Leng lived. This would redeem his job at the Times, maybe even redeem his relationship with Nora, because he was sure that whatever information about Leng, Nora, and Pendergast were looking for, it was here. Smithback waited, listening intently, but there were no sounds from below. He moved down the carpeted hallway in slow, small, noiseless steps. Reaching the covered statue at the top of the banister, he reached up and grasped at the sheet. As rotten as the others, it fell apart, dropping to the ground in a dissolving heap. A cloud of dust, dry rot, and mold billowed up into the air. At first, Smithback felt a frisson of fear and incomprehension at the sight, until his mind began to understand just what he was looking at. It was, in fact, nothing more than a stuffed chimpanzee hanging from a tree branch. Moths and rats had chewed away most of the face, leaving pits and holes that went down to brown bone. The lips were gone as well, giving the chimpanzee the agonized grin of a mummy. One ear hung by a thread of dried flesh, and even as Smithback watched it fell to the ground with a soft thud. One of the chimp's hands was holding a wax fruit. The other was clutching its stomach as if in pain. Only the beady glass eyes looked fresh, and they stared at Smithback with maniacal intensity. Smithback felt his heart quicken. Leng had, after all, been a taxonomist, collector, and member of the Lyceum. Did he, like McFadden and the rest, also have a collection? A so-called cabinet of curiosities. Was this decayed chimp part of his collection? He again experienced a moment of indecision. Should he leave now? Taking a step back from the chimpanzee, he peered down the staircase. There was no light except what little filtered in from behind nailed boards and wooden shutters. Gradually, he began to make out the dim outlines of what seemed to be a reception hall, complete with parqueted oak floor. Lying across it were exotic skins: zebra, lion, tiger, oryx, cougar. Ranged about were a number of dark objects also draped in white sheets. The paneled walls were lined with old cabinets, covered with rippled glass doors. On them sat a number of shadowy objects in display cases, each with a brass plate affixed below it. Yes, it was a collection. Enoch Lenge's collection. Smithback stood clutching the upper knob of the banister. Despite the fact that nothing seemed to have been touched in the house for 100 years, he could feel deep in his gut that the house hadn't been empty all this time. It looked somehow tended. It bespoke the presence of a caretaker. He should teo ro, know around now and get out. But the silence was profound, and he hesitated. The collisions below were worth a brief look. The interior of this house and its collections would play a big role in his article. He would go down for a moment, just a moment, to see what lay beneath some of the sheets. He took a careful step, and then another, and then he heard a soft click behind him. He spun around, heart pounding. At first, nothing looked different, and then he realized that the door from which he'd entered the hallway must have closed. He breathed a sigh of relief. A gust of wind had come through the broken window and pushed the door shut. He continued down the sweeping marble staircase, hand clutching the banister. At the bottom, he paused, screwing up his eyes, peering into the even more pronounced darkness. The smell of rot and decay seemed stronger here. His eyes focused on an object in the center of the hall. One of the sheets had become so decayed that it had already fallen from the object it covered. In the darkness, it looked strange, misshapen. Smithback took a step forward, peering intently, and suddenly he realized what it was: the mounted specimen of a small carnivorous dinosaur. But this dinosaur was extraordinarily well preserved, with fossilized flesh still clinging to the bones, some fossilized internal organs, even huge swaths of fossilized skin. And covering the skin were the unmistakable outlines of feathers. Smithback stood, dumbstruck. It was an astounding specimen of incalculable value to science. Recent scientists had theorized that some dinosaurs, even T-Rex, might have had a covering of feathers. Here was the proof. He glanced down. A brass label read "Unknown Colaraptor from Red Deer River, Alberta, Canada." Smithback turned his attention to the cabinets, his eye falling on a series of human skulls. He moved closer. The little brass label below them read, "Hominidae series from Swartkopje Cave, South Africa." Smithback could hardly believe his eyes. He knew enough about hominid fossils to know they were exceedingly rare. These dozen skulls were some of the most complete he had ever seen. They would revolutionize hominid studies. His eye caught a gleam from the next cabinet. He stepped up to it. It was crowded Keptehat gemstones, and his eye landed on a large green-cut stone the size of a robin's egg. The label below read "Diamond, flawless specimen from Novotny Terra, Siberia, Hymirisau carats, believed to be the only green diamond in existence." Next to it, in an especially large case, were immense star rubies, sapphires, and more exotic stones with names he could hardly pronounce, winking in the dim recesses, gemstones equal to the finest ones at the New York Museum. They seemed to have been given star billing among the other exhibits. On a nearby shelf lay a series of gold crystals, perfectly beautiful, lacy as frost, one as large as a grapefruit. Below lay rows of tektites, mostly black, misshapen things, but some with a beautiful deep green or violet coloring. Smithback took a step back, his mind wrestling with the richness and variety of the display. To think all this has stood here, in this ruined house, for 100 years. He turned away and, on impulse, reached out and twitched off the sheet from a small specimen behind him. The sheet dissolved, and a strange stuffed animal greeted his eye, a large tapir-like mammal with a huge muzzle, powerful forelegs, bulbous head, and curving tusks. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. A freak. He bent down to make out the dim label, only known specimen of the tusked megalopedus described by Pliny, thought to be fantastical until this specimen was shot in the Belgian Congo by the English explorer Cole. Sir Henry F. Morton, in Motam Sauchin. Good Lord, thought Smithback. Could it be true? A large mammal completely unknown to science? Or was it a fake? Suddenly, the thought occurred to him. Could all these be fakes? But as he looked around, he realized they were not. Leng would not have collected fakes, and even in the dim light, he could see that these were real. These were real, and if the rest of the collections in the house were like this, they constituted possibly the greatest natural history collection in the world. This was no mere cabinet of curiosities. It was too dark to take notes, but Smithback knew he wouldn't need notes. What he had seen had been imprinted upon his mind forever. Only once in a lifetime was a reporter given such a story. He jerked away another sheet and was greeted by the massive, rearing fossil skeleton of a short-faced cave bear, caught in a silent roar, its black teeth like daggers. The engraved brass label on the oak mounting stand indicated it had been pulled from the Cuts Canyon tar pits in New Mexico. He whispered through the reception hall on his stockinged feet, pulling off additional sheets, exposing a whole row of Pleistocene mammals, each one a magnificent specimen as fine or finer than any in a museum, ending with a series of Neanderthal skeletons, perfectly preserved, some with weapons, tools, and one sporting some sort of necklace made out of teeth. Glancing to one side, he noticed a marble archway leading into a room beyond. In its center of the room was a huge pitted meteorite, at least 8 feet in diameter, surrounded by rows upon rows of additional cabinets. It was ruby in color. This was almost beyond belief. He looked away, turning his attention to the objects ranged about mahogany shelves on a nearby wall. There were bizarre masks, flint spear points, a skull inlaid with turquoise, bejeweled knives, toads in jars, thousands of butterflies under glass, everything arranged with the utmost attention to systematics and classification. He noticed that the light fixtures weren't electric. They were gas, each with a little pipe leading up into a mantel covered by a cut glass shade. It was incredible. It had to be Leng's house, just as he had left it. It was as if he had walked out of the house, boarded it up, and left. Smithback paused, his excitement suddenly abating. Obviously, the house hadn't remained like this, untouched, since Leng's death. There must be a caretaker who came regularly. Somebody had put tin over the windows and draped the collections. The feeling that the house was not empty, that someone was still there, swept over him again. The silence, the watchful exhibits and grotesque specimens, the overpowering darkness that lay in the corners of the room, and, most of all, the rising stench of rot brought a growing unease that would not be denied. He shuddered involuntarily. What was he doing? There was already enough here for a Pulitzer. He had the story. Now be smart and get the hell out. He turned and swiftly climbed the stairs, passing the chimpanzee and the paintings. And then he paused. All the doors along the hall were closed, and it seemed even darker than it had a few minutes before. He realized he had forgotten which door he had come through. It was near the end of the hall, that much he remembered. He approached the most likely, tried the handle, and to his surprise found it locked. Must have guessed wrong, he thought, moving to the next. That, too, was locked. With a rising sense of alarm, he tried the door on the other side. It was locked as well, so was the next and the next. With a chill prickling his spine, he tried the rest. Everyone securely locked. Smithback stood in the dark hallway, trying to control the sudden panic that threatened to paralyze his limbs. He was locked in. 4. Custer sign marked. Freezer pulled it up with a satisfying squeal of rubber before the museum's security entrance, 5 squad cars skidding up around him, sirens wailing, light bars throwing red and white stripes across the Romanesque revival facade. He rolled out of the squad car and strode decisively up the stone steps, a sea of blue in his wake. At the impromptu meeting with his top detectives, and then in the ride uptown to the museum, the theory that had hit him like a thunderclap became a firm, unshakable conviction. Surprise and speed is the way to go in this case, he thought as he looked up at the huge pile of granite. Hit 'em hard and fast, leave them reeling. That was what his instructor at the police academy had always said. It was good advice. The commissioner wanted action, and it was action in the form of Captain Sherwood Custer that he was going to get. A museum security guard stood at the doorway, the police lights reflecting off his glasses. He looked bewildered. Several other guards were coming up behind him, staring down the steps, looking equally perplexed. A few tourists were approaching up Museum Drive, cameras dangling, guidebooks in hand. They stopped when they saw the cluster of police cars. After a brief parley, the group turned around and headed back toward a nearby subway entrance. Custer didn't bother to show the grunt his badge. Captain Custer, 7th Precinct, he rapped out, brevetted to homicide. The guard swallowed painfully. Yes, Captain? Is the museum as security chief in? Yes, sir. Get him down here, right away. The guards scurried around, and within 5 minutes a tall man in a tan suit, black hair combed back with a little too much grease, arrived. He is an unsavory-looking fellow, Custer thought. But then so many people in private security were. Not good enough to join the real force. The man held out his hand, and Custer took it reluctantly. Jack Manetti, Director of Security. What can Mort do for you, officers? Without a word, Custer displayed the embossed, signed, and notarized bench warrant he'd managed to get issued in close to record time. The security director took it, read it over, handed it back to Custer. This is highly unusual. May I ask what's happened? We'll get to the specifics shortly, Custer replied. For now, this warrant should be all you need to know. My men will need unlimited access to the museum. Mort Met going to require an interrogation room set up for the questioning of selected staff. We'll work as quickly as we can, and everything will go smoothly, provided we go to cooperation from the museum. He paused, thrust his hands behind his back, looked around imperiously. You realize, of course, that we have the authority to impound any items that in our judgment are germane to the case. He wasn't sure what the word germane meant, but the judge had used it in the warrant, and it sounded good. But that's impossible, it's almost closing time. Can this wait until tomorrow? Justice doesn't wait, Mr. Manetti. Moat want a complete list of museum staff. We Luglunk single out the individuals we want to question. If certain staff members have gone home early, they Luglunk need to be called back in. Moat met sorry, but the museum will just have to be inconvenienced. But this is unheard of. Moat met going to have to check with the museum's director. You do that. In fact, let's go see him in person. Motvei Kepanote to make sure we read clear as crystal on all points of order, so that once our investigations are underway, we will not be inconvenienced or delayed. Understood? Manetti nodded, displeasure contracting his face. Good, thought Custer. The more upset and flustered everyone became, the quicker he'd be able to flush out the killer. Keep them guessing, don't give them time to think. He felt exhilarated. He turned Lieutenant Detective Cannell, take 3 officers, and have these gentlemen show you to the staff entrance. Motvei Kepanote everyone leaving the premises to be ID and checked against personnel records. Get phone numbers, cell numbers, and addresses Motvei Kepanote everyone available to be called back at a moment's notice, if necessary. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Detective Piles, you come with me. Yes, sir. Custer turned a stern eye back on Manetti. Show us the way to Dr. Colopy's office. We have business to discuss. Follow me, said the security director, even more unhappily. Custer motioned to the rest of his men, and they followed him through great echoing halls, up several floors in a giant elevator, and along yet more halls filled with displays. Christ! This place had more than its share of weird shit, until at last they reached a grand paneled door leading to an even grander paneled office. The door was half open, and beyond sat a small woman at a desk. She rose at their approach. "We here to see Dr. Colopy," said Custer, looking around, wondering why a secretary had such a fancy office. "Sorry, sir," the woman said. "Dr. Colopy is not here." "He's not," Custer and Manetti said in chorus. The secretary shook her head, looking flustered. "He hasn't been back since lunch. Said he had some important business to take care of." "But lunch was hours ago," Custer said. "Isn't there some way he can be reached?" "There's his private cell phone," the secretary said. "Dial it," Custer turned to Manetti, "and you call around to some of the other top brass, see if they know where this Colopy is." Manetti moved off to another desk, picked up a phone. The large office fell silent, save for the beep of numbers being dialed. Custer looked around. The space was paneled in very dark wood, and it was chock full of bleak oil paintings and forbidding-looking displays parked behind glass-fronted cabinets. Christ, it was like a house of horrors. "The cell phone's turned off, sir," the secretary said. Custer shook his head. "Isn't there any other number you can call his house, for example?" The secretary and Manetti exchanged looks. "We aren't supposed to call there," she said, looking even more flustered. "What a care what you supposed to do. This is urgent police business. Call his house." The secretary unlocked a desk drawer, rummaged through a file of index cards, plucked one out. She looked at Motvit a moment, shielding it from Custer's and Manetti's view. Then she replaced the card, locked the drawer, and dialed a number. "Nobody's picking up," she said after a moment. "Keep ringing." Half a minute went by. Finally, the secretary replaced the phone in its cradle. "There's no answer." Custer rolled his eyes. "All right. Listen, we can't waste any more time. We have good reason to believe that the key to the serial killer known as the Surgeon, perhaps even the killer himself, will be found here in the museum. Time is of the essence. Moat met going to personally supervise a thorough search of the archives. Lieutenant Detective Piles will be in charge of questioning certain staff members." Manetti was silent. "With the museum's cooperation, more think we can get through this by midnight, if not sooner. We Luglunk need a room for interrogation. We will require power for our recording machinery, a sound engineer, and an electrician. Mort will require identification from everyone, and access to personnel files on an ongoing basis." "Just which staff members are you going to question?" Manetti asked. "We will determine that from the files. We have 2,500 employees." This temporarily floored Custer. 2,500 people to run a museum? What a welfare program. He took a breath, carefully recomposing his features. "We will deal with that. As a start, we Luglunk need to interview, let's see, night watchmen who might have noticed any unusual comings or goings. And that archaeologist who excavated those skeletons found the others down on Doyer Street, and Nora Kelly. Right. The police have already spoken with her, Mort believed. So we'll be speaking with her again. And we Luk Lung want to talk to the head of security. That is you about your security arrangements in the archives and elsewhere. Mort ve Capanote to question everyone connected with the archives and the discovery of, Mr. Puck's body. How's that for a start? He gave a quick artificial smile. There was a silence. Now direct me to the archives, please. For a moment, Manetti just stared at him, as if the situation was beyond his powers of comprehension. Direct me to the archives, Mr. Manetti, and make it now, if you please. Manetti blinked. Very well, Captain, if you'll follow me. As they walked down the storied halls, cops and administrators in tow, Custer felt a huge swelling of excitement at his newly found self-confidence. He'd finally discovered his true calling. Homicide was where he should have been all along. It was obvious he was a natural. He had a knack for the work. His being put in charge of this case had not been a fluke. It had been destiny. 5. Miss Bax stood in the dark hall, struggling to control his fright. It was fright that was his problem here, not locked doors. Clearly, at least one of them must be unlocked. He had just come through it. As deliberately as he could, he went down the hall once again, trying all the doors, shaking harder this time, even at the cost of making some noise, pushing at the jambs, making sure they weren't simply stuck. But no, it wasn't his imagination. They were all securely locked. Had somebody locked the door behind him? But that was impossible. The room had been empty. A gust of wind had closed it. He shook his head, searching unsuccessfully for amusement in his own paranoia. The doors, he decided, must lock automatically when shut. Maybe that was a feature of old houses like this. No problem. He would find another way out of the house. Downstairs, through the reception hall and out a first-floor window or door. Perhaps out the porte cochere door, which had every appearance of being functional. In fact, it was probably the very door used by the custodian. Relief coursed through him at this thought. It would be easier. It would save him the trouble of having to climb back down that outside wall. All he had to do was find his way to it through the dark house. He stood in the hall waiting for his heartbeat to slow. The place was so quiet, so unusually quiet, that he found his ears alert for the faintest sound. The silence, he told himself, was a good sign. No custodian was around. He probably came only once a week at most, or maybe only once a year, given all the dust in the place. Smithback had all the time in the world. Feeling a little sheepish, he made his way back to the head of the stairs and peered down. The carriage door, it seemed to him, should be to the left, somewhere off the reception hall. He descended the stairs and paused warily at the bottom, peering again at the strange, endless displays. Still, no sound. The place was clearly deserted. He remembered Pendergast's theory. What if Leng really had succeeded? Smithback forced himself to laugh out loud. What the hell was he thinking about? Nobody could live Mochumnama years. The darkness, the silence, the mysterious collections were getting to him. He paused, taking stock. A passage ran off from the hall to the left, in what he thought was the right direction. It lay in complete darkness, yet it seemed the most promising. He should have thought to bring a damn flashlight, no matter. He would try that first. Stepping carefully, avoiding the display cases and sheeted objects, he walked across the hall and into the side passage. His pupils refused to dilate further, and the corridor remained pitch black. The darkness an almost palpable presence around him. He fumbled in his pocket, found the box of matches he'd picked up at the Blarney Stone. He lit one, the scraping and flaring of the match unpleasantly loud in the still air. The flickering light revealed a passage leading into another large room, also crammed with wooden cabinets. He took a few steps forward until the matchlight died away. Then he went on as far as he dared into the blackness, felt around with his hand, found the doorframe of the room, drew himself forward again. Once he was inside, he lit another match. Here was a different kind of collection, rows and rows of specimens in jars of formaldehyde. He caught a quick glimpse of rows of gigantic staring eyeballs in jars. Whale eyeballs? Trying not to waste the light, he hurried forward, stumbling over a large glass Jeroboam on a marble pedestal filled with what looked like a huge floating bag. As he got back on his feet and lit another match, he caught a glimpse of the label, Mammoth Stomach. containing its last meal, from the ice fields of Siberia. He went quickly on, passing as fast as he could between the rows of cabinets, until he arrived at a single wooden door, battered and scarred. There was a sudden sharp pain as the match burned his fingers. Cursing, he dropped it, then lit another. In the renewed flare of light, he opened the door. It led into a huge kitchen, tiled in white and black. There was a deep stone fireplace set into one wall. The rest of the room was dominated by a huge iron stove, a row of ovens, and several long tables set with soapstone sinks. Dozens of pots of greenish copper were suspended from ceiling hooks. Everything looked decayed, covered with a thick layer of dust, cobwebs, and mouse droppings. It was a dead end. The house was huge. The matches wouldn't last forever. What would he do when they ran out? Get a grip, Smithback, he told himself. Clearly, no one had cooked in this kitchen in 100 years. Nobody lived in the house. What was he worrying about? Relying on memory without lighting any more matches, he backtracked into the large room, feeling his way along the glass-fronted cases. At one point, he felt his shoulder brush against something. A second later, there was a tremendous crash at his feet, and the sudden biting stench of formaldehyde. He waited, nerves taut, for the echoes to abate. He prepared to light a match, thought better of it. Was formaldehyde flammable? Better not experiment now. He took a step, and his stock-inged foot grazed something large, wet, and yielding. The specimen in the jar. He gingerly stepped around it. There had been other doors set into the passageway beyond. He would try them, one at a time. But first he paused to remove his socks, which were sodden with formaldehyde. Then, stepping into the passageway, he ventured another match. He could see 4 doors, 2 on the left wall, 2 on the right. He opened the closest, found an ancient zinc-lined bathroom. Sitting in the middle of the tiled floor was the grinning skull of an Allosaurus. The second door fronted a large closet full of stuffed birds. The third yet another closet, this one full of stuffed lizards. The fourth opened into a scullery, its walls pocked and scarred, ravaged by traceries of mildew. The match went out, and Smithback stood in the enfolding darkness. He could hear the sound of his own stertorous breathing. He felt in the matchbook, counted with his fingers, 6 left. He fought back, less successfully this time. The scrabbling panic that threatened to overwhelm him. He'd have been in tough situations before. Tougher than this, it's an empty house. Just find your way out. He made his way back to the reception hall and its shrouded collections. Being able to see again, no matter how faintly, calmed him a little. There was something utterly terrifying about absolute darkness. He looked around again at the astounding collections, but all he could feel now was a rising dread. The foul smell was stronger here, the sickly sweet odor of decay, of something that by all rights belonged under several feet of earth. Smithback took a series of deep, calming breaths. The thick layers of undisturbed dust on the floor proved the place was deserted, that even the caretaker, if there was one, hardly ever came. He glanced around again, eyes wide against the faint light. On the far side of the hall, a shadowy archway led into Vekep. Hatate looked like a large room. He walked across the hall, bare feet padding on the parquet floor, and passed beneath the archway. The walls of the room beyond were paneled in dark wood, rising to a coffered ceiling. This room, too, was filled Vekep hot displays, some shrouded, others raised on plinths or armatures, but the displays themselves were utterly different from what he had seen before. He stepped forward, looking around, bafflement mixing with the sharp sense of trepidation. There were large steamer trunks, some with glass sides bound in heavy leather straps, galvanized containers like antique milk cans, their lids studded Vekep hot heavy bolts, an oddly shaped, oversized wooden box with copper-lined circles cut out of its top and sides, a coffin-shaped crate pierced by half a dozen swords. On the walls hung ropes, strings of moldering kerchiefs tied end to end, straitjackets, manacles, chains, cuffs of various sizes. It was an inexplicable, eerie display, made the more unsettling by its lack of relation to what he had seen before. Smithback crept on into the center of the room, keeping away from the dark corners. The front of the house, he figured, would be straight ahead. The other side of the house had proven a dead end. Surely he would have better luck this way. If need be, he would batter down the front door. At the far end of the room, another passageway led off into darkness. He stepped gingerly into it, feeling his way along one wall, sliding his feet forward with small, tentative steps. In the faintest of light, he could see the hall ended in another room, much smaller and more intimate than the ones he had passed through before. The specimens were fewer here. Just a few cabinets filled kept to hat seashells and some mounted dolphin skeletons. It seemed to have once been a drawing room or parlor of some kind, or perhaps, and at the thought, fresh hope surged within him. An entryway? The only illumination came from a single pinprick of light in the far wall, which sent a pencil-thin beam of light through the dusty air, a tiny hole in one of the boarded windows. With a huge sense of relief, he quickly crossed the room and began feeling along the wall with his fingers. There was a heavy oak door here. The hope that was rising within him grew stronger. His fingers fell on a marble doorknob, oversized and terribly cold in his hands. He grasped it eagerly, turned. The knob refused to budge. With desperate strength, he tried again. No luck. He stepped back, and with a groan of despair felt along the edge of the door with his hands, searching for a deadbolt, lock, anything. An overwhelming sense of fear returned. Heedless of the noise now, he threw himself against the door, once, twice, rushing at it with all his weight, trying desperately to break it down. The hollow thumps echoed through the room and down the hall. When the door still refused to budge, he stopped and leaned against it with a gasp of panic. As the last echoes died away, something stirred from within the well of blackness in a far corner of the room. A voice, low and dry as mummy dust, spoke. "My dear fellow, leaving so soon, you've only just got here." 6. Custer burst through the door to the archives and planted himself in the middle of the entryway, hands on his hips. He could hear the patter of heavy shod feet as his officers fanned out behind him. Fast and furious, he reminded himself. "Don't to give 'em time to think," he observed, with more than a little satisfaction, the consternation of the two staff members who had leapt up at the sight of a dozen uniformed officers bearing down on them. "This area is to be searched," Custer barked out. Noyes, stepping forward out of Custer's shadow, held up the warrant in a superfluous gesture. Custer noted with approval that Noyes was glaring almost as balefully at the archivists as he was himself. "But, Captain," he heard Manetti protest, "the place has already been searched. Right after the body of Puck was found, the NYPD had forensics teams, dogs, fingerprint sweepers, photographers, and—" "Morth's seen the report, Manetti. But that was then, this is now. We have new evidence, important evidence." Custer looked around impatiently. "Let's get some light in here, for Chris' sakes." One of the staff jumped and, passing his hand over a vast cluster of ancient-looking switches, turned on a bank of lights within. "Is that the best you can do? It's as dark as a tomb in here." "Yes, sir." "All right." Custer turned to his detectives. "You know what to do. Work row by row, shelf by shelf. Leave no stone unturned." There was a pause. "Well, get to it, gentlemen." The men exchanged brief, uncertain glances, but without a questioning word they dutifully fanned out into the stacks. In a moment they were gone, like water absorbed into a sponge, leaving Manetti and Custer and the two frightened staffers alone by the reference desk. The sound of thumping, banging, and rattling began to echo back down the stacks as Custer's men started to pull things off the shelves. It was a satisfying sound, the sound of progress. "Have a seat, Manetti," said Custer, unable now to keep condescension completely out of his voice. "Let's talk." Manetti looked around, saw no available chairs, and remained standing. "Okay." Custer removed a leather-covered notebook and gold pen, purchased in Macy's just after the commissioner gave him the new assignment, and prepared to take notes. "So, what we got here in these archives? A bunch of papers, newspapers, old takeout menus?" "What?" Manetti sighed. The archives contain documents as well as specimens not considered important enough for the main collections. These materials are available to historians and others with a professional interest. It's a low-security area. "Low security is right," Custer replied. "Low enough to get this man Puck's ass hoisted on a goddamned petrified antler. So where's the valuable stuff kept? What's not in the general collection is kept in the secure area, a location with a separate security system. What about signing in to these archives and all that? There's a logbook." "Where's the book?" Manetti nodded at a massive volume on the desk. It was photocopied for the police after Puck's death. "And what does it record?" "Everybody who enters or leaves the archives area. But the police already noticed that some of the most recent pages were razored out." "Everybody, staff as well as visiting researchers?" "Everybody. But Custer turned to Noyes, then pointed at the book Baggett. Manetti looked at him quickly. That's museum property. It was now its evidence. But you've already taken all the important evidence. Like the typewriter those notes were written on, and when we were done here, you'll get a receipt for everything if you ask nicely, Custer thought to himself. So, what we got here, he repeated. Dead files, mostly, from other museum departments, papers of historical value, memos, letters, reports, everything but the personnel files, and some departmental files. The museum saves everything, naturally, as a public institution. What about that letter found here? The one reported in the papers, describing those killings. How was that found? You'll have to ask Special Agent Pendergast, who found it along with Nora Kelly. He found it hidden in some kind of box, made out of an elephant's foot, mote believe. That Nora Kelly again. Custer made a mental note to question her himself once he was done here. She'd be his prime suspect, if he thought her capable of hoisting a heavy-set man onto a dinosaur horn. Maybe she had accomplices. Custer jotted some notes. Has anything been moved in or out of here in the past month? There may have been some routine additions to the collection. Mort believed that once a month or so they send dead files down here. Manetti paused, and after the discovery of the letter, it and all related documents were sent upstairs for curating. Along with other material. Custer nodded. And Colopy ordered that, did he not? Actually, Mort believed it was done at the order of the museum's vice president and general counsel, Roger Brisbane. Brisbane, he'd heard that name before, too. Custer made another note. And what, exactly, did the related documents consist of? Mort don't know you Luglung have to ask Mr. Brisbane. Custer turned to the two museum employees behind the desk. This guy, Brisbane. You see him down here a lot? Quite a bit recently, said one. What's he been doing? The man shrugged. Just asking a lot of questions, that's all. What kind of questions? Questions about Nora Kelly, that FBI guy. He wanted to know what they'd been looking at, where they went, that kind of thing, and some journalist. He wanted to know if a journalist had been in here. Mort can remember the name. Smithbrick? No, but something like that. Custer picked up his notebook, flipped through it. There it was. William Smithback, Jr. That's it. Custer nodded. How about this Agent Pendergast? Any of you see him? The two exchanged glances. Just once, the first man said. Nora Kelly? Yup, said the same man. A young fellow with hair so short he looked almost bald. Custer turned toward him. Did you know Puck? The man nodded. Your name? Oscar Gibbs Mote was his assistant. Gibbs, did Puck have any enemies? Custer noticed the two men exchanging another glance, more significant this time. Well, Gibbs hesitated, then began again. Once Brisbane came down here and really lit into Mr. Puck, screaming and yelling, threatening to bury him, to have him fired. Is that right? Why? Something about Mr. Puck leaking damaging information, failing to respect the museum's intellectual property rights. Things like that. I think he was mad because Human Resources hadn't backed up his recommendation to fire Mr. Puck. Said he was through with him. Not by a long shot, that's really all Mort remember. When was this exactly? Gibbs thought a moment. Let's see, that would have been the 13th. No, the 12th, October 12th. Custer picked up his notebook again and made another notation, longer this time. He heard a shattering crash from the bowels of the archives, a shout, then a protracted, ripping noise. He felt a warm feeling of satisfaction. There would be no more letters hidden in Elephant's feet when he was done. He turned his attention back to Gibbs. Any other enemies? No. To tell you the truth, Mr. Puck was one of the nicest people in the whole museum. It was a big shock to see Brisbane come down on him like that. This Brisbane's not a popular guy, thought Custer. He turned to Noyes. Get this man Brisbane for me, will you? But want to talk to him. Noyes moved toward the front desk, just as the archive's door burst open. Custer turned to see a man dressed in a tuxedo, his black tie askew, brilliantined hair hanging across his outraged face. What the hell is going on here? The man shouted in Custer's direction. You just gonna come bursting in here like this, turning the place upside down. Let me see your warrant. Noyes began fumbling for the warrant, but Custer stayed him with a single hand. It was remarkable, really, how steady his hand felt, how calm and collected he was during all this, the turning point of his entire career. "And who might you be?" he asked in his coolest voice. "Roger C. Brisbane-Bah, first vice president and general counsel of the museum." Custer nodded. "Mr. Brisbane, you read just the man Mort wanted to see." 7. Smithback froze, staring into the pool of darkness that lay at the far corner of the room. "Who is that?" he finally managed to croak. There was no response. "Are you the caretaker?" He gave a strained laugh. "Can you believe it? Motive locked myself in." Again, silence. Perhaps the voice had been his imagination. God knows. He'd had seen enough in this house to cure him of ever wanting to watch another horror movie. He tried again. "Well, Moat can say is, Moat met glad you happened by. If you could help me find my way to the door." The sentence was choked off by an involuntary spasm of fright. A figure had stepped out into the dim light. It was muffled in a long, dark coat, features in deep shadow under a derby hat. In one upraised hand was a heavy, old-fashioned scalpel. The razor edge gleamed faintly as the man turned it slowly, almost lovingly, between slender fingers. In the other hand, a hypodermic syringe winked and glimmered. "An unexpected pleasure to see you here," the figure said in a low, dry voice as he caressed the scalpel. "But convenient. In fact, you've arrived just in time." Some primitive instinct of self-preservation, stronger even than the horror that had seized him, spurred Smithback into action. He spun and ran. But it was so dark, and the figure moved so blindingly fast. Later. He didn't know how much later. Smithback woke up. There was a torpor and a strange, languorous kind of confusion. He'd had a dream. A terrible dream, he remembered. But it was over now, and everything was fine. He would wake to a beautiful fall morning, the hideous fragmented memories of the nightmare melting away into his subconscious. He'd rise, dress, have his usual breakfast of red flannel hash at his favorite Greek coffee shop, and slowly take on once again, as he did every morning, his mundane workaday life. But as his mind gradually grew more alert, he realized that the broken memories, the horrible hinted fragments, were not evaporating. He had somehow been caught in the dark. In Leng's house. Leng's house. He shook his head. It throbbed violently at the movement. The man in the derby hat was the surgeon in Leng's house. Suddenly, Smithback was struck dumb by shock and fear. Of all the terrible thoughts that darted through his mind at that terrible moment, one stood out from the rest. Pendergast was right. Pendergast was right all along. Enoch Leng was still alive. It was Leng himself who was the surgeon. And Smithback had walked right into his house. That noise he was hearing, that hideous gasping, was his own hyperventilation, the suck of air through tape covering his mouth. He forced himself to slow down, to take stock. There was a strong smell of mold around him, and it was pitch black. The air was cold, damp. The pain in his head increased. Smithback moved his arm toward his forehead, felt it stop abruptly, felt the tug of an iron cuff around his wrist, heard the clank of a chain. What the hell was this? His heart began to race faster and faster as one by one the holes in his memory filled, the endless echoing rooms, the voice from the darkness, the man stepping out of the shadows, the glittering scalpel. Oh God, was it really Leng? After Mochambama years? Leng? He tried to stand in automatic groggy panic but fell back again immediately, to a chorus of clinks and clatterings. He was stark naked, chained to the ground by his arms and legs, his mouth sealed vacep hot heavy tape. This couldn't be happening. Oh, Jesus, this was insane. He hadn't told anyone he was coming up here. Nobody knew where he was. Nobody even knew he was missing. If only he'd told someone, the pool secretary, O'Shaughnessy, his great-grandfather, his half-sister, anyone. He lay back, head pounding, hyperventilating again, heart battering in his rib cage. He had been drugged and chained by the man in black. The man in the derby hat. That much was clear. The same man who tried to kill Pendergast, no doubt. The same man, probably, who had killed Puck and the others. The surgeon. He was in the dungeon of the surgeon. The surgeon, Professor Enoch Leng. The sound of a footfall brought him to full alertness. There was a scraping noise, then a painfully bright rectangle of light appeared in the wall of darkness ahead. In the reflected light, Smithback could see he was in a small basement room with a cement floor, stone walls, and an iron door. He felt a surge of hope, even gratitude. A pair of moist lips appeared at the iron opening. They moved. "Please do not discompose yourself," came the voice. "All this will be over soon. Struggle is unnecessary." There was something almost familiar in that voice, and yet inexpressibly strange and terrible, like the whispered tones of nightmare. The slot slid shut, leaving Smith back in darkness once more. All those dreadful little cuts. One. The big Rolls-Royce glided its way along the one-lane road that crossed Little Governor's Island. Fog lay thick in the marshes and hollows, obscuring the surrounding East River and the ramparts of Manhattan that lay beyond. The headlights slid past a row of ancient long-dead chestnut trees, then striped their way across heavy wrought iron gates. As the car stopped, the lights came to rest on a bronze plaque, Mount Mercy Hospital for the Criminally Insane. A security guard stepped out of a booth into the glare and approached the car. He was heavyset, tall, friendly-looking. Pendergast lowered the rear window and the man leaned inside. "Visiting hours are over," he said. Pendergast reached into his jacket, removed his shield wallet, opened it for the guard. The man gave it a long look and then nodded, as if it was all in a day's work. "And how may we help you, Special Agent Pendergast?" "Mort met here to see a patient." "And the name of the patient?" "Pendergast, Miss Cornelia Delamere Pendergast." There was a short, uncomfortable silence. "Is this official law enforcement business?" The security guard didn't sound quite so friendly anymore. "It is." "All right," Mort LeGlunt called up to the big house. "Dr. Ostrom is on duty tonight. You can park your car in the official slot to the left of the main door. They'll be waiting for you in reception." Within a few minutes, Pendergast was following the well-groomed, fastidious-looking Dr. Ostrom down a long, echoing corridor. 2 guards walked in front and 2 behind. Fancy wainscoting and decorative molding could still be glimpsed along the corridor, hidden beneath innumerable layers of institutional paint. A century before, in the days when consumption ravaged all classes of New York society, Mount Mercy Hospital had been a grand sanatorium, catering to the tubercular offspring of the rich. Now, thanks in part to its insular location, it had become a high-security facility for people who had committed heinous crimes but were found not guilty by reason of insanity. "How is she?" Pendergast asked. There was a slight hesitation in the doctor's answer. "About the same," he said. They stopped at last in front of a thick steel door, a single barred window sunk into its face. One of the forward guards unlocked the door, then stood outside with his partner while the other 2 guards followed Pendergast within. They were standing in a small, quiet room almost devoid of decoration. No pictures hung on the lightly padded walls. There was a plastic sofa, a pair of plastic chairs, a single table. Everything was bolted to the floor. There was no clock, and the sole fluorescent ceiling light was hidden behind heavy wire mesh. There was nothing that could be used as a weapon or to assist a suicide. In the far wall stood another steel door, even thicker, without a window. Warning: risk of elopement was posted above it in large letters. Pendergast took a seat in one of the plastic chairs and crossed his legs. The 2 forward attendants disappeared through the inner door. For a few minutes the small room fell into silence, punctuated only by the faint sounds of screams and an even fainter, rhythmic pounding. And then, louder and much nearer, came the shrill protesting voice of an old woman. The door opened, and one of the guards pushed a wheelchair into the room. The chair's 5-point leather restraint was almost invisible beneath the heavy layer of rubber that covered every metal surface. In the chair, securely bound by the restraints, sat a prim, elderly dowager. She was wearing a long, old-fashioned black taffeta dress, Victorian button-up shoes, and a black mourning veil. When she saw Pendergast, her complaints abruptly ceased. "Raise my veil," she commanded. One of the guards lifted it from her face and, standing well away, laid it down her back. The woman stared at Pendergast, her palsied, liver-spotted face trembling slightly. Pendergast turned to Dr. Ostrom. "Will you kindly leave us alone?" "Someone must remain," said Ostrom. "And please give the patient some distance, Mr. Pendergast. The last time Moat visited, Moat was allowed a private moment with my great-aunt. If you will recall, Mr. Pendergast, the last time you visited—" Ostrom began rather sharply. Pendergast held up his hand. "So be it. This is a rather late hour to be visiting. How much time do you need?" 15 minutes. "Very well." The doctor nodded to the attendants, who took up places on either side of the exit. Ostrom himself stood before the outer door, as far from the woman as possible, crossed his arms, and waited. Pendergast tried to pull the chair closer, remembered it was bolted to the floor, and leaned forward instead, gazing intently at the old woman. "How are you, Aunt Cornelia?" he asked. The woman bent toward him. She whispered hoarsely, "My dear, how lovely to see you. May I offer you a spot of tea vey kepte, hot cream and sugar?" One of the guards snickered, but shut up abruptly when Ostrom cast a sharp glance in his direction. "No, thank you, Aunt Cornelia. It's just as well. The service here has declined dreadfully these past few years. It's so hard to find good help these days. Why haven't you visited me sooner, my dear? You know that at my age Mort cannot travel." Pendergast leaned nearer. "Mr. Pendergast, not quite so close, if you please," Dr. Ostrom murmured. Pendergast eased back. "Mo't been working, Aunt Cornelia. Work is for the middle classes, my dear." "Pendergast do not work." Pendergast lowered his voice. "There's not much time, Mort met afraid, Aunt Cornelia. I wanted to ask you some questions. About your great-uncle Antoine." The old lady pursed her lips in a disapproving line. "Great-uncle Antoine? They say he went north to New York City, became a Yankee. But that was many years ago, long before Moat was born. Tell me what you know about him, Aunt Cornelia." "Surely you've heard the stories, my boy. It is an unpleasant subject for all of us, you know. Would like to hear them from you just the same." "Well, he inherited the family tendency to madness. There but for the grace of God," the old woman sighed pityingly. "What kind of madness?" Pendergast knew the answer, of course, but he needed to hear it again. There were always details, nuances that were new. Even as a boy, he developed certain dreadful obsessions. He was quite a brilliant youth, you know, sarcastic, witty, strange. At 7, you could have beat him in a game of chess or backgammon. He excelled at whist, and even suggested some refinements that, Moat understand, helped develop auction bridge. He was terribly interested in natural history, and started keeping quite a collection of horrid things in his dressing room. Insects, snakes, bones, fossils, that sort of thing. He also had inherited his father's interest in elixirs, restoratives, chemicals, and poisons. A strange gleam came into the old lady's black eyes at the mention of poisons, and both attendants shifted uneasily. Ostrom cleared his throat. "Mr. Pendergast, how much longer? We don't want to unduly disturb the patient." 10 minutes. No more. The old lady went on. "After the tragedy with his mother, he grew moody and reclusive. He spent a great deal of time alone mixing up chemicals, but then no doubt you know the cause of that fascination." Pendergast nodded. "He developed his Ove Kepna variant of the family crest, like an old apothecarius sign it was, 3 gilded balls. He hung it over his door. They say he poisoned the 6 family dogs in an experiment, and then he began spending a lot of time down there. Do you know where Mort mean?" "Yes. They say he always felt more comfortable with the dead than with the living, you know, and when he wasn't there, he was over at St. Charles Cemetery, with that appalling old woman, Marie Leclerc. You know, Cajun voodoo and all that." Pendergast nodded again. "He helped her vekep tehat her potions and charms, and frightful little stick dolls and making marks on graves. Then there was that unpleasantness with her tomb after she died." "Unpleasantness?" The old woman sighed, lowered her head. "The interference vekepte hat her grave, the violated body, and all those dreadful little cuts. Of course you must know that story." But forgotten Pendergast, his voice was soft, gentle, probing. He believed he was going to bring her back to life. There was the question of whether she had put him up to it before she died, charged him with some kind of dreadful after-death assignment. The missing pieces of flesh were never found, not a one. No, that's not quite right. Mort believed they found an ear in the belly of an alligator caught a week later out of the swamp. The earring gave it away, of course. Her voice trailed off. She turned to one of the attendants and spoke in a tone of cold command. "My hair needs attention." One of the attendants, the one wearing surgical gloves, came over and gingerly patted the woman's hair back into place, keeping a wary distance. She turned back to Pendergast. She had a kind of sexual hold over him, as dreadful as that sounds, considering the 60-year difference in their ages. The old lady shuddered, half in disgust, half in pleasure. Clearly she encouraged his interest in reincarnation, miracle cures, silly things like that. "What did you hear about his disappearance?" "It happened at the age of 21, when he came into his fortune." "But disappearance really isn't quite the word, you know." "He was asked to leave the house. At least so Mort been told. He begun to talk about saving, healing the world, making up for what his father had done, I suppose, but that cut no mustard with the rest of the family. Years later, when his cousins tried to track down the money he'd inherited and taken with him, he seemed to have vanished into thin air. They were terribly disappointed. It was so very much money, you see. Pendergast nodded. There was a long silence. Mort have one final question for you, Aunt Cornelia. What is it? It is a moral question. A moral question. How curious. Is this connected by any chance with Great-Uncle Antoine? Pendergast did not answer directly. For the past month, Mort have been searching for a man. This man is in possession of a secret. Mort am very close to discovering his whereabouts, and it is only a matter of time until Mort confront him. The old woman said nothing. If Mort win the confrontation, which is by no means certain, I may be faced with the question of what to do with his secret. Mort may be called upon to make a decision that will have, possibly, a profound effect on the future of the human race. And what is this secret? Pendergast lowered his voice to the merest ghost of a whisper. Mort believe it is a medical formula that will allow anyone, by following a certain regimen, to extend his life by at least a century, perhaps more. It will not vanquish death, but it will significantly postpone it. There was a silence. The old lady's eyes gleamed anew. Tell me, how much will this treatment cost? Will it be cheaper, dear? Mort don't know. And how many others will have access to this formula besides yourself? Mot Laglung be the only one. Mot Laglung have very little time, maybe only seconds after it comes into my hands, to decide what to do with it. The silence stretched on into minutes. And how was this formula developed? Suffice to say, it cost the lives of many innocent people, in a singularly cruel fashion. That adds a further dimension to the problem. However, the answer is quite clear. When this formula comes into your possession, you must destroy it immediately. Pendergast looked at her curiously. Are you quite sure? What medical science has most desired since the beginning? There is an old French curse. May your fondest wish come true. If this treatment is cheap and available to everyone, it will destroy the earth through overpopulation. If it is dear and available only to the very rich, it will cause riots, wars, a breakdown of the social contract. Either way, it will lead directly to human misery. What is the value of a long life when it is lived in squalor and unhappiness? What about the immeasurable increase in wisdom that this discovery will bring? When you consider the maybe 200 years, of additional learning and study it will afford the brilliant mind. Think, Aunt Cornelia, of what someone like Goethe, or Copernicus, or Einstein could have done for humanity with a 200-year lifespan. The old woman scoffed. The wise and good are outnumbered 1,000 to 1 by the brutal and stupid. When you give an Einstein 2 centuries to perfect his science, you give 1,000 others 2 centuries to perfect their brutality. This time the silence seemed to stretch into minutes. By the door, Dr. Ostrom stirred restlessly. Are you all right, my dear? The old lady asked, looking intently at Pendergast. Yes. He gazed into her dark, strange eyes, so full of wisdom, insight, and the most profound insanity. Thank you, Aunt Cornelia, he said. Then he straightened up. Dr. Ostrom? The doctor glanced toward him. We refinished here. 2. Custer stood in a pool of light before the archive's desk. Clouds of dust, byproducts of the ongoing investigation, billowed out from aisles in the dimness beyond. The pompous ass, Brisbane, was still protesting in the background, but Custer paid little attention. The investigation, which had started so strongly, was bogging down. So far, his men had found an amazing assortment of junk: old maps, charts, snakeskins, boxes of teeth, disgusting unidentifiable organs pickled in centuries-old alcohol, but not one thing that resembled an actual clue. Custer had been certain that once in the archives, the puzzle would immediately fall into place, that his newfound investigative skill would make the critical connection everyone else had overlooked. But so far there had been no brainstorm, no connection. An image of Commissioner Rocker's face, staring at him through lowered, skeptical brows, hung before his eyes. A feeling of unease, imperfectly suppressed, began to filter through his limbs. And the place was huge. It would take weeks to search at this rate. The museum lawyer was talking more loudly now, and Custer forced himself to listen. This is nothing but a fishing expedition, Brisbane was saying. You can just come in here and turn the place upside down." He gestured furiously at the NYPD evidence lockers lying on the floor, a riot of objects scattered within and around them. "And all that is museum property." Absently, Custer gestured toward the warrant that Noyes was holding. "You've seen the warrant?" "Yes, Mut have, and it's not worth the paper it written on. We've never seen such general language. Mut protests this warrant, and Mut am stating for the record that Mut will not permit the museum to be further searched. Let's have your boss, Dr. Colopy, decide that. Has anybody heard from him yet?" As the museum's legal counsel, Mort met authorized to speak for Dr. Colopy. Custer refolded his arms gloomily. There came another crash from the recesses of the archives, some shouting and a ripping sound. An officer soon appeared, carrying a stuffed crocodile, cotton pouring from a fresh slit in its belly. He laid it in one of the evidence lockers. "What the hell are they doing back there?" Brisbane shouted. "Hey you! Yes you've damaged that specimen." The officer looked at him with a dull expression, then shambled back into the files. Custer said nothing. His feeling of anxiety increased. So far, the questioning of museum staff hadn't come up for Keepte had anything either. Just the same old stuff the earlier investigation had produced. This had been his call, his operation, his and his alone. If he was wrong, it almost into bare thinking, of course, but if he'd be hung out to dry like last week's laundry. "Mort meant going to call museum security and have your men escorted out," Brisbane fumed. "This is intolerable. Where's Manetti?" "Manetti was the man who let us in here," Custer said distractedly. "What if he'd made a mistake? A huge mistake." "He should have done that. Where is he?" Brisbane turned, found Oscar Gibbs, the archives assistant. "Where's Manetti?" "He left," Gibbs said. Custer watched absently, noticing how the young man's insolent tone, his dark look conveyed what he thought of Brisbane. Brisbane's not popular, Custer thought again. Got a lot of enemies. Puck sure must have hated the guy. The way Brisbane came down on him. Can I say much blame him one bit for? And that was when the revelation hit him. Like his initial revelation, only bigger. Much bigger, so obvious in retrospect, and yet so difficult to first perceive. This was the kind of brilliant leap of intuition one received departmental citations for. It was a leap of deduction worthy of Sherlock Holmes. He turned now, watching Brisbane subtly but intently. The man's well-groomed face was glistening, his hair askew, eyes glittering vekepi tehat anger. "Left where?" Brisbane was demanding. Gibbs shrugged insolently. Brisbane strode over to the desk and picked up the phone. Custer continued to watch him. He dialed a few numbers and left low, excited messages. "Captain Custer," he said, turning back. "Once again, Mort am ordering you to remove your men from the premises." Custer returned the glance from between lowered lids. He'd have to do this very carefully. "Mr. Brisbane," he asked, taking what hoped sounded like a reasonable tone, "shall we discuss this in your office?" For a moment, Brisbane seemed taken aback. "My office? It'll be more private. Perhaps we needn't search the museum much longer. Perhaps we can settle this in your office now." Brisbane seemed to consider this. "Very well. Follow me." Custer nodded to his man, Lieutenant Detective Piles. "You take over here." "Yes, sir." Then Custer turned toward Noyes. The merest crook of his fat finger brought the little man to his side. "Noyes might want you with me," he murmured. "Got your service piece on you?" Noyes nodded, rheumy eyes glistening in the dusky light. "Good, then let's go." 3. The slot opened again. In the endless period of darkness and terror, Smithback had lost his perception of time. How long had it been? 10 minutes? An hour? A day? The voice spoke, lips once again gleaming in the rectangle of light. "How kind of you to visit me in my very old and interesting house. Mote hope you enjoyed seeing my collections. Mote am particularly fond of the Corydon. Did you by chance see the Corydon?" Smithback tried to respond, belatedly remembering that his mouth was taped. "How thoughtless of me. Do not trouble yourself to answer. Mort will speak. You will listen." Smithback's mind raced through the possibilities for escape. There were none. Yes, the Corydon is most interesting, as is the mosasaur from the chalk beds of Kansas, and of course the dirdig from Tibet is quite unusual, one of only 2 in the world. Mote understand it was fashioned from the skull of the 15th reincarnation of the Buddha. Smithback heard a dry laugh, like the scattering of withered leaves. Altogether, a most interesting cabinet of curiosities, my dear Mr. Smithback. Mort met sorry that so few people have had a chance to see it, and that those so honored find themselves unable to make a return visit. There was a silence, and then the voice continued, softly and gently. Moat will do you well, Mr. Smithback. No effort will be spared. A spasm of fear, unlike anything he had ever known, racked Smithback's limbs. Moat will do you well, do you well. Smithback realized that he was about to die. In his extremity of terror, he did not immediately notice that Leng had called him by name. It will be a memorable experience, more memorable than those who have come before you. Moat have made great strides, remarkable strides. Moat have devised a most exacting surgical procedure. You will be awake to the very end. Consciousness, you see, is the key. Mort now realized that painstaking care will be taken, Mort assure you. There was a silence as Smithback struggled to keep his reason about him. The lips pursed. I shouldn't want to keep you waiting. Shall we proceed to the laboratory? A lock rattled and the iron door creaked open. The dark figure in the derby hat who approached was now holding a long hypodermic needle. A clear drop trembled at its end. A pair of round, old-fashioned smoked glasses were pushed into his face. This is merely an injection to relax your muscles. Succinylcholine, very similar to Cure. It's a paralyzing agent. You'll find it tends to render the sort of weakness one feels in dreams. You know what might mean. The danger is coming, you try to escape, but you find yourself unable to move. Have no fear, Mr. Smithback. Though you'll be unable to move, you will remain conscious throughout much of the operation, until the final excision and removal is performed. It will be much more interesting for you that way. Smithback struggled as the needle approached. You see, it's a delicate operation. It requires a steady and highly expert hand. We can have the patient thrashing about during the procedure. The merest slip of the scalpel and all would be ruined. You might as well dispose of the resource and start afresh. Still, the needle approached. Moat suggest you take a deep breath now, Mr. Smithback. Moat will do you well. With the strength born of consummate terror, Smithback threw himself from side to side, trying to tear free his chains. He opened his mouth against the heavy tape, trying desperately to scream, feeling the flesh of his lips tearing away from his skin under the effort. He jerked violently, fighting against the manacles, but the figure with the needle kept approaching inexorably. And then he felt the sting of the needle as it slid into his flesh, a sensation of heat spreading through his veins, and then a terrible weakness. The precise weakness Leng had described, that feeling of paralysis that happens in the very worst of dreams, at the very worst possible moment. But this Smithback knew was no dream. 4. Police Sergeant Paul Finester really hated the whole business. It was a terrible, criminal waste of time. He glanced around at the rows of wooden tables set up in parallel lines across the library carpet, at the frumpy, tweed-wearing, bug-eyed, moth-eaten characters who sat across the tables from the cops. Some looked scared, others outraged. Clearly, none of these museum wimps can know Vekep anything. They were just a bunch of scientists. Vekepata had bad teeth, and even worse breath. Where did they find these characters? It made him mad to think of his hard-earned tax dollars supporting this stone shit pile. Not just that, but it was already 10 m, and when he got home, his wife was going to kill him. Never mind that it was his job, that he was being paid time and a half, that they had a mortgage on the fancy Cobble Hill apartment she forced him to buy, and a baby who cost a fortune in diapers. She was still going to kill him. He would come home, dinner would be a blackened crisp in the oven, where it had been since 6 o'clock at Haicham Namwi degrees. The ball and chain would already be in bed with the light out, but still wide awake, lying there like a ramrod, mad as hell, the baby crying and unattended. The wife wouldn't say anything when he got into the bed, just turn her back to him with a huge self-pitying sigh, and Finester. Finester turned to see his partner, O'Grady, staring at him. You okay, Finester? You look like somebody died. Finester sighed. But wish it was me. Cheese it. We've got another. There was something in O'Grady's tone that caused Finester to look across their set of desks. Instead of yet another geek, here was a woman. An unusually pretty woman, in fact, with long copper hair and hazel eyes, trim athletic body. He found himself straightening up, sucking in the gut, flexing the biceps. The woman sat down across from them, and he caught a whiff of her perfume. Expensive, nice, very subtle, God, a real looker. He glanced at O'Grady and saw the same transformation. Finister grabbed his clipboard, ran his eye down the interrogation lineup. So this was Nora Kelly, the famous, infamous Nora Kelly, the one who found the third body who'd have been chased in the archives. He hadn't expected someone so young or so attractive. O'Grady beat him to the opening. Dr. Kelly, please make yourself comfortable. His voice had taken on a silken, honeyed tone. Modam, Sergeant O'Grady, and this is Sergeant Finister. Do we have permission to tape record you? If it's necessary, the woman said. Her voice wasn't quite as sexy as her looks. It was clipped, short, irritated. You have the right to a lawyer, continued O'Grady, his voice still low and soothing, and you have the right to decline our questioning. We want you to understand this is voluntary. And if Mort refuse? O'Grady chuckled in a friendly way. It's not my decision, you understand, but they might subpoena you, make you come down to the station. Lawyers are expensive. It would be inconvenient. We just have a few questions here. No big deal. You're not a suspect. We're just asking for a little help. All right, the woman said. Go ahead. Mort'd been questioned several times before. Mort suppose once more one had hurt. O'Grady began to speak again, but this time Finister was ready, and he cut O'Grady off. He wasn't going to sit there like an idiot, while O'Grady did all the talking. The guy was as bad as his wife. Dr. Kelly, he said hastily, perhaps a little too loud, quickly covering it with a smile of his own, we read delighted you willing to help us. For the record, please state your full name, address, the date and time. There's a clock on the wall over there, but no, see you wearing a watch. It's just a formality, you know, so we can keep our tapes straight, not get them mixed up. We wouldn't want to arrest the wrong person. He chuckled at his joke, and was a little disappointed when she didn't chuckle along with him. O'Grady gave him a pitying, condescending look. Finister felt the irritation toward his partner rise. When you got down to it, he really couldn't stand the guy so much for the unbreakable blue bond. He found himself wishing O'Grady would stop a bullet someday soon, like tomorrow. The woman stated her name. Then Finister jumped in again and recorded his own. O'Grady following a little grudgingly. After a few more formalities, Finister put the background sheet aside and reached for the latest list of prepared questions. The list seemed longer than before, and he was surprised to see some handwritten entries at the bottom. They must have just been added, obviously in haste. Who the hell had been messing with their interrogation sheets? This whole thing was balls up. Totally balls up. O'Grady seized on Finister's silence as an opportunity. Dr. Kelly, he jumped in. Could you please describe in your own words your involvement in this case? Please take all the time you need to recall the details. If you don't remember something, or are unsure about it, feel free to let us know. Mot found that it's better to say you can remember than to give us details that may not be accurate. He gave her a broad smile, his blue eyes twinkling with an almost conspiratorial gleam. Screw him, thought Finister. The woman gave a testy sigh, crossed her long legs, and began to speak. 5. Smith felt the paralysis, the dreadful helplessness, take complete possession of him. His limbs were dead, motionless, foreign. He could not blink his eyes. Worst of all, by far the worst of all, he could not even fill his lungs with air. His body was immobilized. He panicked as he tried to work his lungs, struggled to draw in breath. It was like drowning, only worse. Leng hovered over him now, a dark figure backlit by the rectangle of the door, spent needle in his hand. His face was a shadow beneath the brow of his derby hat. A hand reached forward, grasped the edge of the duct tape that still partially sealed Smithback's mouth. No need for this anymore, Leng said. With a sharp tug, it was ripped away now. Let's get you intubated. After all, it wouldn't do to have you asphyxiate before the procedure begins. Smithback tried to draw breath for a scream. Nothing came but the barest whisper. His tongue felt thick and impossibly large in his mouth. His jaw sagged, a rivulet of saliva drooling down his chin. It was a consummate struggle just to draw in a spoonful of air. The figure took a step back, disappearing beyond the door. There was a rattle in the hallway, and Leng returned, wheeling a stainless steel gurney and a large box-like machine on rubber wheels. He positioned the gurney next to Smithback, then bent over and with an old iron key quickly unlocked the cuffs around the reporter's ass, wrists, and legs. Through his terror and despair, Smithback could smell the musty mothball odor of antique clothes, along with the tang of sweat and a faint whiff of eucalyptus, as if Leng had been sucking on a lozenge. Med going to place you on the gurney now, Leng said. Smithback felt himself being lifted, and then cold, unyielding metal pressed against his naked limbs. His nose was running, but he could not raise his arm to brush it away. His need for oxygen was becoming acute. He was totally paralyzed, but most terrible of all, he retained an utter clarity of consciousness and sensation. Leng reappeared in his field of vision, a slender plastic tube in one hand. Placing his fingers on Smithback's jaw, Leng pulled the mouth wide. Smithback felt the tube knock roughly against the back of his throat, slide down his trachea. How awful to feel the intense, undeniable desire to retch, and yet be unable to make even the slightest movement. There was a hiss as the ventilating machine filled his lungs with air. For a moment the relief was so great Smithback momentarily forgot his predicament. Now the gurney was moving. A low brickwork ceiling was passing by overhead, punctuated occasionally by naked bulbs. A moment later, and the ceiling changed, rising into what seemed a cavernous space. The gurney swung around again, then came to rest. Leng bent down, out of sight. Smithback heard 4 measured clicks, one after the other as the wheels were locked in place. There were banks of heavy lights, a whiff of alcohol and betadine that covered a subtler, far worse, smell. Leng slid his arms beneath Smithback, raised him up once again, and moved him from the gurney to another steel table, wider and even colder. The motion was gentle, almost loving. And then, with a completely different motion, economical and amazingly strong, he turned Smithback over onto his stomach. Smithback could not close his mouth, and his tongue pressed against the metal gurney, unwillingly sampling the sour chlorinated taste of disinfectants. It made him think about who else might have been on this table, and what might have happened to them. A wave of fear and nausea washed over him. The ventilator tube gurgled inside his mouth. Then Leng approached and, passing his hand across Smithback's face, shut his eyelids. The table was cold, so cold. He could hear Leng moving around. There was a pressure on his elbow, a brief sting as an intravenous needle was inserted near his wrist, the ripping sound of medical tape being pulled from its canister. He could smell the eucalyptus breath, hear the low voice. It spoke in a whisper. "There will be some pain, Mort afraid," the voice said as straps were fixed to Smithback's limbs. Rather a lot of pain, in fact, but good science is never really free from pain, so do not discompose yourself, and if Mort may offer a word of advice. Smithback tried to struggle, but his body was far away. The whisper continued, soft and soothing. Be like the gazelle in the jaws of the lion, limp, accepting, resigned. Trust me, that is the best way. There was the sound of water rushing in a sink, the clink of steel on steel, instruments sliding in a metal basin. The light in the room grew abruptly brighter. Smithback's pulse began to race wildly, faster and faster, until the table beneath him seemed almost to rock in time with the frantic beating of his heart. 6. Nora shifted in the uncomfortable wooden chair, glanced at her watch for Vekephat. Ate had to be the 5th time. 10:30. This was like the questioning she'd endured after finding Pucka's body, only worse, much worse. Though she'd deliberately kept her story brief, reduced her answers to mere one-liners, the questions kept coming in an endless moronic stream. Questions about her work at the museum, questions about being chased by the surgeon in the archives, questions about the typewritten note Puck, or rather the murderer pretending to be Puck, had sent her, which she'd given to the police long before. All questions she had already answered 2 or 3 times, to more intelligent and thoughtful police officers than these. Worse, the 2 cops sitting opposite her, one a beefed-up little troll, the other decent-looking but full of himself, showed no signs of reaching the end of their list. They kept interrupting each other, darting angry looks back and forth, competing for heaven only knew what reason. If there was bad blood between these 2, they should be working together. God, what a performance! "Dr. Kelly," said the short one, Finester, looking for the 1000th time at his notes, "we re almost through here." Praise be to God. This comment was met with a short silence. Then O'Grady waded in once again, looking at a freshly scribbled sheet that had just been handed to him. "You are familiar with a Mr. William Smithback." Nora felt her annoyance giving way to a sudden wariness. "Yes." "What is your relationship to Mr. Smithback?" "Ex-boyfriend." O'Grady turned the paper over in his hands. "We have a report here that earlier today, Mr. Smithback impersonated a security officer and gained unauthorized clearance to some high security files in the museum. Would you know why? No. When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Smithback? Nora sighed, Mordaunt remember. Finister sat back in his seat, folded his beefy arms. Take your time, please. He had a shiny paste-colored dome of a head, topped by a tuft of hair so thick and coarse it looked like a hairy island in the middle of his bald head. This was intolerable. Maybe a week. Under what circumstances? He was harassing me in my office. Why? He wanted to tell me that Agent Pendergast had been stabbed. Museum security dragged him away. They, Luglunk, have a record of it. What the hell was Smithback doing back in the museum? The guy was incorrigible. You have no idea what Mr. Smithback was looking for. Mort believed Mort just said that. There was a short silence while O'Grady checked his notes. It says here that Mr. Smithback... Nora interrupted impatiently. Look, why aren't you pursuing some real leads here? Like those typewritten notes of the killers. The one sent to me and the one left on Puck's desk. Obviously, the killer is somebody Vekep. Ente had access to the museum. Why all these questions about Smithback? Mort haven't spoken to him in a week. Mort didn't know anything about what he's up to, and frankly, Mort couldn't care less. We have to ask you these questions, Dr. Kelly, O'Grady replied. Why? They on my list, it's my job. Jesus, she passed a hand over her forehead. This whole episode was Kafkaesque. Go ahead. After a warrant was put out on Mr. Smithback, we found his rented car parked on Upper Riverside Drive. Would you know why he rented the car? How many times do Mort have to tell you? Mort haven't spoken to him in a week. O'Grady turned over the sheet. How long have you known Mr. Smithback? Almost 2 years. Where did you meet him? In Utah. Under what circumstances? On an archaeological expedition. Nora was suddenly having trouble paying attention to the questions. Riverside Drive? What the hell was Smithback doing up there? What kind of an archaeological expedition? Nora didn't answer. Dr. Kelly. Nora looked at him. Where on Riverside Drive? O'Grady looked confused. Moat met sorry. Where was Smithback's car found on Riverside Drive? O'Grady fumbled with the paper. It says here Upper Riverside, 131st and Riverside. 131st Street? What was he doing up there? That's just what we were hoping you could tell us. Now, about that archaeological expedition, and you say he came in this morning, gained access to some files? What files? Old security files. Which ones? O'Grady flipped through some other sheets. It says here it was an old personnel file. On who? It doesn't say. How did he do it? Well, it doesn't say, and, for God's sake, can you find out? Pink anger blossomed across O'Grady's face. May we get back to the questions, please? Mort Kanoove kept something about this. Finister suddenly broke in. Mort was on duty earlier today. When you were out getting donuts and coffee, O'Grady. Remember? O'Grady turned. In case you've forgotten, Finister, we're supposed to be the ones asking the questions. Nora gave O'Grady her coldest stare. How can Mort answer if you don't give me the information Mort need? O'Grady asked. Rose-colored face grew redder. Mort don't see why. She's right, O'Grady. She has a right to know. Finister turned to Nora, pug face lit up by an ingratiating smile. Mr. Smithback lured one of the security guards away with a phony telephone call, allegedly from the Human Resources office. Then he pretended to be from Human Resources himself and persuaded the remaining guard to unlock certain filing cabinets. Said he was conducting some kind of file inspection. He did? Despite her concern, Nora couldn't help smiling to herself. It was vintage Smithback, and Vekep. How to were those files exactly? Security clearances dating back over 100 years. And that's why he's in trouble. That's the least of it. The guard thought he saw him take some papers out of one drawer, so you can add theft to. Which file drawer? It was the Motnin Tambemi personnel file drawer, Mort believed. Finister recollected with obvious pride, and after the guard's suspicions were aroused, they cross-checked the files and found that one of them was missing its cover sheets. It had been virtually emptied. Which one? It was that one on the 19th century serial killer. What's his name? The one written about in the Times. Clearly, that's what he was after. More information on Enoch Lang. Yeah, that S the guy. Nora sat, stunned. Now, can we please get back to the questions, Dr. Kelly? O'Grady interrupted. And his car was found up Riverside Drive, at Mort Bamamot St. Street? How long had it been there? Finister shrugged. He rented it right after he stole the file. It's staked out. As soon as he picks it up, we'll know. O'Grady broke in again. Finister, now that you've managed to reveal all the confidential details, maybe you can keep quiet for a minute. Now, Dr. Kelly, this archaeological expedition. Nora reached into her purse for her cell phone, found it, pulled it out. No cell phones, Dr. Kelly, until we refinished. It was O'Grady again, his voice rising in anger. She dropped the phone back into her purse. Sorry, Moat got to go. You can go as soon as we finish the questions. O'Grady was livid. Now, Dr. Kelly, about that archaeological expedition. Nora didn't hear the rest. Her mind was racing. Dr. Kelly. But can we finish this later? She tried to smile, tried to put on her most pleading look. Something really important has just come up. O'Grady didn't return the smile. This is a criminal investigation, Dr. Kelly. We'll be done when we get to the end of the questions, not before. Nora thought for a moment. Then she looked O'Grady in the eye. Mot got to go. Go to the bathroom. Mot mean. Now? She nodded. Mot met sorry, but we Luglung have to accompany you then. Those are the rules. Into the bathroom? He blushed. Of course not, but to the facilities. We Luglung wait outside. Then you better hurry. Mot have really got to go. Bad kidneys. Grady and Finister exchanged glances. Bacterial infection from a dig in Guatemala. The policeman rose with alacrity. They crossed the Rockefeller Great Room, past the dozens of tables, and the endless overlapping recitations of other staff members, out into the main library. Nora waited, biding her time, as they made their way toward the entrance. No point in sounding more of an alarm than was necessary. The library itself was silent, researchers and scientists long since gone. The great room lay behind them now, the back and forth of questions and answers inaudible. Ahead were the double doors leading out into the hall and the restrooms beyond. Nora approached the doors, the two cops trailing in her wake. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, she darted through, swinging the doors behind her, back into the faces of the officers. She heard the thud of an impact, something clattering to the ground. A yelp of startled surprise. And then came a loud barking sound like a seal giving the alarm, followed by shouts and running feet. She glanced back. Finister and O'Grady were through the doors and in hot pursuit. Nora was very fit, but Finister and O'Grady surprised her. They were fast, too. At the far end of the hall, she glanced back and noticed that the taller Sergeant O'Grady was actually gaining ground. She flung open a stairwell door and began flying down the stairs, two at a time. Moments later, the door opened again. She heard loud voices, the pounding of feet. She plunged downward even more quickly. Reaching the basement, she pushed the panic bar on the door and burst into the paleontological storage area. A long corridor ran ahead, arrow straight, gray and institutional, illuminated by bare bulbs in wire cages. Doors lined Beote hot sides, Proboscideo hippie, Bovidae, Pongidae. The thudding of approaching feet filled the stairwell behind her. Was it possible they were still gaining? Why could she have gotten the two porkers at the table to her left? She sprinted down the hallway, veered abruptly around a corner, and ran on, thinking fast. The vast dinosaur bone storage room was nearby. If she was going to lose these two, her best chance lay in there. She dug into her purse as she ran. Thank God she'd remembered to bring her lab and storage keys along that morning. She almost flew past the heavy door, fumbling with the keys. She turned, jammed her key into the lock, and pushed the door open just as the cops came into view around the corner. Shit, they've seen me. Nora closed the door, locked it behind her, turned toward the long rows of tall metal stacks, preparing to run. Then she had an idea. She unlocked the door again, then took off down the closest aisle, turning left at the first crossing, then right, angling away from the door. At last, she dropped into a crouch, pressing herself into the shadows, trying to catch her breath. She heard the tramp of feet in the corridor beyond. The door rattled abruptly. Open up, came O'Grady's muffled roar. Nora glanced around quickly, searching for a better place to hide. The room was lit only by the dim glow of emergency lighting, high up in the ceiling. Additional lights required a key, standard procedure in museum storage rooms, where light could harm the specimens and the long aisles were cloaked in darkness. She heard a grunt, the shiver of the door in its frame. She hoped they wouldn't be stupid enough to break down an unlocked door. That would ruin everything. The door shivered under the weight of another heavy blow. Then they figured it out. It was almost with relief that she heard the jiggling of the handle, the creak of the opening door. Warily, silently, she retreated farther into the vast forest of bones. The museum's dinosaur bone collection was the largest in the world. The dinosaurs were stored unmounted, stacked disarticulated on massive steel shelves. The shelves themselves were constructed of steel, I-beams and angle iron, riveted together to make a web of shelving strong enough to support thousands of tons. Vast piles of tree trunk thick leg bones, skulls the size of cars, massive slabs of stone matrix VKEP, Tehat bones still embedded, awaiting the preparator's chisel. The room smelled like the interior of an ancient stone cathedral. "We know you were in here," came the breathless voice of Finister. Nora receded deeper into the shadows. A rat scurried in front of her, scrambling for safety within a gaping Allosaurus eye socket. Bones rose on both sides like great heaps of cordwood shelves climbing into the gloom. Like most of the museum storage rooms, it was an illogical jumble of shelves and mismatched rows, growing by accretion over the last century and a half. A good place to get lost in. Running away from the police never did anyone any good, Dr. Kelly. Give yourself up now and we'll go easy on you. She shrank behind a giant turtle, almost the size of a studio apartment, trying to reconstruct the layout of the vault in her head. She couldn't remember seeing a rear door in previous visits. Most storage vaults, for security purposes, had only one. There was only one way out, and they were blocking it. She had to get them to move. "Dr. Kelly, met sure we can work something out, please." Nora smiled to herself. What a pair of blunderers. Smithback would have had fun with them. Her smile faded at the thought of Smithback. She was certain now of what he'd done. Smithback had gone to Leng's house. Perhaps he had heard Pendergast's theory that Leng was alive and still living in his old house. Perhaps he'd wheedled it out of O'Shaughnessy. The guy could have made Helen Keller talk. On top of that, he was a good researcher. He knew the museum's files. While she and Pendergast were going through deeds, he'd gone straight to the museum and hit pay dirt. And knowing Smithback, he'd have run right up to Leng's house. That's why he'd rented a car, driven it up Riverside Drive. Just to check out the house. But Smithback could never merely check something out. The fool, the damned fool. Cautiously, Nora tried dialing Smithback on her cell phone, muffling the sound with the leather of her purse, but the phone was dead. She was surrounded by several thousand tons of steel shelves and dinosaur bones, not to mention the museum overhead. At least it probably meant the radios of the cops would be equally useless. If her plan worked, that would prove useful. "Dr. Kelly!" The voices were coming from her left now, away from the door. She crept forward between the shelves, strained to catch a glimpse of them, but she could see nothing but the beam of a flashlight stabbing through the dark piles of bone. There was no more time. She had to get out. She listened closely to the footsteps of the cops. Good, they seemed to still be together. In their joint eagerness to take credit for the collar, they'd have been too stupid to leave one to guard the door. "All right," she called. "Moat, give up. Sorry, guess Moat just lost my head." There was a brief flurry of whispers. "We're coming," O'Grady shouted. "Don't go anywhere." She heard them moving in her direction. More quickly now, the flashlight beam wobbling and weaving as they ran. Watching the direction of the beam, she scooted away, keeping low, angling back toward the front of the storage room, moving as quickly and silently as she could. "Where are you?" she heard a voice cry, fainter now, several aisles away. "Dr. Kelly?" "She was over there, O'Grady." "Damn it, Finister. You know she was much farther." In a flash, Nora was out the door. She turned, slammed it shut, turned her key in the lock. In another 5 minutes, she was out on Museum Drive. Panting hard, she slipped her cell phone out of her purse again and dialed. 7. The silver wraith glided noiselessly up to the 72nd Street curb. Pendergast slid out and stood for a moment in the shadow of the Dakota, deep in thought, while the car idled. The interview with his great aunt had left him with an unfamiliar feeling of dread. Yet it was a dread that had been growing within him since he first heard of the discovery of the charnel pit beneath Catherine Street. For many years he had kept a silent vigil, scanning the FBI and Interpol services on the lookout for a specific modus operandi he'd hoped it would never surface. But always in the back of his mind had feared it would. "Good evening, Mr. Pendergast," the guard said at his approach, stepping out of the sentry box. An envelope lay in his white-gloved hand. The sight of the envelope sent Pendergast dread soaring. "Thank you, Johnson," Pendergast replied, without taking the envelope. "Did Sergeant O'Shaughnessy come by, as Moat mentioned he would?" "No, sir, he hasn't been by all evening." Pendergast grew more pensive, and there was a long moment of silence. "I see. Did you take delivery of this envelope?" "Yes, sir." "From whom, may Mort ask?" "A nice old-fashioned sort of gent, sir." "In a derby hat?" "Precisely, sir." Pendergast scanned the crisp copper plate on the front of the envelope. "For AXL Pendergast, Esq, D. Phil, the Dakota. Personal and confidential." The envelope was handmade from a heavy, old-fashioned laid paper with a decal edge. It was precisely the sort of paper made by the Pendergast family as private stationer. Although the envelope was yellow with age, the writing on it was fresh. Pendergast turned to the guard. "Johnson, may I borrow your gloves?" The doorman was too well trained to show surprise. Donning the gloves, Pendergast slipped into the halo of light around the sentry box and broke the envelope's seal with the back of his hand. Very gingerly, he bowed it open, looking inside. There was a single sheet of paper, folded once. In the crease lay a single small grayish fiber. To the untrained eye, it looked like a bit of fishing line. Pendergast recognized it as a human nerve strand, undoubtedly from the cauda equina at the base of the spinal cord. There was no writing on the folded sheet. He angled it toward the light, but there was nothing else at all, not even a watermark. At that moment, his cell phone rang. Putting the envelope carefully aside, Pendergast plucked his phone from his suit pocket and raised it to his ear. Yes, he spoke in a calm, neutral voice. "Yes, Nora, listen. Smithback figured out where Leng lives. And Moat think he went up there. Moat think he went into the house. The search. 1. Nora watched the silver. Wraith at an alarming speed, weaving through the Central Park West traffic, red light flashing incongruously on its dashboard. The car screeched to a stop alongside her as the rear door flew open. "Get in," called Pendergast. She jumped inside, the sudden acceleration throwing her back against the white leather of the seat. Pendergast had lowered the center armrest. He looked straight ahead, his face grimmer than Nora had ever seen it. He seemed to see nothing, notice nothing, as the car tore northward, rocking slightly, bounding over potholes and gaping cracks in the asphalt. To Nora's right, Central Park raced by, the trees a blur. Mort tried reaching Smithback on his cell phone, Nora said. "He is to answering." Pendergast did not reply. "You really believe Leng's still alive?" "Mokanove kept so." Nora was silent a moment, then she had to ask, Do you think he is Smithback?" Pendergast did not answer immediately. The expense voucher Smithback filled out stated he would return the car by 5 this evening. By 5 this evening, Nora felt herself consumed by agitation and panic. Already, Smithback was over 6 hours overdue. If he is parked near Leng's house, we might just be able to find him. Pendergast leaned forward, sliding open the glass panel that isolated the rear compartment. "Proctor, when we reach Mochambami Moat St. Street, we'll be looking for a silver Ford Taurus New York license, ELI 7734, with rental car decals." He closed the panel, leaned back against the seat. Another silence fell as the car shot left onto Cathedral Parkway and sped toward the river. "We would have known Lung's address in 48 hours, he said almost to himself. We were very close. A little more care, a little more method was all it would have taken. Now we don't have 48 hours. How much time do we have?" "Afraid we don't have any," Pendergast murmured. 2. Custer watched Brisbane unlock. His office door, open it, then step irritably aside to allow them to enter. Custer stepped through the doorway, the flush of returning confidence adding gravity to his stride. There was no need to hurry. Not anymore. He turned, looked around, very clean and modern. Lots of chrome and glass. 2 large windows looked over Central Park, and beyond at the twinkling wall of lights that made up Fifth Avenue. His eyes fell to the desk that dominated the center of the room. Antique inkwell silver clock, expensive knickknacks, and a glass box full of gemstones, cushy. "Nice office," he said. Shrugging the compliment aside, Brisbane draped his tuxedo jacket over his chair, then sat down behind the desk. "Mort don't have a lot of time," he said truculently. "At 11 o'clock might expect you to say what you have to say. Then have your men vacate the premises until we can determine a mutually agreeable course of action." Of course. Custer moved about the office, hefting a paperweight here, admiring a picture there. He could see Brisbane growing increasingly irritated. Good. Let the man stew. Eventually he'd say something. "Shall we get on with it, Captain?" Brisbane pointedly gestured for Custer to take a seat. Just as pointedly, Custer continued circling the large office. Except for the knickknacks and the case of gems on the desk and the paintings on the walls, the office looked bare, save for one wall that contained shelving and a closet. "Mr. Brisbane? But understand you the museumist general counsel?" "That's right. An important position. As a matter of fact, it is." Custer moved toward the shelves, examined a mother-of-pearl fountain pen displayed on one of them. "Would understand your feelings of invasion here, Mr. Brisbane." "That's reassuring. To a certain extent, you feel it's your place. You feel protective of the museum." "Mort do." Custer nodded, his gaze moving along the shelf to an antique Chinese snuff box set with stones. He picked it up. "Naturally, you don't like a bunch of policemen barging in here." "Frankly, Mort told you as much several times already. That's a very valuable snuff box, Captain." Custer returned it, picked up something else. "Would imagine this whole thing has been rather hard on you. First, there was the discovery of the skeletons left by that 19th century serial killer. Then there was that letter discovered in the museum's collections. Very unpleasant. The adverse publicity could have easily harmed the museum. Then there was that curator? Nora Kelly." Custer noted a new tone creeping into Brisbane's voice, dislike, disapproval, perhaps a sense of injury. "The same one who found the skeletons. And the hidden letter, correct? You didn't like her working on this case, worried about adverse publicity, Mort suppose." Mort thought she should be doing her research. That's what she was being paid to do. "You didn't want her helping the police?" Naturally, Mort wanted her to do what she could to help the police. Mort Diuete didn't want her neglecting her museum duties. Custer nodded sagely. "Of course, and then she was chased in the archives, almost killed. By the surgeon. He moved to a near bookshelf. The only books it contained were half a dozen fat legal tomes. Even their bindings managed to look stultifyingly dull." He tapped his finger on a spine. "You real lawyer?" "General counsel usually means lawyer." This bounced off Custer without leaving a dent. "I see. Been here how long?" "A little over 2 years." "Like it?" "It's a very interesting place to work. Now, look. Mott thought we were going to talk about getting your men out of here." Soon Custer turned. "Visit the archives much?" "Not so much. More lately, of course, with all the activity." "Let's see. Interesting place, the archives." He turned briefly to see the effect of this observation on Brisbane. "The eyes. Watch the eyes." "Let's suppose some find it so. But not you. Boxes of paper and moldy specimens don't interest me." "And yet you visited there." Custer consulted his notebook. "Let's see, no less than 8 times in the last 10 days. Mort doubt it was that often, on museum business in any case." "In any case," he looked shrewdly back at Brisbane. "The archives, where the body of Puck was found, where Nora Kelly was chased. You mentioned her already. And then there's Smithback, that annoying reporter." "Annoying is an understatement." "Didn't want him around, did you? Well, who would?" "My thinking exactly. You've heard, of course, how he impersonated a security officer, stole museum files." "Muff heard. I've heard. Fact is, we re-looking for the man, but he seems to have disappeared. You wouldn't know where he was by any chance, would you?" He added a faint emphasis to this last phrase. "Of course not. Of course not." Custer returned his attention to the gems. He stroked the glass case with a fat finger. "And then there's that FBI agent, Pendergast, the one who was attacked. Also very annoying." Brisbane remained silent. "Didn't much like him around either." "Hey, Mr. Brisbane. We had enough policemen crawling over the place. Why compound it with the FBI? And speaking of policemen crawling around, it's just that Mort find it very curious Mr. Brisbane Custer let the sentence trail off. What do you find curious, Captain? There was a commotion in the hallway outside, then the door opened abruptly. A police sergeant entered, dusty, wide-eyed, sweating. "Captain," he gasped. "We were interviewing this woman just now, a curator, and she locked." Custer looked at the man. O'Grady, his name was reprovingly. "Not now, Sergeant. Can't you see Met conducting a conversation here?" "But—" "You heard the captain," Noyes interjected, propelling the protesting sergeant toward the door. Custer waited until the door closed again, then turned back to Brisbane. "Mort find it curious how very interested you've been in this case," he said. "It's my job. Motkano have kept that, you very dedicated man. I've also noticed your dedication in human resources matters. Hiring. That's correct. Reinhard Puck, for example. What about him?" Custer consulted his notebook again. "Why exactly did you try to fire Mr. Puck just 2 days before his murder?" Brisbane started to say something, then hesitated. A new thought seemed to have occurred to him. Strange timing there. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Brisbane? The man smiled thinly. Captain Mort felt the position was extraneous. The museum is having financial difficulties, and Mr. Puck had been well. He had not been cooperative. Of course it had nothing to do with the murder. But they wouldn't let you fire him, would they? He'd been with the museum over 25 years. They felt it might affect morale. Must have made you angry, being shot down like that. Brisbane's smile froze in place. "Captain Mort, hope you're not suggesting Mort had anything to do with the murder." Custer raised his eyebrows in mock astonishment. "And Mort, since m'assume you're asking a rhetorical question, I wanna bother to answer it." Custer smiled. He didn't know what a rhetorical question was, but he could see that his questions were finding their mark. He gave the gem case another stroke, then glanced around. He'd covered the office. All that remained was the closet. He strolled over, put his hand on the handle, paused. "But it did make you angry. Being contradicted like that, Mort mean." "No one is pleased to be countermanded," Brisbane replied icily. The man was an anachronism, his work habits clearly inefficient. "Look at that typewriter he insisted on using for all his correspondence." "Yes, the typewriter. The one the murderer used to write one, make that 2 notes. You kinda have kept about that typewriter. Mort take it?" Everybody did. The man was infamous for refusing to allow a computer terminal on his desk, refusing to use email. See, Custer nodded, opened the closet. As if on cue, an old-fashioned black derby hat fell out, bounced across the floor, and rolled in circles until it finally came to rest at Custer's feet. Custer looked down at it in astonishment. It couldn't have happened more perfectly if this had been an Agatha Christie murder mystery. This kind of thing just didn't happen in real police work. He could hardly believe it. He looked up at Brisbane, his eyebrows arching quizzically. Brisbane looked first confounded, then flustered, then angry. "It was for a costume party at the museum," the lawyer said. "You can check for yourself. Everyone saw me in it. What had it for years." Custer poked his head into the closet, rummaged around, and removed a black umbrella, tightly furled. He brought it out, stood it up on its point, then released it. The umbrella toppled over beside the hat. He looked up again at Brisbane. The seconds ticked on. "This is absurd," exploded Brisbane. "Mort haven't said anything," said Custer. He looked at Noyes. "Did you say anything?" "No, sir, Mort didn't say anything." "So what exactly, Mr. Brisbane, is absurd?" "What you thinking?" The man could hardly get out the words. "That Mott met that, you know. Oh, this is perfectly ridiculous." Custer placed his hands behind his back. He came forward slowly, one step after another, until he reached the desk. And then, very deliberately, he leaned over it. "What am I thinking, Mr. Brisbane?" he asked quietly. 3. The Rolls rocked it up Riverside, their driver weaving expertly through the lines of traffic, threading the big vehicle through impossibly narrow gaps, sometimes forcing opposing cars onto the curb. It was after 11 Fun meme, and the traffic was beginning to thin out. But the curbs of Riverside and the side streets that led away from it remained completely jammed with parked cars. The car swerved onto Montbama-Motson Street, slowing abruptly, and almost immediately, No more than half a dozen cars in from Riverside, Nora spotted it, a silver Ford Taurus, New York plate, ELI 7734. Pendergast got out, walked over to the parked car, leaned toward the dashboard to verify the VIN. Then he moved around to the passenger door and broke the glass with an almost invisible jab. The alarm shrieked in protest while he searched the glove compartment and the rest of the interior. In a moment, he returned. "The car's empty," he told Nora. "He must have taken the address with him. We'll have to hope Leng's house is close by." Telling Proctor to park at Grant's tomb and wait for their call, Pendergast led the way down Mochambami Most in long, sweeping strides. Within moments, they reached the drive itself. Riverside Park stretched away across the street, its trees like gaunt sentinels at the edge of a vast, unknown tract of darkness. Beyond the park was the Hudson, glimmering in the vague moonlight. Nora looked left and right at the countless blocks of decrepit apartment buildings, old abandoned mansions, and squalid welfare hotels that stretched in both directions. "How are we going to find it?" she asked. "It will have certain characteristics," Pendergast replied. "It will be a private house, at least 100 years old, not broken into apartments. It will probably look abandoned, but it will be very secure. We Luglung head south first." But before proceeding, he stopped and placed a hand on her shoulder. Normally, Mort never allow a civilian along on a police action. But that's my boyfriend caught. Pendergast raised his hand. "We have no time for discussion. Moat have already considered carefully what it is we face. Moat meant going to be as blunt as possible. If we do find Leng's house, the chances of my succeeding without assistance are very small." "Good. I wouldn't let you leave me behind anyway." Mokanoove kept that. Mort also know that given Lenga's cunning, 2 people have a better chance of success than a large, and loud official response, even if we could get such a response in time. "But Mort must tell you, Dr. Kelly. Mort am bringing you into a situation where there are an almost infinite number of unknown variables. In short, it is a situation in which it is very possible one or both of us may be killed." Mort met willing to take that risk. "One final comment, then. In my opinion, Smithback is already dead, or will be by the time we find the house, get inside, and secure Leng. This rescue operation is already, therefore, a probable failure." Nora nodded, unable to reply. Without another word, Pendergast turned and began to walk south. They passed several old houses clearly broken into apartments, then a welfare hotel, the resident alcoholics watching them apathetically from the steps. Next came a long row of sordid tenements. And then, at Tiemann Place, Pendergast paused before an abandoned building. It was a small townhouse, its windows boarded over, the buzzer missing. He stared up at it briefly, then went quickly around to the side, peered over a broken railing, returned. "What do you think?" Nora whispered. "Mort think we go in." 2 heavy pieces of plywood, chained shut, covered the opening where the door had been. Pendergast grasped the lock on the chain. A white hand slid into his suit jacket and emerged, holding a small device with toothpick-like metal attachments projecting from one end. It gleamed in the reflected light of the street lamp. "What's that?" Nora asked. "Electronic lockpick," Pendergast replied, fitting it to the padlock. The latch sprung open in his long white hands. He pulled the chain away from the plywood and ducked inside, Nora following. A noisome stench welled out of the darkness. Pendergast pulled out his flashlight and shined the beam over a blizzard of decay, rotting garbage, dead rats, exposed lath, needles, and crack vials, standing puddles of rank water. Without a word, he turned and exited, Nora following. They worked their way down as far as Mocham Hymith Street. Here the neighborhood improved, and most of the buildings were occupied. "There's no point in going farther," Pendergast said tersely. "We Luglunk head north instead." They hurried back to Mochambamiutsing Street, the point where their search had begun, and continued north. This proved much slower going. The neighborhood deteriorated until it seemed as if most of the buildings were abandoned. Pendergast dismissed many out of hand, but he broke into one, then another, then a third, while Nora watched the street. At Mortbasalth Street, they stopped before yet another ruined house. Pendergast looked toward it, scrutinizing the facade, then turned his eyes northward, silent and withdrawn. He was pale. The activity had clearly taxed his weakened frame. It was as if the entire drive, once lined Vekep Tehat elegant townhouses, was now one long desolate ruin, It seemed to Nora that Leng could be in any one of those houses. Pendergast dropped his eyes toward the ground. It appears, he said in a low voice, that Mr. Smithback had difficulty finding parking. Nora nodded, feeling a rising despair. The surgeon now had Smithback at least 6 hours, perhaps several more. She would not follow that train of thought to its logical conclusion. 4. Custer allied Brisbane to stew for a minute, then 2, and then he smiled, almost conspiratorially, at the lawyer. Mind if Mott, he began, nodding toward the bizarre chrome and glass chair before Brisbane's desk. Brisbane nodded. Of course. Custer sank down, trying to maneuver his bulk into the most comfortable position the chair would allow. Then he smiled again. Now, you were about to say something? He hiked a pant leg, tried to throw it over the other, but the weird angle of the chair knocked it back against the floor. Unruffled, he cocked his head, raising an eyebrow quizzically across the desk. Brisbane's composure had returned. Nothing, Mort just thought with the hat. What? Nothing. In that case, tell me about the museum's costume party. The museum often throws fundraisers, hall openings, parties for big donors, that sort of thing. Once in a while, it's a costume ball. Mote always wear the same thing. Mote dress like an English banker on his way to the city. Derby hat, pinstriped pants, cutaway. I see. Custer glanced at the umbrella. And the umbrella? Everybody owns a black umbrella. A veil had dropped over the man's emotions. Lawyeress training, no doubt. How long have you owned the hat? Mort already told you. And where did you buy it? Let's see at an old antique shop in the village. Or perhaps Tribeca Lispenard Street, Mote believe. How much did it cost? Remember, $30 or $40. For a moment, Brisbane's composure slipped ever so slightly. Look, why are you so interested in that hat? A lot of people own derby hats. Watch the eyes, and the eyes looked panicked. The eyes looked guilty. Really? Custer replied in an even voice. A lot of people? The only person Mort know who owns a derby hat in New York City is the killer. This was the first mention of the word killer, and Custer gave it a slight but noticeable emphasis. Really, he was playing this beautifully, like a master angler bringing in a huge trout. He wished this was being captured on video. The chief would want to see it. Perhaps make it available as a training film for aspiring detectives. Let's get back to the umbrella. Mort bought it. Mort can't remember. Mort met always buying and losing umbrellas. Brisbane shrugged casually, but his shoulders were stiff. And the rest of your costume? In the closet. Go ahead, take a look. Custer had no doubt the rest of the costume would match the description of a black old-fashioned coat. He ignored the attempted distraction. Where did you buy it? Mort found the pants and coat at that used formal wear shop near Bloomingday. Smot Diwete can think of the name. No doubt. Custer glanced searchingly at Brisbane. Odd choice for a costume party, don't you think? English banker Mot mean. Mot disliked looking ridiculous. Mot worn that costume half a dozen times to museum parties. You can check with anyone. Mot put that costume to good use. Oh, Mort, have no doubt you put it to good use. Good use, indeed. Custer glanced over at Noyes. The man was excited, a kind of hungry, almost slavering look on his face. He at least realized what was coming. Where were you, Mr. Brisbane, on October Murray High, between 11 o'clock in the evening and 4 o'clock the following morning? This was the time bracket the coroner had determined during which Puck had been killed. Brisbane seemed to think. Let's see, it's hard to remember. He laughed again. Custer laughed, too. Mort can remember what Mort did that night. Not precisely. After 12 or 1, Mort would have been in bed, of course. But before then, yes, Mort remember now. Mort was at home that night, catching up on my reading. And you live alone, Mr. Brisbane? Yes. So you have no one who can vouch for you being at home? A landlady, perhaps? Girlfriend? Boyfriend? Brisbane frowned. No, nothing like that. So if it's all the same to you... One moment, Mr. Brisbane. And where did you say you live? Mort didn't say 9th Street, near University Place. No more than a dozen blocks from Tompkins Square Park, where the second murder took place. That's a very interesting coincidence, no doubt. It is. Custer glanced out the windows where Central Park lay beneath a mantle of darkness, and no doubt it's a coincidence that the first murder took place right out there in the Ramble. Brisbane's frown deepened. Really, Detective would think we reached the point where questions end and speculation begins. He pushed back his chair, prepared to stand up. And now, if you don't mind, Mort like to get on with the business of clearing your men out of this museum. Custer made a suppressing motion with one hand, glanced again at Noyes. Get ready. There's just one other thing, the third murder. He slid a piece of paper out of his notebook with a nonchalant motion. Do you know an Oscar Gibbs? Yes, Mutt believed so, Mr. Puck's assistant. Exactly. According to the testimony of Mr. Gibbs, on the afternoon of October Muri High, you and Mr. Puck had a little discussion in the archives. This was after you found out that Human Resources had not supported your recommendation to fire Puck. Brisbane colored slightly. I wouldn't believe everything you hear. Custer smiled. Mot don't, Mr. Brisbane. Believe me, mot don't. He followed this with a long, delicious pause. Now this Mr. Oscar Gibbs said that you and Puck were yelling at each other. Or rather, you were yelling at Puck. Care to tell me, in your words, what that was about? Mot was reprimanding Mr. Puck. What for? Neglecting my instructions. Which were? To stick to his job. To stick to his job. How had he been deviating from his job? He was doing outside work, helping Nora Kelly vacapte hat her external projects when Mort had specifically. It was time, Custer pounced. According to Mr. Oscar Gibbs, you were and Mott will read, screaming and yelling and threatening to bury Mr. Puck. That's you, Mr. Brisbane said he was through by a long shot. Custer lowered the paper, glanced at Brisbane. That's the word you used. Bury. It's a common figure of speech. And then, not 24 hours later, Puck's body was found, gored on a dinosaur in the archives, after having been butchered most likely in those very same archives. An operation like that takes time, Mr. Brisbane. Clearly, it was done by somebody who knew the museum's ways very well. Someone with a security clearance, someone who could move around the museum without exciting notice. An insider, if you will. And then Nora Kelly gets a phony note typed on Puck's typewriter, asking her to come down, and she herself is attacked, pursued with deadly intent. Nora Kelly, the other thorn in your side. The third thorn, the FBI agent, was in the hospital at this point, having been attacked by someone wearing a derby hat. Brisbane stared at him in disbelief. Why did you want Puck to help Nora Kelly and her, what did you call them, external projects? This was answered by silence. What were you afraid she would find? They would find? Brisbane's mouth worked briefly. Now Custer slipped in the knife. Why the copycat angle, Mr. Brisbane? Was it something you found in the archives? Is that what prompted you to do it? Was Puck getting too close to learning something? At this, Brisbane found his voice at last. He shot to his feet. Now just a minute. Custer turned. Officer Noyes? Yes, Noyes responded eagerly. Cuff him. No, Brisbane gasped. You fool, you're making a terrible mistake. Custer worked his way out of the chair. It was not as smooth a motion as he would have wished, and began abruptly booming out the Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. This is an ote roa go e. You have the right to an atete o rano e. Mort will not accept this. You have the right? He thundered it out to the bitter end, overriding Brisbane's protestations. He watched as the gleeful Noyes slapped the cuffs on the man. It was the most satisfying collar Custer could ever remember. It was, in fact, the single greatest job of police work he had done in his life. This was the stuff of legend. For many years to come, they'd be telling the story of how Captain Custer put the cuffs on the surgeon. 5. Pendergast set off up. Riverside. Once again. Black coat open and flapping behind him in the Manhattan night. Nora hurried after. Her thoughts returned to Smithback, imprisoned in one of these gaunt buildings. She tried to force the image from her mind, but it kept returning, again and again. She was almost physically sick with worry about what might be happening, what might have already happened. She wondered how she could have been so angry with him. It's true that much of the time he was impossible, a schemer, impulsive, always looking for an angle, always getting himself into trouble, and yet many of those same negative qualities were his most endearing. She thought back to how he dressed up as a bum to help her retrieve the old dress from the excavation. Hato Vacape, he'd come to warn her after Pendergast was stabbed. When push came to shove, he was there. She had been awfully hard on him, but it was too late to be sorry. She suppressed a sob of bitter regret. They moved past guttered mansions and once elegant townhouses, now festering crack dens and shooting galleries for junkies. Pendergast gave each building a searching look, always turning away with a little shake of his head. Nora's thoughts flitted briefly to Leng himself. It seemed impossible that he could still be alive, concealed within one of these crumbling dwellings. She glanced up the drive again. She had to concentrate, try to pick his house out from the others. Wherever he lived, it would be comfortable. A man who had lived over 150 years would be excessively concerned with comfort, but it would no doubt give the surface impression of being abandoned, and it would be well nigh impregnable. Leng would want any unexpected visitors. This was the perfect neighborhood for such a place, abandoned yet once elegant, externally shabby yet livable inside, boarded up, very private. The trouble was, so many of the buildings met those criteria. Then, near the corner of Mortbamatam Street, Pendergast stopped dead. He turned slowly to face yet another abandoned building. It was a large, decayed mansion, a hulking shadow of bygone glory, set back from the street by a small service drive. Like many others, the first floor had been securely boarded up with tin. It looked just like a dozen other buildings they had passed, and yet Pendergast was staring at it with an expression of intentness Nora had not seen before. Silently, he turned the corner of Mortbamatam Street. Nora followed, watching him. The FBI agent moved slowly, eyes mostly on the ground with just occasional darted glances up at the building. They continued down the block until they reached the corner of Broadway. The moment they turned the corner, Pendergast spoke. "That's it." "How do you know?" The crest carved on the escutcheon over the door, 3 apothecary balls over a sprig of hemlock. He waved his hand. "Forgive me if Moat reserve explanations for later. Follow my lead, and be very, very careful." He continued around the block until they reached the corner of Riverside Drive and Mochambami Bay Trinhing. Nora looked at the building with a mixture of curiosity, apprehension, and outright fear. It was a large, 4-story, brick and stone structure that occupied the entire short block. Its frontage was enclosed in a wrought iron fence, ivy covering the rusty pointed rails. The garden within was long gone, taken over by weeds, bushes, and garbage. A carriage drive circled the rear of the house, exiting on Mochambamitam Trinhing Street. Though the lower windows were securely boarded over, the upper courses remained unblocked, although at least one window on the second story was broken. She stared up at the crest Pendergast had mentioned. An inscription in Greek ran around its edge. A gust of wind rustled the bare limbs in the yard. The reflected moon, the scudding clouds, flickered in the glass panes of the upper stories. The place looked haunted. Pendergast ducked into the carriage drive, Nora following close behind. The agent kicked aside some garbage with his shoe, and after a quick look around, stepped up to a solid oak door set into deep shadow beneath the porte cochere. It seemed to Nora as if Pendergast merely caressed the lock, and then the door opened silently on well-oiled hinges. They stepped quickly inside. Pendergast eased the door closed, and Nora heard the sound of a lock clicking. A moment of intense darkness while they stood still, listening for any sounds from within. The old house was silent. After a minute, the yellow line of Pendergast's hooded flashlight appeared, scanning the room around them. They were standing in a small entryway. The floor was polished marble, and the walls were papered in heavy velvet fabric. Dust covered everything. Pendergast stood still, directing his light at a series of footprints, some shod, some stock-inged, that had disturbed the dust on the floor. He looked at them for so long, studying them as an art student studies an old master, that Nora felt impatience begin to overwhelm her. At last he led the way, slowly, through the room and down a short passage leading into a large, long hall. It was paneled in a very rich, dense wood, and the low ceiling was intricately worked, a blend of the Gothic and austere. This hall was full of an odd assortment of displays Nora was unable to comprehend. Weird tables, cabinets, boxes, iron cages, strange apparatus. A magician's warehouse, Pendergast murmured in answer to her unspoken question. They passed through the room, beneath an archway, and into a grand reception hall. Once again, Pendergast stopped to study several lines of footprints that crossed and recrossed the parquet floor. Barefoot now, she heard him say to himself, and this time he was running. He quickly probed the immense space with his beam. Nora saw an astonishing range of objects: mounted skeletons, fossils, glass-fronted cabinets full of wondrous and terrible artifacts, gems, skulls, meteorites, iridescent beetles. The flashlight played briefly over all. The scent of cobwebs, leather, and old buckram hung heavy in the thick air, veiling a fainter, and much less pleasant, smell. "What is this place?" Nora asked. Link's cabinet of curiosities, a two-toned pistol, had appeared in Pendergast's left hand. The stench was worse now, sickly sweet, oily, that filled the air like a wet fog, clinging to her hair, limbs, clothes. He moved forward warily, his light playing off the various objects in the room. Some of the objects were uncovered, but most were draped. The walls were lined hot glass cases, and Pendergast moved toward them, his flashlight licking from one to the next. The glass sparked and shimmered as the beam hit it. Dark shadows thrown from the objects within reared forward as if living things. Suddenly the beam stopped dead. Nora watched as Pendergast's pale face lost what little color it normally had. For a moment he simply stared, motionless, not even seeming to draw breath. Then, very slowly, he approached the case. The beam of the flashlight trembled a bit as he moved. Nora followed, wondering what had had such a galvanic effect on the agent. The glass case was not like the rest. It did not contain a skeleton, stuffed trophy, or carven image. Instead, behind the glass stood the figure of a dead man, legs and arms strapped upright between crude iron bars and cuffs, mounted as if for museum display. The man was dressed in severe black, with a 19th-century frock coat and striped pants. "Who?" Nora managed to say. But Pendergast was transfixed, hearing nothing, his face rigid. All his attention was concentrated on the mounted man. The light played mercilessly about the corpse. It lingered for a long time on one particular detail: a pallid hand, the flesh shrunken and shriveled, a single knucklebone poking from a tear in the rotten flesh. Nora stared at the exposed knuckle, red and ivory against the parchment skin. With a nauseous lurch in the pit of her stomach, she realized that the hand was missing all its fingernails, that, in fact, nothing remained of the fingertips but bloody stumps, punctuated by protruding bones. Then, slowly, inexorably, the light began traveling up the front of the corpse. The beam rose past the buttons of the coat, up the starched shirt front, before at last stopping on the face. It was mummified, shrunken, wizened, and yet it was surprisingly well preserved, all the features modeled as finely as if carved from stone. The lips, which had dried and shriveled, were drawn back in a rictus of merriment, exposing two beautiful rows of white teeth. Only the eyes were gone, empty sockets like bottomless pools no light could illuminate. There was a hollow, muffled sound of rustling coming from inside the skull. The journey through the house had already numbed Nora with horror, but now her mind went blank with an even worse shock, the shock of recognition. She automatically turned, speechless, to Pendergast. His frame remained rigid, his eyes wide and staring. Whatever it was he had expected to find, it was not this. She shifted her horrified gaze back at the corpse. Even in death there could be no question. The corpse had the same marble-colored skin, the same refined features, the same thin lips and aquiline nose, the same high smooth forehead and delicate chin, the same fine pale hair, as Pendergast himself. 6. Custer observed the perp, had already begun to call him that, with deep satisfaction. The man stood in his office, hands cuffed behind him, black tie askew and white shirt rumpled, hair disheveled, dark circles of sweat beneath his armpits. How are the mighty fallen indeed? He'd held out a long time, kept up that arrogant, impatient facade. But now the eyes were red, the lips trembling. He hadn't believed it was really going to happen to him. It was the cuffs that did it, Custer thought knowingly to himself. He had seen it happen many times before to men a lot tougher than Brisbane. Something about the cool clasp of the manacles around your wrists, the realization that you were under arrest, powerless, in custody, was more than some people could take. The pure police work was over. Now it was just a matter of collecting all the little evidentiary details, work for the lower echelons to complete. Custer himself could take leave of the scene. He glanced at Noyes and saw admiration shining in the small hound face. Then he turned back to the perp. "Well, Brisbane," he said, "it all falls into place, doesn't it?" Brisbane looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. Murderers always think they read smarter than everyone else, especially the police. But when you get down to it, Brisbane, you really didn't play it smart at all. keeping the disguise right here in your office, for example. And then there was the matter of all those witnesses, trying to hide evidence, lying to me about how often you were in the archives, killing victims so close to your own place of work, your place of residence. The list goes on, doesn't it? The door opened and a uniformed officer slipped a fax into Custer's hand. And here's another little fact just in. Yes, the little fax can be so inconvenient. He read over the fax. And now we can ove kep, where you got your medical training, Brisbane. You were pre-med at Yale. He handed the fax to Noyes, switched to geology your junior year, then to law. Custer shook his head again, wonderingly, at the bottomless stupidity of criminals. Brisbane finally managed to speak. Moat met no murderer. Why would Moat kill those people? Custer shrugged philosophically. The very question Mort asked you. But then, why do any serial killers kill? Why did Jack the Ripper kill? Why Jeffrey Dahmer? That's a question for the psychiatrist to answer. Or maybe for God. On this note, Custer turned back to Noyes, set up a press conference for midnight, One Police Plaza. No, hold on. Let's make it on the front steps of the museum. Call the commissioner, call the press, and most importantly, call the mayor on his private line at Gracie Mansion. This is one call he Luglung be happy to get out of bed, for tell them we collared the surgeon. Yes, sir, said Noyes, turning to go. My God, the publicity Brisbane's voice was high-strangled. Captain, Mot Luglung have your badge for this, he choked up. Vic kept the hat fear and rage, unable to continue. But Custer wasn't listening. He had another masterstroke. Just a minute, he called to Noyes. Make sure the mayor knows that he'll be the star of our show. We'll let him make the announcement. As the door closed, Custer turned his thoughts to the mayor. The election was a week away. He would need the boost. Letting him make the announcement was a clever move, very clever. Rumor had it that the job of commissioner would become vacant after re-election. And after all, it was never too early to hope. 7. Again, Nora looked at Pendergast, and again she was unnerved by the depth of his shock. His eyes seemed glued to the face of the corpse. The parchment skin, the delicate aristocratic features, the hair so blonde it could have been white. The face, it looks just like. Nora struggled to understand, to articulate her thoughts. Pendergast did not respond. It looks just like you, Nora finally managed. Yes, came the whispered response. Very hat like me. But who is it? Enoch, Leng. Something in the way he said this caused Nora's skin to crawl. Leng? But how can that be? Mut thought you said he was alive. With a visible effort, Pendergast wrenched his eyes from the glass case and turned them on her. In them she read many things. Horror, pain, dread. His face remained colorless in the dim light. He was, until recently, someone appears to have killed Leng, tortured him to death, and put him in that case. It seems we are now dealing with that other someone. Mort still Dante. Pendergast held up one hand. Mort cannot speak of it now, was all he said. He turned from the figure, slowly, almost painfully, his light stabbing farther into the gloom. Nora inhaled the antique, dust-laden air. Everything was so strange, so terrible and unexpected, the kind of weirdness that happened only in a nightmare. She tried to calm her pounding heart. Now he is unconscious, being dragged, whispered Pendergast. His eyes were once again on the floor, but his voice and manner remained dreadfully changed. With the flashlight as a guide, they followed the marks across the reception hall to a set of closed doors. Pendergast opened them to reveal a carpeted, well-appointed space, a 2-story library filled with leather-bound books. The beam probed farther, slicing through drifting clouds of dust. In addition to books, Nora saw that again many of the shelves were lined with specimens, all carefully labeled. There were also numerous freestanding specimens in the room, draped in rotting duck canvas. A variety of wing chairs and sofas were positioned around the library, the leather dry and split, the stuffing unraveling. The beam of the flashlight licked over the walls. A salver sat on a nearby table, holding a crystal decanter of what had once been port or sherry. A brown crust lined its bottom. Next to the tray sat a small, empty glass. An unsmoked cigar, shriveled and furred with mold, lay alongside it. A fireplace carved of gray marble was set into one of the walls, a fire laid but not lit. Before it was a tattered zebra skin, well chewed by mice. A sideboard nearby held more crystal decanters, each with a brown or black substance dried within. A hominid skull, Nora recognized it as Australopithecine sat on a side table with a candle set into it. An open book lay nearby. Pendergast's light lingered on the open book. Nora could see it was an ancient medical treatise written in Latin. The page showed engravings of a cadaver in various stages of dissection. Of all the objects in the library, only this looked fresh, as if it had been handled recently. Everything else was layered with dust. Once again, Pendergast turned his attention to the floor, where Nora could clearly see marks in the moth-eaten, rotting carpet. The marks appeared to end at a wall of books. Now, Pendergast approached the wall. He ran his light over their spines, peering intently at the titles. Every few moments he would stop, remove a book, glance at it, shove it back. Suddenly, as Pendergast removed a particularly massive tome from a shelf, Nora heard a loud metallic click. 2 large rows of adjoining bookshelves sprang open. Pendergast drew them carefully back, exposing a folding brass gate. Behind the closed gate lay a door of solid maple. It took Nora a moment to realize what it was. "An old elevator," she whispered. Pendergast nodded. Yes, the old service elevator to the basement. There was something exactly like this in... He went abruptly silent. As the sound of his voice faded away, Nora heard what she thought was a noise coming from within the closed elevator. A shallow breath, perhaps, hardly more than a moan. Suddenly, a terrible thought burst over Nora. At the same time, Pendergast stiffened visibly. She let out an involuntary gasp, that is not. She could bring herself to say Smithback's name. "We must hurry." Pendergast carefully examined the brass gate with the beam. He reached forward, gingerly tried the handle. It did not move. He knelt before the door, and with his head close to the latching mechanism, examined it. Nora saw him remove a flat, flexible piece of metal from his suit and slide it into the mechanism. There was a faint click. He worked the shim back and forth, teasing and probing at the latch until there was a second click. Then he stood up and, with infinite caution, drew back the brass gate. It folded to one side easily, almost noiselessly. Again, Pendergast approached, crouching before the handle of the maple door, regarding it intently. There was another sound, again a faint, agonized attempt to breathe, her heart filled with dread. A sudden rasping noise filled the study. Pendergast jumped back abruptly as the door shot open of its own accord. Nora stood transfixed with horror. A figure appeared in the back of the small compartment. For a moment it remained motionless. And then, with the sound of rotten fabric tearing away, it slowly came toppling out toward them. For a terrible moment, Nora thought it would fall upon Pendergast. But then the figure jerked abruptly to a stop, held by a rope around its neck, leaning toward them at a grotesque angle, arms swinging. "It's O'Shaughnessy," said Pendergast. "O'Shaughnessy." Yes, and he's still alive. He took a step forward and grabbed the body, wrestling it upright, freeing the neck from the rope. Nora came quickly to his side and helped him lower the sergeant to the floor. As she did so, she saw a huge gaping hole in the man's back. O'Shaughnessy coughed once, head lolling. There was a sudden jolt, a protesting squeal of gears and machinery, and then, abruptly, the bottom dropped out of their world. 8. Custer led the makeshift procession down the long echoing halls toward the great rotunda and the front steps of the museum that lay beyond. He'd allowed Noyes a good half hour to give the press a heads up, and while he was waiting, he'd worked out the precedents down to the last detail. He came first, of course, followed by 2 uniformed cops with the perp between them, and then a phalanx of some 20 lieutenants and detectives. Trailing them in turn was a ragged, dismayed, disorganized knot of museum staffers. This included the head of public relations, Minetti, the security director, a gaggle of aides. They were all in a frenzy, clearly out of their depth. If they'd been smart, if they'd assisted rather than tried to impede good police work and due process, maybe this circus could have been avoided. But now he was going to make it hard on them. He was going to hold the press conference in their own front yard, right on those nice wide steps, with the vast spooky facade of the museum as backdrop. Perfect for the early morning news. The cameras would eat it up. And now, as the group crossed the rotunda, the echoes of their footsteps mingling with the murmuring of voices, Custer held his head erect, sucked in his gut. He wanted to make sure the moment would be well recorded for posterity. The museum's grand bronze doors opened, and beyond lay Museum Drive in a seething mass of press. Despite the advanced groundwork, he was still amazed by how many had gathered like flies to shit. Immediately, a barrage of flashes went off, followed by the sharp, steady brilliance of the television camera lights. A wave of shouted questions broke over him, individual voices indistinguishable in the general roar. The steps themselves had been cordoned off by police ropes, but as Custer emerged with the perp in tow, the waiting crowd surged forward as one. There was a moment of intense excitement, frantic shouting and shoving before the cops regained control, pushing the press back behind the police cordon. The perp hadn't said a word for the last 20 minutes, apparently shocked into a stupor. He was so out of it, he hadn't even bothered to conceal his face as the doors of the rotunda opened onto the night air. Now, as the battery of lights hit his face, as he saw the sea of faces, the cameras and outstretched recorders, he ducked his head away from the crowd, cringing away from the burst of flash units, and had to be propelled bodily along, half dragged, half carried, toward the waiting squad car. At the car, as Custer had instructed, the two cops handed the perp over to him. He would be the one to thrust the man into the back seat. This was the photo, Custer knew, that would be splashed across the front page of every paper in town the next morning. But getting handed the perp was like being tossed a mochum be milum pe ounode sack of shit, and he almost dropped the man trying to maneuver him in the back seat. Success was achieved at last to a swelling fusillade of flash attachments. The squad car turned on its lights and siren, and nosed forward. Custer watched it ease its way through the crowd, then turned to face the press himself. He raised his hands like Moses waiting for silence to fall. He had no intention of stealing the mayor's thunder. The pictures of him bundling the cuffed perp into the vehicle would tell everyone who had made the collar. But he had to say a little something to keep the crowd contained. "The mayor is on his way," he called out in a clear, commanding voice. "He will arrive in a few minutes, and he will have an important announcement to make. Until then, there will be no further comments whatsoever." "How'd you get him?" a lone voice shouted, and then there was a sudden roar of questions. Frantic shouting, waving, boomed mics swinging out in his direction. But Custer magisterially turned his back on it all. The election was less than a week away. Let the mayor make the announcement and take the glory. Custer would reap his own reward later. 9. The first thing that returned was the pain. Nora came swimming back into consciousness, slowly, agonizingly. She moaned, swallowed, tried to move. Her side felt lacerated. She blinked again, then realized she was surrounded by utter darkness. She felt blood on her face, but when she tried to touch it, her arm refused to move. She tried again and realized that both her arms and legs were chained. She felt confused, as if caught in a dream from which she could not awake. What was going on here? Where was she? A voice came from the darkness, low and weak. "Dr. Kelly?" At the sound of her Ovekepno name, the dreamlike confusion began to recede. As clarity grew, Nora felt a sudden shock of fear. "It's Pendergast," the voice murmured. "Are you all right?" "No, a few bruised ribs, maybe, and you?" "More or less." "What happened?" There was a silence. Then Pendergast spoke again. "Moat, am very, very sorry. Moat should have expected the trap. How brutal, using Sergeant O'Shaughnessy to bait us like that. Unutterably brutal." "Is O'Shaughnessy? He was dying when we found him. He cannot have survived." "God, how awful," Nora sobbed. "How horrible." "He was a good man, a loyal man, Motem beyond words." There was a long silence. So great was Nora's fear that it seemed to choke off even her grief and horror at what had happened to O'Shaughnessy. She had begun to realize the same was in store for them, as it may have already been for Smithback. Pendergast's weak voice broke the silence. Had been unable to maintain proper intellectual distance in this case, he said, but simply been too close to it from the very beginning. "My every move has been flawed." Abruptly, Pendergast fell silent. A few moments later, Nora heard a noise and a small rectangle of light slid into view high up in the wall before her. It cast just enough light for her to see the outline of their prison, a small damp stone cellar. A pair of wet lips hovered within the rectangle. "Please do not discompose yourself," a voice crooned in a deep, rich accent curiously like Pendergast's own. "All this will be over soon. Struggle is unnecessary. Forgive me for not playing the host at the present moment, but Moat have some pressing business to take care of. Afterward, Moat assure you, Moat will give you the benefit of my undivided attention." The rectangles scraped shut. For a minute, perhaps two, Nora remained in the darkness. hardly able to breathe in her terror. She struggled to retake possession of her mind. "Agent Pendergast?" she whispered. There was no answer. And then the watchful darkness was rent asunder by a distant, muffled scream, strangled, garbled, choking. Instantly, Nora knew, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that the voice was Smithback's. "God," she screamed. "Agent Pendergast, did you hear that?" Still Pendergast did not answer. Pendergast. The darkness continued to yield nothing but silence. In the dark, 1. Pendergast closed eyes against the darkness. Gradually, the chessboard appeared, materializing out of a vague haze. The ivory and ebony chess pieces, smoothed by countless years of handling, stood quietly, waiting for the game to begin. The chill of the damp stone, the rough grasp of the manacles, the pain in his ribs, Nora's frightened voice, the occasional distant cry, all fell away one by one, leaving only an enfolding darkness, the board standing quietly in a pool of yellow light. And still Pendergast waited, breathing deeply, his heartbeat slowing. Finally, he reached forward, touched a cool chess piece, and advanced his king's pawn forward 2 spaces. Black countered. The game began, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until the pieces flew across the board. Stalemate, another game, and still another, with the same results, and then rather abruptly came darkness, utter darkness. When at last he was ready, Pendergast once again opened his eyes. He was standing in the wide upstairs hallway of the Maison de la Roche Noire, the great old New Orleans house on Dauphin Street in which he had grown up. Originally a monastery erected by an obscure Carmelite order, the rambling pile had been purchased by Pendergast's distant grandfather, many times removed in the 18th century, and renovated into an eccentric labyrinth of vaulted rooms and shadowy corridors. Although the Maison de la Roche Noire had been burned down by a mob shortly after Pendergast left for boarding school in England, he continued to return to it frequently. Within his mind, the structure had become more than a house. It had become a memory palace, a storehouse of knowledge and lore, the place for his most intense and difficult meditations. All of his own experiences and observations, all of the many Pendergast family secrets, were housed within. Only here, safe in the mansion's Gothic bosom, could he meditate without fear of interruption. And there was a great deal to meditate upon. For one of the few times in his life he had known failure. If there was a solution to this problem, it would lie somewhere within these walls, somewhere within his own mind. Searching for the solution would mean a physical search of his memory palace. He strolled pensively down the broad, tapestried corridor, the rose-colored walls broken at regular intervals by marble niches. Each niche contained an exquisite miniature leather-bound book. Some of these had actually existed in the old house. Others were pure memory constructs, chronicles of past events, facts, figures, chemical formulae, complex mathematical or metaphysical proofs, all stored by Pendergast in the house as a physical object of memory, for use at some unknown future date. Now he stood before the heavy oaken door of his own room. Normally he would unlock the door and linger within, surrounded by the familiar objects, the comforting iconography of his childhood. But today he continued on, pausing only to pass his fingers lightly over the brass knob of the door. His business lay elsewhere, below, with things older and infinitely stranger. He had mentioned to Nora his inability to maintain proper intellectual distance in the case, and this was undeniably true. This was what had led him, and her, and to his deepest sorrow, Patrick O'Shaughnessy, into the present misfortune. What he had not revealed to Nora was the profound shock he felt when he saw the face of the dead man. It was, as he now knew, Enoch Leng, or more accurately his own great-grand-uncle, Antoine Leng Pendergast. For great-grand-uncle Antoine had succeeded in his youthful dream of extending his life. The last remnants of the ancient Pendergast family, those who were compos mentis, assumed that Antoine had died many years ago, probably in New York, where he had vanished in the mid-19th century. A significant portion of the Pendergast family fortune had vanished, vexepte hat him much to the chagrin of his collateral descendants. But several years before, while working on the case of the subway massacre, Pendergast, thanks to Wren, his library acquaintance, had stumbled by chance upon some old newspaper articles. These articles described a sudden rash of disappearances that followed not long after the date Antoine was supposed to have arrived in New York. A corpse had been discovered, floating in the East River, with the marks of a diabolical kind of surgery. It was a street waif, and the crime was never solved. But certain uncomfortable details caused Pendergast to believe it to be the work of Antoine, and to feel the man was attempting to achieve his youthful dream of immortality. A perusal of later newspapers brought a half-dozen similar crimes to light, stretching as far forward as Motnin Chin Ba Milam. The question, Pendergast realized, became, had Leng succeeded, or had he died in Motnin Chin Ba Milam? Death seemed by far the most likely result, and yet Pendergast had remained uneasy. Antoine Leng Pendergast was a man of transcendental genius, combined with transcendental madness. So Pendergast waited and watched. As the last of his line, he'd felt it his responsibility to keep vigil against the unlikely chance that someday evidence of his ancestor, his continued existence, would resurface. When he heard of the discovery on Catherine Street, he immediately suspected what had happened there and who was responsible. And when the murder of Doreen Hollander was discovered, he knew that what he most dreaded had come to pass. Antoine Pendergast had succeeded in his quest. But now Antoine was dead. There could be no doubt that the mummified corpse in the glass case was that of Antoine Pendergast, who had taken, in his journey northward, the name Enoch Leng. Pendergast had come to the house on Riverside Drive expecting to confront his own ancestor. Instead, he had found his great-granduncle tortured and murdered. Someone somehow had taken his place. Who had killed the man who called himself Enoch Leng, who now held them prisoner? The corpse of his ancestor was only recently dead. The state of the corpse suggested that death had occurred within the last 2 months, pegging the murder of Enoch Leng before the discovery of the charnel on Catherine Street. The timing was very, very interesting. And then there was that other problem. A very quiet but persistent feeling that there was a connection still to be made here that had been troubling Pendergast almost since he first set foot within Leng's house. Now, inside the memory crossing, he continued down the hall. The next door, the door that had once been his brother, had been sealed by Pendergast himself, never to be opened again. He quickly moved on. The hallway ended in a grand, sweeping staircase leading down to a great hall. A heavy cut glass chandelier hovered over the marble floor, mounting on a gilt chain to a domed trompe-l'oeil ceiling. Pendergast descended the stairs, deep in thought. To one side, a set of tall doors opened into a 2-story library. To the other, a long hall retreated back into shadow. Pendergast entered this hall first. Originally, this room had been the monastery's refectory. In his mind, he had furnished it with a variety of family heirlooms: heavy rosewood chiffoniers, oversized landscapes by Bierstadt and Kohl. There were other, more unusual heirlooms here as well: sets of tarot cards, crystal balls, a spirit medium apparatus, chains and cuffs, stage props for illusionists and magicians. Other objects lay in the corners, shrouded, their outlines sunken too deeply into shadow to discern. As he looked around, his mind once again felt the ripples of a disturbance, of a connection not yet made. It was here, it was all around him, it only awaited his recognition, and yet it hovered tantalizingly out of grasp. This room could tell him no more. Exiting, he recrossed the echoing hall and entered the library. He looked around a moment, savoring the books, real and imaginary, row upon comforting row, that rose to the molded ceiling far above. Then he stepped toward one of the shelves on the nearest wall. He glanced along the rows, found the book he wanted, pulled it from the shelf. With a low, almost noiseless click, the shelf swung away from the wall. And then, abruptly, Pendergast found himself back in Leng's house on Riverside Drive, standing in the grand foyer, surrounded by Leng's astonishing collections. He hesitated, momentarily stilled by surprise. Such a shift, such a morphing of location, had never happened in a memory crossing before. But as he waited, looking around at the shrouded skeletons and shelves covered with treasures, the reason became clear. When he and Nora first passed through the rooms of Leng's house, the grand foyer, the long, low-ceilinged exhibit hall, the 2-storied library, Pendergast had found himself experiencing an unexpected, uncomfortable feeling of familiarity. Now he knew why. In his house on Riverside Drive, Leng had recreated, in his own dark and twisted way, the old Pendergast mansion on Dauphine Street. He had finally made the crucial connection. Or had he? Great-Uncle Antoine? Aunt Cornelia had said. He went north to New York City, became a Yankee. And so he had, but, like all members of the Pendergast family, he had been unable to escape his legacy. And here in New York, he had recreated his own Maison de la Roche Noire, an idealized mansion, where he could amass his collections and carry on his experiments, undisturbed by prying relations. It was not unlike, Pendergast realized, the way he himself had recreated the Maison de la Roche Noire in his own mind as a memory palace. This much, at least, was now clear. But his mind remained troubled. Something else was eluding him. A realization hovering at the very edge of awareness. Leng had a lifetime, several lifetimes, in which to complete his own cabinet of curiosities. Here it was, all around him, possibly the finest natural history collection ever assembled, and yet as Pendergast looked around, he realized that the collection was incomplete. One section was missing. Not just any section, in fact, but the central collection, the one thing that had fascinated the young Antoine Leng Pendergast most. Pendergast felt a growing astonishment. Antoine as Leng had had a century and a half to complete this ultimate cabinet of curiosities. Why was it not here? Pendergast knew it existed. It must exist. Here in this house, it was just a question of where. A sound from the outside world, a strangely muffled scream, suddenly intruded into Pendergast's memory crossing. Quickly he withdrew again, plunging as deeply as he could into the protective darkness and fog of his own mental construct, trying to recover the necessary purity of concentration. Time passed, and then in his mind he found himself once again back in the old house on Dauphine Street, standing in the library. He waited a moment, reacclimating himself to the surroundings, giving his new suspicions and questions time to mature. In his mind's eye, he recorded them on parchment and bound them between gilt covers, placing the book on one of the shelves beside a long row of similar books, all books of questions. Then he turned his attention to the bookcase that had swung open. It revealed an elevator. He stepped into the elevator at the same thoughtful pace and descended. The cellar of the former monastery on Dauphine Street was damp, the walls thick with efflorescence. The mansion's cellars consisted of vast stone passageways crusted with lime, verdigris, and the soot from tallow candles. Pendergast threaded his way through the maze, arriving at last at a cul-de-sac formed by a small vaulted room. It was empty, devoid of ornament, save for a single carving that hung over a bricked-up arch in one of the walls. The carving was of a shield, containing a lidless eye over two moons, one crescent, the other full. Below was a lion, couchant. It was the Pendergast family crest, the same crest that Leng had perverted into his own escutcheon, carved onto the facade of the mansion on Riverside Drive. Pendergast approached this wall, stood beneath the crest for a moment, gazing at it. Then, placing both hands upon the cold stone, he applied a sharp forward pressure. The wall instantly swung away, revealing a circular staircase, sloping down and away at a sharp angle into the subbasement. Pendergast stood at the top of the stairs, feeling the steady stream of chill air that wafted like a ghostly exhalation from the depths below. He remembered the day many years ago, when he had first been inducted into the family secrets, the hidden panel in the library, the stone chambers beneath, the room with the crest. And finally this, the greatest secret of all. In the real house on Dauphine Street, the stairs had been dark, approachable only with a lantern. But in Pendergast's mind, a faint greenish light now issued up from far below. He began to descend. The stairs led downward in a spiral. At last, Pendergast emerged into a short tunnel that opened into a vaulted space. The floor was earthen. Long ranks of carefully mortised bricks rose to a groined ceiling. Rows of torches flamed on the walls, and chunks of frankincense smoked in copper braziers, overlaying a much stronger smell of old earth, wet stone, and the dead. A brick pathway ran down the center of the room, flanked on both sides by stone tombs and crypts. Some were marble, others granite. A few were heavily decorated, carved into fantastic minarets and arabesques. Others were squat, black, monolithic. Pendergast started down the path, glancing at the bronze doors set into the facades, the familiar names graven onto the face plates of tarnished brass. What the old monks had used this subterranean vault for, Pendergast never learned. But almost 200 years before, this place had become the Pendergast family necropolis. Here, over a dozen generations on both sides of the family, the fallen line of French aristocrats, the mysterious denizens of the deep bayou, had been buried or, more frequently, reburied. Pendergast walked on, hands behind his back, staring at the carved names. Here was Henri Prendergast de Mousqueton, a 17th-century mountebank who pulled teeth, performed magic and comedy, and practiced quack medicine. And here, encased in a mausoleum bedecked with quartz minarets, was Edouard Pendergast, a well-known Harley Street doctor in 18th century London. And here, Comstock Pendergast, famed mesmerist, magician, and mentor of Harry Houdini. Pendergast strolled farther, passing artists and murderers, vaudeville performers, and violin prodigies. At last he stopped beside a mausoleum grander than those around it, a ponderous conflation of white marble, carved into an exact replica of the Pendergast mansion itself. This was the tomb of Hezekiah Pendergast, his own great-great-grandfather. Pendergast let his eye roam over the familiar turrets and finials, the gabled roof and mullioned windows. When Hezekiah Pendergast arrived on the scene, the Pendergast family fortune was almost gone. Hezekiah was released into the world penniless, but with big ambitions. Originally a snake oil salesman allied with traveling medicine shows, he soon became known as a Hippocratic sage, a man whose patent medicine could cure almost any disease. On the big bill, he appeared between Algazi, the contortionist, and Harry N. Parr, canine instructor. The medicine he peddled during these shows sold briskly, even at $5 the bottle. Hezekiah soon established his own traveling medicine show, and with shrewd marketing, Hezekiah's compound elixir and glandular restorative quickly became the first widely marketed patent medicine in America. Hezekiah Pendergast Gororova kept rich beyond the fondest visions of avarice. Pendergast's eyes swept downward to the deep layers of shadow that surrounded the tomb. Ugly rumors began to surface about Hezekiah's compound elixir within a year of its introduction. Tales of madness, deformed births, wasting deaths, and yet sales grew. Doctors protested the elixir, calling it violently addictive and harmful to the brain, and still sales grew. Hezekiah Pendergast introduced a highly successful formula for babies, warranted to make your child peaceful. In the end, a reporter for Collier's magazine, together with a government chemist, finally exposed the elixir as an addictively lethal blend of chloroform, cocaine hydrochloride, acetanilid, and botanicals. Production was forced to cease, but not before Hezekiah's own wife had succumbed to the addiction and died. Constance Lang Pendergast, Antoine S. mother. Pendergast turned away from the tomb. Then he stopped, glancing back. A smaller, simpler mausoleum of gray granite lay beside the greater one. The engraved plaque on its face read simply, Constance. He paused, recalling the words of his great aunt, and then he began spending a lot of time down. Do you know where Moat Mean Pendergast had heard the stories about how the necropolis became Antoine's favorite place after his mother's death? He'd spent his days here year in and year out, in the shadow of her tomb, practicing the magic tricks his father and grandfather had taught him, performing experiments on small animals, and especially working with chemicals, developing nostrums and poisons. What else was it, Aunt Cornelia had said? They say he always felt more comfortable with the dead than with the living. Pendergast had heard rumors even Aunt Cornelia had been unwilling to hint at. Rumors worse than the bad business with Marie Leclerc. Rumors of certain hideous things found in the deep shadows of the tombs. Rumors of the real reason behind Antoine's permanent banishment from the house on Dauphine Street. But it wasn't just the prolongation of life that had fixed Antoine's attention. No, there had always been something else, something behind the prolongation of life, some project that he had kept the deepest of secrets. Pendergast stared at the nameplate as a sudden revelation swept over him. These underground vaults had been Antoine's workplace as a child. This is where he had played and studied, collected his appalling childhood trophies. This was where he had experimented with his chemicals, and it was here, in the cool, dark underground, where he had stored his vast collection of compounds, botanicals, chemicals, and poisons. Here, the temperature and humidity never changed. The conditions would be perfect. More quickly now, Pendergast turned away, walking back down the pathway and passing beneath the tunnel, beginning the long climb back toward consciousness. For he knew at last where in the house on Riverside Drive the missing collection of Antoine Pendergast, of Enoch Lang, would be found. 2. Nora heard the faint rattle of a chain, a faint, whispered exhalation of breath from out of the nearby darkness. She licked dry lips, worked her mouth in an attempt to speak. Pendergast? Moat here, came the weak voice. Moat thought you were dead, her body spasmed in an involuntary sob. Are you all right? Sorry Moat had to leave you. How Mo Sehat time has passed? My God, are you deaf? That madman's doing something terrible to Bill. Dr. Kelly. Nora lunged against her chains. She felt wild with terror and grief, a frenzy that seemed to physically possess her body. Get me out of here! Dr. Kelly, Pendergast's voice was neutral. Be calm, there is something we can do, but you must be calm. Nora stopped struggling and sank back, trying to control herself. Lean against the wall, close your eyes. Take deep, regular breaths. The voice was slow, hypnotic. Nora closed her eyes, trying to push away the crowding terror, trying to regulate her breathing. There was a long silence, and then Pendergast spoke again. All right. Moore didn't know. Keep breathing, slowly now. Better. What happened to you? You really frightened me, Moat was sure. There's no time to explain. You must trust me. And now Moat met going to remove these chains. Nora felt a twinge of disbelief. There was a clanking and rattling, followed by a sudden silence. She strained against her chains, listening intently. What was he doing? Had he lost his senses? And then abruptly she felt someone take hold of her elbow, and simultaneously a hand slipped over her mouth. Moat met free, Pendergast's voice whispered in her ear. Soon you will be too. Nora felt stuporous with disbelief. She began to tremble. Relax your limbs. Relax them completely. It was as if he brushed her arms and legs ever so lightly. She felt the cuffs and chains simply fall away. It seemed magical. How did? Later. What kind of shoes are you wearing? Why? Just answer the question. Let me think, Bally. Black flat heels. Mort met, going to borrow one. She felt Pendergast's narrow hands remove the shoe. There was a faint noise, a kind of metallic scraping sound, and then the shoe was slipped back onto her foot. Then she heard a low tapping, as if the iron cuffs were being struck together. What are you doing? Be very quiet. Despite her best efforts, she felt the terror begin to rise again, overwhelming her mind. There hadn't been any sounds from outside for several minutes. She stifled another sob, Bill. Pendergast's cool, dry hand slipped over hers. Whatever has happened now. Mort want you to listen to me very carefully. Respond yes by squeezing my hand. Do not speak further. Nora squeezed his hand. Moat need you to be strong. Moat must tell you that Moat believes Smithback is now dead, but there are 2 other lives here, yours and mine, that need to be saved, and we must stop this man, whoever he is, or many more will die. Do you understand? Nora squeezed. Hearing her worst fears stated so baldly seemed almost to help a little. Mort made a small tool out of a piece of metal from the sole of your shoe. We will escape from this cell in a moment. The lock is no doubt quite primitive, but you must be ready to do exactly as Mort tell you. She squeezed. You need to know something first. I understand now, at least in part, what Enoch Leng was doing. He wasn't prolonging his life as an end in itself. He was prolonging his life as a means to an end. He was working on a project that was even bigger than extended life, a project he realized would take several lifetimes to complete. That is why he went to the trouble of prolonging his life, so that he could accomplish this other thing. What could be bigger than extended life? Nora managed to say. Hush, Mort don't know, but it is making me very, very afraid. There was a silence. Nora could hear Pendergast's quiet breathing. Then he spoke again. Whatever that project is, it is here, hidden in this house. There was another, briefer silence. Listen very carefully. Moat am going to open the door of this cell. Moat will then go to Leng's operating room and confront the man who has taken his place. You will remain hidden here for 10 minutes. No more and no less, and then you will go to the operating room yourself. As Moat say, Moat believes Smithback to be dead, but we need to make sure. By that time the imposter and Moat will be gone. Do not pursue us. No matter what you hear, do not try to help. Do not come to my aid. My confrontation with this man will be decisive. One of us will not survive it. The other one will return. Let us hope that person is me. Do you understand so far? Another squeeze. If Smithback is still alive, do what you can. If he's beyond help, you are to get out of the basement and the house as quickly as possible. Find your way upstairs and escape from a second-story window. I think you will find all the exits on the first floor to be impenetrable. Nora waited, listening. There is a chance that my plan will fail and that you will find me dead on the floor of the operating room. In that case, all Mort can say is you must run for your life, fight for your life, and if necessary, take your life. The alternative is too terrible. Can you do that? Nora choked back a sob. Then she squeezed his hand once again. 3. The man examined the incision that ran along the raison d'etre lower spine from L2 to the sacrum. It was a very fine piece of work, the kind he had been so well appreciated for in medical school back before the unpleasantness began. The newspapers had nicknamed him the surgeon. He liked the name, and as he gazed down, he found it particularly appropriate. He'd defined the anatomy perfectly. First, a long vertical incision from the reference point along the spinal process, a single steady stroke through the skin. Next, he had extended the incision down into the subcutaneous tissue, carrying it as far as the fascia, clamping, dividing, and ligating the larger vessels with Bacome Vicryl. He had opened the fascia, then used a periosteel elevator to strip the muscle from the spinous processes and laminate. He'd been enjoying the work so much that he had taken more time at it than intended. The paralyzing effects of the succinal colon had faded, and there had been rather a lot of struggling and noise at this point, yet his tie work remained as fastidious as a seamstress. As he cleared the soft tissue with a curette, the spinal column gradually revealed itself, grayish-white against the bright red of the surrounding flesh. The surgeon plucked another self-retaining retractor from the instrument bin, then stood back to examine the incision. He was pleased. It was a textbook job, tight at the corners and spreading out slightly toward the middle. He could see everything, the nerves, the vessels, all the marvelous inner architecture. Beyond the lamina and ligamentum flavum, he could make out the transparent dura of the spinal cord. Within, bluish spinal fluid pulsed in time to the respiration of the resource. His pulse quickened as he watched the fluid bathe the cauda equina. It was undoubtedly his finest incision to date. Surgery, he reflected, was more an art form than a science, requiring patience, creativity, intuition, and a steady hand. There was very little ratiocination involved. Very little intellect came into play. It was an activity at once physical and creative, like painting or sculpture. He would have been a good artist had he chosen that route. But of course, there would be time. There would be time. He thought back once again to medical school. Now that the anatomy had been defined, the next step would normally be to define the pathology, then correct that pathology. But of course, this was the point at which his work departed from the course of a normal operation and became something closer to an autopsy. He looked back toward the nearby stand, making sure that everything he needed for the excision, the chisels, diamond burr drill, bone wax, was ready. Then he looked at the surrounding monitors. Although, most regrettably, the resource had slipped into unconsciousness, the vitals were still strong. New strides could not be taken, but the extraction and preparation should be successful nonetheless. Turning toward the versed drip inserted into the saline bag hung from the gurney, he turned the plastic stopcock to stop the flow. Tranquilization, like the intubation, was no longer necessary. The trick now would be to keep the resource alive as far into the surgery as possible. There was still much to do, starting with the bony dissection, the removal of the lamina with a kerosene rongeur. The goal at this point was to have the vitals still detectable when the operation was complete, with the cauda equina removed and lying intact in the special chilled cradle he had designed to receive it. He had reached that goal only twice before, with the slender young woman and the policeman, but this time he felt a swell of confidence in himself and his skills. He knew that he would achieve it again. So far, everything had gone according to plan. The great detective Pendergast, whom he had so feared, had proven less than formidable. Using one of the many traps in this strange old house against the agent had proven ridiculously easy. The others were minor irritants only. He had removed them all, swept them aside with so little effort it was almost risible. In fact, it was risible. How pathetic they all were. The colossal stupidity of the police, the moronic museum officials. How delightful it had all been. How very diverting. There was a certain justice in the situation, a justice that only he could appreciate. And now he had almost achieved his goal. Almost. After these three had been processed, he felt sure he would be there. And how ironic it was that it would be these three, of all people, who helped him reach it. He smiled slightly as he bent down to set another self-retaining retractor into place, and that was when he saw a small movement at the extreme edge of his peripheral vision. He turned. It was the FBI agent, Pendergast, casually leaning against a wall just inside the archway leading into the operating room. The man straightened, controlling the highly unpleasant surprise that rose within him. But Pendergast's hands were empty. He was, of course, unarmed. With one swift, economical movement, the surgeon took up Pendergast's own gun. The two-tone Colt My Mort, lying on the instrument table, pushed down on the safety with his thumb and pointed the weapon at the agent. Pendergast continued to lean against the wall. For the briefest of moments, as the two exchanged glances, something like astonishment registered in the pale cat's eyes. Then Pendergast spoke. "So it's you who tortured and killed Enoch Leng." Moot wondered who the impostor was. Mootum surprised. Moot do not like surprises, but there it is. The man aimed the gun carefully. "You were already holding my weapon," said Pendergast, showing his hands. Moat met unarmed. He continued leaning casually against the wall. The man tightened his finger on the trigger. He felt a second unpleasant sensation: internal conflict. Pendergast was a very dangerous man. It would no doubt be best to pull the trigger now and have done with it. But by shooting now, he would ruin a specimen. Besides, he needed to know how Pendergast had escaped. And then there was the girl to consider. "But it begins to make sense," Pendergast resumed. "Yes, but see it now. You were building that skyscraper on Catherine Street. You didn't just discover those bodies by accident. No, you were looking for those bodies, weren't you? You already knew that Leng had buried them there Machambami years ago, and how did you learn about them?" "Ah, it all falls into place. Your interest in the museum, your visits to the archives. You were the one who examined the Shotham material before Dr. Kelly. No wonder it was all in such disarray. You'd already removed anything you felt useful. But you didn't know about Tinberry McFadden or the elephant's foot box. Instead, you first learned about Leng and his work, about his lab notebooks and journals, from Shotham's personal papers. But when you ultimately tracked down Leng and found him alive, he wasn't as talkative as you would have liked. He did give you the formula, even under torture, did he? So you had to fall back on what Leng had left behind. His victims, his lab, perhaps his journals buried beneath Shotham's cabinet, and the only way to get to those was to buy the land, tear down the brownstones above, and dig a foundation for a new building." Pendergast nodded, almost to himself. Dr. Kelly mentioned missing pages in the archives logbook, pages removed with a razor. Those pages were the ones with your name on them, correct? And the only one who knew you had been a frequent visitor to the archives was Puck, so he had to die. Along with those who were already on your own trail, Dr. Kelly, Sergeant O'Shaughnessy, myself. Because the closer we came to finding Leng, the closer we came to finding you. A pained expression came over the agent's face. How could Mort have been so obtuse not to see it? It should have become clear when Mort first saw Leng's corpse, when Mort realized Leng had been tortured to death before the Catherine Street bodies were found. Fairhaven did not smile. The chain of deduction was astonishingly accurate. "Just kill him," a voice in his head said. "What is it the Arab sages call death?" Pendergast went on. "The destroyer of all earthly pleasures. And how true it is. Old age, sickness, and at last death comes to us all. Some console themselves with religion, others through denial, others through philosophy or mere stoicism. But to you, who had always been able to buy everything, death must have seemed a dreadful injustice." The image of his older brother Arthur came unbidden to the surgeons, mine dying of progeria, his young face withered with senile keratoses, his limbs twisted, his skin cracked vacep, it at hideously premature age. The fact that the disease was so rare, its causes so unknown, had been no comfort. Pendergast didn't know everything, nor would he. He forced the image from his mind. Just kill the man. But somehow his hand would not act. Not yet, not until he had heard more. Pendergast nodded toward the still form on the table. "You're never going to get there that way, Mr. Fairhaven. Leng's skills were infinitely more refined than yours. You will never succeed." Not true, Fairhaven thought to himself. Mode have already succeeded. Mode am Leng as he should have been. Only through me can Leng's work attain its truest perfection. "Mokano vekep," Pendergast said. "You rethinking Mot met wrong. You believe you have succeeded. But you have not succeeded, and you never will. Ask yourself, do you feel any different? Do you feel any revivification of the limbs, any quickening of the life essence? If you re-honest with yourself, you can still feel the terrible weight of time pressing on you. That awful, relentless bodily corruption that is happening constantly to us all." He smiled thinly, wearily, as if he knew the feeling all too well. "You see, you've made one fatal mistake. The surgeon said nothing. The truth is, Pendergast said, you don't know the first thing about Leng or his real work. Work for Vekep life extension, was just a means to an end. Years of self-discipline, of high-level corporate brinksmanship, had taught Fairhaven never to reveal anything, not in the facial expression, not in the questions asked. Yet the sudden stab of surprise he felt, followed immediately by disbelief, was hard to conceal. What real work? What was Pendergast talking about? He would not ask. Silence was always the best mode of questioning. If you remained silent, they always talked out the answer in the end. It was human nature. But this time it was Pendergast who remained silent. He simply stood there, leaning almost insolently against the doorframe, glancing around at the walls of the chamber. The silence stretched on, and the man began to think of his resource, lying there on the gurney. Gun on Pendergast, he glanced briefly at the vitals. Good, but starting to flag. If he didn't get back to work soon, the specimen would be spoiled. Kill him, the voice said again. What real work? Fairhaven asked. Still, Pendergast remained silent. The merest spasm of doubt passed through Fairhaven, quickly suppressed. What was the man's game? He was wasting his time, and there was no doubt a reason why he was wasting his time, which meant it was best just to kill him now. At least he knew the girl could not escape from the basement. He would deal with her in good time. Fairhaven's finger tightened on the trigger. At last, Pendergast spoke. Leng didn't tell you anything in the end, did he? You tortured him to no avail because you were still thrashing about, wasting all these people. But Mut do know about Leng Mutkano Ove cape him very well indeed. Perhaps you noticed the resemblance? What? Again Fairhaven was taken off guard. Leng was my great-granduncle. It hit Fairhaven then. His grip on the weapon loosened. He remembered Leng's delicate white face, his white hair, and his very pale blue eyes, eyes that regarded him without begging, without pleading, without beseeching, no matter how hideous it had become for him. Pendergast's eyes were the same, but Leng had died anyway, and so would he. So would he, the voice echoed more insistently. His information is not as important as his death. This resource is not worth the risk. Kill him. The man reapplied pressure to the trigger. At this distance, he could not miss. It's hidden here in the house, you know. Leng's ultimate project. But we've never found it. All along, you've been looking for the wrong thing, and as a result, you will die a long, slow, wasting death of old age. Just like the rest of us, you cannot succeed. Squeeze the trigger, the voice in his head insisted. But there was something in the agent's tone. He knew something important. He wasn't just talking. Fairhaven had dealt with Tehat bluffers before, and this man was not bluffing. Say what you have to say now, said Fairhaven, or you will die instantly. Come with me, Motluglung, show you. Show me what? Motluglung, show you what Leng was really working on. It's in the house, here, right under your nose. The voice in his head was no longer little. It was practically shouting. Do not allow him to continue talking, no matter how important his information may be. And Fairhaven finally heeded the wisdom of that advice. Pendergast was leaning against the wall, off balance, his hands clearly in view. It would be impossible for the man, in the time it took to squeeze off one shot, to reach inside his suit and pull out a backup weapon. Besides, he had no such weapon. Fairhaven had searched him thoroughly. He took a fresh bead on Pendergast, then held his breath, increasing the pressure on the trigger. There was a sudden roar, and the gun kicked in his hand, and he knew instantly it had been a true shot. 4. The cell door stood open, a faint light to filter in from the passageway beyond. Nora waited, shrinking back into the pool of darkness behind the cell door. 10 minutes. Pendergast had said 10 minutes. In the dark, with her heart pounding like a sledgehammer, every minute seemed an hour, and it was almost impossible to tell the passage of time. She forced herself to count each second. 1001, 1002. Each count made her think of Smithback and what might be happening to him, or had happened to him. Pendergast had told her he thought Smithback was dead. He had said this to spare her the shock of discovering it for herself. Bill is dead. Bill is dead. She tried to absorb it, but found her mind would not accept the fact. It felt unreal. Everything felt unreal. 1030, 1031. The seconds rolled on. At 6 minutes and 25 seconds, the sound of a gunshot came, deafening in the confined spaces of the cellar. Her whole body kicked in fear. It was all she could do not to scream. She crouched, waiting for the absurd skipping of her heart to slow. The terrible sound echoed and re-echoed, rumbling and rolling through the basement corridors. Finally, silence, dead silence, returned. She felt her breath coming in gasps. Now it was doubly hard to count. Pendergast had said to wait 10 minutes. Had another minute passed since the shot? She decided to resume the count again at 7 minutes, hoping the monotonous, repetitive activity would calm her nerves. It did not. And then she heard the sound of rapid footsteps ringing against stone. They had an unusual syncopated cadence, as if someone was descending a staircase. The footfalls quickly grew fainter. Silence returned once again. At 10 minutes, she stopped counting. Time to move. For a moment, her body refused to respond. It seemed frozen with dread. What if the man was still out there? What if she found Smithback dead? What if Pendergast was dead, too? Would she be able to run, to resist, to die, rather than be caught herself and face a fate far worse? Speculation was useless. She would simply follow Pendergast's orders. With an immense effort of will, she rose from her crouch, then stepped out of the darkness, easing her way around the open door. The corridor beyond the cell was long and damp, with irregular stone floor and walls streaked with lime. At the far end was a door that opened into a bright room, the lone source of light, it seemed, in the entire basement. It was in that direction Pendergast had gone, that direction from which the shot had come, that direction from which she'd heard the sound of running feet. She took a hesitant step forward and then another, walking on trembling legs toward the brilliant rectangle of light. 5. The surgeon hardly believed his eyes. Where Pendergast should have been lying dead in a pool of blood, there was nothing. The man had vanished. He looked around wildly. It was inconceivable, a physical impossibility. And then he noticed that the section of wall Pendergast had been leaning against was now a door, swiveled parallel to the stone face that surrounded it, a door he never knew existed, despite his diligent searches of the house. The surgeon waited, stilling his mind with a great effort of will. Deliberation in all things he had found was absolutely necessary for success. It had brought him this far, and with it he would prevail now. He stepped forward, Pendergast gun at the ready. On the far side of the opening, a stone staircase led downward into blackness. The FBI agent obviously wanted him to follow, to descend the staircase whose end was hidden around the dark curve of the stone wall. It could easily be a trap. In fact, it could only be a trap. But the surgeon realized he had no choice. He had to stop Pendergast, and he had to find out what lay below. He had a gun, and Pendergast was unarmed, perhaps even wounded by the shot. He paused briefly to examine the pistol. The surgeon knew something about weapons, and he recognized this as a Lesbaire custom, Mulum government model. He turned it over in his hands, with the tritium night sights and laser grips, easily a $3,000 handgun. Pendergast had good taste. Ironic that such a fine weapon would now be used against its owner. He stepped back from the false wall. Keeping a watchful eye on the stairway, he retrieved a powerful flashlight from a nearby drawer, then darted a regretful glance toward his specimen. The vital signs were beginning to drop now. The operation was clearly spoiled. He returned to the staircase and shone the flashlight down into the gloom. The imprint of Pendergast's footsteps was clearly visible in the dust that coated the steps, and there was something else, something besides the footsteps. A drop of blood, and another. So he had hit Pendergast. Nevertheless, he would have to redouble his caution. Wounded humans, like wounded animals, were always the most dangerous. He paused at the first step, wondering if he should go after the woman first. Was she still chained to the wall, or had Pendergast managed to free her as well? Either way, she posed little danger. The house was a fortress, the basement securely locked. She would be unable to escape. Pendergast remained the more pressing problem. Once he was dead, the remaining resource could be tracked down and forced to take the place of Smithback. He had made the mistake of listening to Pendergast once. When he found him, he wouldn't make that mistake again. The man would be dead before he even opened his mouth. The staircase spiraled down, corkscrewing endlessly into the earth. The surgeon descended slowly, treating each curve as a blind corner behind which Pendergast might be lying in wait. At last he reached the bottom. The stairs debouched into a dark, murky room, heavy with the smell of mildew, damp earth, and what? Ammonia, salts, benzene, the faint smell of chemicals. There was a flurry of footprints, more drops of blood. Pendergast had stopped here. The surgeon shone his light on the nearest wall, a row of old brass lanterns, hanging from wooden pegs. One of the pegs was empty. He took a step to one side, then, using the stone pillar of the staircase as cover, lifted his heavy flashlight and shone it into the gloom. An astonishing sight met his eye. A wall of jewels seemed to wink back at him, 1,000, 10,000 glittering reflections in myriad colors, like the reflective surface of a fly's eye under intense magnification. Suppressing his surprise, he moved forward cautiously, gun at the ready. He found himself in a narrow stone chamber, pillars rising toward a low, arched ceiling. The walls were lined vekep, tehat, countless glass bottles of identical shape and size. They were stored on oaken shelving that rose from floor to ceiling, row upon row upon row, crowded densely together, shut up behind rippled glass. He had never seen so many bottles in his life. It looked, in fact, like a museum of liquids. His breath came faster. Here it was, Leng's final laboratory. No doubt this was the place where he had perfected the arcanum, his formula for life prolongation. This place must hold the secret for which he had unsuccessfully tortured Leng. He remembered his feeling of disappointment, almost despair, when he had discovered that Leng's heart had stopped beating, when he realized he had pushed a little too hard. No matter now, the formula was right here under his nose, just as Pendergast had said. But then he remembered what else Pendergast had said. Something about Leng working on something completely different. That was absurd, clearly a red herring. What could be bigger than the prolongation of the human lifespan? What else could this huge collection of chemicals be for, if not that? He shook these speculations from his mind. Once Pendergast was dealt with and the girl harvested, there would be plenty of time for exploration. He raked the ground with his light. There was more blood, along with a ragged set of footprints that headed straight through the corridor of bottles. He had to be careful, exceedingly careful. The last thing he wanted to do was begin shooting up these rows of precious liquids, destroying the very treasure he had strived so hard to find. He raised his arm, aimed the handgun, applied pressure to the grip. A small red dot appeared on the far wall. Excellent. Although the laser would not be sighted imprecisely, it would nevertheless leave little margin for error. Releasing his pressure on the laser grip, the surgeon moved cautiously through the vast apothecary. Each bottle, he could see now, had been meticulously labeled in a spidery script, with both a name and a chemical formula. At the far end, he ducked beneath a low archway into an identical narrow room. The bottles in the next room were full of solid chemicals, chunks of minerals, glittering crystals, ground powders, metal shavings. It seemed that the arcanum, the formula, was far more complicated than he had envisioned. Why else would Leng need all these chemicals? He continued following Pendergast's trail. The footsteps were no longer a single-minded beeline past the endless rows of glass. Instead, the surgeon began to notice quick detours in the footsteps toward a particular cabinet or other, almost as if the man was looking for something. In another moment, he had reached a Romanesque vault at the end of the forest of cabinets. A hanging tapestry with a fringe of gold brocade covered the archway beyond. He edged nearer, keeping his body once again behind a pillar, and parted the curtain with the gun barrel while shining his torch through the gap. Another room met his eye, larger, broader, filled with oaken cases fronted by glass. Pendergast's trail led right into the thick of them. The surgeon crept forward. He kept infinite care again. Pendergast's tracks seemed to explore the collection, stopping at occasional cases. His tracks had begun to take on an irregular weaving pattern. It was the spoor of a gravely wounded animal. The blood was not diminishing. If anything, the bleeding was getting worse. Almost certainly that meant a shot to the gut. There was no need to hurry, to force a confrontation. The longer he waited, the weaker Pendergast would become. He reached a spot where a larger pool of blood shone in the beam of his flashlight. Clearly Pendergast had stopped here. He had been looking at something, and the surgeon peered into the case to see what it was. It was to more chemicals, as he had assumed. Instead, the case was filled with thousands of mounted insects, all exactly alike. It was an odd-looking bug with sharp horns on its iridescent head. He moved to the next case. Strange. This contained bottles housing only insect parts. Here were bottles filled with gossamer dragonfly wings, while over there were others vekep tehat, what looked like curled-up abdomens of honeybees. yet others held innumerable tiny dried-up white spiders. He moved to the next case. It contained desiccated salamanders and wrinkled frogs in a multitude of bright colors, a row of jars containing a variety of scorpion tails, other jars full of numberless evil-looking wasps. In the next case were jars holding small dried fish, snails, and other insects the surgeon had never seen before. It was like some vast witch's cabinet for brewing potions and concocting spells. It was quite strange that Leng had felt the need for such a vast collection of potions and chemicals. Perhaps, like Isaac Newton, he had ended up wasting his life in alchemical experiments. The ultimate project Pendergast mentioned might not be a red herring, after all. It could very well have been some useless attempt to turn lead into gold, or similar foolish challenge. Pendergast's trail led out of the cabinets and through another arched doorway. The surgeon followed, gun at the ready. Beyond lay what looked like a series of smaller rooms, closer to individual stone crypts or vaults, actually, each containing a collection of some kind. Pendergast's trail weaved back and forth between them, more oaken cabinets filled with what looked like bark and leaves and dried flowers. He stopped a moment, staring around curiously. Then he reminded himself that Pendergast was the pressing issue. Judging from the weaving tracks, the man was now having trouble walking. Of course, knowing Pendergast, it could be a ruse. A new suspicion arose within him, and the surgeon crouched beside the nearest scattering of crimson droplets, touching his fingers to one, rubbing them together. Then he tasted it, no doubt about it. Human blood, and still warm. There could be no way of faking that. Pendergast was definitely wounded, gravely wounded. He stood up, raised the gun again, and moved stealthily forward, his flashlight probing the velvety darkness ahead. Nora stepped warily through the doorway. After the darkness of the cell, the light was so bright that she shrank back into shadow, temporarily blinded. Then she came forward again. As her eyes adjusted, objects began to take form. Metal tables covered with gleaming instruments, an empty gurney, an open door leading onto a descending staircase of rough-hewn stone, and a figure strapped face down onto a stainless steel operating table. Except the table was different from others she had seen. Gutters ran down its sides into a collecting chamber, full now of tehat, blood and fluid. It was the kind of table used for an autopsy, not an operation. The head and torso of the figure, as well as the waist and legs, were covered by pale green sheets. Only the lower back remained exposed. As Nora came forward, she could see a ghastly wound, a red gash almost 2 feet long. Metal retractors had been set, spreading the edges of the wound apart. She could see the exposed spinal column, pale gray amidst the pinks and reds of exposed flesh. The wound had bled freely, red coagulating tributaries that had flowed down either side of the vertical cut, across the table, and into the metal gutters. Nora knew, even without drawing back the sheet, that the body was Smithback's. She suppressed a cry. She tried to steady herself, remembering what Pendergast had said. There were things that needed to be done, and the first was to verify that Smithback was dead. She took a step forward, glancing quickly around the operating theater, and Bon Rack stood beside the table, its clear, narrow tube snaking down and disappearing beneath the green sheets. Nearby was a large metal box on wheels, its panel festooned with tubes and dials, probably a ventilator. Several bloody scalpels sat in a metal basin. On a nearby surgical tray were forceps, sterile sponges, a squirt bottle of betadine solution. Other instruments lay in a scatter on the gurney, where they had apparently been dropped when the surgery was interrupted. She glanced at the head of the table, at the rack of machines monitoring the vital signs. She recognized an EKG screen, a ghostly line of green tracing a course from left to right, tracing a heartbeat. My God, she thought suddenly, is it possible Bill is still alive? Nora took a rapid step forward, reached over the gaping incision, and lifted the sheet away from his shoulders. Smithback's features came into view. The familiar tousled hair with the unrepentant cowlick, the skinny arms and shoulders, the curl of hair at the nape of his neck. She reached forward and touched his neck, felt the faint pulse of the carotid artery. He was alive, but barely. Had he been drugged? What should she do? How could she save him? She realized she was hyperventilating and struggled to slow both her breathing and her thoughts. She scanned the machines, thinking back to the pre-med classes she'd taken in college, to the courses in gross anatomy, biological and forensic anthropology in graduate school. her brief experience as a hospital candy striper. She quickly moved on to the next machine, trying to frame the overall situation. The machine was clearly a blood pressure monitor. She glanced at the systolic and diastolic readouts. Chinmamote, oversell. At least he had pressure as well as pulse, but it seemed low, too low. Beside it was another machine, connected to a line leading to a clip on Smithback's index finger. Nora's uncle had worn one of these when he'd been in the hospital a year before, suffering from congestive heart failure. It was a pulse oximeter. It shone a light upon the fingernail and measured the oxygen saturation of the blood. The readout was Tamli. Could that be right? She seemed to recall that anything less than Chin Lam was cause for concern. Nora looked back now at the EKG machine, at the pulse readout in its lower right corner. It stood at Mocham Haimi Lam. Abruptly, the blood pressure meter began bleeding a warning. She knelt toward Smithback, listening to his breathing. It was rapid and shallow, barely audible. She straightened, gazing around at the machines with a moan of despair. God, she had to do something. She couldn't move him. That would mean certain death. Whatever she did, she would have to do it here and now. If she couldn't help him, Smithback would die. She fought to control her panic, struggled with her memory. What did this all mean? Low blood pressure, abnormally fast heart rate, low blood oxygen, exsanguination. She looked at Moth, the appalling pool of blood in the collecting basin at the bottom of the table. Smithback was suffering from massive blood loss. How did the body react in such cases? She thought back to the distant lectures she'd only half paid attention to, first by tachycardia, as the heart beat faster in an attempt to perfuse the tissues with oxygen. Next by, what was the damn term? Vasospasm. She quickly stretched out a hand, felt Smithback's fingers as she expected. They were ice cold. The skin mottled. The body had shut down blood to the extremities to maximize oxygen in the critical areas. The blood pressure would be the last to go. And Smithback's was already dropping after that. She did not want to think about what would happen after that. A wave of sickness passed over her. This was insane. She wasn't a doctor. Anything she did could easily make things worse. She took a deep breath, staring at the raw wound, forcing herself to concentrate. Even if she knew how, closing and suturing the incision would not help. The blood loss was already too great. There was no plasma around for a blood transfusion, and had there been any, administering a transfusion was beyond her abilities. But she knew that patients who had lost a lot of blood could be rehydrated with crystalloids or a saline solution. She looked again at the bon rack beside the table. A 1,000C bag of saline solution hung from it, tube drooping down from the metal stand and into the vein in Smithback's wrist. The stopcock had been shut off. A hypodermic syringe, half empty, dangled near the bottom, its needle inserted into the tube. She realized Vekep Hate it was, a local monitored anesthetic, probably Versed, given as a drip because Versed doesn't last much more than 5 minutes. It would keep the victim conscious, but reduce any resistance, perhaps. Why hadn't the surgeon used general or spinal anesthesia for the procedure? It didn't matter. The point was to replace Smithback's fluids as quickly as possible, get his blood pressure up, and here were the means to do it. She plucked the hypodermic from the bone tube and threw it across the room. Then, reaching for the stopcock at the base of the liter bag of saline, she turned it clockwise as far as it would go. It is enough, she thought, as she watched the solution drip rapidly through the tube. It's not enough to replace the fluid volume. Oh, Jesus, what else can Mot do? But there seemed to be nothing else she could do. She stepped back helplessly, eyes darting once again to the machines. Smithback's pulse had risen to Mombonmai even more alarmingly. His blood pressure had dropped to Tamai over Bonmilam. She leaned toward the gurney, took Smithback's cold, still hand in hers. Damn you, Bill, she whispered, pressing his hand. You've got to make it. You've got to. She waited, motionless beneath the lights, her eyes fixed on the monitors. 7. In the stone chambers deep beneath Chinmote Rivaseed, the air smelled of dust, ancient fungus, and ammonia. Pendergast moved painfully through the darkness, lifting the hood from the lantern infrequently, as much to inspect Leng's cabinet as to get his bearings. He paused, breathing hard, at the center of a room full of glass jars and specimen trays. He listened intently. His hyperacute ears picked up the sound of Fairhaven's stealthy footsteps. They were at most one, perhaps 2 chambers away. There was so little time. He was gravely wounded without a weapon, bleeding heavily. If he was to find any way to level the playing field, it would have to come from the cabinet itself. The only way to defeat Fairhaven was to understand Leng's ultimate project, to understand why Leng had been prolonging his life. He uncovered the lantern again and examined the cabinet in front of him. The jars contained dried insects, shimmering with iridescence in the beam of light. The jar was labeled Pseudopena velenatus, which Pendergast recognized as the false featherwing beetle from the Mato Grosso swamps, a mildly poisonous insect natives used for medicine. In the row below, another series of jars contained the dried-up corpses of deadly Ugandan bog spiders in brilliant purples and yellows. Pendergast moved down the case, uncloaked the lantern again. Here were bottle after bottle of dried lizards, the harmless albino cave gecko from Costa Rica, a bottle full of dried saliva glands from the Gila monster of the Sonoran Desert, 2 jars full of the shriveled corpses of the tiny red-bellied lizard of Australia. Farther along were numberless cockroaches, from the giant Madagascar hissing cockroaches to beautiful green Cuban roaches winking in their jars like tiny emerald leaves. Pendergast realized these creatures had not been collected for taxonomic or classification purposes. One did not need 1,000 bog spiders in order to do taxonomic studies, and drying insects was a poor way to preserve their biological details, and they were arranged in these cabinets in no conceivable taxonomic order. There was only one answer. These insects had been collected because of the complex chemical compounds they contained. This was a collection of biologically active compounds, pure and simple. It was, in fact, a continuation of the inorganic chemical cabinets he had observed in the preceding rooms. Pendergast now felt even more certain that this grand subterranean cabinet of curiosities, this stupendous collection of chemicals, was directly related to Leng's real work. The collections here perfectly filled the hole he'd noticed in the collections displayed in the house above. This was Antoine Leng Pendergast's ultimate cabinet of curiosities. In contrast to those other collections, however, this was clearly a working cabinet. Many of the jars were only partially full, and some almost empty. Whatever Leng had been doing had required an enormous variety of chemical compounds. But what had he been doing? What was this grand project? Pendergast covered the lantern again, trying to will the pain away long enough to think. According to his great-aunt, just before heading north to New York, Leng had talked of saving the human race. He remembered the word his great-aunt had used: healing. Leng would heal the world. This vast cabinet of chemicals and compounds was central to that project. It was something Leng believed would benefit humanity. Pendergast felt a sudden spasm of pain that threatened to bend him double. With a supreme effort of will, he recovered. He had to keep going, to keep looking for the answer. He moved out of the forest of cabinets through an archway of hanging tapestries into the next room. As he moved, he was racked by a second intense spasm of pain. He stopped, waiting for it to pass. The trick he'd intended to play on Fairhaven, ducking through the secret panel without being shot, had required exquisite timing. During their encounter, Pendergast had watched Fairhaven's face intently. Almost without exception, people betrayed by their expression the moment they decided to kill, to pull the trigger, to end the life of another. But Fairhaven had given no such signal. He had pulled the trigger with a coolness that had taken Pendergast by surprise. The man had used Pendergast's own custom Colt. It was regarded as one of the most dependable and accurate Bomilam semi-automatics available, and Fairhaven clearly knew how to use it. If it hadn't been for the man's pause in breathing just before squeezing off the shot, Pendergast would have taken the bullet dead center and been killed instantly. Instead, he had taken the bullet in his side. It had passed just below the left rib cage and penetrated into the peritoneal cavity. In as detached a way as possible, Pendergast once again considered the precise form and nature of the pain. The bullet had, at the very least, ruptured his spleen and perhaps perforated the splenetic flexure of the colon. It had missed the abdominal aorta. He would have bled to death otherwise, but it must have nicked either the left colic vein or some tributaries of the portal vein, because the blood loss was still grave. The law enforcement black talon slug had done extensive damage. The wound would prove fatal if not treated within a few hours. Worse, it was severely debilitating him, slowing him down. The pain was excruciating, but for the most part he could manage pain. He could not, however, manage the growing numbness that was enfeebling his limbs. His body, bruised from the recent fall and still not fully recovered from the knife wound, had no reserves to fall back on. He was fading fast. Once again, motionless in the dark, Pendergast reviewed how his plans had miscarried. Kep he had miscalculated. From the beginning, he had known this would be the most difficult case of his career. But what he had not anticipated were his own psychological shortcomings. He had cared too much. The case had become too important to him. It had colored his judgment, crippled his objectivity, and now for the first time he realized that there was a possibility, indeed, a high probability, of failure. And failure meant not only his own death, which was inconsequential, but also the deaths of Nora, Smithback, and many other innocent people in the future. Pendergast paused to explore the wound with his hand. The bleeding was growing worse. He slipped off his jacket and tied it as tightly as he could around his lower torso. Then he uncloaked the lantern and, once again, held it briefly aloft. He was in a smaller room now, and he was surprised at what he found. Instead of more chemical compounds, the tiny space was crowded with cases of birds, stuffed with cotton. Migrating birds, all arranged taxonomically. A superb collection, even including a suite of now extinct passenger pigeons. But how did this collection fit with the rest? Pendergast felt staggered. He knew deep down that all this fit together was part of some great plan. But Vekephat a plan? He stumbled on, jostling his wound as little as possible into the next room. He lifted his light once again, and this time froze in utter astonishment. Here was a collection entirely different from the others. The lantern revealed a bizarre aggregation of clothing and accessories, arrayed on dressmakers' dummies and in cases along both walls. Rings, collars, hats, fountain pens, umbrellas, dresses, gloves, shoes, watches, necklaces, cravats, all carefully preserved and arranged as if in a museum, but this time with no apparent systemization. It seemed very unlike Leng, this haphazard collection from the past 2,000 years, from all over the world. What did a 19th century Parisian man's white kid glove have to do with a medieval gorget? And what did a pair of ancient Roman earrings have to do with an English umbrella, or to the Rolex watch sitting next to it, or to the flapper-era high-heeled shoes beside that? Pendergast moved painfully forward. Against the far wall, in another case, were door handles of all kinds, none holding the slightest aesthetic or artistic interest, beside a row of 18th century men's powdered wigs. Pendergast hid the lantern, pondering. It was an utterly bizarre collection of commonplace objects, none of them particularly distinguished, arranged without regard to period or category. Yet here they were, preserved in cases as if they were the most precious objects in the world. As he stood in the dark, listening to the drip of his blood against the stone floor, Pendergast wondered for the first time if Leng had not, in the end, gone mad. This certainly seemed the last collection of a madman. Perhaps, as he prolonged his life, the brain had deteriorated even while the body had not. This grotesque collection made no sense. Pendergast shook his head. Once again he was reacting emotionally, allowing his judgment to be affected by feelings of familial guilt. Leng had not gone mad. No madman could have assembled the collections he had just passed through, perhaps the greatest collection of chemicals, inorganic and organic, the world had ever seen. The tawdry objects in this room were related. There was a systematic arrangement here, if only he could see it. The key to Leng's project was here. He had to understand what Leng was doing and why otherwise. Then he heard the scrape of a foot on stone, saw the beam of Fairhaven's flashlight lance over him. Suddenly, the small red dot of a laser appeared on the front of his shirt. He threw himself sideways just as the crash of the gun sounded in the confined space. He felt the bullet strike his right elbow, a sledgehammer blow that knocked him off his feet. He lay on the ground for a moment as the laser licked through the dusty air. Then he rolled to his feet and limped forward, ducking from case to case as he crossed the room. He had allowed himself to become distracted by the strange collection. He had neglected to listen for Fairhaven's approach. Once again, he had failed. With this thought came the realization that for the first time he was about to lose. He took another step forward, cradling his shattered elbow. The bullet seemed to have passed above the medial supracondylar ridge and exited near the coronoid process of the ulna. It would aggravate the blood loss, render him incapable of resistance. He must get to the next room. Each room had its own clues, and perhaps the next would reveal Leng's secret. But as he moved, a wave of dizziness hit him, followed by a stab of nausea. He swayed, steadied himself. Using the reflected light of Fairhaven's searching beam, he ducked beneath an archway into the next room. The exertion of the fall, the shock of the second bullet, had drained the last of his energy, and the heavy curtain of unconsciousness drew ever closer. He leaned back against the inside wall, breathing hard, eyes wide against the darkness. The flashlight beam stabbed abruptly through the archway, then flicked away again. In its brief illumination, Pendergast saw the glitter of glass, rows of beakers and retorts, columnar distillation setups rising like city spires above long work tables. He had penetrated Enoch Leng's secret lab. 8. Nora stood over the metal table, her gaze moving from the monitoring machines to Smithback's pallid form, then back again. She had removed the retractors, cleaned and dressed the wound as best she could. The bleeding had finally stopped, but the damage was already done. The blood pressure machine continued to sound its dire warning. She glanced toward the saline bag. It was almost empty, but the catheter was small, and even at maximum volume it would be difficult to replenish lost fluids quickly enough. She turned abruptly as the sound of a second shot echoed up from the dark staircase. It sounded faint, muffled, as if coming from deep underground. For a moment she stood motionless, lanced by fear. What had happened? Had Pendergast shot or been shot? Then she turned back towards Smithback's inert form. Only one man was going to come up that staircase. Pendergast or the other. When the time came, she to deal with it. Right now, her responsibility lay with Smithback, and she was going to leave him. She glanced back at the vitals. Blood pressure down to bay over Bamalam. The heart rate slowing too, now down to Tommy beats per minute. At first, this latter development sent relief coursing through her, but then another thought struck, and she raised her palm to Smithback's forehead. It was growing as cold as his limbs had been. Bradycardia, she thought, as panic replaced the transitory feeling of relief. When blood loss is persistent and there are no more areas for the body to shut down, the patient decompensates. The critical areas start to go, the heart slows, and then stops for good. Hand still on Smithback's forehead, Nora turned her frantic gaze back to the EKG. It looked strangely diminished, the spikes smaller, the frequency slower. The pulse was now 9 beats per minute. She dropped her hands to Smithback's shoulders, shook him roughly. "Bill!" she cried. "Bill, damn it! Come on, please!" The peeping of the EK grew erratic, slowed. There was nothing more she could do. She stared at the monitors for a moment, a horrible feeling of powerlessness stealing over her, and then she closed her eyes and let her head sink onto Smithback's shoulder, bare, motionless, cold as a marble tomb. 9. Pendergast stumbled past the long tables of the old laboratory. Another spasm of pain racked his gut, and he paused momentarily, mentally willing it to pass. Despite the severity of his wounds, he had so far managed to keep one corner of his mind clear, sharp, free of distraction. He tried to focus on that corner through the thickening fog of pain, tried to observe and understand what lay around him. Titration and distillation apparatuses, beakers and retorts, burners, a vast thicket of glassware and metal, and yet despite the extent of the equipment there seemed to be few clues to the project Leng had been working on. Chemistry was chemistry, and you used the same tools and equipment, regardless of what chemicals you were synthesizing or isolating. There were a larger number of hoods and vintage glove boxes than Pendergast expected, implying that Leng had been handling poisons or radioactive substances in his laboratory, but even this merely corroborated what he had already surmised. The only surprise had been the state of the laboratory. There was no mass spectrometer, no X-ray diffraction equipment, no electrophoresis apparatus, and certainly no DNA sequencer, no computers, nothing that seemed to contain any integrated circuits. There was nothing to reflect the revolution in biochemistry technology that had occurred since the Mortninchin Saumige. Judging by the age of the equipment and its neglected condition, it looked, in fact, as if all work in the lab had ceased around 50 years before. But that made no sense. Leng would certainly have availed himself of the latest scientific developments, the most modern equipment, to help him in his quest, and until very recently the man had been alive. Could Leng have finished his project? If so, where was it? What was it? Was it somewhere in this vast basement, or had he given up? The flicker of Fairhaven's light was licking closer now, and Pendergast ceased speculating and forced himself onward. There was a door in the far wall, and he dragged himself toward it through an overwhelming wash of pain. If this was Leng's laboratory, there would be no more than one, perhaps two final workrooms beyond. He felt an almost overpowering wave of dizziness. He had reached the point where he could barely walk. The endgame had arrived. And still, he didn't know. Pendergast pushed the door ajar, took 5 steps into the next room. He uncloaked the lantern and tried to raise it to get his bearings, examine the room's contents, make one final attempt at resolving the mystery. And then his legs buckled beneath him. As he fell, the lantern crashed to the floor, rolling away, its light flickering crazily across the walls, and along the walls 100 edges of sharpened steel reflected the light back toward him. 10. The surgeon shone the light hungrily around. The chamber as the echoes of the second shot died away. The beam illuminated moth-eaten clothing, ancient wooden display cases, motes of disturbed dust hanging in the air. He was certain he had hit Pendergast again. The first shot, the gut shot, had been the more severe. It would be painful, debilitating, a wound that would grow steadily worse. The last kind of wound you wanted when you were trying to escape. The second shot had hit a limb, an arm, no doubt, given that the FBI agent could still walk. Exceedingly painful, and with luck it might have nicked the basilic vein, adding to Pendergast's loss of blood. He stopped where Pendergast had fallen. There was a small spray of blood against a nearby cabinet, and a heavier smear where the agent had obviously rolled across the ground. He stepped back, glancing around with a feeling of contempt. It was another of Leng's absurd collections. The man had been a neurotic collector, and the basement was of a piece with the rest of the house. There would be no Arcanum here, no Philosopher's Stone. Pendergast had obviously been trying to throw him off balance with that talk of Leng's ultimate purpose. What purpose could be more grand than the prolongation of the human lifespan? And if this ridiculous collection of umbrellas and walking sticks and wigs was an example of Leng's ultimate project, then it merely corroborated how unfit he was for his own discovery. Perhaps with the long cloistered years had come madness. Although Leng had seemed quite sane when he'd first confronted him, 6 months before, as much as one could tell anything from such a silent, ascetic fellow, appearances meant nothing. One never can know if kept what went on inside a man's head. But in the end it made no difference. Clearly the discovery was destined for him. Leng was only a vessel to bring this stupendous advancement across the years. Like John the Baptist, he had merely paved the way. The elixir was Fairhaven's destiny. God had placed it in his path. He would be Leng as Leng should have been, perhaps would have been, had it not been for his weaknesses, his fatal flaws. Once he had achieved success, he, Fairhaven, would not hole up like a recluse in this house to let the years roll endlessly by. Once the transformation was complete, once he had perfected the elixir, absorbed all Leng had to give into himself, he would emerge like a butterfly from a pupa. He would put his long life to wonderful use. Travel, love, learning, pleasure, exotic experiences. Money would never be a problem. The surgeon forced himself to put aside these reflections and once again take up Pendergast's irregular path. The footprints were growing smudged at the heels. The man was dragging his feet along the ground. Of course, Pendergast could be faking the gravity of his wound, but Fairhaven sensed he was. One could have faked that heavy loss of blood, and the man could have faked that he had been hit, not once but twice. Following the trail of blood, he crept through the archway in the far wall and entered the next room. His flashlight revealed what looked like an ancient laboratory. Long tables set up with all manner of strange glassware, racked into fantastic shapes, tubes and coils and retorts, mounting almost to the ceiling of undressed rock. It was old and dusty, the test tubes caked with rust-colored deposits. Leng clearly hadn't used the place in years. On the nearest table, one of the racks had rusted through, causing glassware to fall and shatter into pieces on the dark woodwork. Pendergast's ragged steps went straight through this lab without stopping to a door on the far side. Fairhaven followed more quickly now, gun raised, steady pressure on the trigger. It's time, he thought to himself as he approached the door. Time to finish this. 11. As he entered the room, Fairhaven immediately saw Pendergast, on his knees, head drooping, in a widening pool of blood. There was to be no more hiding, no more evading, no more clever dissembling. The man reminded Fairhaven of the way an animal died when gut shot. It didn't instantly keel over dead. Instead, it happened in stages. First, the animal stood there, shocked, trembling slightly. Then it slowly kneeled, holding the position for a minute or more as if praying. Then its rear legs collapsed into a sitting position, and there it might remain for several minutes before suddenly rolling onto its side. The slow-motion ballet always ended with a spasm, that violent jerk of the legs at the moment of death. Pendergast was in the second stage. He could survive as Mugjehat as a few more hours, helpless as a baby, of course, but he wasn't going to live that long. The chase had been diverting, but pressing business remained upstairs. Smithback was spoiled by now, but the girl was waiting. The surgeon approached Pendergast, gun hand extended, allowing himself to briefly savor the triumph. The clever, the diabolically cunning Special Agent Pendergast lay before him, stuporous, unresisting. Then he stepped back to give himself room for the final shot, and without much curiosity, raised his light to illuminate the room. He wouldn't want to spoil anything with his bullet, on the remote chance this room contained anything useful. He was amazed at what he saw. Yet another bizarre collection of lengs. Only this one was different. This was all weapons and armor. Swords, daggers, crossbows and bolts, harquebuses, lances, arrows, maces were mixed higgledy-piggledy with more modern guns, rifles, blackjacks, grenades, and rocket launchers. There were also medieval suits of armor, iron helmets, chainmail, Crimean, Spanish-American, and World War Mud-Army helmets, early bulletproof vests and stacks of ammunition, a veritable arsenal, dating from Roman times to the early 20th century. The surgeon shook his head. The irony was incredible. If Pendergast had been able to get here a few minutes earlier, in better condition, he could have armed himself with enough firepower to fight off a battalion. The contest might have gone very differently. But as it was, he'd have spent too Mugjehat time browsing the earlier collections. He'd arrived here a little too late. Now he lay there in his own blood, half-dead lantern near his feet. Fairhaven barked a laugh, his voice ringing off the vaults, and raised the gun. The sound of laughter seemed to rouse the agent, who looked up at him, eyes glassy. "All I'd ask is that you make it quick," he said. "Donna, let him speak," the voice said. "Just kill him." Fairhaven aimed the gun, placing Pendergast, his head squarely before the center dot of the tritium sights. A solid hit with a hollow-point bullet would effectively decapitate the FBI agent. It would be about as quick as you could get. His finger tightened on the trigger. And then something occurred to him. Quick was a lot more than Pendergast deserved. The man had caused him a lot of grief. Pendergast had dogged his trail, ruined his latest specimen, brought him anxiety and suffering at the very moment of triumph. As he stood over the agent, he felt a hatred rise within him. The hatred he had felt for the other one, Leng, who had looked so similar. The hatred he had felt for the trustees and professors of his medical school, who had refused to share his vision. Hatred for the pettiness and small-mindedness that kept people like him from achieving their true greatness. So Pendergast wanted it quick, not with this arsenal at his disposal. He walked over to Pendergast and once again searched the unresisting man carefully, recoiling a little from the warm, sticky blood that soaked his side. Nothing. The man had not been able to slip a weapon from the surrounding walls. In fact, he could see that Pendergast's faltering footsteps led directly to the center of the room, where he had collapsed. But it would do to be careful. Pendergast, even in this pathetic state, was dangerous. If he tried to talk, it would be best to just shoot him. Words in the mouth of this man were subtle and pernicious. He looked around again, more carefully this time. There was every weapon imaginable on the walls. He had read histories of some of them, studied others in museums. The choice would prove amusing. The word fun came to mind. Always keeping Pendergast in his field of vision, Fairhaven shone his light around, finally selecting a bejeweled sword. He plucked it from the wall, hefted it, turned it around in the beam of the flashlight. It would have served his purpose, except it was rather heavy, and the blade was so rusty it looked as if it would cut butter. Besides, the handle was sticky and unpleasant. He hung it back up on the shelf, wiping his hands on his surgical cloth. Pendergast was still sitting, watching him with pale, cloudy eyes. Fairhaven grinned. "Got any preferences?" There was no reply, but Fairhaven could see a look of profound distress cross the agent's face. "That's right, Agent Pendergast. Quick is no longer in the cards." A slight, terrified widening of the eyes was Pendergast's only response. It was enough the surgeon felt a swell of satisfaction. He moved along the collections, picked up a dagger with a handle of gold and silver, turned it over, laid it down. Next to it was a helmet shaped like a man's head, with spikes inside that you could screw closed, driving the spikes bit by bit through the skull. Too primitive, too messy. Hanging on the wall nearby was an oversized leather funnel. He'd heard of this. The torturer would jam it into the victim's mouth, then pour water down the victim's throat until the poor wretch either drowned or exploded. Exotic but too time-consuming. Nearby was a large wheel on which people could be broken. Too much trouble. A cat-o'-nine-tails studded with iron hooks. He hefted it, lashed it overhead, laid it back down, again wiping his hands. The stuff was filthy. All this junk had probably been hanging around in Lenga's dingy subbasement for more than a century. There had to be something here that would be suitable for his needs, and then his eye fell on an executioner's axe. "What do you know?" said Fairhaven, his smile broadening. "Perhaps you Luk-Lunk get your wish after all." He plucked the axe from its mounting hooks and gave it a few swings. The wooden shaft was almost 5 feet long, fitted with several rows of dull brass nails. It was heavy but well-balanced and sharp as a razor. It made a whistling noise as it cut through the air. Sitting below the axe was the second part of the executioner's outfit, a tree stump, well-worn and covered with a dark patina. A semicircle had been hollowed from it, clearly intended to receive the neck. It had been well used, as many chop marks attested. He set down the axe, rolled the block over to Pendergast, tipped it flat, positioned the block in front of the agent. Suddenly, Pendergast resisted, struggling feebly, and the surgeon gave him a brutal kick in the side. Pendergast went rigid with pain, then abruptly fell limp. The surgeon had a brief, unpleasant sensation of déjà vu, remembering how he had pushed Leng just a little too hard and ended up with a corpse. But no, Pendergast was still conscious. His eyes, though clouded with pain, remained open. He would be present and conscious when the axe fell. He knew what was coming. That was important to the surgeon, very important. And now another thought occurred to him. He recalled how, when Anne Boleyn was to be put to death, she'd sent for a French executioner, skilled in the art of decapitating with a sword. It was a cleaner, quicker, surer death than an axe. She had knelt head erect with no unseemly block, and she had tipped the man well. The surgeon hefted the axe in his hands. It seemed heavy, heavier than it had before, but surely he could swing it true. It would be an interesting challenge to do without the block. He shoved the block away with his foot. Pendergast was already kneeling, as if he had arranged himself in position, hands limp at his sides, head drooping, helpless and resigned. "Your struggles cost you that quick death you asked for," he said. "But Mort met sure we Lug-Lung have it off in." "Oh, no more than 2 or 3 strokes. Either way, you're about to experience something I've always wondered about. After the head goes rolling off, Hatove kep long does the body remain conscious? Do you see the world spinning around as your head falls into the basket of sawdust when the executioner raised the heads in Tower Yard, crying out, 'Behold the head of a traitor'?" The eyes and lips continued to move. Did they actually see their Ove kept no headless corpse? He gave the axe a practice swing. Why was it so heavy? And yet he was enjoying drawing out this moment. Did you know that Charlotte Corday, who was guillotined for assassinating Marat during the French Revolution, blushed after the assistant executioner slapped her severed head before the assembled crowd? Or how about the pirate captain who was caught and sentenced to death? They lined up his men in a row, and they told him that after he was beheaded, whichever men he managed to walk past would be reprieved. So they cut off his head as he stood, and would you know it? But that headless captain began to walk along the row of men, 1 step at a time. The executioner was so upset that he would have any more victims that he stuck out his foot and tripped the captain. With this, the surgeon roared with laughter. Pendergast did not join in. "Ah, well," Fairhaven said, "mote guess, mote Luk-Lunk never know how long consciousness lasts after one has lost one's head, but you will, shortly." He raised the axe over his right shoulder like a bat and took careful aim. "Give my regards to your great-grand-uncle," he said, as he tensed his muscles to deliver the stroke. 12. Nora pillowed her head on Smithak's shoulder, tears seeping through her closed eyelids. She felt weak with despair. She had done all she could, and yet all she could was not enough. And then, through the fog of grief, she realized something. The beeping of the EKG had steadied. She quickly raised her head, glanced at the monitors. Blood pressure had stabilized, and the pulse had risen slightly to Salmi beats per minute. She stood in the chill room, trembling. In the end, the saline solution had made the crucial difference. Thank you. Thank you. Smithback was still alive, but he was far from out of the woods. If she didn't further replenish his fluid volume, he'd slip into shock. The saline bag was empty. She glanced around the room, spotted a small refrigerator, opened it. Inside were half a dozen liter bags of similar solution, feeder lines wrapped around them. She pulled one out, detached the old line from the catheter, removed the empty bag from the bon rack and tossed it aside, then hung the new bag and attached its line. She watched the fluid dribble rapidly down the clear tube. Throughout, Smithback's vital signs remained weak but stable. With any luck, he'd make it. If she could get him out of here and to a hospital. She examined the gurney. It was on wheels, but detachable. There were straps. If she could find a way out of the basement, she just might be able to drag the gurney up a flight of stairs. It was worth a try. She searched through the nearby cabinets, pulled out half a dozen green surgical sheets, and covered Smithback with them. She plucked a medical light from one of the cabinets, slipped it into her pocket. She gave another glance at the monitors at the head of the operating table, another look into the dark opening that led down into darkness. It was from there that the sound of the second shot had come. But the way out of the house lay up, not down. She hated to leave Smithback, if only for a moment, but it was vital he get real medical attention as soon as possible. She pulled the flashlight from her pocket and, crossing the room, stepped through the doorway into the stone corridor beyond. It was the work of 5 minutes to explore the basement, a warren of narrow passages and small damp rooms, all of the same undressed stone. The passages were low and dark, and she lost her way more than once. She found the crashed elevator. And tragically, the corpse of O'Shaughnessy. But the elevator was inoperable and there was no way up the shaft. Ultimately, she found a massive iron door, banded and riveted, which clearly led upstairs. It was locked. Pendergast, she thought, might be able to pick the lock. But then Pendergast wasn't here. At last, she returned to the operating room, chilled and despondent. If there was another way out of the basement, it was too well hidden for her to find. They were locked in. She approached the unconscious Smithback and caressed his brown hair. Once again, her eye fell on the opening in the wall that gave onto a descending staircase. It was pitch black, silent. She realized it had been silent for what seemed a long time ever since the second shot. What could have happened, she wondered. Could Pendergast? Nora? Smithback's voice was barely a whisper. She glanced down quickly. His eyes were open, his pale face tight with pain. Bill! She cried, grabbing his hands. Thank God. This is getting old, he murmured. At first, she thought he was delirious. What? Getting hurt, waking up to find you ministering to me. The same thing happened in Utah, remember? Once was enough. He tried to smile, but his face contorted in agony. Bill, don't talk, she said, stroking his cheek. You were going to be okay. We were going to get you out of here. Mutluglunk find a But mercifully, he had already slipped back into unconsciousness. She glanced at the vitals and felt a huge rush of relief. They had improved, slightly. The saline bag continued to deliver critical fluid. And then she heard the scream. It came up from the dark stairs, faint and muffled. Nevertheless, it was the most frightening, bone-chilling sound she had ever heard. It started at a high, tearing pitch, shrill, inhuman. It remained at a piercing high for what seemed at least a minute, then began wavering, ululating, before dropping into a gasping, slobbering growl. And then there was the distant clang of metal against stone. And then silence once again. She stared at the opening in the wall, mind racing through the possibilities. What had happened? Was Pendergast dead? His opponent? Were they both dead? If Pendergast was hurt, she had to help him. He'd be able to pick the lock on the iron door, or find some other way for them to get Smithback out of this hellhole. On the other hand, if the surgeon was still alive and Pendergast dead, she'd have to face him sooner or later anyway. It might as well be sooner, and on her own terms. She was damned if she was going to wait up here, a sitting duck, for the surgeon to return and pick her off, and then finish the job on Smithback. She plucked a large bladed scalpel from the surgical stand, then, Holding the light in one hand and the scalpel in the other, she approached the doorway that led down into the subbasement. The narrow stone panel swung to one side had been perfectly disguised to look part of the wall. Beyond was a pool of blackness. Shining the beam ahead of her, she began descending, slowly and silently. Reaching the last turn at the bottom, she turned off the light and waited, heart beating rapidly, wondering what to do. If she shone her light around, it might betray her presence, give the surgeon, if he was waiting out there in the darkness. A perfect target. But with the light off, she simply could not proceed. The light was a risk she'd have to take. She snapped it back on, stepped out of the stairwell, then gasped involuntarily. She was in a long, narrow room, crowded floor to ceiling with bottles. Her powerful beam, lancing through the endless rows, cast myriad glittering colors about the room, making her feel as if she was somehow inside a window of stained glass. More collections. What could all this mean? But there was no time to pause, no time to wonder. 2 sets of footprints led on into the darkness ahead, and there was blood on the dusty floor. She moved through the room as quickly as she could, beneath an archway and into another room filled with more bottles. The trail of footsteps continued on. At the end of this room was another archway, covered by a fringed tapestry. She turned off her light and advanced toward it. There she waited, in the pitch black, listening. There was no sound. With infinite care, she drew back the tapestry and peered into the darkness. She could see nothing. The room beyond seemed empty, but there was no way to be sure. She would simply have to take a chance. She took a deep breath, switched on her light. The beam illuminated a larger room filled with wooden display cases. She hurried ahead, sidestepping from case to case, to an archway in the far wall that led on into a series of smaller vaults. She ducked into the nearest and turned off her light again, listening for any sound that might indicate that her presence had been noticed. Nothing. Turning on the light again, she moved forward into a room whose cases were filled, hot frogs and lizards, snakes and roaches, spiders of infinite shapes and colors. Was there no end to Lenga's cabinet? At the far end of the room, before another low archway that led into further darkness, she again crouched, turning off her light to listen for any noises that might be coming from the room beyond. It was then she heard the sound. It came to her faintly, echoing and distorted by its passage through intervening stone. Remote as it was, it instantly chilled her blood, a low, gibbering moan rising and falling in a fiendish cadence. She waited a moment, flesh crawling. For a moment, her muscles tensed for an involuntary retreat, but then, with a supreme effort, she steeled herself. Whatever lay beyond, she would have to confront it sooner or later. Pendergast might need her help. She gathered up her courage, switched on her light, and sprinted forward. She ran past more rooms full of glass-fronted cases, through a chamber that seemed to contain old clothing, and then into an ancient laboratory, full of tubes and coils, dust-heavy machines festooned with dials and rusted switches. Here, between the lab tables, she pulled up abruptly, pausing to listen again. There was another sound, much closer now, perhaps as close as the next room. It was the sound of something walking, shambling toward her. Almost without thinking, she threw herself beneath the nearest table, switching off her light. Another sound came, hideously alien and yet unmistakably human. It started as a low chatter, a tattoo of rattling teeth, punctuated with a few gasps as if for breath. Then came a high keening at the highest edge of audibility. Abruptly, the noise stopped. And then Nora heard, in the silence, the footsteps approach once again. She remained hidden behind the table, immobilized by fear, as the shuffling drew closer in the pitch black. All of a sudden, the darkness was ripped apart by a terrible shriek. This was immediately followed by a coughing, retching sound and the splatter of fluid on stone. The echoes of the shriek died out slowly, ringing on through the stone chambers behind her. Nora struggled to calm her pounding heart. Despite the unearthly sound, the thing that was approaching her was human. It had to be. She had to remember that. And if it was human, who could it be but Pendergast or the surgeon? Nora felt it had to be the surgeon. Perhaps he had been wounded by Pendergast, or perhaps he was utterly insane. She had one advantage. He didn't seem to know she was there. She could ambush him, kill him with the scalpel, if she could summon the courage. She crouched behind the lab table, scalpel in one trembling hand and light in the other, waiting in the enfolding dark. The shambling seemed to have stopped. A minute, an eternity of silence ticked by. Then she heard the unsteady footsteps resume. He was now in the room with her. The footsteps were irregular, punctuated by frequent pauses. Another minute went by in which there was no movement. Then, half a dozen jerky footsteps, and now she could hear breathing. Except it wasn't normal breathing, but a gasping sucking sound as if air were being drawn down through a wet hole. There was a sudden explosion of noise as the person stumbled into a huge apparatus, bringing it to the ground with a massive crash of glass. The sound echoed and re-echoed through the stone vaults. Maintain, Nora said to herself. Maintain. If it's the surgeon, Pendergast must have wounded him badly. But then where was Pendergast? Why wasn't he pursuing? The noises seemed to be less than 20 feet away now. She heard a scrabbling, a muttering and panting, and the tinkling of something shedding broken glass. He was getting up from his fall. There was a shuffling thump, and another. Still he was coming, moving with excruciating slowness. And all the time came that breathing, stertorous, with a wet gurgle like air drawn through a leaky snorkel. Nothing Nora had ever heard in her life was quite so unnerving as the sound of that breathing. 10 feet. Nora gripped the scalpel tighter as adrenaline coursed through her. She would turn on her light and lunge forward. Surprise would give her the advantage, especially if he was wounded. There was a loud, wet snoring sound, another heavy footfall, a gasp, the spastic stamp of a foot, silence, then the dragging of a limb. He was almost upon her. She crouched, tensing all her muscles, ready to blind the man with her light and strike a fatal blow. Another step, another snuffle. And she acted. She switched on the light. But instead of leaping with her scalpel, she froze, arm raised, knife edge glittering in the beam of light. And then she screamed. 13. Custer stood atop the great flight of steps rising above Museum Drive, looking out over the sea of press with an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. To his left was the mayor of the city of New York, just arriving with a gaggle of aides. To his right, the commissioner of police. Just behind stood his 2 top detectives and his man Noyes. It was an extraordinary assemblage. There were so many onlookers they'd been forced to close Central Park West to traffic. Press helicopters hovered above them, cameras dangling brilliant spotlights swiveling back and forth. The capture of the surgeon, a.k.a. Roger C. Brisbane III, the museum's respected general counsel and first vice president, had riveted the media's attention. The copycat killer who had terrorized the city had been some crazy homeless man living in Central Park on a piece of cardboard. It had instead been one of the pillars of Manhattan society, the smiling, cordial fixture at so many glittering fundraisers and openings. Here was a man whose face and impeccably tailored figure was often seen in the society pages of Avenue and Vanity Fair. And now he stood revealed as one of New York's most notorious serial killers. What a story! And he, Custer, had cracked the case single-handedly. The mayor was conferring sotto voce with the commissioner and the museum's director, Colopy, who had at last been tracked down to his own West End residence. Custer's gaze lingered on Colopy. The man had the gaunt, pinched look of a fire and brimstone preacher, and he wore clothes straight out of an old Bela Lugosi movie. The police had finally broken down his front door, suspecting foul play when they observed figures moving against the drawn shades. The scuttlebutt was that the police found him in a pink lace teddy, tied to his bed with his wife and a second female dressed in dominatrix uniforms. Staring at the man, Custer refused to believe such a rumor. True, the man in somber clothes looked just a tad disheveled. Still, it was impossible to believe such a pillar of propriety could ever have donned a teddy, wasn't it? Now Custer saw Mayor Montefiore's eyes dart toward him. They were talking about him. Although he maintained his stolid expression, arranging his face into a mask of duty and obedience, he was unable to prevent a flush of pleasure from suffusing his limbs. Commissioner Rocker broke away from the mayor and Colopy and came over. To Custer's surprise, he did not look altogether happy. Captain. Yes, sir. The commissioner stood there a moment, indecisive, face full of anxiety. Finally, he leaned closer. Are you sure? Sure, sir. Sure that it's his Brisbane. Custer felt a twinge of doubt, but quickly stepped down on it. The evidence was overwhelming. Yes, sir. Did he confess? No, not confess. Exactly. But he made a number of self-incriminating statements. Maud expect he won't confess when he's formally questioned. They always do. Serial killers, mote mean. and we found incriminating evidence in his museum office. No mistake about it. Mr. Brisbane is a very prominent person. No mistake about it, sir. Rocker scrutinized his face a moment longer. Custer stirred uneasily. He had been expecting congratulations, not the third degree. Then the commissioner leaned still closer and lowered his voice to a slow, deliberate whisper. Custer, all Mott can say is, you'd better be right. Mortem right, sir. The commissioner nodded, a look of guarded relief, still mixed with anxiety, settling on his face. Now Custer stepped respectfully into the background, letting the mayor, his aides, Calliope, and the commissioner arrange themselves before the throngs of press. A feeling like electricity, an anticipatory tingling, filled the air. The mayor raised his hand, and a hush fell on the crowd. Custer realized the man wasn't even permitting his aides to introduce him. He was going to handle this personally. With the election so near, he wasn't going to let even a crumb of glory escape. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, the mayor began. We have made an arrest in the case of the serial killer, popularly known as the Surgeon. The suspect taken into custody has been identified as Roger C. Brisbane Baugh, first vice president and general counsel of the New York Museum of Natural History. There was a collective gasp. Although everyone in the crowd already knew this, hearing it from the mayor made it official. Although it's important to state that Mr. Brisbane must naturally be presumed innocent at this time, the evidence against him is substantial. There was a brief hush. As mayor, Mott made this case a top priority. All available resources were brought to bear. Mott therefore want to thank, first of all, the fine officers of the NYPD, Commissioner Rocker, and the men and women of the Homicide Division for their tireless work on this difficult case, and Mott would especially like to single out Captain Sherwood Custer. As Mott understand it, Captain Custer not only headed the investigation, but personally solved the case. Mott am shocked, as many of you must be, at the most unusual twist this tragic case has taken. Many of us know Mr. Brisbane personally. Nevertheless, the commissioner has assured me in no uncertain terms that they have the right man, and Mott am satisfied to rely on his assurances. He paused. Dr. Calliope of the museum would like to say a few words. Hearing this, Custer tensed. The director would no doubt put up a dogged defense of his own right-hand man. He'd question Custer's police work and investigative technique, make him look bad. Calliope stood before the microphone, rigid and correct, his arms clasped behind his back. He spoke in cool, stately, and measured tones. First, Mott Vekep, it had to add my thanks to the fine men and women of the New York Police Department, the commissioner and the mayor, for their tireless work on this tragic case. This is a sad day for the museum, and for me personally. Mott Vekep had to extend my deepest apologies to the city of New York and to the families of the victims for the heinous actions of our trusted employee. Custer listened with growing relief. Here Brisbane's own boss was practically throwing him to the wolves, so much the better, and he felt a twinge of resentment at Commissioner Rocker's excessive concern about Brisbane, which it seemed even his own boss didn't share. Calliope stepped back and the mayor returned to the microphone. Mott will now take questions, he said. There was a roar, a rippling flurry of hands through the crowd. The mayor's spokesperson, Mary Hill, stepped forward to manage the questioning. Custer looked toward the crowd. The unpleasant memory of Smithback's hangdog visage flitted across his mind, and he was glad not to see it among the sea of faces. Mary Hill had called on someone, and Custer heard the shouted question. Why did he do it? Was he really trying to prolong his life? The mayor shook his head. But cannot speculate on motive at this time. This is a question for Captain Custer, a voice shouted. How did you know it was Brisbane? What was the smoking gun? Custer stepped forward, once again gathering his face into a mask of stolidity. A derby hat, umbrella, and black suit, he said significantly, and paused. The so-called surgeon, when he went out to stalk his victims, was seen to wear just such an outfit. Mott discovered the disguise myself in Mr. Brisbane's office. Did you find the murder weapon? We are continuing to search the office, and we have dispatched teams to search Mr. Brisbane's apartment and summer house on Long Island. The Long Island search, he added significantly, will include cadaver-trained tracking dogs. What was the role of the FBI in this case? A television reporter shouted. Nothing, the commissioner answered hastily. There was no role. All the work was done by local law enforcement. An FBI agent did take an unofficial interest early on, but those leads led nowhere, and as far as we know, he has abandoned the case. Another question for Captain Custer, please. How does it feel, sir, to have cracked the biggest case since Son of Sam? It was that prepped-out weenie Bryce Harriman. It was the question he had longed for someone to ask. Once again, the man had ridden to his rescue. It was beautiful how these things worked out. Custer summoned up his most impassive monotone. Mott was just doing my duty as a police officer, nothing less and nothing more. Then he stood back and basked, poker-faced, in the endless flare of flashbulbs that ensued. 14. The image that burst into the beam of Nora's light was so unexpected, so horrifying, that she instinctively scrambled backward, dropped the scalpel, and ran. Her only conscious desire was to put some distance between herself and the awful sight. But at the door she stopped the man. She had to think of him as that, was not following her. In fact, he seemed to be shuffling along as before, zombie-like, unaware of her presence. With a shaking hand, she trained the light back on him. The man's clothes hung from his frame in tatters, skin raked and scored and bleeding as if by frenzied scratching. The scalp was torn, skin hanging away in flaps from where it had apparently been ripped from the skull. Tufts of bloody hair remained clutched rigidly between the fingers of the right hand, a hand whose epithelial layers were sloughing away in parchment like curls of tissue. The lips had swollen to a grotesque size, liver-colored bananas covered with whitish wheals. A tongue, cracked and blackened, forced its way between them. A wet gargling came from deep inside the throat, and each effort to suck in or expel air caused the tongue to quiver. Through the gaps in the ragged shirt, Nora could see angry-looking chonkers on the chest and abdomen, weeping clear fluid. Below the armpits were thick colonies of pustules like small red berries, some of which she saw, with a sickening sense of fast-motion photography, were swelling rapidly. Even as she watched, one burst with a sickening pop, while more blistered and swelled to take its place. But what horrified Nora most were the eyes. One was twice normal size, blood engorged, protruding freakishly from the orbital socket. It jittered and darted about, roving wildly but seeing nothing. The other, in contrast, was dark and shriveled, motionless, sunken deep beneath the brow. A fresh shudder of revulsion went through Nora. It must be some pathetic victim of the surgeon. But what had happened to him? What dreadful torture had he undergone? As she watched, spellbound with horror, the figure paused and seemed to look at her for the first time. The head tilted up and the jittery eye paused and appeared to fix on her. She tensed, ready for flight. But the moment passed. The figure underwent a violent trembling from head to toe. Then the head dropped down, and it once more resumed its quivering walk to nowhere. She turned the light away from the obscene spectacle, feeling sick. Worse even than the loathsome sight was her sudden recognition. It had come to her in a flash when the bloated eye had fixed on hers. She knew this man. As grotesquely malformed as it now was, she remembered seeing that distinctive face before, so powerful, so self-confident, emerging from the back of a limousine outside the Catherine Street dig site. The shock nearly took her breath away. She looked Vikep, to hat horror at the figure's retreating back. What had the surgeon done to him? Was there anything she could do to help? Even as the thought came to her, she realized the man was far beyond help. She lowered the flashlight from the grotesque form as it shuffled slowly, aimlessly away from her, back toward a room beyond the lab. She thrust the light forward, and then, in the edge of the flashlight's beam, she made out Pendergast. He was in the next room, lying on his side, blood pooling on the ground below him. He looked dead. Nearby, a large rusted axe lay on the floor. Beyond it was an upended executioner's block. Suppressing a cry, she ran through the connecting archway and knelt before him. To her surprise, the FBI agent opened his eyes. "What happened?" she cried. "Are you all right?" Pendergast smiled weakly. "Never better, Dr. Kelly." She flashed her light at the pool of blood, at the crimson stain that covered his shirt front. "You have been hurt?" Pendergast looked at her, his pale eyes cloudy. "Yes, Mot met afraid Mot Leglunk need your help." "But what happened? Where's the surgeon?" Pendergast's eyes seemed to clear a little. "Didn't you see him? Walk past?" "What? The man covered with sores? Fairhaven? He's the killer?" Pendergast nodded. "Jesus, what happened to him?" "Poisoned." "How?" "He picked up several of the objects in this room." Take care not to follow his example. Everything you see here is an experimental poison delivery system. When he handled the various weapons, Fairhaven absorbed quite a cocktail of poisons through his skin, neurotoxins and other fast-acting systemics, no doubt. He grasped her hand with his own, slippery with blood. Smith back? Alive. Thank God for that. Leng had started to operate. Mort, no. Is he stable? Yes, but ma don't know for how long. We've got to get him and you to a hospital right away. Pendergast nodded. There's an acquaintance of mine, a doctor, who can arrange everything. How are we going to get out of here? Pendergast's gun lay on the ground nearby, and he reached for it, grimacing a little. Help me up, please. Mort need to get back to the operating room, to check on Smith back and stop my own bleeding. She helped the agent to his feet. Pendergast stumbled a little, leaning heavily on her arm. Shine your light on our friend a moment, if you please, he said. The Fairhaven thing was shuffling along one wall of the room. He ran into a large wooden cabinet, stopped, backed up, came forward again, as if unable to negotiate the obstacle. Pendergast gazed at the thing for a moment, then turned away. He's no longer a threat, he murmured. Let's get back upstairs as quickly as possible. They retraced their steps back through the chambers of the subbasement, Pendergast stopping periodically to rest. Slowly, painfully, they mounted the stairs. In the operating room, Smithback lay on the table, still unconscious. Nora scanned the monitors quickly. The vitals remained weak, but steady. The liter bag of saline was almost empty, and she replaced it with a third. Pendergast bent over the journalist, drew back the covers, and examined him. After a few moments, he stepped back. He'll survive, he said simply. Nora felt a huge sense of relief. Now Mort Met going to need some help. Help me get my jacket and shirt off. Nora untied the jacket around Pendergast's midsection, then helped him remove his shirt, exposing a ragged hole in his abdomen, thickly encrusted in blood. More blood was dripping from his shattered elbow. Roll that tray of surgical instruments this way, he said, gesturing with his good hand. Nora rolled the tray over. She could not help but notice that his torso, although slender, was powerfully muscled. Grab those clamps over there too, please. Pendergast swabbed the blood away from the abdominal wound, then irrigated it with betadine. Don't you want something for the pain? Morton, know there's some. No time. Pendergast dropped the bloody gauze to the floor and angled the overhead light toward the wound in his abdomen. Mote have to tie off these bleeders before Mote grow any weaker. Nora watched him inspect the wound. Shine that light a little lower, would you? There, that's good now if you'd hand me that clamp. Although Nora had a strong stomach, watching Pendergast probe his own abdomen made her feel distinctly queasy. After a moment, he laid down the clamp, took up a scalpel, and made a short cut perpendicular to the wound. You not going to operate on yourself, are you? Pendergast shook his head. Just a quick and dirty effort to stop the bleeding. But Mote got to reach this colic vein, which, with all my exertion, has unfortunately retracted. He made another little cut, and then probed into the wound with a large, tweezer-like instrument. Nora winced, tried to think of something else. How are we going to get out of here? She asked again. Through the basement tunnels. My research on this area turned up the fact that a river brigand once lived along this stretch of riverside. Based on the extent of the cellars below us, Mote feels certain now that this was his residence. Did you notice the superb view of the Hudson the house commanded? No, Nora replied, swallowing. Can't say Mote did. That's understandable, considering the North River Water Pollution Control Plant now blocks much of the view, Pendergast said as he fished a large vein out of the wound with the clamp. But 150 years ago, this house would have had a sweeping view of the lower Hudson. River pirates were fairly common in the early 19th century. They would slip out onto the river after dark to hijack moored ships or capture passengers for ransom. He paused while he examined the end of the vein. Leng must have known this. A large subbasement was the first thing he wanted in a house. Mote believe we will find a way down to the river, via the subbasement. Hand me that absorbable suture, if you please. No, the larger one, the bone comb. Thank you. Nora looked on, wincing inwardly as Pendergast ligated the vein. Good, he said a few moments later, as he released the clamp and put the suture aside. That vein was causing most of the bleeding. Mot can do nothing about my spleen, which has obviously been perforated, so Mot Luglunk merely cauterized the smaller bleeders and closed the wound. Would you hand me the electrocauterer, please? Yes, that's it. Nora handed the device. A narrow blue pencil at the end of a wire, 2 buttons marked cut and cauterize on its side, to the FBI agent. Once again, he bent over his wound. There was a sharp crackling sound as he cauterized a vein. This was followed by another crackling noise, much longer this time, and a thin wisp of smoke rose into the air. Nora averted her eyes. What was Lung's ultimate project, she asked. Pendergast did not respond immediately. Enoch Leng wanted to heal the human race, he said at last, still bent over the wound. He wanted to save it. For a moment, Nora wasn't sure she had heard correctly, save the human race, but he was killing people, scores of people. So he was another crackling noise. Save it how? By eliminating it. Nora looked back at him. That was Leng's grand project, to rid the Earth of humanity, to save mankind from itself, from its own unfitness. He was searching for the ultimate poison, hence those rooms full of chemicals, plants, poisonous insects, and reptiles. Of course, Mort had plenty of tangential evidence before. The poisonous materials on the glass fragments you unearthed from Leng's old laboratory, for example. Or the Greek inscription on the escutcheon outside the house. Did you notice it? Nora nodded her head numbly. It's the final words of Socrates, spoken as he took the fatal poison. Credo mort oa cock to Asclepius. Will you remember to pay the debt? Yet another thing Mot should have realized sooner. He cauterized another vein. But it was until Mot saw the room full of weapons that Mot made the connection and realized the scope of his plans. Because creating the ultimate poison alone wasn't enough. He would also have to create a delivery system, a way to make it reach across the globe, that when the more vexing, inexplicable parts of the cabinet, the clothing, weapons, migratory birds, windborne spores, and the rest, made sense to me. Among other things, while researching this delivery system, he had collected all manner of poisoned objects, clothing, weapons, accessories, and much of it was poisoned by himself, redundant experiments with all manner of poisons. My God, Nora said, what a crazy scheme. It was an ambitious scheme, certainly. One he realized would take several lifetimes to complete. That was why he developed his method of life extension. Pendergast put the electrocauterer carefully to one side. Would see no evidence here of any supplies for closing incisions, he said. Clearly Fairhaven had no need of them. If you Luglung hand me that gauze and the medical tape, Mot Luglung butterfly the wound until it can be properly attended to. Again, Mot Luglung need your assistance. Nora handed him the requested items, then helped him close. Did he succeed in finding the ultimate poison? She asked. No. Based on the state of his laboratory, Mot would say he gave up around Motnin Chin Namui. Why? Mort don't know, Pendergast said, as he taped gauze over the exit wound. The troubled look she'd noticed earlier returned its very curious. It's a great mystery to me. Dressing completed, Pendergast straightened up. Following his instructions, Nora helped him make a sling for his injured arm using torn surgical sheets, then helped him into his shirt. Pendergast turned once again to Smithback, examining his unconscious form, studying the monitors at the head of the table. He felt Smithback's pulse, examined the dressing Nora had made. After rummaging through the cabinet, he brought out a syringe and injected it into the saline tube. That should keep him comfortable until you can get out of here. And alert my doctor, he said. Me? Nora said. My dear Dr. Kelly, somebody has to keep watch over Smithback. We daren't move him ourselves with my arm in a sling and a gunshot wound in my abdomen. Mote fear, mote met, in no condition to go anywhere, let alone row. Mort done understand. You will shortly. And now please assist me back down these stairs. With a final look at Smithback, Nora helped Pendergast back down the staircase, and through the series of stone chambers, past the endless collections. Knowing their purpose made them seem even more dreadful. At the laboratory, Nora slowed. She angled her light into the weapons room beyond, and saw Fairhaven, still motionless, sitting in the corner. Pendergast regarded him a moment, then moved to the heavy door in the far wall and eased it open. Beyond it lay another descending staircase, much cruder, seemingly fashioned out of a natural cavity in the earth. Where does this go? Nora asked as she approached. Unless Mort met mistaken to the river. They descended the staircase, the perfume of mold and heavy humidity rising to greet them. At the bottom, Nora's light revealed a stone quay, lapped by water, with a watery tunnel leading off into darkness. An ancient wooden boat lay upturned on the quay. "The river pirate's lair," Pendergast said, as Nora shone the light around. This was how he snuck out to the Hudson to attack shipping. "If the boat's still seaworthy, you can take it out into the river." Nora angled the light toward the skiff. "Can you row?" Pendergast inquired. Mort met an expert. "Good. But believe you'll find an abandoned marina a few blocks south of here. Get to a phone as quickly as possible. Call Solborn Lund in Bay Tam Tam Mui. That's the number of my chauffeur, Proctor. Explain to him what's happened. He look low and come get you and arrange everything, including the doctor for Smithback and myself." Nora turned over the rowboat and slid it into the water. It was old, loose-jointed, and leaky, but it appeared to be seaworthy. "You look low and take care of Bill while Mort met gone?" she said. Pendergast nodded, the reflected water rippling across his pale face. She stepped gingerly into the boat. Pendergast stepped forward. "Dr. Kelly," he said in a low voice, "there is something more Mort must tell you." She looked up from the boat. "The authorities must not know about what is in this house. Somewhere within these walls, Mort convinced, is the formula for the prolongation of human life. Do you understand?" "Mort understand," Nora replied after a moment. She stared at him as the full import of what he was saying began to sink in. The secret to prolonged life, it still seemed incredible, unbelievable. Moat must also admit to a more personal reason for secrecy. Moat do not wish to bring more infamy down on the Pendergast name. "Lang was your ancestor?" "Yes, my great-granduncle." Nora nodded as she fitted the oarlocks. It was an antique notion of family honor, but then she already knew that Pendergast was a man out of his time. "My doctor will evacuate Smithback to a private hospital upstate, where they do not ask inconvenient questions. I will, of course, undergo surgery there myself. We need never mention our adventure to the authorities." "Moat understand," she repeated. "People will wonder Vekep Hatte happened to Fairhaven, but Mort doubt very much the police will ever identify him as the surgeon, or make the connection with Tamcham Chinmui Moat Riverside Drive. Then the surgeon's murders will remain unsolved, a mystery." "Yes, but unsolved murders are always the most interesting, don't you think? Now repeat the telephone number for me, please." 645-7884. "Excellent. Now please hurry, Dr. Kelly." She pushed away from the quay, then turned back to look at Pendergast once again, her boat bobbing in the shallow water. "One more question. How in the world did you escape from those chains? It seemed like magic." In the dim light she saw Pendergast, his lips part in what appeared to be a smile. It was magic. Mort don't understand. Magic and the Pendergast family are synonymous. There have been magicians in my lineage for 10 generations. We've all dabbled in it. Antoine Lang Pendergast was no exception. In fact, he was one of the most talented in the family. Surely you noticed the stage apparatus in the refectory, not to mention the false walls, secret panels, trapdoors. Without knowing it, Fairhaven bound his victims with Lang's trick cuffs. Mort recognized them right away. The American Gito handcuffs and bean prison leg irons, fitted with a false rivet that any magician once manacled could remove with his fingers or teeth. To a person who knew the secret, they were about as secure as transparent tape. And Pendergast began laughing softly, almost to himself. Nora rowed away, the splashing of the oars distorted in the low, rocky cavern. In a few moments, she came to a weed-choked opening between two rocks, just large enough to admit the boat. She pushed through and was suddenly on the broad expanse of the Hudson, the vast bulk of the North River plant rising above her, the great glittering arc of the George Washington Bridge looming farther to the north. Nora took a deep breath of the cool, fresh air. She could hardly believe they were still alive. She glanced back at the opening through which she had just come. It looked like a tangle of weeds and some boulders leaning together, nothing more. As she bent to the oars, the abandoned marina just coming into view against the distant gleaming towers of midtown Manhattan, she thought she could still make out, borne on the midnight wind. The faint sound of Pendergast's laughter. Epilogue, Arcanum. Fall had turned to winter. One of those crisp, sunny days of early December before the first snowfall, when the world seemed almost crystalline in its perfection. As Nora Kelly walked up Riverside Drive, holding hands with Bill Smithback, she looked out over the Hudson. Already, cakes of ice were drifting down from the upper reaches. The New Jersey Palisades were etched in stark sunlight, and the George Washington Bridge seemed to float above the river, silvery and weightless. Nora and Smithback had found an apartment on West End Avenue in the 90s. When Pendergast had contacted them and asked them to meet him at Tom Chum Chinme Moat Riverside Drive, they had decided to walk the 2 miles, taking advantage of the beautiful day. For the first time since the hideous discovery on Catherine Street, Nora had felt a certain peace return to her life. Her work at the museum was progressing well. All the "C'est à Robert on my bon" dates on her Utah specimens had come back, and they were a gratifying confirmation of her theory regarding the Anasazi Aztec connection. There had been a terrific house cleaning at the museum, with a whole new administration put in place, except Colopy, who had somehow come through it. Alve kept his reputation and prestige intact, if not enhanced. In fact, Colopy had offered Nora an important administrative post, which she had politely declined. The unfortunate Roger Brisbane had Bayonneau released. The arrest warrant voided a day before the election, after Brisbane's lawyer provided airtight alibis for the time periods of all 3 copycat murders, and an angry judge pointed out there was no physical evidence linking the man to any crime. Now Brisbane was suing the city for wrongful arrest. The papers were screaming that the surgeon was still at large. The mayor had lost his re-election bid. Captain Custer had been busted all the way down to street cop. There had been a flurry of newspaper stories about the sudden disappearance of Anthony Fairhaven, but the speculation had ended with an IRS raid on his company. After that, everyone assumed tax problems were the reason for his disappearance. Word was Fairhaven had been last spotted on a beach somewhere in the Netherlands Antilles, drinking daiquaris and reading the Wall Street Journal. Smithback had spent 2 weeks at the Feversham Clinic, north of Cold Spring, where his wound had been sewn and dressed. It had healed surprisingly quickly. Pendergast had also spent several weeks recuperating at Feversham after a series of operations to his elbow and abdomen. Then he had disappeared, and neither Nora nor Smithback had heard from him, until this mysterious summons. "But still can't believe we re-up here again," Smithback said as they walked northward. "Come on, Bill, aren't you curious to see what Pendergast wants?" "Of course. Motuetta don't see why it couldn't be someplace else. Someplace comfortable, like, say, the restaurant at the Carlisle. Mot met sure we learn the reason. Met sure we will, but if he offers me a Leng cocktail out of one of those mason jars, Mater leaving." Now the old house appeared in the distance, up the drive. Even in the bright sunlight it seemed somehow dark. Sprawling, haunted, framed by bare trees, black upper windows staring westward like empty eye sockets. As if at a single thought, Nora and Smithback paused. "You know, just the sight of that old pile still scares the bejesus out of me," Smithback muttered. "Mot Luglunk tell you, when Fairhaven had me laid out on that operating table, and Mot felt the knife slice into my—" "Bill, please," Nora pleaded. Smithback had grown fond of regaling her kept to hat gory details. He drew his arm around her. He was wearing the blue Armani suit, but it hung a little loosely now, his gaunt frame thinner for the ordeal. His face was pale and drawn, but the old humor, the mischievous twinkle, had returned to his eyes. They continued walking north, crossing Mocham Bay Street. There was the carriage entrance, still partially blocked by wind-blown piles of trash. Smithback stopped again, and Nora watched his eye travel up the facade of the building, toward a broken window on the 2nd floor. For all his display of bravado, the writer's face paled for a moment. Then he stepped forward resolutely, following Nora under the porte cochere, and they knocked. A minute passed, then 2, and then at last the door creaked open, and Pendergast stood before them. He was wearing heavy rubber gloves, and his elegant black suit was covered in plaster dust. Without a word of greeting, he turned away, and they followed him through silent, echoing passages toward the library. Portable halogen lamps were arrayed along the hallways, throwing cold white light onto the surfaces of the old house. Even with the light, however, Nora felt a shiver of fear as she retraced the corridors. The foul odor of decay was gone, replaced by a faint chemical wash. The interior was barely recognizable. Panels had been taken off walls, drawers stood open, plumbing and gas lines exposed or removed, boards ripped from the floor. It looked as if the house had been torn apart in an unbelievably exhaustive search. Within the library, all the sheets had been removed from the skeletons and mounted animals. The light was dimmer here, but Nora could see that half the shelves were empty, and the floor covered with carefully piled stacks of books. Pendergast threaded his way through them to the vast fireplace in the far wall, then, at last, turned back toward his two guests. "Dr. Kelly," he said, nodding to her, "Mr. Smithback, molt met pleased to see you looking well." "That Dr. Bloom of yours is as much an artist as he is a surgeon," Smithback replied with strained heartiness. "Mote hope he takes Blue Cross. Mote have yet to see the bill." Pendergast smiled thinly. A brief silence ensued. "So why are we here, Mr. Pendergast?" Nora asked. "You two have been through a terrible ordeal," Pendergast replied as he pulled off the heavy gloves. "More than anyone should ever have to endure. Mote feel in large part responsible." "Hey, that is what bequests are for," Smithback replied. "Mote we learned some things in the last several weeks. Far too many are already past help. Mary Green, Doreen Hollander, Mandy Eklund, Reinhard Puck, Patrick O'Shaughnessy. But for you two, Mote thought perhaps hearing the real story, a story nobody else must ever know, might help exorcise the demons." There was another brief pause. "Go ahead," Smithback said in an entirely different tone of voice. Pendergast looked from Nora to Smithback, then back again. From childhood, Fairhaven was obsessed with mortality. His older brother died at age 16 of Hutchinson-Gilford syndrome. "Little Arthur," Smithback said. Pendergast looked at him curiously. "That's correct." "Hutchinson-Gilford syndrome?" Nora asked. "Never heard of it." "Also known as progeria. After a normal birth, children begin to age extremely rapidly. Height is stunted. Hair turns gray and then falls out, leaving prominent veins. There are usually no eyebrows or eyelashes, and the eyes grow too large for the skull. The skin turns brown and wrinkled. The long bones become decalcified. Basically, by adolescence, the child has the body of an old man. They become susceptible to atherosclerosis, strokes, heart attacks. The last is what killed Arthur Fairhaven when he was 16. His brother saw mortality compressed into 5 or 6 years of horror. He never got over it. We were all afraid of death, but for Anthony Fairhaven, the fear became an obsession. He attended medical school, but after 2 years was forced to leave for certain unauthorized experiments he'd undertaken. Mote met still looking into their exact nature. So by default, he went into the family business of real estate, but health remained an obsession with him. He experimented with health foods, diets, vitamins and supplements, German spas, Finnish smoke saunas. Taking hope from the Christian promise of eternal life, he became intensely religious. But when his prayers were slow in being answered, he began hedging his bets, supplementing his religious fervor with an equally profound and misplaced fervor for science, medicine, and natural history. He became a huge benefactor to several obscure research institutes, as well as to Columbia Medical School, the Smithsonian, and of course the New York Museum of Natural History. And he founded the Little Arthur Clinic, which in fact has done important work on rare diseases of children. We cannot be sure, exactly, when he first learned of Leng. He spent a lot of time digging around in the museum archives, following up some line of research or other. At some point, he came across information about Leng in the museum's archives. Whatever he found gave him 2 critical pieces of information: the nature of Leng's experiments and the location of his first lab. Here was this man who claimed to have succeeded in extending his life. You can imagine how Fairhaven must have reacted. He had to find out what this man had done, and if he had really succeeded. Of course, this is why Puck had to die. He alone knew of Fairhaven's visits to the archives. He alone knew what Fairhaven had been examining. This wasn't a problem until we found the Shodham letter, but then it became essential to remove Puck. Even a casual mention by Puck of Fairhaven's visits would have linked him directly to Leng. It would have made him suspect number 1. By luring you down there, Dr. Kelly, Fairhaven figured he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You had proven yourself unusually dangerous and effective. But mort get ahead of myself. After Fairhaven discovered Leng's work, he next wondered if Leng had succeeded. In other words, if Leng was still alive, so he began to track him down. When I myself started to hunt for Leng's whereabouts, but often had the sense someone had walked the trail before me in the not-too-distant past. Ultimately, Fairhaven discovered where Leng had once lived. He came to this house. Imagine his exultation when he found my great-grand-uncle still alive, when he realized that Leng had in fact succeeded in his attempt to prolong life. Leng had the very secret that Fairhaven so desperately wanted. Fairhaven tried to make Leng divulge his secret. As we know, Leng had abandoned his ultimate project, and Moat now know why. Studying the papers in his laboratory, Moat realized that Leng's work stopped abruptly around the 1st of March, Monchin Nammui. Moat wondered a long time about the significance of that date, and then Moat understood. That was the date of Castle Bravo. Castle Bravo? Nora echoed. The first dry thermonuclear bomb exploded at Bikini. It ran away to 15 megatons, and the fireball expanded to 4 miles in diameter. Leng was convinced that, with the invention of the thermonuclear bomb, the human race was destined to kill itself anyway, and far more efficiently than he ever could. The march of technology had solved his problem for him. So he gave up his search for the ultimate poison. He could grow old and die in peace, knowing it was only a matter of time before his dream of curing the Earth of its human plague came true. So by the time Fairhaven found him, Leng had not taken the elixir for many years. Since March Machin Num 2, in fact. He had grown old. Perhaps he almost wanted to die. At any rate, he refused, even under brutal torture, to reveal his formula. Fairhaven pushed too hard and killed him. But there was still another chance for Fairhaven. There was still Leng's old lab, where crucial information, both in the form of human remains and especially in the form of Leng's journal, might be found, and Fairhaven knew where the lab was. Underneath Shottam's S cabinet. Of course, the lot was now covered by apartment buildings, but Fairhaven was in the perfect position to buy the land and tear down the buildings, all in the name of urban renewal. Construction workers Murth have spoken to mentioned that Fairhaven was conspicuously present at the site while the foundation was being dug. He was the second man to enter the charnel pit after the worker who originally found the bones had fled. No doubt he found Leng's notebook in there. Later, he was able to study the effects taken from the tunnel at his leisure, including the bones, and that, no doubt, is why the marks on both the old corpses and the new were so similar. Now Fairhaven had Lung's notebooks. He began trying to replicate Lung's experiments, hoping to retrace the path Lung had taken. But of course his attempts were amateurish, with no real understanding of Lung's true work. As Pendergast's narrative ceased, the old house settled into a profound silence. "Mort cannot believe it," Smithback said at last. When Mort interviewed him, Fairhaven seemed so confident, so calm, so sane. "Madness wears many disguises," Pendergast replied. Fairhaven's obsession was deep, too deep and abiding to show itself openly, and one can reach the gates of hell just as easily by short steps as by large. Fairhaven seemed to think that the formula for longevity had always been destined for him. Having taken in Leng's life essence, he now began to believe that he was Lung. Lung as he should have been. He took on Lung's persona, his manner of dress, and the copycat killings began. But a different sort of copycat killing than the police ever imagined. Killings, by the way, that had nothing to do with your article, Mr. Smithback. "Why did he try to kill you?" Smithback asked. "It was such a risk." But never understood that. Fairhaven was a man who thought far, far ahead. That was why he was so successful in business, and of course one reason why he was so frightened of death. When Moat succeeded in finding Mary Green's address, he realized it was only a matter of time before Mott found Leng's. Whether Mott believed Leng was alive or dead didn't matter. He knew Mott would come to Leng's house, and then all his efforts would be ruined. It would expose the connection between the modern-day killer, known as the Surgeon, and the old killer named Leng. It was the same with Nora. She was hot on the trail. She'd have been to visit McFadden's daughter. She had the archaeological expertise I lacked. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before we figured out where Leng lived. We couldn't be allowed to proceed. And O'Shaughnessy, why kill him? Pendergast bowed his head. "Moat will never forgive myself for that. Moat sent O'Shaughnessy on what Moat believed was a safe errand, investigating New Amsterdam chemists, where Leng had procured his chemicals many years ago. While there, it seems O'Shaughnessy had the luck to find some old journals listing chemical purchases in the 1920s. I call it luck, but it turned out to be quite the opposite, Moat afraid. Moat dewide. Note to realize Fairhaven was on high alert, monitoring our every move. when he became aware that O'Shaughnessy not only knew where Leng bought his chemicals, but had managed to retrieve some old sales beoka, might be extremely useful, and certainly dangerous in our hands. He had to kill him immediately. "Poor Patrick," said Smithback. "What a terrible way to die." "Terrible, terrible indeed," Pendergast murmured, the anguish all too clear on his face, and the responsibility for it lies on my shoulders. He was a good man, and a fine officer. Looking up at the rows of leather-bound books, at the worm-eaten tapestries and peeling wallpaper, Nora shivered. "Oh, God," Smithback murmured at last, shaking his head, "and to think Mort can't publish any of this." Then he looked over at Pendergast. "So what happened to Fairhaven?" That which he feared most, death, came at last. In a nod to Poe, Moat walled up the poor wretch within a basement alcove. It would not do for his body to surface. This was followed by a short silence. "So what are you going to do with this house and all these collections?" Nora asked. A wan smile played about Pendergast's lips. "Through a tortuous route of inheritance, this house and its contents have ended up in my possession. Someday, perhaps, some of these collections will find their way anonymously into the great museums of the world. But not for a very long time. And what's happened to the house? It's torn apart. That brings me to one final request. Mort would make of you both. And that is that you come with me." They followed Pendergast down winding passageways to the door leading to the porte cochere. Pendergast opened the door. Outside, Pendergastus Rolls was silently idling, jarring in this forlorn neighborhood. "Where are we going?" Smithback asked. "Gates of Heaven Cemetery." The drive out of Manhattan into the crisp winter hills of Westchester took half an hour. During that time, Pendergast said nothing, sitting motionless, wrapped in his own thoughts. At last they passed through the dark metal gates and began climbing the gentle curve of a hill. Beyond lay another hill, and then another. A vast city of the dead, full of monuments and ponderous tombs. In time, the car stopped in a far corner of the cemetery on a rise dotted with marble. Pendergast got out, then led them along a manicured path to a fresh row of graves. They were long frozen mounds of earth, laid out in geometrical precision, without tombstones, flowers, or markings of any kind save a spike at each head. Aluminum frames were set into each spike, holding cardboard placards, and on each placard was written a number, streaked with moisture, already mildewed and faded. They walked along the row of graves until they came to number Miri High. Pendergast stopped over it and remained there, head bowed, hands clasped as if praying. Beyond, the weak winter sun shone through the twisted branches of the oaks, and the hill fell away into mist. "Where are we?" Smithback asked, looking around. "Whose graves are these?" "This is where Fairhaven buried the 36 skeletons from Catherine Street. It was a very clever move. It takes a court order to get an exhumation, a long and difficult process. This was the next best thing to cremation, which of course he wasn't allowed to do. By law, he did not want anyone to have access to these skeletons." Pendergast gestured. "This grave, number Miri High, is the final resting place of Mary Green. Gone, but no longer forgotten." Pendergast reached into his pocket and removed a tattered piece of paper, folded into a small accordion. It trembled slightly in the breeze. He held it out over the grave, almost as if it were an offering. "What is that?" Smithback asked. "The Arcanum." "The what?" "Leng's formula for extending human life. Perfected, it no longer required the use of human donors. That is why he stopped killing in Mortnin Shinba Malam." In the sudden silence, Nora and Smithback exchanged glances. Leng eventually worked it out. It was possible until the late 20s, when certain synthetic opiates and other biochemical assays became available to him. With this formula, he no longer had need of victims. Leng did not enjoy killing. He was a scientist. The killing was merely a regretful necessity, unlike Fairhaven, who clearly took pleasure in it. Smithback stared at the paper in disbelief. "You mean to tell me you holding the formula for eternal life?" "There is no such thing as eternal life, Mr. Smithback. Not in this world, at least. This course of treatment would extend the human lifespan by how much exactly mightn't know, at least 100 years, perhaps longer." "Where did you find it?" "It was hidden in the house, as Mott knew it would be. Motkan Noave kept Leng would not have destroyed it. He would have kept a single copy for himself." The look of internal conflict in Pendergast's face seemed to grow stronger. Mort had to find it. To let it fall into other hands would have been. His voice trailed off. Have you looked at it? Nora asked. Pendergast nodded. And it involves fairly straightforward biochemistry, using chemicals obtainable at any good chemist. It is an organic synthesis that any reasonably talented chemistry graduate student could perform in a well-equipped laboratory. But there's a trick involved, an original twist, which makes it unlikely it will be independently rediscovered. At least, not in the foreseeable future. There was a silence. What are we going to do with it? Breathed Smithback. As if in answer, there was a sharp rasping sound. A small flame now hovered over Pendergast's left hand, a slim gold lighter burning yellow in the dim light. Without saying a word, he touched the flame to the end of the paper. Wait! Cried Smithback, lunging forward. Pendergast, holding the burning paper aloft, adroitly sidestepped his grab. What are you doing? Smithback wheeled around. For God's sake, give me that. The old accordion sheet was already half gone. Black ash curling, breaking off, dropping to the frozen earth of the grave. Stop! Smithback gasped, stepping forward again. Think this out. You can take. Mort have thought it out, Pendergast replied. Mort've done nothing, these last 6 weeks of searching, but think it out. It was a member of the Pendergast family, to my everlasting shame, who brought this formula to light. So many died for it, so many Mary Greens that history will never know. Mort, having uncovered it, must be the one to destroy it. Believe me, this is the only way. Nothing created out of such suffering can be allowed to exist. The flame had crawled up to the final edge. Pendergast opened his fingers, and the unburned corner flared into ash on its way to the turned earth. Gently, Pendergast pressed it into Mary Green's grave. When he stepped back, nothing remained but a black stain in the brown earth. A brief, shocked silence followed. Then Smithback put his head into his hands. Mort can't believe it. Did you bring us here just to see that? Pendergast nodded. Why? Because what Mort have just done was too important to do alone. It was an action that required witnesses, if only for the sake of history. As Nora looked at Pendergast, she saw, behind the conflict still evident on his face, a bottomless sorrow, an exhaustion of spirit. Smithback shook his head miserably. Do you know what you've done? You've just destroyed the greatest medical advance ever made. The FBI agent spoke again, his voice low now, almost a whisper. Can't you see? This formula would have destroyed the world. Leng already had the answer to his problem right in his hand. Had he released this into the world, it would have been the end. He only lacked the objectivity to see it. Smithback did not reply. Pendergast glanced at the writer for a moment. Then he dropped his gaze to the grave. His shoulders seemed to droop. Nora had been standing back, watching, listening, without saying a word. Suddenly she spoke. Mo'd understand, she said. Mo can know of Kep how difficult that decision must have been. For what it's worth, Mo think you did the right thing. As she spoke, Pendergast's eyes remained on the ground. Then, slowly, his gaze rose to meet her own. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the anguish in his face seemed to lessen almost imperceptibly at her words. Thank you, Nora, he said quietly.